Our protagonist's name is Li Changshou. Just hearing his name, you can probably guess how long he's going to live. Normal cultivators all pursue the most powerful techniques, but our guy only cultivates escape techniques, focusing on speed. He's even mastered 6 different kinds. Other cultivators' masters help them overcome their tribulation and ascend to immortality. But he's the opposite. He helped his master overcome tribulations in a past life. Also, he could gather data. He even built himself a lightning-proof cage. In a fight, he never confronts his opponents directly. He uses paper clones. He fights dirty, throwing hidden weapons, poisoning his enemies until they breathe their last. Calling him a saint of bombs wouldn't be an exaggeration. When it was his turn to face tribulation, he was so cautious that even the heavens found him annoying, sending down 10 great tribulations plus the legendary heavenly punishment. All right, enough rambling. Let's begin. The admin has already worked on this story up to part N. Enjoy. Bells chimed, their echoes resonating through the clouds. At the heart of the 3,000 worlds, the 5 continents of the prehistoric wilderness welcomed a new day. As the sun peaked over the eastern horizon, the stars retreated into the deep azure sky. In a secluded corner of the East Victory Divine Continent, near the Middle Divine Continent, a faint, smooth grand formation, like an inverted glass bowl, enveloped dozens of verdant peaks. Under the sunlight, the barrier shimmered with a faint, 7-colored light. The spiritual energy flowing within the formation was visible to the naked eye. Divine birds and spirit beasts frolicked on the immortal mountains. White smoke curled through the air, accompanied by the ethereal strains of celestial music. Near a clearing in the forest stood a few simple houses. Several figures sat cross-legged, eyes closed, regulating their breath. A truly divine scene unfolded before one's eyes. Suddenly, a white cloud drifted slowly from the eastern sea towards the grand formation. 2 figures, one tall and one small, stood upon the cloud. The taller figure was an old Taoist priest with white hair. He led a lovely little girl, about 8 or 9 years old. The old Taoist's voice broke the silence. Ling Na, listen carefully. Legend has it that after the great war between demons and immortals in ancient times, the heavenly Tao took pity on us human cultivators, gradually allowing us to occupy most of the land, except for the northern continent. This spans across the 3,000 worlds. For example, the South Jambudvipa continent is where the destiny of humanity gathers, so our access is restricted. This place is the East Victory Divine Continent, the best land for cultivation in the 3 realms. Ling Na, look at those immortal mountains ahead. Don't you find them majestic and magnificent? The little girl replied, her voice as clear as a songbird's, yet tinged with a hint of shyness. Very majestic, Master. To be able to occupy a spiritual vein so close to the Middle Divine Continent, our sect must be truly powerful. The old Taoist stroked his beard with a satisfied chuckle, his face beaming with pride as he flicked his horsetail whisk. The little girl, dressed in a lotus-patterned dress, softly inquired, Master, why don't we go to the Middle Divine Continent and occupy a spiritual vein there? The old Taoist smile faltered. The Middle Divine Continent is home to many powerful figures, he explained with a forced laugh. Occupying a spirit vein, there would bring endless unrest. It wouldn't be as peaceful and carefree as here. Ling Na, after entering this immortal sect, you must cultivate diligently and not be lazy. Strive to cultivate day and night, so you can quickly become an immortal and achieve eternal life, allowing this old man to finally relax. Ling Na turned her head and asked in a small voice, But Master, aren't you already an immortal? The old Taoist priest covered his mouth and coughed a few times. A few years ago, this old man made a slight error in his cultivation. But sooner or later, in 20 or so years, I will attain immortality. You must remember our Taoist title is the Salvation Immortal Sect, and our founding ancestor is the true person Du Yi. Our inherited Tao lineage is called the One Chi Reaching Heaven Tao, an extremely profound path to longevity. Although our sect currently has only 3 members, we can occupy an entire mountain. What an honor. But the little girl didn't pay attention to the mountain occupation, instead clenching her hand and silently counting 3 people. Master, but there are only 2 of us here. You also have a senior brother. This old man took him in as a disciple 100 years ago, and now he can be considered a capable individual. It's just haha. The little girl stood on tiptoe. Master, your laughter sounds strange. The old Taoist priest suddenly sighed softly, as if exhaling casually. Lowering his voice, he said, your senior brother often has some unorthodox thoughts. You can seek his guidance on cultivation matters in the future, but never listen to his philosophies on how to live life. The little girl blinked. Although she didn't quite understand, she obediently nodded and replied, yes, master, I understand. Only then did the old Taoist priest breathe a sigh of relief, gently swaying the horsetail whisk in his hand as he looked out. This is our little Cheong Peak. The old Taoist priest knocked on the door and called out, Changsho, why don't you come out and meet your junior sister? But the thatched cottage remained silent, without any movement. The old Taoist priest called again, Changsho, what are you hiding in there for? You're so grown up, why are you still so shy? Strange, his aura is clearly inside. Muttering to himself, the old Taoist priest led the little girl towards the thatched cottage. Reaching out, he pushed open the 2 wooden doors, and a strange medicinal smell wafted out. The old Taoist priest widened his eyes, seeing the source of the aura, a small paper figurine placed on the wooden bed. So it's emanating from Changsho's paper figurine. This scent is... The old Taoist priest's expression changed drastically. He grabbed the little girl and quickly retreated from the cottage, unable to help but curse. Oh no, it's Changsho's soft immortal incense. The little girl immediately felt the world spin. Although her master was holding her, she still stumbled to the side. As she fell to the ground, she couldn't help but glance towards the flowing water. On the surface of the lake, a slender figure was dancing, using the water as his medium. He wore only a pair of black trousers, his well-defined muscles rippling and gleaming faintly in the sunlight. His long, wet hair was swept back on either side of his face like shimmering curtains of water. The sunlight illuminated the young man's handsome features, catching the little girl's eye and causing her small face to flush crimson in an instant. She hadn't yet begun cultivating, so how could she withstand such potent medicinal power? Before she even hit the ground, she fainted completely, her small face still flushed. Just as I imagined, senior brother is truly impressive. Lam Ling Na drifted into a dream. Through the haze of unconsciousness, Ling Na heard her master's voice again. Only this time, there was an edge of anger to it, a stark contrast to the benevolent old immortal she held in her memory. Have your wings grown strong? Have they? Daring to play tricks on your master now. Then, Ling Na suddenly heard a gentle voice. Master, please calm your anger. This disciple was merely taking precautions. Furthermore, I happen to be cultivating a water escape technique, and thus set this trap in the lake as a safeguard. Safeguard. Our little Cheong Peak is one step away from being renamed Destitute Peak. What thief would bother to visit us? The master's voice dripped with disbelief. You wrong me, master. Who says there's no danger within the sect? Our little Cheong Peak is rather lowly, without any powerful backing. Who's to say someone isn't eyeing our humble plot of land, hoping to snatch it away? But master, Ling Na mumbled, the rules of the Du Xian sect are so strict. How could such a thing happen? But senior brother Changsho, that his name is Changsho. Such a simple Taoist title, and such a warm voice. It makes me feel like I'm listening to mother. Why can't I open my eyes? I don't have any strength. All that theorizing and no progress in cultivation. Take my token. When Ling Na wakes, bring her to the main peak to register. Receive her official disciple token and monthly allowance. This child will be the death of me. All talk and no cultivation progress. Farewell, master. The young man standing at the doorway sighed softly. Following that sigh, the girl lying on the bamboo bed slowly opened her eyes. She saw a fig about and thought, senior brother truly has a strong foundation. Master is still too weak, his spirit not robust enough. I fear he'll struggle to overcome the heavenly tribulation and ascend to immortality. What do those words mean? Fatigue washed over her again, and Ling Na couldn't help but close her eyes. Soon after, she heard approaching footsteps. Junior sister, I am Li Changsho, your senior brother. I will now help alleviate the effects of the nurturing immortal incense. If you can hear me, please don't think me a pervert. I am a man of upright morals. Oh, what am I saying? She's just begun cultivating. How could she withstand the incense's potency? Pervert, upright morals. These flowery cultivation terms were so confusing. Senior brother truly was a refined cultivator. Just then, she felt a large hand gently rest on her forehead. A cool energy seeped in, instantly spreading through her body, bringing a wave of relief. Senior brother was healing her. Li Changsho looked at the small girl lying there, a furrow in his brow as he considered something. Master had mentioned taking on another disciple a long time ago, and while Li Changsho had prepared himself to welcome a junior brother or sister, he still couldn't help but be a little apprehensive. This was a good opportunity to check his new junior sister's soul. A cool chi emanated from Li Changsho, gently touching Ling Na's core life force. Good. Her soul and body were perfectly fused, with no trace of damage or possession. Her aptitude seemed quite good too, with mutually reinforcing water and wood elements. He wondered about her personality. Judging by her appearance, she would likely grow into a beauty. Beautiful women often met tragic fates, so there was a chance for future outbursts of trouble. Best to keep a safe distance. He also needed to check if his junior sister was hiding any wicked artifacts. Prevention was better than cure. Just then, Ling Na felt the large hand leave her forehead and begin to slowly glide over her body. A blush crept up her cheeks, even in her unconscious state. Master, senior brother, isn't this a bit much? Li Changsho quickly nodded, satisfied. After a thorough examination, he concluded that his little junior sister was fine. No possession, no demonic artifacts, no poison or curses. A truly excellent seedling for cultivation. She had officially passed the entrance examination. Next up was her training regimen, which required careful planning. It would be best if she wasn't the type to stir up trouble. Otherwise, the chances of him getting entangled in karmic repercussions would only increase. Li Changsho sat by the bed, lost in thought for a moment. Then, a smile touched his lips as he muttered to himself, I think I finally understand why so many people in my past life like Lola's so adorable. Who could resist? Lolas are adorable in this life and the last. Although Ling Na didn't understand, she felt her master was right. Her senior brother was indeed a bit strange. Perhaps it was the effect of the cool chi, but she began to regain some strength. Her eyes slowly fluttered open, her vision clearing. Ling Na finally got a clear look at her senior brother's face. It was indeed well-defined, and the more she looked, the more handsome he appeared. However, his expression was a little unsettling, his gaze almost frightening. Did you hear everything just now? Ling Na trembled, stammering, No, I didn't. The young man by the bed slowly rose and looked down at the small girl. Hesitation flickered in his eyes before he spoke in a low voice. Listen carefully. What I just said, you must not tell anyone. Understand. Ling Na whispered. Understood. Her face flushed crimson, unsure what to do. Li Changsho was replaying the moment he'd accidentally revealed information about his past life. The biggest slip-up were those two words, past life. Damn it, after over 100 years of careful vigilance, he'd let it slip in front of his junior sister. It was all because he'd kept the secret bottled up for so long that he'd started rambling. It seemed he'd have to silence her. Lam Ling Na, struggling to sit up on the bamboo bed, happened to look up and meet her senior brother's chilling gaze. Terror seized her, and she trembled. Senior brother, she pleaded, what I just heard, I absolutely won't tell anyone. I promise I'll remember. Not anyone, he emphasized, not even master. Yes, senior brother. Good. First, swear an oath to the supreme Tao. Beneath the fading light of dusk, black lines gradually filled the forehead of the young girl seated on the bamboo bed. Under the watchful eye and guidance of her senior brother Li Changsho, she raised her small hand and began to repeat the oath, thousands of characters long. Taking into account all sorts of situations and conditions, this Tao oath, this oath of secrecy, was truly connected to her future path on the great Tao. After stepping out of the thatched cottage, Ling Na's bright, dark eyes seemed to have lost their light. She walked slowly, her steps a little unsteady. Suddenly, a hand reached out from beside her and steadied her. In the palm of that hand rested a pale green pill. Li Changsho's voice was gentle. A foundation-building pill. It has no toxins and is quite mild. Even ordinary mortals who haven't begun cultivating can take it to replenish their vital essence. Ling Na responded timidly, Thank you, senior brother. She accepted the pill and tilted her head back, popping it into her small mouth. Li Changsho's large hand slowly reached out, stroking her head. Such an adorable little junior sister. From now on, You are one of us here on Little Cheong Peak. Let me show you around and help you get acquainted with the place. Once Master finishes meditating, he will impart the introductory cultivation techniques to you. If you have any questions about your cultivation, feel free to ask me. Li Changsho clasped his hands behind his back and walked towards the lake's edge, calling out, "Come and see the ornamental fish in this lake." Good stuff. They're an important part of our Little Cheong Peak assets. Ling Na, captivated by the fish, nodded repeatedly, murmuring her admiration. They're so beautiful. Once you cultivate your first wisp of spiritual energy, we'll have a fish feast to celebrate. These 5-colored fish are a type of carp. They're incredibly delicious. Whether fried, stir-fried, steamed, or grilled, they're a first-class delicacy. What's even rarer is that eating their flesh can improve the quality of a cultivator's spiritual energy. Ling Na furrowed her brow. "We're really going to eat them." Li Changsho replied, "What else would we raise them for?" He raised his left hand, scattering a handful of rice into the lake. "Dinner time," he called. Fish swam towards the shore from all directions, creating a sudden flurry of activity. Ling Na's eyes lit up at the sight. Li Changsho handed her a small cloth pouch. "Here you go. This is fish food. If you like, the important task of feeding the fish will be yours from now on." Ling Na responded cheerfully, "Okay, thank you, senior brother." She then scattered some fish food onto the surface of the lake with a surprisingly free and easy gesture. Li Changsho smiled calmly to himself, thinking, one less chore each day, which means more time for cultivation. From this perspective, having a little junior sister isn't so bad after all. Li Changsho then led Ling Na to receive the necessary items for new disciples. "Don't mention it. It's my duty. From now on, you are a disciple of Little Cheong Peak." Within the thatched cottage atop Little Cheong Peak, a resonant voice lectured. "Qi is the workings of heaven and earth, the breath of all living things. All cultivation begins with Qi, the old Taoist Qi Yuan intoned. 10,000 divine abilities, at their peak, all transform into Qi. Inhale and exhale, the cycle begins, the origin of all heavens." Ling Na listened attentively, her gaze drifting towards the lake. "Senior brother," she inquired, "what are you doing?" But a moment later, her eyes widened in surprise. "Master," she cried out, "senior brother is gone." Qi Yuan turned, a wry smile touching his lips. "Your senior brother, Li Changsho," he sighed, "is practicing his water escape technique. He has a zealous pursuit of such skills. This is the 6th he's mastered. Senior brother is so amazing." A hint of exasperation colored the old Taoist expression. "If only he'd put half that effort into other spells, I'd rest much easier." "Don't let him distract you," he instructed Ling Na. "Focus on the cultivation method I'm teaching you." Meanwhile, Li Changsho, immersed in his aquatic practice, muttered to himself, "Water escape complete." Though a bit slow, time drifted by, the sun beginning its descent towards the horizon. Finally, as dusk settled, Li Changsho returned. From within the thatched cottage, Qi Yuan called out, "Changsho, you've returned at the perfect time. The task of instructing Ling Na will fall to you from now on. A master must dedicate himself to his own cultivation." He turned to Ling Na. "If you have any questions, seek your senior brother's guidance." With a hearty laugh, Qi Yuan transformed into a wisp of green smoke and vanished. "Master, wait," Ling Na called out, but he was already gone. Li Changsho's eyes crinkled in a smile. "Instructing her myself isn't necessarily a bad thing," he thought. "If this junior sister understands the proper hierarchy, she shouldn't cause too much trouble." Several days later, Li Changsho sat with Ling Na by the riverbank, expounding on the path of cultivation. "Ling Na," he began, "listen carefully." "Yes, senior brother," she replied obediently. "Let's say your cultivation has reached the 9th stage of soul transformation. While traveling, you discover a 6th-stage soul transformation cultivator bullying a Qi refinement stage female cultivator in a desolate area. What would you do? You have 3 choices. 1. Charge in and kill him. You are the embodiment of righteousness. 2. Although you are far away, you use a magical treasure to strike him, then calmly leave, disrupting his foul play. 3. Pretend you saw nothing and take a detour. Li Changsho smiled faintly. You can only choose one. What will it be? Ling Na responded hesitantly. 1. Li Changsho's voice turned cool. How do you know he isn't concealing his true cultivation level? What if he's disguised as a 6th-stage soul transformation cultivator, but is actually a return to void expert? Those who commit such acts are undoubtedly despicable and shameless. How can you expect them to be honest with you? Ling Na furrowed her delicate brow. Then, too, Li Changsho sighed. Junior sister, don't forget that you are also a female cultivator. If this beast sees your beauty and his bestial nature takes over, wouldn't you then fall into his clutches? Ling Na blushed, her mind a whirlwind. But senior brother, she stammered, the third option isn't something a cultivator like us should do. When I was little, my father taught me the same thing. Li Changsho nodded. Junior sister, you must remember this. If this were a world of peace and kindness, your thinking would be entirely correct. But the primordial world is not a peaceful place. Experts are as numerous as clouds, and chi refinement cultivators might fight to the death over a single treasure or a stalk of spiritual herb. Most cultivators in this world are ruthless. If you cling to righteousness above all else, survival here will be difficult. What we should do is not commit evil, but we also don't need to actively prevent it. Compared to rushing into battle as a hero before you have the strength, it's better to survive. Wait until you stand at the peak, looking down on all creation. Then you can establish new rules and change the plight of the weak in this primordial world. So do you understand? Ling Na nodded quickly. I understand, senior brother. Li Changsho lay beneath the shade of a tree, memories of his past life surfacing. His family had been relatively well off. He sealed these memories away, burying them deep within his heart. Then he had transmigrated to this primordial world. Fate had given him a second chance at life. Even if he couldn't achieve immortality, simply living until his natural death would be enough to satisfy him for a lifetime. Therefore, from that day forward, Li Changsho's ultimate goal was to live a long and peaceful life, dying of old age. Senior brother, why are you sleeping here? A clear voice drifted to his ears. Li Changsho's thoughts ceased their wandering, and he slowly opened his eyes. Beautiful maiden, he began, a touch of confusion in his voice. Who are you? He focused, and a delicate, youthful face came into view. Bright eyes and willow-like eyebrows framed a countenance that inspired affection. Senior brother, did you fall asleep? Ling Na giggled. Itme Linga. It's very lively at the main peak right now. We should hurry, or we'll be late. The main peak of the Immortal Dew sect, Breaking Heaven Peak, stood at the sect's heart. It was the tallest and most precipitous of the peaks, like a sword piercing the sky. Hence, it was also known as Breaking Heaven Peak. Atop Breaking Heaven Peak stood a magnificent immortal hall, where the sect leader, elders, and peak lords held their meetings. It was normally a no-fly zone, and disciples were forbidden to approach without a special token. Halfway up Breaking Heaven Peak, a series of palaces clung to the mountainside. This was where all the sect's administrative affairs were handled. Every month, all disciples were required to come here to receive their cultivation resources and report on their progress. Li Changsho, with Ling Na at his side, landed before the 100 Refinements Hall. A crowd of several hundred had already gathered. Isn't that Ling Na of Little Cheong Peak? Someone whispered. She's certainly grown even more beautiful. Another voice chimed in. I hear her aptitude is exceptional too. Already at the 8th stage of chi refinement at only 15 years old. Seems like she's about to break through to the nascent soul realm. A third voice added, I heard the Grand Elder wants to take her as a personal disciple. Who's that beside her? Someone asked. Oh, that's her senior brother. Little Cheong Peak barely has anyone there. Another replied, he doesn't seem to be ranked within the top 300 of the sect, so I don't recognize him. The murmurs of the crowd reached both Li Changsho and Ling Na. Ling Na rushed to comfort him, but he brushed it aside. Instead, he reminded Ling Na, don't forget the 3 agreements. First, maintain a 3-foot distance from others in public. Second, don't engage in idle chatter outside unless necessary. Third, the ringing of bells intensified as more and more young cultivators flew in from the surrounding peaks. Today marked the Immortal Dew Sect's martial arts tournament, held every 5 years to give young disciples a chance to temper themselves in the outside world, gain worldly experience, and deepen their cultivation insights. 12 options were available, catering to disciples at different stages of cultivation. Chi refinement, soul transformation, nascent soul, and return to the Tao. These are the 4 major realms before achieving immortality, and they will determine your future. I hope each of you can elevate your abilities. The speaker was the vice sect leader of the Immortal Dew sect, known as Venerable Zhongyu. The elders began their pronouncements. Remember the sect rules when you are out in the world, and uphold the prestige of our Immortal Dew sect. Recently, due demonic beasts have been rampant along the coast of the East Sea, plaguing several tribes. We hope you can eliminate these evils and protect our people. Those who wish to go to the East Sea coast to slay demons and monsters, gather to the left. Your cultivation must be no lower than the 6th stage of Qi refinement. Rewards will be given based on the number of demons slain. Junior sister, your cultivation is still low. Go with the others. Those who wish to go to the southeastern region of the Divine Continent to slay demons and monsters, gather to the right. Your cultivation must be no lower than the 8th stage of Qi refinement. Where do you intend to go? Senior brother. Li Changsho simply smiled without answering. Soon, only 23 individuals remained in the courtyard, having yet to choose their training grounds. Only 2 locations were left. The elders glanced at Ling Na, then announced loudly, "Those who wish to train on Lin Yun Island in the EC, enter the hall. Your cultivation must be no lower than the 9th stage of soul transformation." Of those remaining, 17 individuals rose simultaneously. Each emanated the aura of the 2nd or 3rd stage of nascent soul realm. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The 17 disciples swiftly flew into the great hall. Ling Na glanced at Li Changsho, thinking, those who entered are at least at the 2nd or 3rd stage of nascent soul realm. Yet senior brother didn't hesitate. Suddenly, a collective gasp swept through the disciples as they turned their heads. Whoa, it's Yuqin Xuanya. So beautiful. Yuqin Xuanya wore a vibrant red dress, her captivating phoenix eyes sparkling. She lightly touched her toes to the ground, her dress billowing in the breeze like a blossoming flame, drawing all eyes to her. Close behind her followed a handsome young man, refined and gentle, exuding an aura that reached the 5th stage of nascent soul realm. It was senior brother Yuan Qing. The elders cleared their throats, then called out, "Disciples who wish to go to the chaotic battlefield of Baolin in the southeastern region of Beiju Luzhou, enter the hall. This place is extremely dangerous," a voice announced. "Disciples are frequently injured here. The minimum requirement is 9th stage soul transformation." Li Changsho stepped forward, joining the group entering the perilous area. He'd barely taken 2 steps when a pair of resentful eyes locked onto him. "Senior brother," Ling Na's voice was laced with concern. "Senior brother, why do you suddenly want to go to Beiju Luzhou?" "Naturally, to gather medicinal herbs," Li Changsho replied calmly. "Senior brother," Ling Na persisted, "don't we have enough medicinal ingredients back home? Why must you go to such a dangerous place?" A call suddenly echoed from above. Ling Na of Little Cheong Peak. "Come quickly. Don't miss this excellent opportunity to depart." Several elders frowned, their gazes fixed on the pair of siblings. Ling Na breathed a small sigh of relief, turning to look for her senior brother. "Senior brother, be careful on your journey." Within the hall, more than 10 pairs of eyes simultaneously focused on Li Changsho, who stood quietly in a shadowed corner. Most of the onlookers wore expressions of bewilderment, unsure of who he was. Li Changsho subtly released his aura, 9th stage soul transformation, just barely meeting the required cultivation level. In a dim corner of the 100 Refinements Hall, a female immortal, reeking of alcohol, grabbed Li Changsho's shoulder. Li Changsho of Little Cheong Peak, she slurred, "What's your cultivation level? What are you doing wanting to go to the chaotic battlefield of Baolin at only 9th stage soul transformation? Aren't you going to the EC to beat up some shrimp demons?" This forthright female immortal was named Jiojio. 2 gourds, one large and one small, hung from her belt, both presumably filled with wine. Her attire was simple, short tunic and trousers, her hair a short, light brown. Amongst the 3,000 female cultivators with their flowing long hair, she was a rare anomaly. Li Changsho cupped his hands respectfully. "Master Ant," he replied, "I need to find some specific herbs. One of them can only be found in Beiju Luzhou, so I have no choice but to go. Go. And when you die, your master will come crying to me again. Just thinking about it is annoying. I have some connection with your master, so take this." Rummaging in her wine-stained tunic, she pulled out a jade pendant and tossed it casually to Li Changsho. "Go to the Lunar Palace and find what you need." "Master Ant, you are of esteemed status. A jade pendant is an important item. How can you give it away so easily?" Li Changsho offered a wry smile, taking 2 steps forward and respectfully offering the jade pendant back to Jiojio with both hands. "Master Ant, if I had a choice, I wouldn't risk going to Beiju Luzhou. But this time, I truly have no other option. Furthermore, according to sect rules, Master Ant cannot refuse a disciple's request for outside training. I ask Master Ant to grant my request. Jiao frowned slightly, staring at the disciple bowing before her. With a cold snort, she snatched the jade pendant back. Yuan Qing, Xuanya. The young woman in the crimson dress and the handsome, refined young man responded in unison, disciple present. You two, if you have the time, keep an eye on this one. Disciple obeys. Li Changshu discreetly observed the pair. The cold-faced woman and the warm man. They were quite a well-matched couple. Relax, Jiao addressed the group. Once we're out of the mountain gates, there won't be so many rules. This is Wang Qi and Lu Yenner, Jiao announced, gesturing to the two disciples. They'll be joining us. The pair bowed respectfully. Greetings, Uncle Jiao. Their gazes then shifted to Li Changshu, a flicker of puzzlement in their eyes. Why is Li Changshu here? With his cultivation level, he wants to go to Beiju Luzhou. Li Changshu, acutely aware of their scrutiny, thought to himself, why do they seem so hostile? Jiao, seemingly oblivious to the undercurrent of tension, unhooked the wine gourd from her hip. It expanded instantly, growing to an impressive size. With a flourish, she ushered them aboard. The 6 disciples settled onto the gourd, ready for their journey. The gourd lifted smoothly into the air and began to soar. Back on the ground, Yuan Qing hovered near Yuqin Xuanya. He lowered his voice, his tone gentle. Junior sister, I will definitely help you find the Ember Heart illuminating herb this time. Yuqin Xuanya's brow furrowed slightly. Her voice was cool and distant. Senior brother Yuan Qing, you needn't concern yourself with me. This is a matter of my own cultivation and requires no outside interference. Yuan Qing offered a warm smile, undeterred. More people mean more opportunities. Nearby, Jiao, perched on her gourd, observed the exchange with a knowing glint in her eye. She sighed softly. Another case of unrequited affection. These youngsters, she muttered to herself, focusing on romance instead of cultivation. Truly exasperating. After flying for a while, Jiao's hand drifted towards the wine gourd at her hip. She hesitated, then withdrew her hand, a thoughtful expression on her face. Turning to the disciples before her, she said, it'll take 2 days and 3 nights to reach Beiju Luzhou. Do you intend to just sit there in silence the entire time? Hey, Wang Qi, she called out, sing our future for your Uncle Jiao. Wang Qi stammered, Uncle Jiao, I don't know how to sing. Jiao's face fell. Well, does anyone here know how to sing? Changshu, do you? Li Changshu shook his head solemnly, his expression serious. He discreetly sent a voice transmission to Jiao. Uncle, I believe there's someone following us, hidden in the clouds behind us. Jiao waved a dismissive hand. The 5 continents are vast, she said. Countless cultivators travel the skies and earth. Don't be alarmed. We're still relatively close to the Immortal Dew sect. They continue to fly for a while longer. Jiao, growing restless, suddenly raised her voice. I wonder, she called out, her voice echoing through the air, what business our fellow Taoist in the clouds has with us, following us for so long. A figure emerged from the concealing clouds. Tall and imposing, the man wore heavy armor, his face rugged and weathered. A large axe was strapped to his back. Even from 100 zhang away, his voice boomed as he cupped his hands towards Jiao. I am Wu Wenling, captain of the Hong Lin Kingdom's Guard, tasked with protecting the 6th princess. I apologize for any offense my presence may have caused. Immortal. Li Shangshu Fronath. 6th princess. Suddenly, Yuqin Xuanya's voice cut through the air, cold and sharp. Return. You needn't worry about me. A princess, Li Changshu thought, and a captain of the guard. Appearing just as we're about to leave for Beiju Luzhou, he wrinkled his nose, catching the scent of a familiar and potentially troublesome plot. Your Highness, Wu Wenling boomed, his voice filled with earnest concern. I am acting on the orders of the king. To return now would be a grave dereliction of my duty. Enemy nations are stirring, and the king fears they may plot against you in secret. Your Highness, I implore you, allow me to accompany you. Once you have safely returned to the Immortal Dew sect, I will depart. Yuqin Xuanya furrowed her brow slightly. Yuan Qing offered a gentle persuasion. Xuanya, we are about to journey to Beiju Luzhou. It's a land riddled with peril. Having General Wu, when accompany us, means we have an extra hand to help. Li Changshu suddenly spoke up. Junior brother Yuan Qing, were you acquainted with this general before? I didn't hear him introduce himself earlier. Yuan Qing glanced at Li Changshu and replied with a smile. Indeed, I am. Xuanya and I grew up together and entered the Immortal Du sect at the same time. This General Wu Wenling is the most trusted general of Xuanya's father, usually responsible for the king's personal protection. His presence here as a protector clearly suggests the potential dangers we face. Wu Wenling, his brow creased in concern, clasped his hands and addressed the group. Your Highness, Sixth Princess. Yuqin Xuanya, her gaze filled with a silent plea, looked towards Jiao, who was leaning over the mouth of her gourd. Jiao, sprawled languidly over her gourd, waved a dismissive hand. Her voice carried a hint of indolence. Big fella, go sit at the back of the gourd with Changsho. Thank you, Immortal, Wu Wenling replied. Li Changsho, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes, thought to himself, I have a bad feeling about this. I need to keep my distance. Aunt Master Jiao, he said aloud, would it be possible for me to sit behind you instead? I feel a bit more at ease, closer to you. Jiao responded with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. What's this now? You're over 100 years old and still afraid of others. Fine, come sit here. Just a little drink. It's not far. Nothing will happen. Li Changsho shook his head, feeling a sense of futility. It seems I'll still need to find a way to slip away from this group and travel on my own. For a long while, no one spoke. Dusk deepened into night, the sky a canvas of stars. Li Changsho sat in quiet cultivation. Suddenly, a gourd of wine appeared before him. With a serious expression, Li Changsho shook his head. Thank you, Aunt Master, but I cannot drink. So boring. Changsho, Jiao sighed. Your master is about to ascend, isn't he? Probably about 3.5 years until his tribulation. Back in the day, we were all quite close. It's a pity your master, despite his decent talent, suffered a grave injury that damaged his foundation. He's never fully recovered. Changsho, don't underestimate your master just because he hasn't ascended yet. His understanding of our immortal Du Sex Dao is second to none, even compared to immortals who have cultivated for 1,000 years. What are you saying, Aunt Master? Li Changsho offered a small smile. My master has always diligently guided my sister and me. He's been more like a parent than a master. Jiao then asked, give me your hand. Let this Aunt Master see your aptitude. I recall you had excellent potential when you first joined. Could that muddle-headed old man have truly ruined you? Li Changsho's brow furrowed immediately. Although Aunt Master Jiao's intentions were good, if his body were directly examined by a true immortal like her, even his concealment techniques would surely be exposed. Jiao extended her right hand, reeking of wine, towards him. He instinctively recoiled slightly, forcing a strained smile. Aunt Master, propriety dictates that men and women shouldn't touch. Wouldn't such an action be inappropriate? Men and women shouldn't touch. Who said that? I've never heard it before. Aunt Master is really inappropriate. A few years ago, a disciple suddenly started convulsing after coming into contact with a woman. Li Changsho shifted his feet, leaving 2 faint afterimages in his wake. Spinning like a top, he swiftly reappeared behind Yuqin Xuanya. He looked at Jiao with a pained expression. Jiao blinked, a flicker of recognition in her eyes. The movement technique this little guy just used, could it be the roaming dragon hidden cloud steps? You actually managed to learn such a difficult technique. Your master said you were only interested in escape arts. Have you been practicing this in secret for the past 100 years? This disciple has always been diligently cultivating, never slacking off in the slightest. Suddenly, he felt something. Li Changsho looked down to see a slender, pale finger gently prodding his thigh. His face froze. Heavens, Yuqin Xuanya, aren't you supposed to be an ice queen? He recalled his earlier words. A few years ago, a disciple suddenly started convulsing after coming into contact with a woman, instantly transforming into a dramatic actor. He foamed at the mouth and collapsed, effectively raising the white flag of surrender. A moment later, Yuqin Xuanya clasped her hands together. I apologize for my transgression, senior brother. Please forgive me. It's nothing, it's nothing. Immortal Jiao coughed meaningfully. Changsho, this could be a heart demon. Or perhaps it's a result of being secluded with your master for so many years. How can I help Li Changsho overcome his heart demon and happily continue on his path of cultivation? Immortal Jiao glanced down at her own ample bosom, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Could it be that I need to use feminine charms? The scene shifts to 2 days later. Lu Yin'er asked in a low voice, Aunt Master, isn't Beiju Luzhou one of the 4 great continents? Why does it have an entrance like this? Could it be a natural formation created by the poisonous miasma? Yuan Qing chuckled. The poisonous miasma of Beiju Luzhou isn't that difficult to withstand for qi refinement cultivators who have formed their inner circulation. The most troublesome things here are the poisonous insects and plants, along with the venomous and ferocious beasts nurtured by the miasma. They're everywhere and extremely difficult to deal with. Jiu shot Yuan Qing a look, answering a different question entirely. She asked why there's an entrance. Wu and Ling spoke in a deep voice. It's because of the demon race. The human race's fortune converges in Nanjambudvipa. Beiju Luzhou is where the Wu clan was exiled. Back in ancient times, when the sky was about to collapse, several saints intervened and brought forth a colossal black tortoise. They severed its limbs to prop up the heavens. The black tortoise died in grief and rage, its massive body and boundless power transforming into the poisonous miasma of Beiju Luzhou, which hasn't dissipated even after all these years. Besides nurturing the poisonous miasma, it also spawned countless venomous insects and plants, making it uninhabitable for ordinary beings. The area we're heading to is also where exotic flowers and herbs flourish, and within it dwell numerous ferocious and venomous beasts. Even heavenly immortals wouldn't dare venture too deep. After the Great Wu Demon War, the remaining members of the Wu clan were exiled here. They journeyed to the northernmost reaches of Beiju Luzhou, a land of perpetual ice and snow where insects and beasts are scarce and where they could barely survive. But I hear they're on the verge of extinction. Truly tragic. The demon race still harbors resentment towards the witch race, and those demons hunted by our human cultivators have all gathered in the vicinity of Beiju Luzhou. As time passed, this narrow strip of land, only a few 100,000 miles wide, became the most important refuge for the demon race. Jiu observed her disciples' expressions, finding that, aside from Li Changshu, the others all showed varying degrees of tension. Not bad, a little more fuel for the fire. Thinking this, Jiu chuckled, then lowered her voice, saying, "Look at those endless mountain ranges around us. Who knows how many great and ancient demons lurk within? Some possess terrifying power and particularly enjoy feasting on human cultivators." Everyone immediately became more alert. Li Changshu merely nodded calmly. To heighten their vigilance, Antmaster Jiu was clearly putting in the effort to frighten them. Jiu looked down below. The small town down, there is one of the entrances to Beiju Luzhou. Go and buy some antidotal pills and poison-dispelling remedies. Everyone go down there and have a look around. We'll go over there and see. Xuanya, I know of a few very effective antidotes. Seeing Li Changshu standing still without buying anything, Jiu walked over and handed him a pouch, saying, "I knew your master wouldn't have given you much. Hurry up and buy some. Don't dawdle, be a man." A moment later, Yu Qin Xuanya approached, handing Li Changshu several talismans and pills. Li Changshu asked suspiciously what they were. Yu Qin Xuanya replied, "Consider it an apology gift, senior brother." Then she immediately turned and walked calmly toward a nearby stall. Li Changshu found it amusing. This ice-cold beauty certainly lived up to her reputation. Northward from this small town, another 300 miles brought them to the poison-filled border region of Beiju Luzhou. This marked the edge of the borderlands and the training ground for the 5 disciples of the Immortal Dew sect, the poisonous miasma forest. Outside the miasma zone lay only barren mountains, while within, a dark forest perpetually shrouded in poisonous miasma created a stark contrast. This also formed a readily discernible boundary. As they drew closer to the border forest, Jiu seemed to transform into a different person. According to sect rules, this training period is 20 days. Starting from the moment you enter, if you withdraw within 20 days, it will be considered a training failure, and you will be penalized upon your return. In reality, it was just a deduction from their winnings, nothing too serious. If you encounter danger, prioritize your survival. If you feel overwhelmed, retreat. Don't push yourselves. I'll be waiting for you here. Since this is training, I naturally can't follow you around or act as your bodyguard. You, the big-headed one, stay here too. Just wait here. This general is under orders to protect the sixth princess. I beseech the immortal's permission. Li Changsho, who had been standing behind Jiujio, felt that there was something odd about this general. You big-headed disciple, what kind of training would it be if you brought him along? Do you want to stay here, or do you want to tie you up here? Yuan Xing stepped forward. General Wu Wan, he said, please wait outside. We'll follow Ant Master Jiujio's arrangements. Don't worry, General, he continued. Even if it means risking my life, I will protect Junior Sister Xuanya. Li Changsho watched the two of them, a thought suddenly flashing through his mind. He had a distinct feeling that Yuan Xing and General Wu were somehow in cahoots. Jiujio looked at Xuanya. There are always ferocious beasts guarding spiritual herbs, she said, her voice laced with warning. And those beasts aren't stupid. You lot are prime nourishment for them. She reached out and pinched Xuanya's cheek. Especially you, she added with a grin. A true delicacy. Ant Master, please behave yourself, Xuanya said, frowning slightly. Jiujio just chuckled. Ooh, such tender skin, she said, her eyes twinkling. I'm so envious. These are communication talismans. Jiujio continued, handing them out. If you encounter danger, crush them immediately. I'll sense it and come rushing to your rescue. Using one means you voluntarily forfeit this training exercise. You'll be fine when you return, but it's nothing major. She coughed. 2 pieces of advice. First, help each other inside. Avoid acting alone as much as possible. Yuan Xing and Xuanya. If you have the strength, look after the others. Second, no matter how tempting, don't risk your lives searching for spiritual herbs. Go on then, be careful, and don't lose your lives in there. The male disciples, having received their talismans, rushed towards the miasma-shrouded forest. Li Changsho hung back for a moment. He meticulously applied insect-repelling talismans to his robes, then, lifting the hem, affixed another to his calf. As an afterthought, he stuck one more behind his collar, just in case. He wasn't taking any chances with mosquito bites. If his skin started peeling, he could just replace the talismans every few days. Jiujio, practically fuming, yelled, get in there already, and stick close to the others. You're only at the 9th stage of transformation realm. Why bother coming to this ghastly place if you're so cautious? With that, she transformed in her dragon horse form, swift as the wind, and delivered a swift, unseen kick to Li Changsho's backside. Farewell, Ant Master. Take care, Li Changsho called out. He joined the other disciples, then abruptly stopped and turned back, sending a voice transmission to Jiujio. Ant Master, he whispered, I'm suspicious of that General Wu Wan. Don't trust him too easily. The miasma will be here soon. Wang Qi cleared his throat. Senior brother Changsho, he said, stay with me. I'm just here to try my luck, not looking for any specific herbs. No need to trouble junior brother Yuan Xing and the others. Li Changsho trailed behind the group of 4, his eyes constantly scanning their surroundings. The poisonous miasma forest wasn't particularly dangerous. The spiritual herbs here had long been picked clean by both demon and human cultivators. Besides, he thought, the true poison grass I'm looking for isn't here in the miasma forest. It's deeper in. He needed a plausible excuse to separate from the group. Suddenly, a rustling sound broke the silence. Everyone instantly adopted a defensive stance. A winged leopard materialized from the swirling mists. Yuan Xing leaped forward nimbly, his blade flashing as he cleaved the demonic beast in 2. Another beast lunged from the swirling mists, its eyes fixed on Yuqin Xuanya. I'll take this one. Wang Qi roared, charging forward, eager to display his prowess before Lu Yin'er and Yuqin Xuanya. Flames danced around his hands, poised to crush the spectral leopard that had materialized before them. But before his fiery attack could fully ignite, a blur of crimson flashed past. A scarlet lotus bloomed within the beast, its petals unfurling in a violent explosion of gore. Shattered bone and black ichor were consumed by the vibrant flames that now danced where the creature had stood. Li Changsho's eyes widened. The 9 revolutions scarlet flame scripture. So Yuqin Xuanya had mastered it. Reforming their ranks, the 5 disciples pressed onward. They continued until the path split into 3, forcing them to halt. Yuqin Xuanya looked up. This direction seems to be where the subduing fire bloom grows. Senior brothers and sister, I must take this path. She paused, her gaze sweeping over them. Be careful, and don't venture too deep. Junior sister Yuqin, Yuan Xing declared, I'll accompany you. I promised General Wu when I would ensure your safety. Then I'll take the remaining path, Lu Yin'er announced. You shouldn't go alone. Yuan Qing insisted. My goal is simply to train, and I can assist you along the way. Splendid. It's settled then. A brief silence hung in the air. Wait, Lu Yin'er suddenly said, are we missing someone? Ah, senior brother Changsho, Yuan Qing realized. Four pairs of eyes turned to Li Changsho. Li Changsho gestured toward the path that diverged from the others. I'll take this one. It seems we must part ways for now. What kind of spiritual herb are you searching for, senior brother Changsho? Yuan Qing inquired. That's not something I can divulge. Before Yuan Qing could protest further, Li Changsho turned and began walking down his chosen path. Don't worry about me. Take care. Lu Yin'er muttered under her breath. No good deed goes unpunished. That Li Changsho, he could have gone with any of us, but he just had to split us into 3 groups. High above, within the poisonous mists of the miasma forest, Jiu sat cross-legged on a gray cloud, fuming. She slapped her knee in exasperation. She reached for her wine gourd, wanting a swig to quell her rising anger. This grand training exercise had attracted an unexpectedly large number of disciples to Beiju Luzhou, including 4 of the sect's most promising talents. There absolutely could not be any mishaps. These brats, each one of them acting like newborn calves unafraid of tigers, a bunch of frisky colts just itching to kick. Jiu cursed them inwardly, then paused, a flicker of memory surfacing. Hadn't she been just as arrogant and reckless as a young disciple? Out of habit, she unstoppered her gourd, then hesitated, resealing it with a sigh. 20 days. She could manage 20 days without a drink. Right, she thought, having Wu Wenling accompany Yuqin Xuanya and Yuan Qing should ease some of the pressure. From the depths of Jiu's mind echoed Li Changsho's voice, transmitted just before she nearly kicked him flying. Antmaster Jiu, this large man's origins are unclear. He's been suspicious from the start, and he shouldn't be trusted easily. Jiu didn't quite agree, because in her eyes, this hulking fellow wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from her. But for some reason, she hesitated. Suddenly, Jiu jolted, remembering Changsho's warning. Why did I suddenly think of what Li Changsho said? This Wu Wenling wouldn't last a single hit from me. There shouldn't be any problem. Jiu looked at Wu Wen and called out, big guy, come with me. Let's see how they're doing. Observing the battle on Yuqin Xuanya and Yuan Qing's side, the two were fighting fiercely, annihilating countless venomous insects. Xuanya's side, as expected, disciples of the heaven-breaking peak are the most reliable. Jiu frowned. Although nothing major had happened, she felt a vague unease. On Wang Qi and Lu Yin'er's side, the two were cautiously probing their way forward, diligently avoiding demonic beasts, and so hadn't encountered any danger yet. Jiu smiled. These two aren't bad, quite cautious. Next was Li Changsho's turn. When she tried to observe Changsho, Jiu let out a surprised eh. Li Changsho had vanished. Jiu hurriedly looked around. Could he have been torn apart by a venomous beast, or swallowed whole by some wild creature? Just then, a flash of light in the distance caught her attention. She gritted her teeth in exasperation. You, a mere 9th stage god transformation realm cultivator with fledgling flight skills, dare to rush into the depths of the everlasting breath treasure forest. Are you courting death? She sent someone to retrieve Li Changsho, intending to toss him directly under Wang Qi's supervision. Sure enough, that flash of light was indeed Changsho, speeding towards the heart of the everlasting breath treasure forest. Employing some miraculous movement technique, he weaved through the trees as if they weren't even there. Even Jiu had to admire his footwork. This Li Changsho wasn't recklessly flying, but using the roaming dragon cloud-treading steps, maximizing his 9th stage god transformation realm abilities. What's that smell? Jiu took a deep breath, a peculiar fragrance filling her nostrils. Unexpectedly, it's red sun poison dragon incense. Jiu was astonished. While not an exceptionally rare treasure, it held considerable value. Where did he get this? Red sun poison dragons were creatures of the North Sea, with a voracious appetite for demonic beasts, venomous creatures, and even ordinary living beings. But due to their excessive savagery, they were eradicated by the dragon clan 10,000 years ago. With this incense, ordinary venomous beasts wouldn't dare approach. No wonder Li Changshu dared to venture in so boldly. Indeed, at Changshu's hip hung a small cauldron emitting a faint wisp of smoke. The red sun poisoned dragon incense. Jiu muttered. This little rascal came prepared. It seems he really is looking for medicinal herbs. What is he searching for? Wu Wenling suggested, Immortal Elder, should we go down and take a look? Jiu stretched languidly and replied indifferently, no need. If one cultivates perpetually under the protection of the sect, even if they achieve immortality, they'll be nothing but useless trash. Having said that, Jiu mounted her cloud and flew off. Come on, she said, let's go see how your little prince is doing. Wouldn't want anyone saying I play favorites. Back at the scene, unnoticed by anyone, a small beetle buzzed around Wu Wenling's feet. His gaze held a strange glint. An identical beetle trailed Li Changshu. He, too, sensed something amiss and abruptly stopped to survey his surroundings. Strange, he muttered. I feel like a pair of eyes is staring at me from somewhere in this space. Uncle Master, why are you looking around? Silence hung heavy in the air. Li Changshu furrowed his brow. Perhaps these eyes don't hold any malice. Better to trust the feeling than not, he thought. I should keep moving. Li Changshu murmured an incantation, then waved his hand. Spiritual energy surged from the earth, and a shimmering portal materialized before him. The 5 elements escape technique, earth escape. Li Changshu promptly stepped through the portal. Elsewhere in the forest, a swarm of bees droned lazily through the air. Suddenly, a head popped out of the ground. Li Changshu. He emerged cautiously, scanning his surroundings. The feeling of being watched is gone, he confirmed. It seems certain now that we're going to encounter some unforeseen circumstances on this trip. With a whoosh, Li Changshu resumed his journey, his speed now even greater than before. The 1,000-mile Godspeed talisman, a fairly common charm that enhanced movement speed, was typically used only by novice chi refinement cultivators just starting their path. It was this talisman that propelled Li Changshu forward with such astonishing velocity. As he ran, Li Changshu reassessed the situation. Wu Wenling appearing midway through. Yuan Qing seems amiable enough, and while Yuqin Xuanya appears cold, she likely doesn't harbor any ill will. The princess is no ordinary person. Something is definitely going to happen here. Those pulling the strings think they've planned everything perfectly, yet they allowed a chi refinement cultivator acting as a guard to appear out of nowhere. Instead of going directly to the Immortal Gate to explain the situation to a senior and prevent Yuqin Xuanya from leaving, they chose this. It doesn't make sense. Li Changshu's speed was now so great that he was little more than a blur of golden light. He pushed the thoughts aside. Forget it. This has nothing to do with me. I'm only in this dangerous place because I had no other choice. This clearly goes against my principles of survival. Li Changshu continued to apply talismans, his mind a tangled mess. But master, no, forget it. He told himself, stay calm. By the great Azure Emperor, 100 miles without encountering demons or devils is easily avoided. His thoughts suddenly cleared, and a surge of excitement coursed through him. He let out a whoop. 2 days later, Li Changshu was still running. The beetle that had been following him earlier reappeared. He felt it instantly. That feeling of being watched is back. Li Changshu closed his eyes and sent 4 strands of spiritual energy shooting out from his fingertips, his wayfinding technique. I sense it from 3 directions. I can quickly grasp the surrounding information. Sure enough, behind Li Changshu, a man wearing a hat and completely covered in cloth followed closely. A preliminary assessment placed the pursuer's cultivation level at the 6th or 7th stage of the return to Void Realm, but it was also possible they were concealing their true strength. Both assessments pointed to a cultivation level of 6th stage or higher. This assassin wasn't using flight to increase their efficiency, making the possibility of them achieving immortality extremely low. After a moment of thought, Li Changshu decided to find a suitable place for an ambush. There, Li Changshu looked towards the open space ahead, a silent cheer rising within him. He then formed a hand seal with 2 fingers. 5 elements cycle, virtuous transformation. Earth becomes yielding. Only those of weighty lineage may pass. With his other hand, Li Changshu flung out 2 paper effigies. A flash of light flickered, and the ground around Li Changshu turned as soft as mud. He used an earth technique, sinking into the earth and continuing to travel a long distance at the same speed. However, unlike before, where his movements were completely concealed, this time his earth could be detected from above. The hatted figure gave a sinister chuckle. "Little devil, I can sense your breath. You can't escape." After crossing the open space, Li Changshou, seemingly feeling safe, emerged from the ground. Seeing this, the hatted figure was overjoyed, placing a hand on the sword at his waist and laughing loudly. "Thought you were safe and deactivated your earth? Done, did you? How naive." He swung his hand, unleashing a burst of sword chi towards Li Changshou. Li Changshou only had time to cry out in shock. What? The sword chi sliced across his waist, a fatal blow. Blood sprayed everywhere. Seeing Li Changshou seemingly dead, the figure sneered. As expected, just a god transformation realm cultivator. Didn't even put up a fight. Li Changshou appeared utterly lifeless, his hands still twitching slightly. Waiting a moment to confirm Li Changshou's demise, the hatted assassin slowly approached. Sheathing his sword, he sneered again. As expected, just a god transformation realm cultivator. Didn't even put up a fight. Suddenly, Li Changshou's corpse grabbed the assassin's leg. He cried out in alarm. What? Without hesitation, he severed the hand gripping his ankle, narrowly dodging the explosion of the paper effigy. Cursing inwardly at having fallen for a trick, he circled the dangerous area. He roared, "You dare trick me? Show yourself. Get out here." He looked left and right, but failed to look down. Another hand reached out and grabbed his ankle. This time he couldn't dodge. An explosion boomed, but strangely caused no visible damage. Instead, a large cloud of smoke erupted from the blast, engulfing the assassin. It was none other than Li Changshou's personally concocted anesthetic, the immortal binding powder. As the immortal binding powder entered his nostrils, his body went limp. He thought in terror, "What's happening? My body, all my strength is gone. My spiritual energy is sluggish. I can't even move." The sword clattered to the ground. From thin air, Li Changshou materialized, a strange red parasol clutched in his hand. The assassin stared, dumbfounded. "You." Li Changshou's figure flickered beneath the parasol's canopy. The strange umbrella, intricately crafted and radiating spiritual energy, was clearly no ordinary object. It was the illusionary sky treasure parasol, a magical treasure crafted by Li Changshou himself. He placed both hands on the handle and twisted. The parasol ascended, spinning into the air. A soft luminescence emanated from beneath its canopy. Enveloping Li Changshou. Once activated, the illusionary sky treasure parasol formed a barrier, completely isolating him from the outside world. This was the core mechanism of the parasol. Li Changshou began his attack from within its protective embrace. 3 paper clones sprang into existence. Then, he produced a wooden crossbow and squeezed the trigger. 3 bolts whizzed forth, propelling the 3 paper clones towards the assassin with lightning speed. 1 bolt embedded itself squarely between the assassin's eyebrows. The 3 paper clones launched their own assault, unleashing 3 brilliant bursts of spiritual energy towards the assassin. They targeted 3 vital acupuncture points: Renzhong, Danzhong, and Qihai. This was the locking acupoint's 3 souls, sealing 7 spirits technique. The forest glade was momentarily bathed in blinding light. The assassin, caught in the onslaught, endured wave after wave of torment. Fire seared him to the very marrow. Another of Li Changshou's paper clones chanted the soul-subduing, demon-slaying incantation. Runes spiraled in the air, intensifying the flames that ravaged the assassin's internal organs. The assassin, his agony beyond words, was reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Only a spirit pearl remained. Li Changshou reached out and grasped the pearl, absorbing the lingering remnants of the assassin's soul. Li Changshou commanded his paper effigy, chant the Taoist scriptures of benevolent salvation, the Western teachings mantras, the Taoist verses for warding off evil and invoking blessings. "Chant for me." The paper effigy replied, "Understood." Where the assassin had stood, only ashes and a broken sword remained, along with a gleaming ring. Li Changshou picked up the ring, his expression thoughtful. This storage ring is layered with protective spells. It goes into storage vault number 4. He then retrieved his parasol. After a moment of calculation, He mused, such a waste of effort to create a paper effigy. But with this fellow's spoils, I suppose I haven't lost out. Suddenly, the buzzing of a beetle's wings reached him from the distance. With a flick of his finger, Li Changshou severed the beetle in mid-flight, killing it instantly. He needed to leave, and quickly. He burrowed into the earth and vanished. Having reached safety, Li Changshou began to examine the spirit pearl he had collected. This allowed him to see the memories within the absorbed soul, to examine the memories of this assassin. The assassin who attacked me was named Shurjio, a second-stage Qi refinement cultivator. He was hired by someone with spirit stones, a cultivator who specialized in dirty work. He came to ambush me because of the communication talisman on my person. He wanted to use the communication talisman to lure Ant Master Jiojio down the mountain. As soon as Ant Master Jiojio arrived, this guy would immediately attack Lu Yin'er and Wang Qi, then use them as bait to lure Master Jiojio into danger. Their real target was the sixth princess of some kingdom. But this guy had no intention of killing Yuqin Shuanya. This awkward situation seemed to be for the sake of achieving some more terrifying goal. Judging from the information obtained from the assassin's memories, the person pulling the strings behind the scenes seemed to be Changshou's mind reeled, dizzy from the enormity of this chain of schemes. It seemed to be fellow disciple Yuan Qing, or some force behind Yuan Qing. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a battle was unfolding. Boom, boom, boom. A group of people were fighting countless monsters with heads like shrimp and claws like crabs, each nearly 2 meters tall. Among the group, a petite young woman suddenly blew out a cloud of smoke. This smoke enveloped the shrimp-like creatures, causing them to become dazed and lose their ability to fight. The petite young woman quickly rushed forward, drawing her sword to fight. She thought to herself, the poison powder that Senior Brother developed is truly effective. I wonder if Senior Brother is safe right now. This place is so dangerous. I heard that even a single bug can take the life of an immortal. That hateful Senior Brother, always telling others to be careful, yet he's always rushing into danger himself. This petite young woman was Ling Yi, Changshou's junior sister. After stunning the shrimp-like creatures, the young woman poured her strength into attacking, single-handedly charging into the fray, displaying extraordinary combat prowess. With just 1 or 2 moves, she eliminated the entire group. Several young men standing behind her blushed crimson, whether from embarrassment or something else, murmuring, "Oh, so adorable." Ling Yi ceased her attack, letting out a sigh of relief and wiping the sweat from her brow. She still frowned. Disgruntled, hateful Senior Brother, why didn't you bring your intelligent and brave junior sister along? Junior sister Ling Yi, be careful. Allow Jishou Staflid Lingye. The shrimp-like creatures behind her were still alive and were rushing to attack her. The creatures surged towards Ling Yi. The situation was extremely critical. The others were also busy fighting, unable to rescue her in time, only able to yell, "Junior Sister Lawn." At this moment, Ling Yi suddenly remembered the instructions of Senior Brother Changshou. If you encounter a dangerous situation or a difficult opponent, throw the thing I gave you. Changshou had also given her a strange bottle, which was what Ling Yi now threw. With a whoosh, the bottle was thrown into the air. Then, it exploded into a thick fog, enveloping the oncoming shrimp-like creatures. The shrimp-like creatures, before they could even comprehend what was happening, were reduced to ashes. The previous scene of carnage was now transformed into a breathtaking rainbow spectacle, all thanks to a single vial. Ling Yi's eyes shone brightly. "How beautiful," she murmured, unable to contain her awe. Meanwhile, within the forest where Li Changshou had faced his ordeal, a group of figures lurked in the shadows, plotting something sinister. Shurjio's aura has vanished, one whispered, and so has the aura of that flower god realm. 9th stage wine immortal disciple from the Immortal Dew sect. This is strange. He killed most of them, took what he needed, and then immediately left. Is the dragon's lair formation ready? Yes, sir. There were some minor adjustments, but it shouldn't be a problem. Inform the 4th young master. Tell him to lure the true immortal of the Immortal Dew sect here. This time, we will personally take action. capture the remaining 2 disciples and bring them into the formation. Then lure her in as well. This concerns the great undertaking of restoring our nation. This time, we must control the 6th princess and help the 4th young master achieve his desires. In a secluded corner, 4 figures wearing hats and identical attire to the assassin Li Changsho had eliminated were discussing their plan. This concerns the great undertaking of restoring our nation. This time, we must control the 6th princess and help the 4th young master achieve his desires. Having concluded their discussion, the 4 hatted figures swiftly departed, setting their half-day-long plan into motion. Half a day later, a communication ring was crushed. Yuan Qing, a sinister smile playing on his lips, crushed Yuqin Xuanya's communication ring. Xuanya, clutching her arm as if gravely wounded, collapsed to the ground. Yuan Qing, she cried. What are you doing? Yuan Qing produced a small box from within his robes. Just having a little fun with Xuanya, he said with a chilling laugh. An assassin standing behind him reported, Young master, Jiao has taken the bait. Yuan Qing opened the box, revealing a strange, glowing insect within. This, he declared, is the love silkworm. Once it's inside you, your heart will belong to no one but me. You despicable villain. Xuanya spat, her voice filled with fury. Meanwhile, far away in the sky, Jiao sensed something amiss. Xuanya and the others are in danger, southwest of here. She exclaimed, worry etched on her face. We must hurry. When Lang followed, closely behind. Just then, her communication jade lit up. The jade is active again. Wang Qi and Lu Yin'er are in trouble too. Jiao groaned, rubbing her temples. This is so troublesome. I can't split myself in 2. Wang Qi offered a suggestion. Immortal Elder, perhaps we should split up. I'll go rescue the princess and the others. The other 2 are further away, and their cultivator is stronger than mine. He might be able to reach them in time. Jiao pursed her lips, considering. After all, that big oaf was Xuanya's guard. Surely he wouldn't harm his own charge. All right, she said, making up her mind. With that, Jiao soared into the air, her voice echoing behind her. I'll go find Wang Qi and the others. You hurry to Yuan Qing and Xuanya. Watching Jiao depart, Wang Qi's eyes narrowed, a sly smile spreading across his face. As you wish, he murmured. Where Wang Qi and Lu Yin'er were, the 2 lay unconscious on the ground, their fates uncertain. 3 assassins at the scene whispered amongst themselves, why not kill them? We must keep them alive to lure Antmaster Jiao. We must quickly report to the general and the young master. Not long after, Jiao arrived. With a thud, Jiao landed. Then, she checked on Yin'er. Fortunately, everyone was still breathing. Jiao hoisted the 2 disciples on her back, breathing a sigh of relief. It's a good thing General Bighead is protecting Yuan Qing and Yuqin Xuanya. As she journeyed, the fog on the ground grew thicker and thicker. After traveling for half a day, the sky remained a gloomy gray. Jiao began to sense something amiss. Why do I feel like I've circled back? Damn it, it seems I've fallen into some kind of formation. A cold sweat broke out on Jiao's brow. It seems I've been tricked from the very beginning. At this moment, she suddenly understood. Could Wen Lang's purpose have been to lure me away? He's targeting Yuqin Xuanya and Yuan Qing. Berating herself for her overconfidence, she roared in fury to use such a treacherous scheme. Do you even have any honor as a cultivator? Jiao's furious shout shook the forest, sending insects scattering in all directions. Elsewhere, someone was studying a map. Celestial unraveling grass. This thing is truly difficult to find. He dripped a drop of liquid onto the map. Upon contact, the droplet immediately began to corrode and decompose the map. The man exclaimed in alarm, is it poison rain? This man was Li Changsho. He gritted his teeth and muttered, Celestial unraveling grass. Oh, celestial unraveling grass. Show yourself quickly, or I'll have to find shelter from this poison rain. He began to run towards a cliff face, leaping into the air just as the rain began to pour down in sheets. A thin layer of spiritual energy enveloped Changsho's body, shielding him from the poisonous downpour. But this layer of spiritual energy wouldn't last long. Changsho swung his hand, shattering a section of the cliff face. He calculated that he only needed to open a small hole in the rock. A large cave appeared, big enough for one person to take shelter from the rain. With shelter secured, I can rest easy. Changsho remained cautious, observing his surroundings. From his 5 fingertips, he shot out countless strands of 3-pronged spider silk to probe the area. A moment later, something unexpected occurred. Changsho hummed, pinching his fingers to calculate, and clicked his tongue. The heavens are shifting. I must go and see what's happening. A beam of light shot down from the sky, and within the light, a young woman was falling freely. Changsho rushed forward to assess the situation. This young woman was Yuqin Xuanya, Jiujiu's disciple. One might have expected a heroic rescue, but Changsho immediately feigned ignorance, allowing Yuqin Xuanya to fall to the ground with a thud. The rain is so heavy, my vision is completely obscured. I can't see a thing. Being a cultivator of exceptionally high aptitude, although she fell from such a height, Yuqin Xuanya's life wasn't in immediate danger. In her delirium, Yuqin Xuanya murmured, "Changsho, senior brother Changsho." She struggled to sit up, urging him, "Go quickly. Don't worry about me. Your cultivation is too low. There are too many and too strong." With that, she fainted again. Witnessing this, Li Changsho couldn't bear it, sighing, "Alas." Very well, he thought to himself, "It seems you have some conscience after all. I'll help you halfway. I can't interfere any further. Your fate is your own." A short while later, Yuqin Xuanya hazily regained consciousness, coughing weakly. Cough, cough, cough. Her mind cleared, and she sat up. Her body ached. Yuqin Xuanya stretched, sighing in relief. I'm still alive. She struggled to recall what had happened, remembering the image of Changsho channeling spiritual energy into her, saving her life. He was gone, but he had left her a handwritten letter and several vials of medicinal pills. The story flashes back to the day before, when Yuan Qing was threatening Yuqin Xuanya. "Xuanya, I truly adore you, but why are you always so cold to me? But with this worm, everything will change." Yuan Qing produced a tiny, wriggling worm. He looked at Yuqin Xuanya and said, "With this, there will be no more distance between us. If you dare put that on me," Yuqin Xuanya declared resolutely, "my sect and the Honglin Kingdom will not spare you." One arm injured, she surreptitiously retrieved a talisman. Then she activated it. Yuan Qing, oblivious, chuckled. "Everything here is under my control. You'd best be obedient." "We'll see about that." Yuqin Xuanya smiled faintly as the talisman, infused with spiritual energy, glowed brightly. It was a transmission talisman, a life-saving treasure given to her by her master. Yuqin Xuanya's body shimmered, becoming translucent. She began to teleport away. Realizing something was amiss, Yuan Qing lunged forward, shouting, "Don't even think about escaping." But he was too late. His hand passed through Yuqin Xuanya's fading form. She had escaped. He could only gnash his teeth in frustration, barking orders at his assassins after her. And so, the events that led to the present moment unfolded. Yuqin Xuanya looked at the vials of medicinal pills, antidote pills, and origin-replenishing pills. In a letter Li Changsho left, he wrote, "Helping a fellow disciple is nothing to think twice about. This place is 2,000 miles from the Baolin miasma. A small map was sketched below. Take the detour to leave this place. Your life is paramount. I've left you talismans and medicinal pills in case of unforeseen circumstances." Signed, a handsome gentleman who wishes to remain anonymous. Reading the last line, Yuqin Xuanya felt a sudden pang. She carefully examined herself, discovering her wounds. Even sensitive areas like her thighs and back had been carefully bandaged. Realizing this, she couldn't help but gasp, her cheeks flushing crimson. Then, she shook her head. Senior brother Changsho had saved her life and patiently tended to her wounds. How could I doubt senior brother's character? Then she remembered something else. Besides, senior brother Changsho suffers from that ailment where he convulses whenever he touches a woman. He not only endured full-body convulsions and foaming at the mouth to bandage me, but he also left me so many protective items. She hugged the letter, thinking, if there's a chance to repay senior brother Changsho in the future, I absolutely must not be stingy or hesitate. As for Changsho, he muttered to himself, running into Yuqin Xuanya was truly unexpected. He pondered, but after she wakes up, she'll head southwest, while I'll go northwest. Who told me to leave a map with directions completely opposite to the path I'm taking? Smugly pleased with his plan, Changsho quickly departed, bidding farewell to Yuqin Xuanya. A few days later, outside the cliff face, several incantations suddenly echoed. 9 primordial hidden spirit heaven lotus, steadfast heart firelene sword. The stone door opened with a loud rumble. A large hole was blasted from within the cliff face. face. It was Xuanya, her strength restored. She exclaimed, "Senior brother Changsho even used rocks to block the cave entrance and conceal my whereabouts. I must survive and return to repay him." Sunlight streamed in, illuminating Xuanya, who seemed to have recovered her full strength. Then, she quickly departed, finding a suitable vantage point. Xuanya took out the map and examined it. According to the map senior brother Changsho left, I should head southwest. Southwest. She muttered those two words, turning the map this way and that. It turned out she was hopelessly directionally challenged. She couldn't figure out which way southwest was. Then, she set off in a random direction, telling herself, just follow my gut. This direction can't be wrong. Changsho, traveling elsewhere, suddenly felt a chill down his spine, causing him to shiver. Why do I suddenly have a bad feeling? That night, the moon was bright and clear. The dark clouds dispersed. Moonlight illuminated the entire forest. Changsho stopped to rest by a small stream. He carefully examined the items he had collected. The weight of the red sun poison dragon tendon was gradually decreasing. He had gathered a pile of various herbs, and he had even caught 2 rare corpse-devouring insects. But as for the celestial unraveling grass, he hadn't even seen a single sprout. Master's luck is truly terrible. Changsho sighed and collapsed onto the grass. Suddenly, a long howl came from within the forest. Birds scattered from the treetops. Changsho's eyes snapped open. The sounds of clashing metal and booming palm strikes echoed from the distance. Changsho sat up abruptly and scanned his surroundings. He looked towards a small hill nearby, where a bright light appeared. It seemed someone was fighting. All the areas recorded in the ancient texts have already been explored, and now there are chi refiners fighting here. If I don't retreat now, when will I? A gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall. Changsho carefully extinguished the fire, preparing to leave and avoid trouble. He sighed. It seems this cow dung-gathering trip will have to end in regret. However, a shocking discovery appeared within his divine sense. The cliff face next to the fighting location was precisely what he had been searching for all this time. Celestial unraveling grass. Changsho shook his head with a wry smile. I want to leave, but you keep holding me back, master. Your bad luck really is tormenting me. But his misfortune hadn't ended there. Coiled around the cliff face, amidst a patch of celestial unraveling grass, was a massive, 3-eyed python. Changsho stood nearby, silently assessing the situation. The 3-eyed serpent wasn't an easy opponent. The serpent showed signs of nascent immortality. The slightest disturbance would alert it. Standing on a boulder, he pondered. A desperate attack wasn't guaranteed to fail, but the surrounding environment was too perilous. A stratagem was necessary. The sounds of a distant battle echoed through the air. Changsho couldn't ignore it. Who was fighting over there? It was Yuqin Xuanya, besieged by several assassins. Changsho frowned. Her again. Was this Yuqin Xuanya girl inherently poisonous? Perhaps he should rename her Yudu Xuanya, Xuanya the Poisonous. He slapped his face in exasperation. He'd given her a map, told her to head southwest. Why was she here? Then a thought struck him, and he stroked his chin. Come to think of it, it was the commotion in this direction that had led him to the celestial unraveling grass. From that perspective, he owed Yudu Xuanya for saving his life last time. He could use her a little now. They'd be even. A series of explosions ripped through the air. The battle was nearing the serpent's resting place. The assassins pressed their attack, and Xuanya began to falter. Changsho observed just these 3. They wouldn't even be a snack for that 3-eyed serpent. Using his divine sense, he noted 2 more figures who hadn't joined the fray. It was Wu Wen and Yuan Qing. Yuan Qing seemed hesitant, wanting to capture Yuqin Xuanya alive. Wasn't he hungry? Cowardly. From afar, Changsho used the Wind Whisper incantation to guide her. Retreat 8 paces northwest from your current position. Xuanya reacted instantly, narrowly avoiding danger, and suddenly recognized senior brother Changsho. What was he doing here? Then, Changsho continued to guide her, helping her evade the assassin's attacks. Back 6 paces. Don't just stand there. Counterattack if you can. Mind your expression. Don't let them get suspicious. Turn 3 paces, 5 paces. Each instruction allowed Xuanya to narrowly escape deadly blows. Quickly, she broke through their encirclement, no longer cornered. The assassins panicked. She's broken through. One shouted after her, "Don't let her escape." Changsho watched from a distance, a smile playing on his lips. Yuqin Xuanya has successfully led them here. Changsho's words still echoed in Xuanya's ears. No position 4, retreat 6 paces. Those 6 venomous snakes have started to crawl to the left. At this moment, Changsho was still calculating incessantly, muttering incantations as his body slowly sank into the concealing trunk of a tree. He needed to observe the movements of the venomous snakes, but he also couldn't ignore Yuqin Xuanya's life or death. After all, they hadn't met face to face. He couldn't let this donkey meat turn into roasted donkey meat. Being chased and eaten by such a creature would be a terrifying and stimulating scene indeed. The 3-eyed giant python now sensed the intrusion. Its 3 eyes lit up like car headlights, and then it hissed, rushing out from its hiding place. High in the air, 2 figures observed the scene with an air of leisure. General Wu Wen, this time, we absolutely cannot let Xuanya escape, Yuan Qing said. Wen Lang replied, rest assured, 4th young master. Last time, we weren't prepared for her transmission talisman. Her magical power is greatly depleted now. Force her towards the cliff face. There's no need to rush. When the time comes, the young master will appear before her and protect her. She'll definitely be moved. Yuan Qing continued slowly. General Wu Wen, you've gone to great lengths. This will also be an excellent opportunity to cultivate their affections. Yuqin Xuanya will definitely be ours. On Xuanya's side, she was once again embroiled in a fierce battle. With a single slash, she broke 2 of her enemy's swords and continued to retreat. Changsho continued to guide her, 3 steps forward, 9 steps back. That creature has its sights on you. Retreat and listen to my commands. When I say jump, you must jump with all your might. Absolutely do not hesitate. In this life or death moment, Xuanya shouted, understood. The serpent focused its gaze, waiting for the opportunity to strike, seemingly having determined the perfect moment to pounce. At this very moment, Changsho yelled, jump. Xuanya also shouted, understood. Then, she stomped her foot, leaping off the sheer cliff face. She narrowly avoided an attack that erupted from the ground beneath her, launched by one of the assassins. After leaping from the cliff, Xuanya twisted and turned in midair. Then, incredibly, she leaped back up towards the top of the cliff. The assassin yelled, don't let her escape. Suddenly, the section of cliff where Xuanya had just been standing was shattered by something, sending dust and debris flying. A pungent, fishy odor filled the air. A wheezing sound echoed. The assassins broke out in a cold sweat as a gigantic python, its massive head rising 30 feet into the air, looked down at them as if they were mere mice. Then, it opened its bloody maw wide, lunging towards the group, who were frozen in terror. With a boom, the cliff face where they stood exploded. From above, Wen Lang gnashed his teeth, the chi of the 3-eyed serpent. That beast dares to kill my elite. Then, Wen Lang also dove down, roaring beast. In a nearby hidden corner, Changsho sneered, if I were to directly confront this monster, it would be difficult to win. I have all of you to thank for being the bait. Then he spoke to Xuanya, with those assassins buying you time to escape the jaws of that old serpent. You can just run without worry. No one will stop you. Senior brother Changsho is nearby, yet I can't sense his chi. A sword suddenly flew from seemingly nowhere, intercepting Yuqin Xuanya's path and embedding itself deeply into the rock face before her. Who's there? She cried out. Yuan Qing materialized from thin air, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Why are you running, Xuanya? His smile twisted into something more sinister. You are destined to be mine. Back on the chaotic battlefield, the 3-eyed python continued its rampage. Wen Lang, having finally joined the fray, brandished a colossal battle axe. Beast, he roared, channeling his spiritual energy into the weapon, before hurling it with devastating force. The axe blazed with a golden light, a testament to its power. The 2 remaining assassins, surrounded by the python's coils, cried out, General, save us. One of their comrades had already been swallowed whole by the monstrous serpent. Concealed nearby, Changsho clutched a handful of paper talismans, waiting for the opportune moment to intervene. A little longer, he thought. The moment of mutual destruction wasn't quite here yet. The battle axe hurtled towards the python's head, forcing the creature to squeeze its 3 eyes shut. A blinding flash of light erupted, compelling everyone present to shield their eyes. The sound that followed, however, was a dull thud rather than a sharp slice. Clearly, Even such a powerful axe couldn't penetrate the thick hide of the enormous serpent. The weapon bounced harmlessly off the python's head. When Lang swiftly recalled his axe, his face grimy from the dust and debris kicked up by the impact. Without giving the python a moment to recover, when Lang lunged forward, his axe raised high. With a guttural roar, he brought the weapon down towards the serpent's neck. Gripping the haft with both hands, he poured all his strength into the blow. Again, the clang of metal on metal rang out. A flash of golden light burst forth from the point of impact, illuminating the surrounding forest. The python shrieked in pain. This time, when Lang didn't relent, channeling every ounce of his spiritual energy into the axe, he finally unleashed its full power, severing the python's head. Blood sprayed in all directions. Changsho smiled faintly. "Well done, big fella," he murmured. He retrieved a small vial filled with a homemade powder, celestial unraveling powder. Changsho flung the vial towards Wen Lang and his men. It exploded in midair, releasing a cloud of potent dust. Wen Lang's eyes widened in alarm, but he couldn't utter a word. Poison, he thought, his voice trapped in his throat. The two remaining assassins collapsed, their bodies limp. "General," they mumbled weakly, "we await you." Wen Lang, being considerably stronger, managed to remain upright, though he swayed precariously, one hand braced against the ground. What potent poison, he thought, sweat beading on his brow. Even a touch of it makes my mortal body feel sluggish and drowsy. My head feels like lead. An arrow suddenly whizzed through the air, striking Wen Lang squarely in the throat. From behind a nearby tree, a figure slowly emerged. Changsho finally revealed himself. He casually tossed out the universe reversal talisman, one hand gripping his familiar wooden crossbow, drawing the string taut, preparing for another attack. From his vantage point, Wen Lang saw a figure emerge from behind a tree, crossbow aimed directly at him. It was Changsho. In his hand, he already held 3 paper figurines. Utilizing the finger-to-human technique, he channeled his spiritual energy, instantly transforming the paper figurines into 3 copies of himself. He roared go. The 3 clones darted forward, launching an attack on Wen Lang. In the same instant, Changsho squeezed the trigger, another bolt finding its mark in Wen Lang's throat. The 3 clones each produced vials of a highly corrosive poison specially concocted by Changsho. Simultaneously, they hurled the vials down, engulfing Wen Lang in a noxious cloud. Choking on the fumes, Wen Lang coughed violently. The poisonous vapor spread, clinging to the ground. Signs of corrosion appeared on Wen Lang's body, festering sores erupting across his skin. His grip remained firm on his battle axe, for he knew that releasing it would mean certain death. Seeing one of Changsho's clones approach, he mustered his remaining strength and swung the battle axe in a wide arc. The clone narrowly dodged the blow. Seizing the opportunity, Changsho himself darted out from behind the rock, aiming his crossbow at Wen Lang once more. A bolt whistled through the air, lodging itself deep in Wen Lang's chest. In unison, the 3 clones opened their mouths and unleashed streams of scorching flame, engulfing Wen Lang in a 1,000-degree inferno. Poison and fire. Wen Lang's body seemed to reach its limit. Through gritted teeth, he groaned, "To think it was you." Then, he roared, "I am an immortal. How can this be my end?" Wen Lang bellowed, "Primordial spirit, emerge." A shadowy figure shot out from his body, identical in form, yet slightly larger and translucent. This was his true form. He had unleashed his ultimate technique, abandoning his ravaged mortal shell. Changsho was taken aback by this unexpected turn. Wen Lang's primordial spirit lashed out with a palm strike, roaring die. The force of the blow hurtled towards Changsho. As Changsho prepared to retreat, he felt a hand reaching out from below, grasping at his ankle. Caught off guard, his ankle was seized, preventing his escape. It was one of the assassins, unexpectedly still alive. Faced with this sudden predicament, a cold sweat broke out on Changsho's brow. The palm strike was upon him, unavoidable. A deafening boom echoed, followed by a blinding flash of light. The devastating blow obliterated Changsho's upper body, leaving him beyond any hope of survival. Wen Lang's primordial spirit sneered. His magic and schemes were impressive, but in the end, he was still just a mortal. But then, from behind, a volley of nails, wreathed in flames, shot forward with terrifying speed. One nail struck Wen Lang's primordial spirit squarely between the eyes, jolting him with shock. What was happening? When Lang's primordial spirit spun around, inspecting the lower body he'd just attacked, only to see it dissolving into smoke. From the swirling smoke, a paper figure coalesced, when Lang cried out in realization. So, I was just attacking a paper dummy. Panic seized him as he thought of his true body. He turned back and found his physical form incinerated to ash. Even his flesh was gone, leaving only a charred skeleton. His chances of returning to his body were clearly gone. Changsho finally emerged from the tree, his gaze calm. He extended a finger towards Wen Lang's convulsing primordial spirit, then clenched his fist and uttered a single, chilling word: explode. Wen Lang's primordial spirit erupted into fragments, utterly defeated, leaving behind a shimmering pearl. Changsho snatched the pearl from the air, summarizing the battle with the immortal. Wen Lang and his men's souls collected, flesh and bone burned to cinders. One paper dummy transformed into 3, acquired 1 axe, 1 magical treasure, inscribed with the character 4 object. Quite the impoverished immortal, isn't he? Now, back to the main objective. Changsho casually collected the immortal realm grass, the true prize he sought on this journey. He then turned his attention to the 3-eyed python's head. This serpent's head could be refined into several types of poison, useful for his little junior sister's self-defense. The 3-eyed python's head was successfully stored in his magical pouch. Elsewhere, under a clear night sky, a hawk soared through the air. Out of nowhere, a streak of sword energy nearly cleaved the innocent bird in two. This was the battle between Xuanya and Yuan Qing. Surprisingly, Xuanya held the upper hand. She was surrounded by a multitude of flying swords, each imbued with her spiritual energy and radiating a brilliant light. With a flick of her wrist, 4 or 5 swords shot towards Yuan Qing. Battered and bruised, he desperately parried with a single sword, his face contorted in pain. Having finished his own business, Changsho watched Xuanya's fight from a concealed vantage point. He assessed Yuan Qing, whose cultivation had reached the soul formation stage, likely through the use of Danyao elixirs. So, this was the one they called the second-ranked disciple of his generation. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. If these top-ranked disciples were all at this level, then with a few elixirs and some personally crafted magical artifacts, his sister Linger should be able to break into the top 100 at the Immortal Set competition in a few years. Meanwhile, the battle raged on. Xuanya, wielding a precious sword, channeled her spiritual energy into a furious assault. Yuan Qing, his composure as a lauded cultivator shattered, was finally forced into an ignominious retreat. Each strike of her sword, whether by design or accident, targeted the ground beneath Yuan Qing's feet, disrupting his footing. He scrambled to evade the relentless and precise attacks, gritting his teeth against the humiliation. Feeling the stalemate dragging on, and perhaps partly motivated by a desire to assist Xuanya, Changsho quietly produced a vial of super-softening immortal powder. He flung it towards Yuan Qing. As expected, Yuan Qing reacted swiftly, slashing the projectile out of the air. But the vial shattered, releasing its gaseous contents. Yuan Qing's brow furrowed. What's this? He inhaled the softening immortal powder, and his body went limp, his eyes glazing over. He stammered, "My strength." In an instant, Yuan Qing was powerless to resist, his body slowly giving way. Xuanya remained cautious. Despite Yuan Qing's despicable behavior, he was still a fellow disciple. He needed to be brought back to their sect for their master to deal with. She continued to manipulate her flying swords, attacking Yuan Qing with a steady, controlled force, just enough to keep him off balance as before. But to her surprise, this time Yuan Qing offered no resistance. The countless swords pierced his body as if it were tofu. Xuanya was taken aback by the ease of her success. Why didn't he fight back? Yuan Qing crumpled to the ground, expiring before he could utter a final word. Each sword had found a vital point. Xuanya frowned, a flicker of pity in her eyes. Did you feel any remorse, even a little, villain? Were you forced into this? Hidden behind a boulder, Changsho gave a thumbs up and grinned, as expected of Poison's sister. Still thinks she's the one with all the skills. Committing murder in a strange land and not even making a quick escape. Just standing there pondering. Truly someone who's never faced hardship. Overconfident. Changsho clicked his tongue. Xuanya snapped out of her reverie. That's right. I wonder how his senior brother Changsho is faring. I should take Yuan Qing's body and go find him. By now, The softening immortal powder had drifted towards her. Xuanya inhaled a lungful, and her head began to swim. She collapsed, unconscious. Changsho immediately used Earth Dawn to appear beside her. I need to get her out of here quickly, he thought. Without a shred of chivalry, he grabbed her by the hair and began to drag her away. The overall defenses of a mortal cultivator are no match for a true immortal, he mused. Their pores, skin, even their hair. This might be a bit crude, but it's efficient, secure, and avoids unnecessary misunderstandings. Elsewhere within the precious forest barrier, 3 figures of unknown origin, riding atop celestial cranes, approached with an air of otherworldly grace. On Jiojio's side, the 2 disciples she had rescued had awakened. Nanair rubbed her eyes and asked, "Wang Qi, does it still hurt?" Wang Qi replied, "I'm all right. Thank you for your concern, junior sister." This heartwarming scene made Jiojio seethe with envy. "These 2 little brats are so annoying," she muttered under her breath. Stamping her foot in frustration, she exclaimed, trying to break this formation is going to be the death of me." Jiojio then plopped down on the ground, frowning and grumbling. "Can't they just let me think of a solution in peace?" Seeing Jiojio's anxiety, Nanair tried to comfort her. "Uncle Jiojio, don't worry too much. Heaven helps the good. Perhaps our fellow disciples are waiting for us in town." Jiojio sighed. "It's been so long. Their bodies might have already." She trailed off, unable to finish the grim thought. Nanair remained optimistic. "Uncle, didn't you say yesterday that according to the sect calculations, they should have already sent someone? Just hold on a little longer. We might be rescued soon." Despite her words, Jiojio was still plagued by worry for the 3 missing disciples. If anything happens to Changsho, where am I going to find someone to hand over to his master? She fretted internally. The more she thought about it, the more agitated she became, her expression darkening considerably. "Those 2 little treasures are as good as gone, and my 100-year bonus has vanished in a thin air." Nanair, unsure how to console her, watched helplessly. She knew that despite Jiojio's sharp tongue, she was genuinely worried about everyone, though her primary concern seemed to be her lost reward. Suddenly, a strong wind swept through the area, and a booming voice echoed through the gusts. "Jiojio, do you know your crime?" Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Recognizing the voice, Jiojio stammered, "And master." 2 figures were thrown to the ground. Nanair, recognizing the 2 figures, exclaimed, "It's them. They're the ones who attacked Wang Qi and me." A figure slowly emerged from the swirling dust. Jiojio cried out joyfully, "Master, you came to find us yourself." Jiojio prostrated herself, kowtowing repeatedly. Disciple was framed. "I've lost contact with my 3 fellow disciples. I'm willing to accept any punishment, but please quickly search for them and see if they're still alive." The dust settled, revealing a middle-aged man. He had a distinctive beard and a bright smile on his face. Scratching his head, he said, "It's not your master who's come. It's me." It was Jiao Wu, the 5th senior brother, exuding an air of extraordinary charisma. Jiao Wu chuckled. "It's your brilliant, handsome, and dashing 5th senior brother." Before he could finish his sentence, Jiojio's eyes widened in realization, but it was too late. She punched Jiao Wu squarely in the face. He tumbled to the ground, his image of effortless cool shattered, before scrambling back to his feet. Jiao Wu said, his voice thick with mock hurt, "I was just trying to lighten the mood. Why are you so violent?" This senior brother worked hard, shoveling manure and emptying chamber pots to raise you. Jiojio's expression was her usual amiable smile, yet today it held an unsettling, almost dangerous edge. Her fists clenched, and she let out a cold snort before launching a furious flurry of punches and kicks. "Damn you, senior brother. You tricked me." Jiao mumbled, I yield. A moment later, Jiao Wu's face was puffed up like a steamed bun. He coughed, then said, "Let's get down to business." He gestured behind him, indicating several figures who had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. These individuals were sent by Master. An ethereal female immortal spoke, who is missing. This was Jiang Jing-san of the Heaven-Breaking Peak, a true immortal and Xuanya's master. Another figure, a handsome man with willow-like eyebrows, spoke. "Missing here. How long have you been trapped?" This was Lin Shi of the Heaven-Breaking Peak, a true immortal and Yuan Qing's master. The remaining figure grasped Jiojio's hand, their voice trembling. "Changsho, what about my Changsho?" This silver-haired elder was none other than Changsho's master, Qi Yuan, the only one of the 3 masters who had yet to ascend to immortality. Seeing Qi Yuan's distress, Jiu's heart ached. The last time I saw Changsho, he was heading north. Qi Yuan sighed. Life and death are predestined. Such is the nature of venturing out for training. Then, he bowed deeply. Honored immortals, I have yet to ascend and cannot easily travel to the northern continent. His voice choked with emotion. I implore you, please help me find my disciple. Our Qingfeng lineage would be eternally grateful. Jiu Wu boomed heartily. We are all of the same sect. There's no need for such formalities. Rest assured, Junior Brother Qi Yuan, we will find Changsho. Jiu added. Yuan Qing and Xuanya went northwest. Xuanya was accompanied by a general named Wu Wenlang. If I'm not mistaken, this entire scheme is targeted at Xuanya. Xuanya's master suggested we should split into 3 groups. One group will go to the town to gather information. Another will head northwest to find Xuanya, and the last will search north for Changsho. Lin Shi nodded in agreement. Let senior brother Jiu Wu, senior sister Jiu, and junior brother Qi Yuan take the 3rd route. Meanwhile, somewhere within the precious forest barrier, in a hidden cave, a small fire crackled merrily. It was Xuanya and Changsho. Xuanya cradled her head, rubbing the spot where she'd been injured. It was no longer serious, though the touch was still tender. Perhaps sensing her thoughts, Changsho felt a pang of guilt, a trickle of cold sweat running down his spine. Senior brother Changsho, Xuanya asked, are we just going to wait here? Changsho replied, yes. I've left numerous secret marks of the Duxian sect within a 300-mile radius. I've also set up a concealment formation around the cave entrance. We're safe here for now. If what senior brother Yuan said is true, Yuan Qing has other accomplices. Heading south would put us right in their path. Changsho spoke, his gaze fixed on the pages of his book. He continued his analysis of their predicament. Considering the time that has passed, regardless of whether Uncle Master Jiu has escaped the barrier or not, the reinforcements sent by the sect should have arrived in North Ju-Lu continent by now. If you're still worried, he added, we could take a detour of about 30,000 miles, but that also carries its own risks. At his final question, Xuanya hastily waved her hands, her cheeks flushing crimson. She stammered, I'm not worried. Changsho frowned, studying her, a thoughtful expression on his face. For some reason, his furrowed brow sent Xuanya's heart fluttering. She raised a hand to cover her mouth, her gaze darting away. A strange emptiness settled in her chest, like a kitten playfully scratching at her insides. A flicker of unease, but not quite anxiety. Perhaps it was simply gratitude, she reasoned, for having been rescued twice by this senior brother. Within the cave by the cliff face, the firelight danced. Xuanya, seemingly still burdened by a sense of indebtedness, pressed Changsho. Senior brother, is there anything I can do for you? Changsho replied without hesitation. There's no need. Just focus on meditating and recovering your strength. Avoid using your spiritual sense unnecessarily. He added a reassuring note. Wu and Ling and those villains are about to form a fateful connection with the 3 sentient Azure Wave Serpent. We needn't worry about them anymore. Xuanya mumbled a despondent reply, a strange discomfort settling in her heart. She felt like the child of a previous marriage. With a sigh, she tossed another piece of wood onto the fire. Her melancholy wasn't lost on Changsho. He cleared his throat. Junior sister Yuqin, he began, there is something I would like to ask of you. The word ask had Xuanya instantly alert. Senior brother, please speak. If it's a way to repay you for saving my life, I would gladly go through fire and water. Her expression remained remarkably serious, which only amplified Changsho's awkwardness. It's not that serious, he assured her. He then explained, when we return to the mountain, the elders will undoubtedly question us thoroughly. I've always disliked trouble and prefer to avoid excessive attention. I certainly don't wish to be caught up in any unnecessary drama. So, junior sister, when you report to the elders, please omit any mention of my involvement. My cultivation level isn't high, he continued with a self-deprecating chuckle. My only real skill is a minor earth technique. Speaking of it would only invite ridicule. Xuanya hesitated. Senior brother, why? She asked, her voice soft. In that moment, Changsho's image in her eyes grew immensely. Saving others without seeking reward or recognition, solely focused on the path of immortality. Truly a noble gentleman. Senior brother Changsho is a shining example I can scarcely hope to emulate, she thought. With newfound conviction, she affirmed, I understand, senior brother. I will keep your words in my heart. Changsho was taken aback by her immediate acceptance. Did she really understand? He wondered. He suddenly felt a pang of concern. concern, suspecting the poison might not have completely left her system. With a slightly embarrassed cough, he murmured, "Thank you." Suddenly, he sensed several streams of spiritual energy rapidly approaching. "It's them, Uncle Master and the others," he exclaimed. Sure enough, 4 streaks of light descended from the sky, diving straight into the cave. The newcomers called out in unison, "Changsho, Xuanya." Jiao greeted Changsho with a relieved cry. "Oh my, why haven't you?" Before he could finish his sentence, Master Qi Yuan, his eyes red-rimmed, rushed forward and shouted, "Changsho." Seeing this, Changsho's eyes glistened with tears. It seemed his master was about to give him a beating, yet he couldn't help but feel moved. Qi Yuan charged forward, pulled out his horsetail whisk, and began to repeatedly strike Changsho's back, scolding, "Just look at you. Why did you run off to the North Ju-Lu continent? If Ling Yi hadn't woken me, I wouldn't have known where to go to collect your bones and bring them back. Tell me, with your nascent soul realm cultivation, how dare you run here? Aren't you just causing trouble for others? Just think about it. A nascent soul cultivator daring to come here. Aren't you just making more work for everyone else?" Seeing this, Xuanya hurriedly stepped forward to mediate. "Uncle Master, please calm down," she explained. "Senior brother Changsho hasn't caused any trouble for anyone. On the contrary, he has helped the disciples many times." Changsho also struggled to sit up and said, "That's right, this disciple hasn't caused any trouble. Actually, this disciple came here to cultivate. My cultivation has already broken through to the nascent soul realm." Changsho's entire body immediately radiated a brilliant light, as if he had achieved some great accomplishment. Seeing this, Xuanya quickly stepped forward to intervene. "Uncle Master, please calm down," she explained. "Senior brother Changsho hasn't been a burden at all. In fact, he's helped the disciples on numerous occasions." Changsho also struggled to his feet, adding, "Indeed, this disciple hasn't caused any trouble. I came here to temper my cultivation. In fact, I've already broken through to the nascent soul realm." A brilliant light suddenly emanated from Changsho, as if to punctuate his significant achievement. Qi Yuan's voice trembled. "Changsho." Changsho also called out joyfully, "Master." Unexpectedly, Qi Yuan struck Changsho repeatedly on the head with both hands, scolding angrily. "It took you 100 years of cultivation to reach the nascent soul realm. What's there to be so proud of and strutting about? Look at Xuanya, your junior sister. She's already reached the middle stage of nascent soul." Lin Shi then stepped forward and asked Xuanya, "By the way, Xuanya, do you know where that Yuanqing fell?" Lin Shi pressed, "Do you know anything about Yuanqing's whereabouts?" Xuanya lowered her head and said, "Yuanqing is dead. This disciple pierced his heart with my sword and destroyed." Lin Shi frowned and pointed at her, demanding, "You killed him yourself." Jiao pulled Lin Shi's hand to stop him. "Junior brother Lin Shi, don't be so hasty. Let Xuanya explain the whole story." Lin Shi sighed. "I apologize. I was a bit agitated." Jiao then released Lin Shi's hand, reassured. "Xuanya, Deus, don't hide anything." Xuanya obeyed and began to recount the entire incident. Several hours passed, and it wasn't until the sun rose high in the sky that the whole story was finally clarified. Lin Shi sighed. "I was not discerning in accepting a disciple. I will return to the mountain and accept my punishment." Changsho yawned and grumbled inwardly. Talking from night till morning, why not just start from the creation of the world? Jiao suddenly spoke. "Changsho." Changsho replied, "This disciple is listening." Jiao excitedly rubbed the spider webs in his hands. "Did you get the silk of the three-eyed spider? This is a rare and precious item." Changsho smiled. "It troubles Uncle Master to worry. This thing is difficult to retrieve once deployed. I'm raising several nests on Green Cloud Peak. If Uncle Master is interested, I'll transfer a nest to your place when we return." Qi Yuan roared in exasperation, "You stingy boy. No matter how many nests of those immortal insects you have, keeping one is enough. Give a rest to Uncle Master Jiao." These words struck Changsho like a volley of arrows. Changsho forced a smile. "Yes, Master. I'll obey." With that settled, the group departed, returning to the immortal Dew sect. Back on Green Cloud Peak, Changsho breathed a sigh of relief. Finally home. "I am exhausted." He called towards his door. "Little sister, are you in? Why isn't the door locked?" He was about to knock when the door swung open, catching Changsho by surprise. The room was empty, except for Ling Na, who lay on the bed in a rather theatrical pose, facing the wall. Changsho chuckled. "Don't pretend to be asleep. Such a dramatic sleeping posture doesn't suit you." Ling Na replied, "Brother, I just finished refining some dinyao, and I'm a bit tired now. I can't do anything. I don't have any strength left." Hearing this, Changsho feigned leaving. "Then let's talk tomorrow. It's nothing important anyway." Ling Na bontet upsai. "Wait, I'm coming." She hurried to the door, calling out, "Brother, you're so mean." She clung to Changsho, questioning him. He replied, "Indeed, I encountered some unexpected events. Do you know Yuan Qing from Heaven-Breaking Peak?" Ling Na responded, "Yes, the one with the second highest cultivation level. I heard he's a very warm person." Changsho warned, "Remember, a man's warmth is always deceptive. He has ulterior motives. He had designs on Yu Qin Shuanya. He ended up getting killed." "Oh, right. Hand over your medicine pouch. I'll replenish it for you." Changsho suddenly remembered and asked. Hearing this, Ling Na's expression changed instantly. She said anxiously, "I just used the poison pills brother gave me last time. I haven't wasted much. I used 80% of the poison powder fighting some shrimp demons." Changsho muttered to himself, looking at the table covered in empty poison vials. He held his head in his hands. "This amount is enough to defeat 100,000 mortal soldiers. Did you go kill some great demon in the EC?" A vein throbbed in Changsho's forehead. He spoke sternly. Ling Na cowered slightly. "Well, brother said to use it in case of danger." She scratched her cheek. "I almost got hit by a shrimp demon, so I threw it out." Changsho silently observed Ling Na's expression, thinking, "She keeps avoiding my gaze. There's definitely something more to this." He stood up slowly. "Little sister, is there anything else you want to say?" Ling Na flinched. "Yvette, I've been seen through." Seeing her expression, Changsho gritted his teeth. "While I'm still in a good mood, tell me." Ling Na dropped to her knees. "Brother," Ling Na was wrong. "Two uncle masters in the sect were very interested in the poison powder you made. They took several of the most potent poison vials from me. I really didn't know how to refuse them. I accidentally revealed your poison-making skills." Changsho immediately grabbed Ling Na's ear and gave it a tweak. Tears welled up in her eyes. "Senior brother, lighter. It hurts. You're gonna rip my ear off." Changsho clicked his tongue, released her ear, and sighed. All right, get up. It's not a big deal." Was the person who took the poison powder that senior with a lame left leg who uses a cane? Ling Na, clutching her ear and sniffling, stammered, There was a senior like that." Changsho then explained, "The reason I gave you that poison powder formula was for that elder from the 10,000 Forest Army. This was a chance to build a connection with that senior. Who knows, maybe they'll give you some pointers on poison refinement in the future." It turned out everything was part of Changsho's plan. Ling Na pouted. "You already planned all this out, and you still scolded me." Despite this, Changsho pointed at her and scolded, "We have to distinguish between issues. You wasted the poison pills, so you deserve to be scolded. Tomorrow, you're punished to go to the back mountain to clear land and chop wood. You're not allowed to use any Dharma powers or spells." Ling Na asked blankly, "Senior brother, why are we clearing land?" Changsho replied, "I want to build a pill refining and poison concocting room." Early the next morning, Ling Na diligently went to the back mountain to work. Trees fell one after another with resounding crashes. As she chopped, she grumbled, "Hateful senior brother. See if I don't chop down every single tree and leave you without a single blade of grass. Not letting me use Dharma powers. What if I hurt my hands and feet? I'm a female cultivator, you know." She muttered angrily, pouting her lips. Suddenly, Juju strolled by and greeted her cheerfully. "Ah, isn't this little Ling Na?" "Hello there, little one." Ling Na turned and said respectfully, "Greetings, Uncle Master Giorgio." Giorgio asked, "Where's your senior brother?" "He's looking for me." Ling Na pointed in a direction. "Senior brother is probably in his cultivation room." Giorgio asked again, "Little Ling Na, what are you chopping wood for?" Ling Na replied in a low voice, "It has to do with someone senior brother is looking for. The person he's looking for will understand." A while later, Giorgio found Changsho. Changsho began, "I heard Uncle Master was punished with a 3-year alcohol ban." He gently handed Giorgio a cup of tea. Giorgio gritted his teeth and said, "That's right. Being forbidden from alcohol is worse than being tied to a lightning rod and struck for 3 years." Changsho suggested, "Since Uncle Master can't drink alcohol for 3 years, why not help your disciple set up a few formations? As repayment, this disciple will brew 3 types of lost fine wines for you, just in time for you to enjoy them after the 3 years are up." Giorgio took the teacup. His eyes narrowed suspiciously. "What? Don't tell me you're trying to trick me into being your laborer. Besides, what do we know about formations?" With that, Giorgio took a sip of the tea. As soon as it entered his mouth, a wondrous, refreshing sensation spread through him, making him feel as if he were floating on air. The rich flavor was indescribable. It seemed this was indeed no ordinary tea. Jiu's cheeks flushed with pleasure. This is top-grade fine wine. Changsho remained silent, but the smug look on his face was hard to conceal. He had him hooked. After a few more sips, Jiu's cheeks were completely flushed. He let out a long sigh and declared, "Truly superb wine." Then, like a puppy with a new toy, Jiu excitedly asked, "Precious, what is this?" Changsho introduced it. Shan Xianzue is a type of hypnotic drug, also considered a fine wine, but it has no inherent taste of alcohol, and aside from making one drunk, it has no other effects. Jiu began to look troubled. "For the sake of this fine wine, I really want to help you, but I know nothing about formations." Changsho replied, "Rest assured, Uncle Master, you only need to use your immortal power to help stabilize the foundation of the formation, suppressing the unstable spiritual energy." Hearing this, Jiu was overjoyed and immediately grabbed Changsho's hand. "I agree to help you." Thus, 2 years passed peacefully. A refining room was built, surrounded by countless formations. As usual, Jiu came to report his progress to Changsho. "Changsho, I've reinforced the life gate of the new formation." At this time, Changsho was sitting cross-legged in front of an alchemical furnace, the flames flickering within. Upon seeing him, Jiu went straight to the point, holding out both hands to demand his payment. Whereas this month's Shan Xianzue and Jai Renmi Changsho had already prepared them and immediately took out 2 medicine bottles. "Here, these are for you. After the 20th, I'd like to invite Uncle Master to assist me in refining some pills. But this matter must be kept secret." Jiu asked curiously, "What kind of pills?" "What's secret?" Changsho's expression turned serious. "A type of pill called Rongxian." Jiu was so shocked he was speechless. "Rongxian pill? What is that?" He grabbed Changsho by the collar and lifted him up, shouting, "That thing can even poison a true immortal to death. What are you refining it for?" Changsho smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, Uncle Master. I won't do anything cruel." He calmly explained, "Poison is actually a type of medicinal property. While it can kill, it can naturally also save." At the border of Shaolin Feng, 2 figures suddenly appeared. Uncle Master Jiu Wu anxiously said, "Just barging into Shaolin Feng like this. I'm afraid it's not appropriate." The woman walking in front cleared her throat. "What's there to be afraid of? If they're not convinced, I'll just fight the Peak Master here." This woman had ample breasts and a slender waist, dressed in warrior-style attire. She was Wang Qingxi's 4th disciple, Jiu Wu's sworn sister, Zisher. Zisher clenched her fist. "Rushing here, right after waking up, there's definitely something going on. Have you ever seen Jiu so diligent?" Jiu Wu furrowed his brow and suggested, Sure, senior sister. I'm telling you, sneaking in like this really isn't right. Why don't we just pay a formal visit?" Zishi scoffed. "What could we possibly find out that way? Matters of the heart must be observed discreetly. Only then can we see the true situation." Zisher was about to step forward when Jiu Wu suddenly shouted, stopping her. "Wait!" Countless magic circles appeared in the air. The core of the formation flickered in and out of existence, vast like the universe. Jiu Wu observed, "This is a linked formation. Although individually they are simple mazes, to be able to form a complete formation like this person's formation skills are quite impressive." Jiu Wu calmly drew a glowing symbol on the tree trunk in front of him. He declared confidently, "Let me break the formation. Her primary cultivation is in weaponry. Her formation skills can't possibly surpass mine or 3rd senior brother's." Zisher obediently stood behind him, waiting. 2 hours later, after walking in a circle, Zisher spoke up. "We seem to be back where we started." Before them stood the same Purple Heart tree Jiu Wu had initially marked. Disappointment etched itself onto Jiu Wu's face. A fake. Could it be that the path of formations this poor Taoist has comprehended all this time has been a lie? With that, Jiu Wu began banging his head against the tree trunk, crying out, "Could it be that this poor Taoist path has been wrong? Is the scripture of non-action also wrong?" Seeing this, Zisher became worried. She placed a hand on Jiu Wu's shoulder, stopping him. "Junior brother, don't frighten me. We can just blow the formation up." Jiu Wu trembled, tears welling in his eyes. I'm truly unworthy of junior sister." Zisher asked anxiously, "Junior brother." Jiu Wu turned, his eyes brimming with tears. He sobbed, I I can't break this formation. I'm truly unworthy of junior sister. The sight of a grown man weeping wasn't exactly pleasant. Zisher broke out in a cold sweat. Junior brother, don't say such things, she said, forcing a smile. Suddenly, a thin layer of yellow bone emerged from beneath their feet, rapidly enveloping them. The surrounding scenery began to shift, transforming from a forest into a vast expanse of water. Before them now stood a large, gourd-shaped alchemy furnace. Both exclaimed in admiration, so that's how it is. The exit was now only 100 yards away. In truth, the formation had been broken because Changsho had intentionally deactivated it. He had calculated the effectiveness of the formation quite well. If they hadn't revealed anything yet, he could let them in for a look just to put their minds at ease. Inside, Jiujio urged Changsho to begin refining the pills. Changsho began pulling out a variety of miscellaneous items. Jiujio looked on puzzled. It's just pill refinement. Why bring such a large bag? Changsho replied, these are necessary precautions when refining certain types of poison pills. In the blink of an eye, Changsho donned a heavy suit of armor. He then laid out countless bottles, books, and tools. This is a protective Dharma garment, he explained. The glove can withstand most highly corrosive poisons. There are also poison-dispelling talismans, poison-neutralizing spirit pills, and corrosion-resistant tongs. Jiujio's eyes widened. So much preparation. Changsho pulled out another set of armor, identical to the one he was wearing. I prepared a set for Uncle Master as well. Please put on. Jiujio beamed. You're so thoughtful towards this Uncle Master. Then, following Changsho's instructions, Jiujio put on the thin armor, ready to begin the pill refinement. Outside the window, Jiuwu and Zisher witnessed this scene. Zisher remarked, this disciple is quite handsome, and the two of them look rather sweet together. Jiuwu chuckled. I have a feeling that the formation just now. Zisher interrupted. Let's go. We'll talk when we get back. Don't disturb them. As they walked away, she added with a smile, he seems quite reliable, though his cultivation is only at the return to Void Realm. But that's not really a problem. A short while later, Jiujio returned, riding her gourd. She handed Jiuwu a spider. Senior brother, this is the spider you wanted from Little Show. Try not to kill it this time. She grumbled, you make me fetch things from Little Show all day long. You're really taking advantage of me. Jiuwu was taken aback. Little Show. He coughed lightly. Jiujio, Changsho is a rather cautious junior. We can rest assured, but you should also dress up a bit, perhaps with some cosmetics. If you like, I can help you refine some, junior sister. Before he could finish, Jiujio's eyes widened. Clothes, jewelry. Do you really think I'm interested in Little Show? Jiuwu curled his lip. Truly not interested. Jiujio immediately retorted, brother, what kind of person do you take me for? I would never do something like robbing the cradle. Jiuwu probed. Then why have you been running off to Shao Lanfeng for the past 2 years when you have nothing to do? Helping him set up formations, helping him refine some pills. I'm under a 3-year alcohol ban, and Changsho has some good substitutes. I'm helping him as repayment, Jiujio explained. Jiuwu suddenly came to a realization. So that's it. No wonder that consecutive formation was set up by someone who hasn't even ascended yet. No wonder the formation was so simple. Planning it himself, then inviting others to help. What a brilliant idea. This Li Changsho, although his aptitude is average, with proper guidance, ascending shouldn't be a problem. He's a talent worth nurturing. Suddenly remembering something, Jiujio exclaimed, all right, brother, give me those 3 jade tokens. Jiuwu frowned. Those are my cultivation insights. Jiujio proposed, junior sister has decided to trade the poison pills refined by Little Show for your jade tokens. How about it? With that, Jiujio tossed the 3 jade tokens aside and ran off. Jiuwu called out, those are considered our treasures. You can't just give them away to others. Jiujio laughed in response. They're just some trinkets. Why are you being so stingy, brother? Looking back at the 2 pill bottles, Jiuwu said in astonishment, unexpectedly, these are heart-nourishing, bone-strengthening pills and soul-snatching, bewitching pills. Jiuwu carefully examined them and discovered 2 lines of tiny writing on the labels of both pill bottles. The message read, the path to immortality is hard won. Even 3 parts understanding is rare. Do not mistake fleeting blossoms for a true gentleman's resolve. Jiuwu pondered the meaning of these 2 lines. Is he trying to say that he and Jiujio are just friends? So, I shouldn't worry. Jiujio, Jiaowu assessed the situation. This little rascal clearly noticed me and Zisher before. That's why he deliberately opened the formation. Because from above, Jiao definitely wouldn't notice, and even if she did, she wouldn't pay attention. He clearly wanted us to see this hidden message. Does he want this poor Taoist to pretend I haven't noticed his unusual behavior? That evening, beside the pill furnace at Shaolin Feng, it was another bright, moonlit night. Jiaowu strolled through the garden, deliberately singing in a loud voice. 3 parts understanding, a gentleman's resolve, time will surely reveal all. Am I right? A figure approached and replied, "You are." It was Changsho, who bowed respectfully. Disciple greets Uncle Master. A moment later, he led Jiaowu into a room and poured him some wine. "Uncle Master, please try this Eternal River white wine, brewed by this disciple himself." Jiaowu ate and drank heartily, becoming quite intoxicated. Changsho, holding the wine jug, smiled. "Uncle Master, if you have any questions, feel free to ask tonight. This disciple will answer truthfully." Jiaowu spoke seriously. "Are you not afraid that this poor Taoist will be impolite tonight and directly drag you to the Hall of Rewards and Punishments to be sentenced?" Changsho calmly picked up some food with his chopsticks and replied, "In truth, this disciple isn't entirely certain. However, I know that Uncle Master is virtuous and highly respected, and would absolutely not make things difficult for the younger generation of the sect. Moreover, this disciple merely wishes to avoid attracting attention and is completely devoted to the immortal Du sect. I do not fear reprimand. Of course, to show my sincerity, I can't just talk," he added. Jiaowu looked at him quizzically. "What do you intend to do?" "Please, Uncle Master, observe." Changsho set down his chopsticks and then exerted his strength. A sharp crack echoed as the tabletop split. Spiritual energy surged from within him, an unstoppable torrent. Changsho was deliberately displaying his cultivation level. Jiaowu sighed in admiration. To reach such a realm in a mere 100 years of cultivation, such talent is rare. Among the current disciples, you could be ranked among the elite. He gasped. "I never imagined your cultivation had already reached the 5th stage of the return to Void Realm." Changsho smiled faintly. "By revealing my cultivation to Uncle Master, I hope to demonstrate that I harbor no ill intentions." Early the next morning, Jiaowu returned, brimming with excitement, clutching several jars of wine gifted to him by Changsho. Changsho and Ling Er saw Jiaowu off with genuine sincerity. He chuckled, shaking his head. Changsho concealed his cultivation level so as not to cause further commotion on Shaolin Peak. A good disciple indeed, a good disciple. Watching Jiaowu depart, Ling Er whispered, "Senior brother, what realm are you truly in? Have you caught up to Master? Are you about to ascend to immortality?" Changsho simply offered a cryptic smile, then turned to her and said, "Take a guess." Several days later, Changsho and Jiao resumed their alchemical endeavors. The pill furnace bubbled and roiled, its temperature reaching thousands of degrees. Changsho held his hand before the furnace door. "Are you ready? I'm about to open the furnace." The air crackled with anticipation. As the door swung open, a blinding light erupted. Changsho reached into the intense heat, withdrawing a golden pill. The refinement was a success. Removing his protective headgear, Changsho examined the pill. The first method is complete. Now to proceed with the second and third. Afterward, he went to pay respects to his master. He knocked urgently on the door. "Master, are you in seclusion?" His master opened the door, his voice tinged with weariness. "Is it you, Changsho?" Changsho smiled. "Disciple wishes to seek your guidance on a few matters. I apologize for disturbing your cultivation." Observing his master's countenance, Changsho ventured, "Master, are you having difficulty entering meditative tranquility? It seems the heavenly tribulation is indeed not far off." A moment later, his master led Changsho on a stroll through the garden. He hesitated for a moment, then spoke with a newfound resolve. "Changsho, before I address your questions, there's something I must say. If I fail to overcome the heavenly tribulation, Shaolin Peak and Ling Er will be entrusted to your care." Changsho's voice rose in indignation. "Master, what are you saying?" His master seemed startled by his outburst. Changsho declared with unwavering conviction, "You will overcome the heavenly tribulation." Master furrowed his brow. "You timid thing, are you lecturing your master now?" Despite his words, a warmth bloomed in his chest. He sighed. Changsho then asked Master. A flicker of ease crossed the old man's face. But what you said isn't wrong, he admitted. If one doesn't even possess a shred of self-confidence, how can they face the trials and tribulations on the path of cultivation? He spoke gently. Ask what you wish to ask. This master has been somewhat negligent in his instruction of you lately. Changsho then produced a book, inquiring, how should this passage be interpreted? His master replied, this passage must be understood in conjunction with this one here. Then how should divine turtle chi, spiritual chi, 5 chi submerge, heavenly cycle as desired be understood? Hearing these words, a spark ignited in Master's mind. Lost in thought, he murmured the words again. Changsho seemed to be intentionally nudging him towards enlightenment. The old man realized his disciple was wearing a knowing smile. It seemed his master wouldn't take long to grasp the concept. If only I could grant Master a bit of everyday enlightenment, Changsho mused internally. As he pondered, he retrieved several items from his pouch. Thunder imprisoning divine iron, commonly used in the arrangement of lightning-based formations, capable of storing dispersed thunderous energy. Lightning guiding wood, he continued, also a treasure frequently employed in lightning-based formations, capable of channeling thunderous energy. These were the 2 treasures Changsho had produced, creating a second-level lightning rod, guiding the thunderous energy within the body of someone undergoing tribulation outwards. Perhaps it can increase the success rate of overcoming tribulation. He turned his head towards a nearby bush. Don't hide anymore. Come out and lend a hand. Ling Er, who had been hiding there, spoke guiltily. You want little sister's help. Oh dear, I've been discovered. An indeterminate amount of time later, Ling Er narrated, I am Ling Er. Currently, I am trapped within a multicolored iron cage, bound by 36 lightning guiding wood pieces. All of this is because that hateful senior brother wants to test something about resisting heavenly tribulation. She called out anxiously, Senior brother, what are you trying to do? Changsho instructed, don't go near the surrounding net. In his hand, he held several black talismans inscribed with the character for lightning. Ling Er pouted. You're using me as a test subject again. Are you ready? I'm starting. Changsho began channeling spiritual energy into the talismans. Lightning flickered into existence. Ling Er cried out in fear. Heavens, why are there so many lightning guiding talismans? Countless bolts of lightning descended from the sky, intertwining to form a terrifying spectacle. I wonder if this small cage can withstand the might of heaven. Clang, clang, clang. The deafening roar of thunder echoed as it struck the cage. Ling Er covered her ears and screamed. The relentless barrage of lightning showed no signs of stopping. Only after a while did the surroundings fall silent. Ling Er dared to open her eyes. Her first words were, wow, that's amazing. This treasure can actually withstand lightning strikes. A large area around the cage had been ravaged by the lightning, the ground scorched and several inches lower. Yet, the cage remained unscathed. It was a truly bizarre sight. Changsho, having narrowly escaped using his Earth Dun technique, poked his head out from the ground. I'm out, he announced. Thanks for your help, little sister. Free from the cage, Ling Er began to grumble. Brother, she said, what's the difference between using this experiment and just using fish? Changsho chuckled, explaining, I wanted you to feel involved, to contribute to Master's tribulation. We all have to do our part. Ling Er playfully punched Changsho's arm, her earlier annoyance dissipating. Then, with a spark of excitement in his eyes, Changsho suggested, while it's still fresh in our minds, let's try a few more times and reinforce the cage. Ling Er gaunt. No way, she exclaimed. We have to do it again. Changsho offered a warm smile. Don't worry, he reassured her. This time, we'll do it your way. We'll use fish. What followed was a barrage of lightning strikes upon Shaolin Peak. 3 days later, Ling Er and Changsho greeted their master cheerfully. Master, they said in unison, you finished your seclusion so quickly. Upon seeing his 2 disciples, their master was taken aback. He stammered, what in the world have you 2 been doing? His astonishment stemmed from the state of Shaolin Peak, now desolate and scarred. The ground was churned and upturned, looking as if it had endured a prolonged battle. He lightly rapped Changsho on the head, scolding, Instead of focusing on your cultivation, you're leading your little sister into mischief. Ling Er quickly interjected, explaining, Brother was helping you create a treasure to withstand the heavenly tribulation. He used dozens of lightning strikes and tested it hundreds of times to get it right. Hearing this, their master's apprehension eased somewhat. Changsho added, Master, why aren't you saying anything? Are you moved by my dedication? Their master responded with a worried expression. No, he said, it's because my heavenly tribulation has arrived. Changsho was startled. What? He exclaimed. Speak of the devil. Above them, the sky crackled with lightning, an apocalyptic scene unfolding. Changsho immediately produced an immortal pill and offered it to his master. Master, he said, this is a medicinal elixir I painstakingly refined. It can help you overcome one heavenly tribulation. His master adamantly refused. Keep this elixir for your own tribulation, he insisted. Don't waste it on me. With the situation growing dire, Changsho pleaded, This is the only thing I can do for you, master. If you don't accept it, I'll destroy it right now. His master sighed. Why do you put yourself through so much trouble? Don't I know my own condition? Left with no other choice, Changsho confessed, Don't worry, master. I have 11 more. His master simply replied, All right then, give it to me. Both of them looked towards the heavens. Changsho voiced his confusion. Why is the tribulation cloud already here without any warning? Dark clouds swirled, pregnant with celestial lightning. Changsho hurriedly ushered his master into the prepared cage. Master, quickly get inside, he urged. Remember, take that pill only after you've overcome the first heavenly tribulation. Just as his master entered the cage, a bolt of lightning struck, its power absorbed by the cage's artifact and channeled directly into the earth. Amidst the crackling energy, his master formed a hand seal and roared, I will fight for my own survival. Ling Er cheered from the side. Master, you can do it. Changsho also called out, Hold your breath, focus your spirit, and face this with all your might. A creature emerged from within the clouds, extending a clawed, sinewy, crimson limb. It seemed to answer their calls. The emissary of the heavenly tribulation sect has arrived. Passing through the gate of the barrier, it fully revealed itself to be a magnificent red dragon, hundreds of meters long, radiating an aura of immense power. This dragon, a being of seemingly immeasurable cultivation, spoke in a booming voice that resonated like thunder, each word distinct and clear. Let the one in charge of the heavenly tribulation sect come forth. Changsho, witnessing this, silently covered his face. Ling Er, however, spoke with curiosity. Hey, isn't this master's tribulation cloud? Their master, by now utterly bewildered, could only stare. Changsho spoke, his voice grave. Master, we've stumbled into something serious. It seems the lightning earlier wasn't a heavenly tribulation at all, but merely dark clouds conjured by this red dragon. Their master, mortified, covered his face. To think I mistook the dark clouds brought by a red dragon for a tribulation from the great azure heavens. I don't know where to hide my face in shame. A man stepped forward. The great dragon roared, Who goes there? The man, with a dignified countenance, neatly bound hair, and an air of extraordinary refinement, was the master of the purple wine immortal abode, the transcendent, immortal Wangqing of the heavenly tribulation sect. He replied, Merely an ordinary member of the sect. Following close behind him was an old woman, her presence deep and unfathomable. The dragon narrowed its eyes. Which of you is in charge of the heavenly tribulation sect? Immortal Wangqing closed his eyes and spoke calmly. This humble Taoist is not in charge of the heavenly tribulation sect. However, seeing your impudence, little dragon, I have come to teach you a lesson. Hearing these audacious words, the dragon lunged forward, roaring, How dare you? The immortal's face hardened. Humph, you whelp, still wet behind the ears. He let out a cold snort. A dragon claw strike lashed out. So, the heavenly tribulation sect refuses a toast and insists on a forfeit. Very well. The attack descended like Mount Tai, an unstoppable force. Yet, immortal Wangqing merely extended 2 fingers, effortlessly halting the blow. A thin, cicada wing-like layer of azure, spiritual energy, seemingly fragile, yet unyielding, blocked the dragon claw. The dragon recoiled, a flicker of alarm in its eyes. Impossible. He stopped it with just 2 fingers. But immortal Wangqing's attack was far from over. He gathered spiritual energy at his fingertips, then flicked it towards the dragon claw. A tremendous explosion echoed through the air. The dragon claw was pulverized into dust, blood spraying everywhere. The immortal spoke, his voice calm and indifferent. A newly ascended heavenly immortal dares to flaunt your power before the heavenly tribulation sect. You've grown tired of living. Only then did the dragon cry out in agony, Aakak. The immortal raised an eyebrow. The Dragon Palace is rarely so bold. Did you truly believe you could simply parade your strength before our heavenly tribulation sect without consequence? Have you lost your mind? The dragon, finally humbled, introduced itself. I am an emissary of the East Sea Dragon Palace, commander of the Dragon Palace's aquatic forces. It roared furiously, "You dare to be so impudent. I will report this to the Dragon King. In a few days, he will send troops to flatten this tiny little immortal sect of yours." Unfazed by the threat, immortal Wangqing calmly replied, "Our Dushian sect is, after all, a branch of the human lineage, and we are obligated to protect the destiny of the human lineage. Unless, of course, you wish to provoke a war between the human cultivators and your dragon race." The dragon, momentarily stunned into silence by this counter-threat, finally sputtered, then pulled out a letter and tossed it to immortal Wangqing. "A few days ago, your Dushian sect came to the East Sea to slay demons, and your disciples injured soldiers of our dragon race. The Dragon King doesn't wish to prolong this matter. In 3 years, there will be a great demon-slaying assembly held on the shores of the East Sea. All immortal sects of the Eastern Divine Continent are invited to attend. This is your invitation. Do not fail to appear." As the letter landed in Wangqing's hand, the dragon's form vanished. Wangqing sighed, it slipped away. He took the letter and promptly turned to leave. Below, Ling Er asked her senior brother Changsho, "Is this the world of the truly strong?" Changsho paused for a moment, then replied, "This can only be called skilled, not truly strong." Elsewhere, their master quietly emerged from the birdcage, just in time to see his two beloved disciples giggling. He let out an exasperated chuckle. "Stop laughing. This was my first tribulation. I'm still inexperienced." Who knew that wouldn't be tribulation clouds, but a red dragon cloud instead? Time passed peacefully for 1 year and 9 months. Exactly 1 year and 9 months later, the true heavenly tribulation arrived. Dark clouds churned in the sky, lightning flashing within. Ling Er said, "This time it's the real deal." Changsho nodded. Master's tribulation is like a young maiden just emerging from her chambers, delicate and fragile, yet appearing at this crucial moment. Their master, at some point, had already assumed a meditative position within the birdcage. The lightning began to descend. "It's starting." Changsho perched on a tree branch, observing the situation. Lightning struck, the light blinding. Changsho meticulously recorded his observations. Such a close-up opportunity to observe a cultivator undergoing the human immortal tribulation is rare. "I must record it in detail for later analysis." Ling Er said worriedly, "Master, hang in there. It looks incredibly dangerous." Changsho transmitted his voice to their master. "Master, based on the area and density of the tribulation clouds, there will likely be 5 lightning strikes. You must persevere." Their master, sweating profusely, received the message and replied via voice transmission, "Understood." As the tribulation descended, Master Qi Yuan's spiritual energy erupted outwards to meet it, a pillar of spiritual energy soaring skyward, forming a brilliant column of light. A tremendous boom echoed through the air. Then, the lightning began to fade. Changsho breathed a sigh of relief. "It seems he's weathered the first strike." Ling Er pointed. "Senior brother, look, the birdcage actually worked." Indeed, the birdcage remained intact, seemingly having blocked the lightning. But Changsho wasn't optimistic. He cautioned, "Little sister, look closely at the top of the birdcage." Lightning crackled, tearing at the birdcage. As expected, on each wooden strut, residual bolts of lightning continued to writhe and spin, refusing to dissipate. The cage shuddered violently. Then, with a deafening boom, the lightning shattered it, splintering the wood into countless fragments. Miraculously, Master Qi Yuan remained unharmed within. Changsho made a mental note. The heavenly Tao truly does not permit cheating. Oh well, at least it helped Master withstand the first heavenly tribulation. The great Tao of reincarnation, the constancy of heaven and earth, all are this humble Taoist destiny. Even if this humble Taoist perishes, it matters not. Master Qi Yuan lamented. His spiritual energy surged around him like a raging tide, potent and dense enough to be visible to the naked eye. But there is one thing I absolutely cannot do, and that is to die a pathetic death. My disciples are watching. Even if I am useless, even if I cannot offer them the protection they deserve, I must maintain some semblance of dignity for Changsha and Ling Er, so they know their master does not lack a resolute heart on the path of the Tao. Anxiety gnawed at him as he retrieved the medicinal elixir Changsha had prepared, ready to consume it. "Come in, heavenly Tao," he roared, a pillar of spiritual light erupting skyward. A bolt of lightning descended with terrifying speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The lightning struck, and Qi Yuan cried out in agony. The pillar of spiritual light shifted from a golden hue to the electric blue of the lightning, a clear sign that his spiritual energy was being devoured. Then he collapsed unconscious. After an unknown amount of time, he stirred, struggling to his feet, coughing raggedly. "Cough, cough, cough." Changsha and Ling Er cried out in concern, "Master." The thought of his two young disciples spurred him to sit up. "I cannot fall." He retrieved the elixir. "That's right. I still have a medicinal elixir Changsha painstakingly prepared. I can definitely withstand the final heavenly tribulation." Master Qi Yuan began to consume the elixir. The moment the medicine entered his body, he felt something was terribly wrong. His hands began to dissolve into liquid. He cried out in horror, "Why am I melting? Great Lord Tai Ching above. What kind of medicine did Changsha give me?" In the blink of an eye, Master Qi Yuan's entire body transformed into a pool of blood. This was the dissolution elixir, shattering the heavens. As a result, the lightning, having lost its target, gradually dissipated. Those gathered on the mountain to witness the tribulation murmured amongst themselves. The tribulation clouds are dispersing. At the center of where Qi Yuan had been undergoing his tribulation, a swirling mass of blood mist hung in the air. Confusion rippled through the onlookers. Could that blood mist be Taoist Qi Yuan? Some of the more knowledgeable cultivators gasped. "It's the dissolution elixir. The dissolution elixir that shatters the heavens. A dissolution immortal pill. I can't believe someone actually refined such a pill." Astonishment filled the air. At that moment, 3 beams of profound light shot down from the heavens, and yang energy surged from the earth, converging and mingling with the blood mist. At the heart of the blood mist, a form began to coalesce. Qi Yuan, having undergone a gruesome metamorphosis, was reborn. His features returned, his hair and skin gleaming with renewed vitality. Thoughts swirled within him. Before the heavenly tribulation struck, this humble Taoist dissolved his mortal form into fragments. Under the watchful eyes of the gathered crowd, he sighed, "Dissolving myself to avoid death. Will I still be able to hold my head high in the sect after this?" Around him, flowers and grasses bloomed unnaturally, heralding the birth of a new immortal. Qi Yuan's thoughts drifted anxiously to his disciples. As he thought of the 2 youngsters, Ling Er rushed into his arms. "Master, you scared me to death." Changsha, ever the more composed of the 2, offered a respectful, "Congratulations, Master." Joy radiated from both their faces. Tears welled in Qi Yuan's eyes. A master like me, wanting to borrow the heavenly tribulation, to use death to prove my sincerity. I forgot the suffering of these 2 children who only wish for me to live. This immortal elixir was so hard to obtain. Changsha endured so much hardship for it. Tears of joy turned to laughter. Haha, success. The path ahead is no longer blocked. Better this than complete oblivion. Now I have even more power to protect these 2 children. That is enough. Countless well-wishers surged forward, their congratulations echoing in a thunderous applause. Qi Yuan, exhilarated, roared, "A shattered immortal is still an immortal. Let's live joyously for tens of thousands of years." Observing the scene, Changsha sent a discreet message via voice transmission. "Master, if anyone asks what elixir you used to dissolve your body, say it was the dissolution elixir. The record is in the scripture pavilion. If they ask if there are any more dissolution elixirs, say there are 3 left." Qi Yuan, unfazed, replied via voice transmission, "Understood." Seeing that everything was proceeding smoothly, Changsha instructed Ling Er, "Little sister, wait here for a bit. Master will be inviting guests for tea soon. You'll have to work a little." Ling Er blinked, Zulpeist. Senior brother, where are you going? Aren't you staying to congratulate Master? Changsho stretched, feigning a yawn. I'm going to rest for a bit. I'll join the celebrations after Master is finished. A short while later, Changsho returned to his tranquil dwelling. Lotuses floated in the air around him, hinting at an already attained immortal state, carefully concealed from the world. Suddenly, he jolted awake. Someone was approaching. Quickly, Changsho used a spell to hide the lotuses. From afar, a figure riding a flying wine gourd called out boisterously, Changsho, your master is over there entertaining guests, and you're hiding here sleeping. Changsho sighed inwardly. Even in the alchemy room, there's no peace. Perhaps I should cultivate in the underground chamber. The newcomer was his drunken uncle, Drunken Immortal. He bellowed, your master is throwing a feast over there, and you're here napping. Your little sister's legs are about to give out from all the running around. Changsho offered a sheepish smile. Disciple dislikes the commotion. I can only trouble little sister. Drunken Immortal chuckled. Indeed, don't tell me your uncle only drinks your wine and doesn't offer his friends any food or drink. What good is your place? Look at this. He tossed Changsho a jade pendant. Countless whispers emanated from within the jade, hinting at its extraordinary origins. Upon receiving it, Changsho recognized its nature. The supreme Qian Wu-Wei scripture. Could it be from the Quake Mountain Dao lineage, the Crossing Immortality sect? Changsho asked, Uncle Master, is this all right? Drunken Immortal chuckled, what's not all right? Every term, the top 20 disciples in cultivation get early access. You're already at the 6th stage of nascent soul, right? You're definitely in the top 10 of the sect. Drunken Immortal continued. If I recall correctly, the last time you and I had a drink, you seem to have broken through a minor realm. A cold sweat broke out on Changsho's forehead as he recalled his previous embarrassing display. Ah, yes, it was that day exchanging poems and drinking with Uncle Master Drunken Immortal when a sudden enlightenment struck. Flashback to a moonlit night a few months prior. Drunken Immortal and Changsho were enjoying a leisurely drink. Changsho, feeling inspired, recited, raising my cup, I invite the bright moon to join us and make 3. Drunken Immortal sighed, such a fitting verse for this occasion. He hugged his wine jar, his voice slightly slurred, magnificent. Suddenly, Changsho's body began to glow, catching Drunken Immortal's attention. Is there a breeze? It turned out Changsho was experiencing a surge of spiritual power, leaving even Drunken Immortal wide-eyed. Enlightenment from moon gazing. Back to the present. Changsho, remembering the incident, covered his face in embarrassment. Drunken Immortal chuckled smugly. Don't worry, I haven't told anyone you're already at the 6th stage of nascent soul. Drunken Immortal continued his coaxing. This scroll of the supreme Qian Wu-Wei scripture, I had to pull some strings to get it from the elder of the Hall of Precepts for you. So want to cultivate it. Changsho stammered, I do, but I haven't been wanting to go out lately. I'm afraid I'll disappoint your kindness, Uncle Master. A sense of unease settled over Changsho, prompting him to refuse. Drunken Immortal looked surprised. I haven't even said what it is. How did you know it involved going out? Changsho voiced a suspicion, unless it's the East Sea Dragon Palace's invitation to the demon-slaying assembly. The news is already spread throughout the sect. It would be hard for me not to know. Drunken Immortal turned away, feigning embarrassment. Actually, I didn't want to bother you with this. But in this batch of disciples, there aren't many who are quick-witted and efficient. And Yuanqing, well, he got himself killed stirring up trouble. This time, it's not just the East Sea Dragon Palace. There are other immortal sects who don't like us, and they might send disciples to cause trouble. Drunken Immortal continued his persuasive efforts. They don't know you're actually hiding your true abilities, Changsho, but I know you're steady and clever, so I want you to come along. You need to keep an eye on the other disciples. Plus, my master will be leading the group, and several sect elders will be there too. It's completely safe, so think about it. However, Changsho remained firm in his refusal. I still prefer to stay in the mountains and focus on my cultivation, Uncle Master. Seeing his persuasion failing, Drunken Immortal changed his tactics and made to leave. I'm not a bad guy, Changsho. I can't force you to do this. He turned, adding pointedly, it's just the disciple rankings within the sect will have to be reevaluated, you know? Find any discrepancies and fill them in. The implication hung heavy in the air. Be careful. or I'll report you. Resigned, Changsho relented. Wait, I'll go. Drunken Immortal spun around with a triumphant grin. That's more like it. Meanwhile, Ling Er's cheeks were hollowed, her body ached all over, and she felt like her soul was about to leave her body. She grumbled, that hateful senior brother won't come help me. I'm exhausted. Suddenly, a streak of light descended from the sky towards Little Cheong Peak. A closer look revealed it to be a large wine gourd. No need to guess who it was. Oh, it's Uncle Master Jiojio, coming to find senior brother again. There's definitely something going on between these two. Over the past few years, the longest this Uncle Master has gone without visiting Little Cheong Peak is 12 days. Ling Er recalled one time during an alchemy session when the two were working as usual. Jiojio asked, is it alright if I leave these things outside the room? Changsho simply replied, yes. Ling Er was there at the time, and seeing Jiojio's ample bosom, the young girl choked out so big. She compared Jiojio's chest to watermelons, guessing that her senior brother must surely prefer them large. Then she glanced down at her own flat chest, as level as a chopping board. Truly, there's no harm in not comparing, but the comparison brought a pang of insecurity. Perhaps they were still developing. Lost in these melancholic musings, she was startled by a voice from behind. Feeling ambushed, Ling Er spun around, throwing a swift punch even as 3 sharp claws sprouted from her hand, adding to the attack's potency. It turned out to be Yuqin Xuanya. She asked, is senior brother Changsho here? Ling Er was surprised. Yuqin Xuanya. Ling Er's mind raced. Senior brother and the beautiful senior sister Yuqin. There's something going on there too. Ling Er led Xuanya back to the room, where Jiojio was now asleep, her eyes brimming with tears. She thought angrily, they're all coming to find my senior brother. He was only gone to North Ju Lu continent to gather herbs, and already these 2 Qi refinement cultivators have their eyes on him. If he goes out again for the Grand Alchemy Conference next year, I won't be able to stay here. Anxious, she asked senior sister Yuqin, senior sister, why have you come to our Little Cheong Peak? Xuanya replied, I've come to thank senior brother Changsho. Then, she explained, after returning to the mountain last time, I was confined to Breaking Heaven Peak for self-reflection. I finally found a chance to come here, and thanks senior brother Changsho. He saved my life, she added twice in fact. A faint blush crept onto Xuanya's face as she finished. Ling Er, seeing this expression, felt a pang of familiarity. That look on Yuqin Xuanya's face. She often saw the same expression on her own face in the mirror when she thought about her senior brother. Just then, Jiojio stirred awake. Ling Er, nervously chewing on her sleeve, thought, I really need to find a way to secure senior brother for myself before it's too late. Jiojio, spotting Xuanya, exclaimed cheerfully, oh Lilia, what are you doing here? Not forgetting her purpose, she turned to Ling Er and asked, little Ling Er, has the grand formation been activated yet? Ling Er replied, not yet, Uncle Master Jio. Senior brother seems to be either refining pills or cultivating. I just tried to contact him with a message talisman, but I didn't get a response. Well, since Lilia is here, let's play Path to Ascension. The Path to Ascension that Jiojio suggested was a game created by Li Changsho, also known as the Simulated Immortal Landlord. Xuanya nodded. If it's senior brother Changsho's creation, I'd like to try it. Jiojio chuckled. Excellent. Let's begin. I'll roll first. Ling Er, feeling a pang of injustice, suggested, hold on, shouldn't we play rock, paper, scissors to decide the order of the dice roll? Jiojio readily agreed. All right. You 2 youngsters have no respect for your elders. Fine, rock, paper, scissors it is. And so, rock, paper, scissors. The 3 of them threw their hands out in a flurry of gestures. I win, Jiojio declared triumphantly. Yuqin Xuanya, however, had emerged victorious. Picking up the die, she asked, this is the one we roll, right? The die began to spin. Each player started with 300 spirit stones. Yuqin Xuanya, having won the right to go first, rolled a 5. She then moved her game piece. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The random event card was revealed, cleaning the mountain gate. You diligently sweep the 3 steps of the mountain gate and are rewarded 20 spirit stones by a sect elder. Ling Er reminded her, senior sister, add 20 to your spirit stone count. With the prompt, Yuqin Xuanya quickly adjusted her total. Her spirit stones now numbered 320. Jiojio announced, all right, my turn. She blew on the die for good luck, then declared, give me a 6. The die tumbled, finally settling on a 3. The random event card appeared. Quick, give me the purple sheep. Ling Er produced a fluffy purple sheep, its belly stuffed with cards. Jiojio's eyes gleamed. Draw, draw. Jiojio gleefully pulled a card, crowing, good stuff, good stuff. The card read, me too. After a player takes their turn this round, automatically copy the rewards of that player. Ling Er confidently rolled the die. My turn. Stop. Jiu cheered her on. Come on, come on. Let this golden core Uncle Master return to glory. The die showed it too. A blank space on the board. Noti worth. Ling Er wailed. How can I be so unlucky? Impossible. Resigned. Jiu reluctantly used her Me Too card on Yuqin Xuanya's event. What's this? I finally draw this card, and it's only 20 spirit stones. With a sigh, Jiu's spirit stone count also rose to 320. In the next round, Yuqin Xuanya rolled a 4, triggering the event, Find Your Soulmate. You have found your other half. Throw a celebratory banquet and collect 100 spirit stones from each of the other players as a congratulatory gift. The other two exclaimed in surprise. Lucky. Yuqin Xuanya, curious, asked, can I take a look at these cards? The cards are divided into 4 categories, with 12 corresponding skill types. Random events, positive events, negative events, and treasures. These cards represent the 4 different categories, Jiu explained, gesturing to the spread on the table. Now, picture this. You're reflecting on your arduous cultivation journey, lamenting the trials and tribulations you've faced, the sheer difficulty of achieving your current level. You're feeling utterly despondent. Then, to console you, everyone gives you 50 spirit stones. She picked up another card. Enlightenment. Advance 1 space. Confusion. You become engrossed in poetry and music, neglecting your cultivation, and lose the next 2 turns. Deceptive Array. You cast an illusionary array on a target, influencing their next action and potentially gaining spirit stones or treasures. Ling Er puffed up with pride. That's right. Senior brother made all of these. Jiu, growing impatient, nudged Yuqin Xuanya. Come on, Lilia, stop staring. Let's keep playing. Xuanya, quietly impressed, murmured, Senior brother Changsho has such unique ideas. The 3 continued playing late into the night, their laughter echoing through Little Cheong Peak. Oh dear, my disciple got lost again. Haha, mine too. Jiu crowed. Uncle Master has struck it rich. Returning to his dwelling, Changsho heard the sounds of their merriment. Why is Yuqin here? He wondered. Seeing them enjoying themselves, he decided not to interrupt. They seem to get along quite well, he thought, a small smile playing on his lips. The cheerful chatter continued within, filling the night air. By daybreak, the laughter had subsided, replaced by the gentle rhythm of soft snores. Changsho, returning once more, mused, are they still playing? Stepping inside, he found all 3 fast asleep, their clothes rumpled and disheveled. Changsho quickly turned away, covering his face with his hand. I can't look, he muttered. I simply can't. Suddenly, a throwing dart zipped towards him. Changsho caught it deftly. It seemed to be a simple sect communication device. The message was concise. Li Changsho of Green Peak, report to the 100 Fan Hall immediately for a meeting. The 100 Fan Hall was teeming with disciples. A middle-aged man stood on a raised platform, addressing the crowd. The East Sea Dragon Palace is holding a demon-slaying assembly on the shores of the East Sea. Our Immortal Dew sect has received an invitation. The assembly will commence in 7 days. We will depart with the other sects in 4 days. He continued, by order of the sect leader, Venerable Vong Tin will lead our disciples. Several elders who have achieved the heavenly immortal realm will also accompany us. He explained further, the Dragon Palace has 3 objectives for this assembly. First, to clearly define the boundary between the East Sea and its shores. Second, to reclaim face for us, the immortal sects, after the last East Sea demon-slaying incident. And third, to allow their Dragon Clan descendants to display their might. He surveyed the attentive faces below. The Dragon Clan will offer treasures as rewards for young disciples competing amongst themselves. Among the assembled disciples, Changsho stood respectfully. The man on the platform continued, the 11 of you are the most highly cultivated disciples of your generation, or in other words, the most perceptive. Remember, he emphasized, you must not disgrace the Immortal Dew sect, nor must you tarnish the reputation of our 3 sects alliance. Is that clear? Suddenly, his voice boomed. Li Changsho of Green Peak. Changsho, startled, responded, disciple present. He pointed and declared, for this expedition, all young disciples must follow your command. You are the captain of the young disciples group. Changsho pointed at himself, a wry twist on his lips. Me. He was instantly met with a barrage of overly enthusiastic gazes. Inwardly, Changsho groaned. Jiujio is definitely behind this. That short, scheming Taoist is trying to force my hand, reveal my secrets. Leading the younger disciples. This position will put me directly in the line of fire. Once this starts, the troubles will be endless. I absolutely cannot accept this. Immediately, Changsho clasped his hands in supplication. I respectfully request that Elder retract this command. The Elder furrowed his brow. Are you dissatisfied with the decree of Venerable Vong Tin? This disciple wouldn't dare, Changsho countered. However, this matter is somewhat peculiar. I dare to ask, was this order given personally by Venerable Vong Tin, or was it relayed by Uncle Master Jiujio? Without hesitation, the elder replied, it was relayed by Jiujio on behalf of Master. She said that Changsho should be the captain. Changsho gave a bitter smile, cursing Jiujio under his breath. Far away, Jiujio suddenly sneezed. Changsho considered for a moment, then bowed deeply. In truth, Uncle Master mentioned this while inebriated, jesting that she wanted this disciple to have a moment of glory. I never expected her to actually arrange it. If this was merely a drunken jest by Uncle Master Jiujio, this disciple wouldn't dare to accept such a weighty responsibility. I implore Elder to reconsider and appoint another disciple of greater virtue and talent as captain. The elder muttered to himself, this disciple has indeed been tricked by Jiujio. He's truly not simple. Suddenly, Yuqin Xuanya, who stood beside him, raised her hand. Uncle Master, she said confidently, this disciple is willing to shoulder this responsibility. Changsho, standing nearby, was taken aback, then inwardly delighted. Why is Yuqin so understanding today? Yuqin Xuanya continued, I request that Elder appoint 2 captains. This disciple and senior brother Changsho can share the responsibility. This way, all bases are covered. Changsho was speechless with astonishment. No, I didn't expect this maneuver. How ruthless. Yuqin Xuanya looked at Changsho, her gaze firm. She raised a fist slightly and whispered, leave it to me, senior brother Changsho. I definitely won't make things difficult for you. Changsho could only manage a bitter laugh, forcing out a strained, haha. I think I'm doomed. The elder then continued to announce several regulations. Meanwhile, Changsho worried, Yuqin Xuanya has just kicked these 2 captain positions right back to me. She's not only closed the door, she's added 2 extra Xintian-level seals on it. But when it comes to causing trouble, how could she possibly outdo Jiujio? He recalled his earlier conversation with Jiujio. Jiujio had tried to entice him to take the captaincy. Go on, you'll gain the sex recognition. You'll go from outstanding disciple to the ranks of the immortal elite. He, however, had steadfastly refused. He had managed to escape Jiujio's clutches, believing the whole thing to be utterly pointless and clearly a recipe for disaster. The meeting concluded, and the elder dismissed them. This concludes the meeting. You're all dismissed. Everyone cupped their hands. We take our leave, elder. On his way back, Changsho pondered the reasons he'd always concealed his true cultivation level. The immortal Du sect appeared peaceful on the surface, but beneath the placid facade, turbulent currents churned. Master's old wound. It's suspected it was caused by someone within the sect. The force that injured Master wasn't insignificant. They likely intended to cripple him, severing Qing Peak's lineage. The injury could have happened during outside training, but it's more likely it occurred during a competition within the sect. Jiujio became Venerable Vong Tin's disciple thousands of years ago, a very high starting point. Moreover, she represents the strongest lineage of Breaking Heaven Peak, leaving her with little patience for sycophants within the sect. But Qing Peak is the weakest. Seeing such turbulent circumstances, one can't help but develop some survival skills. Thinking this, Changsho sighed, resigned. At this point, he couldn't think of a better excuse to refuse. He considered every possible pretext, feigning illness, claiming qi deviation. 80% of the sex experts would come to investigate, pretending to have a sudden enlightenment requiring closed-door cultivation. 90% chance of a thorough physical examination. What about injuring Ling Er, leaving her half-dead, forcing him to stay behind and care for her? No, absolutely not. How could he bring himself to do that? She was the little sister he'd looked after since childhood. He made up his mind. Fine, he thought, if I lose this battle, I'll prepare for the next. He'd go to the East Sea, keep quiet, let Yuqin Xuanya take the lead among the young disciples, and minimize his own presence. Returning to Qing Peak, Changsho began crafting a new type of foldable paper bird. Next, he'd find an opportunity to comprehend the scripture of non-action. Once he broke through to the return to the Tao Ninth stage and successfully overcame the heavenly tribulation, he might reach 95% certainty. Then, he pulled something from his robe. Oh right, there's this. It was a notebook filled with etiquette for facing the heavenly tribulation. He began to write. The heavenly tribulation is the heavenly Tao's way of tempering cultivators. Although the heavenly Tao is impartial, after the Tao ancestor merged with it, it's possible some personal sentiments remain. He muttered to himself, does thanking the heavenly tribulation require a thank you at the beginning? Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule, great heavenly Tao, to bestow this tribulation upon me. Can't be too hasty, he told himself, one step at a time. And with that, he returned to crafting his new paper bird. 4 days later, countless cultivators soared through the sky on clouds. Changsho sat with the other disciples on an enormous cloud, surrounded by a multitude of sect experts acting as escorts. He sighed inwardly. Being protected by the sect's elites, it really does put one at ease. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. Senior brother Changsho, may I sit here? It was Xuanya. What are you saying, junior sister Xuanya? Changsho invited. Please have a seat. Inwardly, he added, you sit here, and I'll switch places later. Xuanya gracefully sat beside him. Changsho stole a glance at her, his eyes falling upon the unique glove she wore. He smiled himself, thinking, she's noticed me. Shinya began a conversation with Changsho. Senior brother Changsho, today we are responsible for leading the entire team. We must work together to uphold the reputation of our Xianmen sect. Changsho, breaking out in a cold sweat, replied casually, Junior sister Shinya is quite right. He had barely finished his sentence when whispers and curses erupted from behind them. Junior sister Shinya is actually talking to that good-for-nothing. Shinya continued, undeterred. Senior brother Changsho, the elder instructed us to go to the main platform to greet the heavenly immortal seniors. Let's go to the ceremonial platform and observe. It's easy for things to get chaotic at this time, so we must be vigilant. Changsho, looking away, gave another perfunctory reply. Junior sister Shinya is right. Slightly embarrassed but persistent, she asked, Senior brother Changsho, has your cultivation been going smoothly these past few years? Changsho still didn't dare meet her gaze. Junior sister Shinya is quite right. My cultivation has been relatively smooth. Shinya swallowed, a little discouraged by her inability to find a new topic, but still wanting to keep the conversation going. What to do? My life experience mostly consists of cultivation. I can't just start chanting scriptures here. Changsho said, Junior sister Shinya, you should rest for a while. You still have important responsibilities. In truth, he hoped that Shinya would draw attention, allowing him to become perfectly invisible. Shinya then closed her eyes to cultivate, following senior brother Changsho's suggestion. Changsho then allowed himself to relax slightly, returning to his main objective. He glanced around, observing the large groups from other sects, and mused, so many sects are participating in this grand assembly. The Xianmen sect's delegation is quite impressive. In another sect's group, a young man yawned widely. I really want to go back to the sect and sleep. A small boy behind him reminded him, just try to get through this. We have to give the Dragon Palace some face. Elsewhere, an elder instructed his disciples, during the competition, avoid any bloodshed between the immortal sections. Exercise restraint. We can't let the Dragon Clan laugh at us. The disciples immediately bowed their heads respectfully and replied in unison, we obey your instructions. In yet another location, 2 young people were chatting. Why are all the young disciples participating this time under 150 years old? The other replied, I don't know. Regarding this question, Changsho actually knew the answer. Dragon eggs take at least 155 years to hatch. During this time, the dragon prince cultivates within the egg. A dragon prince is born with extraordinary strength and can achieve immortality within 100 years of cultivation. Those with Dragon King bloodlines are even more powerful. Based on past experience, the Dragon Palace would have the Dragon Prince display his martial prowess, mocking the human cultivators. Having young disciples under 150 years old compete against the Dragon Prince meant that victory would demonstrate superior skill, while defeat wouldn't be a loss of face. After a considerable amount of time, they passed through a region of multicolored clouds and gradually sank into the clouds themselves. From below the clouds, countless translucent lotus leaves reached upwards as if they were entering another world. The air was filled with a fresh, invigorating scent, and everywhere were lotus leaves formed of pure water. Each lotus leaf had a radius of nearly 10 meters, and countless pillars of water stood erect around them. Suddenly, Changsho spotted Jiao in the distance. A flicker of suspicion crossed his mind. How peculiar, he mused. Aunt Master Jiao is being unusually well-behaved. Then he realized why. She didn't dare move a muscle, for Venerable Vong Tin was floating right beside her. Jiao was inwardly trembling, silently pleading, "Master, please don't look at me. Just drift a little further away." Changsho's lips curled into a wry smile. So she's being kept in line by Venerable Vong Tin. Amidst the lotus leaves, a gigantic water lotus blossom slowly unfurled, a truly magnificent spectacle. Accompanying this breathtaking display, countless dragon roars echoed through the air, imbuing the atmosphere with a sudden solemnity. Seemingly out of nowhere, countless soldiers materialized, each clad in gleaming silver armor, gripping long spears, their expressions stern and resolute. "This is the path to the Dragon Palace," Changsho observed. "This dragon clan is truly weaker than a robust ox," he thought to himself. Best not to get entangled with them, neither make enemies nor offer kindness. The journey to the Dragon Palace was a grand procession. Upon closer inspection, Changsho noticed that countless lotus platforms bore intricate structures. The central meeting place was constructed upon the largest lotus platform, its steps gilded in gold. Each guest seat was thoughtfully provided with refreshments and food. Several guests murmured in astonishment. "The Dragon Palace truly values this grand meeting." Another replied, "The Dragon Clan enjoys this display of power, but who doesn't know their current predicament?" Changsho silently assessed the situation. Judging by this display, he pondered, the Dragon Clan, once masters of heaven and earth, are still unwilling to accept their decline. A beam of light appeared in the distance, and a massive turtle slowly approached, carrying two elaborately dressed turtle elders on its back. The two elders spoke formally. "We invite all heavenly immortals and esteemed elders to the upper grade immortal platform. Disciples of the immortal sex, please proceed to the platforms surrounding the Dragon Palace. Seats, fine fruits, and exquisite wines have been prepared for everyone. Sects at the front have nameplates. Please observe them carefully. If you're unable to read, please inquire with the attendants. Sects at the rear have no nameplates. Please find your own seats at the back." The words sounded polite, but the underlying meaning was barbed with disdain. Once everyone was seated, Changsho turned his attention to the food laid out on the table. He had a bunch of grapes and thought, the Dragon Clan's mockery is quite generous. They've given each of us a portion of ice-condensing immortal post-heaven minor spiritual root grapes. He sighed. Ice-condensing immortal grapes are good for regulating qi, but eating too many can cause flatulence. Specifically, he continued his internal monologue. Eating these grapes causes an excess of qi to build up and escape. Furthermore, the effects are long-lasting and quite difficult to control, even for immortals. Just as he thought this, a cultivator seated beside him let out a rather audible fart. Changsho pinched his nose and whispered to Xuanya, "Junior sister Xuanya, before you eat these, ask our senior uncles and aunts if there are any issues. And don't mention that I warned you. Just say you have a bad feeling about this." Changsho mumbled. Xinya, upon hearing this, picked up a grape and examined it carefully. Then, without a moment's hesitation, she popped it into her mouth. "Well," Changsho sighed, "consider that unsaid." Changsho covered his face with his hand, utterly exasperated. He stood up and began to survey their surroundings. "I have more important things to attend to," he muttered. "Shouldn't we be looking for an escape route in case of danger? Besides, this place is built upon a grand formation. Who knows what kind of killing array this lotus platform might conceal?" He carefully calculated his options. Although surrounded by water, wind escape techniques seemed more suitable for a quick getaway. Firstly, water escape was slower, and he wasn't as proficient with it as he was with wind escape. Secondly, the sea breeze was strong, offering an advantage. Lost in thought, a peculiar odor wafted into his nostrils. He said in a disappointed tone, "Can you people not stand it if you don't eat the grapes? Where are your usual manners?" From all directions, a chorus of flatulence erupted from the assembled cultivators, filling the air with a noxious stench. "You're all immortal cultivators. Does the heavenly immortal sect owe you something, or do you owe the heavenly immortal sect?" Even Giorgio was contributing to the cacophony, her emissions carrying a distinctly sour note. "Master definitely ate some beauty rejuvenation pills yesterday," Changsho thought to himself. Xianyu was reporting to the elder leading their group. "Master," she said, "there's something strange about these fruits and wine." Changsho sighed. "How can I have peace of mind with a group like this?" He thought, "Better to rely on my paper puppets than cooperate with these people." From another corner, a senior cultivator's voice boomed out a warning. "Be careful. Those grapes are a trap. And don't drink the wine either. It's made from those grapes." Giugio gasped. "What?" She looked down at the table, realizing she had somehow already emptied all the wine jugs. Suddenly, Giugio rushed toward Changsho, startling him. "Little Shosho," she began, "I'm so sorry. Your master will compensate you when we get back." She added this last part silently to herself. Changsho flinched. "What are you doing?" Before he could understand what was happening, Giorgio began chanting an incantation. The next moment, she plastered herself to his back, hiding behind him. Then, with a loud rumble, a foul miasma erupted, the stench intensifying dramatically. From the front, it appeared as though Changsho himself was the source of the noxious cloud. A female servant covered her mouth, giggling. Changsho didn't know how to explain himself. Only Giorgio seemed perfectly comfortable. Witnessing this, Changsho began transmitting his voice to the others. "Someone set up 2 small formations here, soundproofing and image blocking. The Dragon Palace probably won't say anything. We'll have to discuss battle formations later anyway." The senior cultivator who had warned them earlier seemed surprised. Good idea." Then, the entire heavenly immortal sect, under the guise of discussing tactics, simultaneously activated soundproofing and image blocking formations, providing a solution to everyone's gaseous predicament. The senior cultivator, having just activated his formation, called out, "All right, I've set it up. Get it out of your systems." The disciples, waiting for this very moment, unleashed a symphony of rumbling and roaring that echoed through the area like celebratory fireworks. Meanwhile, back on Little Cheong Peak, Master Chi Yuan hummed a tune. A gentle breeze, a light rain passes, I follow my own clear song. Unconsciously, he arrived at the secluded forest, only to find bamboo blocking his path. "Home! Time to go home," he muttered. His home was now filled with completed letters. But suddenly, he remembered something he hadn't noticed before since he hadn't opened the door. "Wait a minute," he thought. "Number 15 has been in secluded cultivation for the past few days and hasn't visited Little Cheong Peak." The contents of these letters were of utmost importance. They were Changsho's congratulations to his master on achieving immortality. "I've been sent by the sect to the East Sea," he'd written. "I'll probably be back in 7 or 8 days. Master, please don't go to the newly built pill refining room behind the peak. There are many formations and traps there. I activated more than half of them before I left." He mused, "Perhaps I should admire the surrounding scenery first, adjust my mood a bit." He happily went outside, unaware of the strange events that were about to unfold. Back at the Dragon Palace, Changsho was focusing his mind. He was using the Wind Whisper incantation. Used in a place with a passing breeze, it would carry information back to the caster. Changsho called it passive probing. It didn't consume spiritual power, but the various pieces of information arriving simultaneously required focused analysis. Although the Wind Whisper incantation was useful, turning oneself into a human surveillance device felt somewhat unethical. Just like that, countless pieces of information began to flood in. Heavenly tribulation is truly terrifying, but in the end, only about 1 or 2% can survive facing it. Yet, the number of human immortals could crush the total number of immortals at the peak of the witch and demon races. There's no other way. Humans are just too good at reproducing. Countless whispers and discussions from all over the hall reached him. Suddenly, a powerful voice burst into Changsho's mind, startling him. It was Giorgio. "Changsho, my nephew. Did you bring any of your little toys here?" Changsho, sweating slightly, replied, "No, Aunt Master. Those are Little Cheong Peak's treasures. They can't be taken off the peak." Giorgio's face fell. "You really didn't bring any." Seeing Giorgio's disappointed expression, Changsho secretly slipped her a Rubik's Cube. Seeing the colorful cube, Jiojio's eyes lit up like a child's. Changsho cautioned, remember, don't show it to anyone else. The official meeting won't start for another 2 or 3 days. Although there are artistic performances, he thought, this is actually even more troublesome. However, since the masters are all sitting up there watching, the disciples can't even try to escape. Beautiful women played the zither. Merfolk recited poetry with moved expressions. Catfish played flutes. Shrimp beat gongs. And immortal turtles played horns and drums for the opening ceremony. Like this, 1 day, 2 days, until the 3rd day. Everyone had lost interest in watching the singing and dancing. Shinya, bored, tried to strike up a conversation with Changsho, senior brother Changsho. Changsho, listlessly eating grapes, replied perfunctorily, excuse me, junior sister Shinya, I'd like to rest on my own. Jiojio rushed over to chat with Shinya. Come here, little ya. See how the song I wrote recently sounds. Seeing Changsho's indifferent attitude, Shinya was a little unhappy. His senior brother Changsho not feeling well. In truth, Changsho had his own worries. My junior sister is poisoned, he thought as he stood up, drawing the envious gazes of those around him. He thought, if someone were to marry her and fatten her up a bit, he'd feel much more at ease. Meanwhile, delving deeper into the affairs of the Dragon Palace. 235 years prior, Ao, the second prince of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, had already possessed awareness while still in his egg. Each day, he could move within the dragon egg for 3 watches. In the Dragon Clan's parlance, this was known as egg stirring. From then on, his tutors ceaselessly instructed him in etiquette, poetry, music, and immortal arts. Every day, Elder Minister Gue would lead a procession, carefully announcing, Your Highness, it's time for your lessons. A multitude of soldiers and officials followed in his wake. Each, in turn, would declaim with grandiloquence, Your Highness, our dragon clan is the most powerful race in heaven and earth, natural-born masters of the Honghuang continent. The dragon maids would chime in excitedly, Your Highness, the dragon clan guards the 4 seas, possesses noble character, and proactively seeks blessings for all living beings. Thus, under this constant ideological indoctrination of the Dragon Clan's supremacy, Ao hatched. He too once believed in the Dragon Clan's unmatched power, until one day, a drunken dragon revealed the truth. Slurring his words, the dragon confessed, what dominance over heaven and earth. The dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans shattered Honghuang in their battles, leaving living beings in utter despair. The Dragon Clan was punished, its fortune sealed by the heavenly Tao, confined to these 4 seas, forced to fill the sea eyes, slowly washing away the sins of the past. We're the sea eyes. They're the foul springs of heaven and earth, the most perilous hells. Young Ao then grasped the harsh reality. The Dragon Clan had fallen. Indignant, he declared as the Dragon King's son, the inheritor of the Dragon Clan's bloodline, Ao must do something for my people. While most of the Dragon Clan still dreams of past glories, this is my Dragon Clan. Ao was merely a symbol of hope for the Dragon Clan, allowing them to cling to the dignity of a puppet emperor, nothing more. Now, having grown, he meticulously prepared for his debut. He plotted, Ao, second prince of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. Today, I shall accomplish something of great import. I must lose decisively to the weakest member of the heavenly immortal sect. As he thought this, he intently observed Changsho reading. Ao slammed his fist against a crystalline wall in frustration. With this defeat, I will awaken everyone in the clan, shattering their delusional dreams. Elder Minister Gue reminded him, Your Highness, why have you come here? It will soon be your turn to appear. I know, Ao replied. His entire body radiated with splendor. The Dragon Palace was truly opulent, his garments woven from the finest materials. This was Ao, second prince of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, inheritor of the purest Dragon Clan bloodline. Only when he was no longer being scrutinized with spiritual sense did Changsho breathe a sigh of relief, setting down his book. Phew, that little dragon is finally gone. Why does he keep staring at me? Does he have some sort of grudge against me? That doesn't make sense. Changsho felt a twinge of confusion. He muttered to himself, could it be that this dragon has seen through my cultivation concealment technique? Lost in thought, Changsho considered the possibilities. But no matter how he thought about it, it didn't seem right. It shouldn't be possible. My cultivation concealment technique, after meticulous analysis of various spells, is a unique and perfected secret art. Perhaps this little dragon lacks confidence, but has been tasked with winning, so he's looking for the weakest among the major sects. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the silent space. Elder Gue announced loudly, "Today, our second prince will select a distinguished cultivator from the immortal sects for a sparring match." Changsho yawned, thinking that little dragon wouldn't actually choose me, would he? Ayo, he pointed. You. His finger landed squarely on Changsho. Come and spar with this young master, Ayo, he declared, his gaze unwavering. Changsho was taken aback. You want to spar with this prince? Aoyi's expression remained resolute. Covering his face with his hand, Changsho lamented, there are 7,000 or 8,000 chi refinement cultivators in this hall. Why does it have to be us? All eyes immediately turned towards him. Changsho thought miserably, stop looking at me. He desperately wanted to pry open the little dragon's mouth and stuff it with some immortal melting pills and demon subduing bone-mending pills. Changsho stood up cautiously and replied with utmost respect. My cultivation is meager. I'm not even ranked within the top 100 of my sect. I wouldn't want to display my incompetence. Xinya, seated below, was filled with worry. Senior brother Changsho. Without hesitation, she thought, I have to protect him. She immediately stood, placing herself between Changsho and Aoyi. Elder Gue whispered, Your Highness, why not choose this useless woman? She's at the 8th level of the returning to Void Realm. Aoyi remained silent for a moment, then pointed resolutely at Changsho. I've chosen him. What? Does the heavenly immortal sect look down on our Eastern Sea Dragon Palace? This brat really wants to fight me, Changsho thought grimly. Several elders behind him offered words of encouragement. There's no other way. Go up and exchange a few blows with His Highness. Don't worry, just a few moves. We'll be watching. If you feel it's too much, just concede. Safety first. Changsho was speechless after hearing their advice. Jiu glared at him. Changsho, you forgot to bring your evil-slaying Ruyi sword, didn't you? Changsho hastily raised his hands. Calm down. I'm just going to spar, not risk my life. There's no need for such a lethal magical treasure. Jiu snorted and pouted. Quickly, Aoyi and Changsho were led to the arena. Aoyi thought confidently, good. Come on, then. Defeat this second prince of the Dragon Palace. Seeing the murderous look in Aoyi's eyes, Changsho grew increasingly worried. What is he planning? Why such a ferocious look? Could it be because I'm not a celestial cat? If he kills me, the heavenly immortal sect's reaction won't be too severe, and he can vent his anger for the Dragon Palace. Come on, Aoyi urged, his voice ringing with a false bravado. Attack me with all your might, whether it be spells or fists. I guarantee I'll be so wounded, I'll cough up 3 pints of blood. He surged forward, his spiritual energy swirling around him, a picture of barely contained power. Changsho, meanwhile, calmly circulated his chi-stabilizing art, a flicker of apprehension in his eyes. This sparring match, he thought, requires careful handling. As Aoyi closed the distance, he was forced to skid to an abrupt halt. Changsho had raised a hand, stopping him mid-charge. Hold on, he interjected. If this is a proper sparring match, shouldn't we establish some rules first? We should at least define the boundaries. Changsho continued, his tone reasonable. No attacks outside the designated area. A match without rules wouldn't befit the Dragon Palace's reputation for meticulousness and fairness, would it? Aoyi inwardly groaned. Why is this guy so troublesome? He forced a smile. The match will take place solely within the arena, he conceded. Stepping outside the boundary constitutes a loss, he added, glancing at Elder Minister Gue. And Minister Gue will act as referee. Satisfied now? Changsho beamed, nodding readily. Absolutely. Many thanks, Your Highness. Good. Then let's begin. With that, Aoyi unleashed his spiritual energy, summoning a dazzling array of crystalline shards that danced around him. He lunged towards Changsho, who flinched back, momentarily startled by the display. The performance must be convincing, Aoyi thought. Even in defeat, I must appear formidable. A flicker of genuine concern crossed Changsho's face. Your Highness, he began hesitantly. Perhaps we could compare our literary skills instead. Ao ihoarid, fegning agression. Enough chatter. Take this. The crystalline shards, propelled with surprising force and speed, whistled through the air, embedding themselves deep into the stone floor. The barrage was relentless, a dazzling display of power. Yet, Changsho evaded every single one, his movements fluid and ghost-like, his mastery of lightness footwork evident. Suddenly, Ao-E appeared behind Changsho, a carefully crafted expression of surprise on his face. What's going on? He muttered, as if to himself. Is it this difficult to even land a glancing blow? He lamented internally. His fist shot out, a blur of motion. Yet as it neared Changsho, it seemed to slow, almost imperceptibly. Changsho swayed, effortlessly dodging the blow. A triumphant grin spread across Aoyi's face. I've shown you my weakness. Now strike me. Hit me in the face. He held the pose, an open invitation to attack. Don't be afraid. Hit me squarely. I'll let you in gloriously. Come on, hit me. Changsho, however, continued to evade him. Frustration gnawed at Ao-E. He dodged again. Just hit me already. With a flourish, Ao-E executed a mid-air somersault, hovering expectantly, waiting for Changsho to counterattack. Changsho calmly withdrew 7 talismans, infusing them with spiritual energy. The paper charms burst into flames. Fire talismans, he announced, the 7 burning charms orbiting him, a halo of fire. Go, he commanded. The flames from the 7 talismans coalesced into a single, roaring stream of fire, hurtling towards Ao-E, carrying with it a significant surge of spiritual power. Aoyi's bro fuhovid. The playful facade dropped, replaced by a look of calculated seriousness. The stream of fire twisted and contorted, taking on the shape of a serpentine head, its fiery maw gaping wide, poised to strike. With a flick of his wrist, Ao-E summoned a massive pillar of ice, dwarfing the fire serpent. The ice engulfed the flames, extinguishing them in a hiss of steam. 7 talismans shattered, causing Changsho to break out in a cold sweat. Ao-E, having successfully neutralized the attack, lunged towards Changsho once more. His gaze was resolute, as if he were preparing to unleash some devastating technique. Yet, just as Ao-Yi's fist was about to connect with Changsho, he deliberately slowed his momentum. Changsho was taken aback. His fist slowed down. Why? Changsho, once again, dodged to the side, drawing several talismans and channeling his spiritual energy in preparation for a counterattack. Seeing this, Ao-E pleaded internally, don't be afraid. I've practically offered you my face, wide open. Spiritual energy surged into the talismans, igniting them in a blaze of fire. Another fire technique. Ao-E breathed a sigh of relief. Good, his talismans aren't that powerful, and I've already endured quite a few fire attacks. The two continued to clash and separate, a cacophony of explosions echoing through the arena, each blast growing in intensity. Ao-E calculated silently, I can probably unleash the dragon explosion soon. Suddenly, Changsho unleashed the heavenly clarity 5 thunders technique. Ao-E raised his hand to intercept the lightning, but a flicker of apprehension crossed his face. Why do I sense a hint of danger? Changsho, on the other hand, was puzzled. Why is there no force behind his punches? A boom resonated, dust billowing outwards. Within the swirling cloud of debris, Changsho reached out, grasped Ao-Yi's fist, and deflected it to the side. A smug grin spreading across his face. I think this should do it. Then, Changsho deliberately slipped, letting out a loud whoa. As he stumbled back a few steps, he purposely stepped outside the designated circle and cried out, I lose. Anonymortaklik yistaved indispediv. What? To further sell his defeat, Changsho dramatically coughed up a mouthful of blood, then resolutely extended his hand towards Ao-E. Skillbururen. Back to the mountains for more training. The outcome was perfect, yet Ao-E was now seething with barely contained rage. The Turtle Prime Minister excitedly announced, this match our second prince of the Dragon Palace has won. AOE furiously interrupted silence. Then, desperate to salvage his plan, he roared such powerful talismans. He then dramatically collapsed to the ground, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. My perfect plan, the most crucial step to awaken the Dragon Clan. How could you admit defeat? I practically offered you my face as a target. To further enhance the performance, AOE rolled around on the ground, inexplicably acquiring numerous wounds, blood flowing freely in a preposterous display of theatrics. Finally, he stretched out his legs and lay still, a picture of utter misery. Chansho was completely dumbfounded. This young dragon prince's acting is clearly subpar, barely amateur hour. However, the ranks of shrimp soldiers and crab generals cried out in alarm, "Second Prince, Your Highness." The three flustered attendants fumbled, unsure how to staunch AOE's bleeding. Then, their gazes shot towards Changsho like daggers, making him incredibly tense. Suddenly, a hand reached out to intervene. It was Gio. She asked Changsho, "Little disciple, are you injured?" Changsho replied frankly, "There was a bit of shock just now, master." "Don't worry, His Highness's fist wind was a bit strong, but I'm fine." Changsho even expressed concern for his opponent, "But I don't know how His Highness is doing. My talismans shouldn't have been able to tear his celestial armor." Gio replied casually, "The Dragon Palace has countless experts. How could he be injured? You don't need to worry about him." Elder Gue placed 2 fingers on AOE's wrist, checking his pulse. "His Highness is fine. It's just excessive exertion of spiritual power. He'll faint for a while, then wake up. There's no need to worry." 2 soldiers behind them were discussing. "So, how do we count this match?" Naturally, His Highness the Second Prince wins. Seeing this, an elder from the Du Xian sect politely stepped forward, offering a medicinal pill. This match naturally goes to the Dragon Palace. In addition, this poor Taoist has a chi-regulating pill, a small token from our Du Xian sect. A soldier politely thanked him. Many thanks for the immortal's kindness. The subsequent matches all ended in victory for AOE, but the unconscious second prince, currently being carried away, was still unaware of this. On Changsho's side, Gio scolded him. "If you had stood there a moment longer, you might have won outright. It's a pity you didn't seize the opportunity." Changsho tried to explain, No, I couldn't hold on any longer." A fellow disciple vehemently defended the underdog. That dragon prince was clearly looking for trouble, deliberately picking on junior brother Changsho. Another angrily declared, "Just you wait, junior brother. I'll definitely teach that dragon whelp a lesson." Most importantly, Xianya angrily drew her sword and began polishing it, muttering, "The Dragon Palace is going too far." Seeing the excessive reactions of his fellow disciples, Changsho felt a shiver run down his spine. Is junior sister poisoned? Young lady, restrain yourself a bit. There are still many matches to come. The following matches, of course, were all lost by nameless disciples of the immortal sections. Now, it was Xianya's turn to enter the arena and recoup the losses for the immortal sections. Cheers erupted. Junior sister Xianya is going up. Such powerful momentum. Changsho advised, "Be careful, junior sister Xianya. If you're going to make a move, show some restraint. This is the Dragon Palace. There's no need to antagonize them." A brief explanation about the Dragon Palace tournament. The final reward was 12 immortal treasures of the immortal grade. Anyone who could endure 9 consecutive rounds and defeat the Thunder Lord dispatched by the Dragon Palace could receive an immortal treasure. The Thunder Lords were young dragons, their cultivation and strength equivalent to first-level Chi refinement cultivators of the returning to Void Realm. The 2 stepped onto the arena. Xianya's opponent was a shrimp soldier. The whistle signaling the start of the match had barely blown when countless sword energies erupted beside Xianya. Spiritual energy surged wildly from the sword auras. The shrimp soldier could only shriek miserably before collapsing to the ground in defeat. Xianya stood triumphant, a veritable war goddess. That day at the Dragon Palace tournament, disciple Xianya of the Du Xian sect, wielding the Hu Cam sword, shook all 4 corners of the arena. Match after match, she claimed victory with overwhelming dominance. Single-handedly, Xianya defeated practitioners of sword control and void fire techniques, scattering Tenchi refinement cultivators and wounding 4 young dragon princes of the returning to Void Realm. Her name, Hugh Cam Xianya, echoed throughout the eastern continent. Amidst the stunned silence of the onlookers, she collected 14 immortal treasures, placing them into a pouch. Astonishment rippled through the crowd, followed by a wave of admiration. Then, she approached Changsho, her steps slightly unsteady. "Senior brother Changsho," she began. Changsho, startled, responded, "What is it?" Xianya offered him the pouch. "These immortal treasures are for you." Changsho quickly refused. "I don't need these." But Xianya didn't reply. Instead, she swayed, seemingly about to fall towards him. The moment hung heavy with a strange, almost romantic tension. At the last moment, Xianya steadied herself by placing a hand on a nearby table, waving away Changsho's attempt to help her. No need. Changsho felt a flicker of awkwardness. This junior sister is quite something, he thought to himself. As Xianya turned and walked away, Changsho offered a polite bow of thanks. Elsewhere, within the Ocean Deck Palace, a servant girl attended to Aoe. The second prince had finally regained consciousness. He immediately asked, his voice filled with panic, "Did I lose? Did I lose?" The servant girl, visibly nervous, stammered, "Your Highness, please don't dwell on it. You won the match." Hearing this unexpected outcome, Aoe was utterly shocked. "What? How is that possible? I clearly—" His words trailed off as he collapsed back onto the bed. The servant girl cried out in alarm. "Someone, come quickly. His Highness has fainted again." A corner of the Dragon Palace erupted into commotion. 3 days after the tumultuous battle between Li Changsho and Aoe, the demon-slaying tournament concluded smoothly. Just as they had arrived, the participants ascended upon white clouds, heading northwest. At this moment, the disciples of Du Xian's sect surrounded Xianya, showering her with praise. Junior sister Xianya is truly formidable. Her opponent was at least at the first or second level of the Return to Void Realm. Yet she, with a cultivation at the 8th level of the Void Return Realm, achieved consecutive victories. In presenting those 14 immortal treasures, she won to the senior brother bullied by the Dragon Clan. So cool. She didn't fight for treasures. She fought for respect. We disciples of Du Xian's sect cannot be trampled upon so easily. Our fellow disciples are not to be bullied by anyone. Because of Xianya's dazzling display, Changsho found himself conveniently forgotten by the crowd. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. I suppose this counts as a glorious retirement. The feeling of not being the center of attention is quite pleasant. Just after Xianya received the 14 immortal treasures, another heated discussion erupted among the disciples. A topic no less fiery than the previous one. Why did junior sister Xianya deliberately give those treasures to that useless guy? That good-for-nothing. If he dares to lay a finger on our goddess, I'll chop off his hands. How could the goddess be so close to him? Could that Li Changsho have used some underhanded trick? Hearing these words, Changsho could only shake his head. Toxic. She's truly toxic. To appease everyone, he handed the immortal treasures to Jiujio. Junior sister Xianya wanted to reclaim our Du Xian sect's honor and, incidentally, help me vent my anger. I understand, but I truly cannot accept these immortal treasures. Please, Uncle Master Jiujio, give these to Elder Jiang Jingshan. Jiujio nodded in agreement. All right. This seemed to temporarily stabilize the situation. So, junior sister Xian yet acted out of righteous indignation for the sect to help Li Changsho. Changsho breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, truly toxic, causing me more trouble. Jiujio immediately delivered the immortal treasures to the unfeeling sage. He even praised Li Changsho for handling the Dragon Palace Crown Prince appropriately. This time, Jiuwu choosing him to lead the disciples was truly the right decision. Give him this jade token. Jiujio obediently and respectfully accepted the jade token. Yes, master. Seeing Jiujio's docile behavior in front of his master, Changsho couldn't help but think, this Uncle Master Jiujio is so obedient in front of his master. Jiujio left the unfeeling sage and excitedly exclaimed, "Little Shosho, master not only praised you but also rewarded you with this." Strange, why did Master praise me 2 more words than Xianya? Changsho hurriedly declined. I don't deserve this. I don't deserve this. He thought fearfully, could the unfeeling sage have seen through my true cultivation level? No, that's not right. If he had, he wouldn't have praised me, but reprimanded me for not fighting for the sect's glory. Jiujio explained, the 2 Dragon Palace crown princes intentionally wanted to be severely injured, then used the opportunity to make things difficult for our Ducian sect. Master said if you hadn't seen through their scheme and conceded early, we might not have been able to return. Changsho suddenly understood. Oh, so there was such a hidden motive. Then, he pondered, with my thorough analysis, that Dragon Palace crown prince simply wanted to use the humiliation of the Dragon Palace to turn around their long-standing unfavorable situation. Changsho's thoughts churned, his understanding deepening. The position I stand in is ultimately not high enough. I misjudged from the very beginning. I never expected such logic, such a vicious plan, lurking beneath the surface. He found himself developing a newfound respect for the unfeeling sage. This sage is truly praiseworthy, so warm and thoughtful. As expected of a heavenly immortal's foresight, truly a world apart from the limited perspective of insignificant figures like us. Jiujio then presented Changsho with a jade pendant. Here you go. This is a reward Master gives you. It's not considered a sect reward. Changsho gasped. The pulling heaven yang thunder, true scripture. Then, he immediately offered it back. I can't accept such a valuable reward. Could it be exchanged for the Samadhi, true flame cultivation technique? Jiujio appeared troubled, taking back the jade pendant. So picky. Master will scold me to death for this. The outcome, however, was unexpected. The unfeeling sage didn't seem to mind, nor did he retract the jade pendant. Instead, he produced another, the one containing the Samadhi true flame. He calmly instructed, give him both cultivation techniques. Jiujio relayed the message. My master is giving you both. Cultivate them diligently. The Samadhi True Flame Jade pendant radiated 3 types of flames: Starfire, Divine Fire, and Chi Fire. Changsho's eyes lit up, excitement brimming within him. The Samadhi True Flame cultivation technique is finally mine. This trip was truly worthwhile. His resolve hardened. Back on the mountain, I will focus intently, ignoring worldly affairs, and dedicate myself to studying the true fire scripture. Meanwhile, within the bustling Dragon Palace, the clinking of goblets filled the air. We, the Dragon Palace, merely need to toss out a few useless magical treasures, and these great sects fight over them to the death. Ha ha! Human cultivators are truly foolish. To the greatness of our Dragon Palace. Cheers! Aoe arrived, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts. The Dragon Clan remained immersed in their idle, yet tedious existence. The second Prince Aoe of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. I will accomplish another great deed. I shall return once more to Little Cheong Peak. Back at Little Cheong Peak, Chi Yuan was in a state of frantic bewilderment, clutching his head and lamenting, This is truly my familiar Little Cheong Peak. He stood at a fork in the path, racking his brain. It's been days, and I still haven't found my way out. Which esteemed expert has set up this formation on my Little Cheong Peak? And for what purpose? He was lost in confusion and uncertainty. Suddenly, he spotted a wooden sign hanging from a tree. It read, Lost. Chi Yuan stroked his beard thoughtfully. This handwriting, why does it look so familiar? Then he deduced, could this be the legendary time rift? He continued forward, and more wooden signs appeared, each bearing profound and meaningful phrases. The second sign read, What brings your esteemed self to Little Cheong Peak? He retorted angrily, This poor Taoist lives here. He continued walking. Wooden signs kept appearing. Is your esteemed self looking for someone from the Ducian sect? This formation is only to protect the pill room. According to sect rules, your esteemed self has trespassed onto Little Cheong Peak without permission. Chi Yuan, now sweating, muttered, Do I have to trespass? I'm the peak master of Little Cheong Peak. Then another wooden sign. Please do not harm the flowers and plants here. The path leads to an open space ahead without a soundproof formation. Chi Yuan said in astonishment, Is this the exit left by the person who set up the formation? He continued forward. The wooden sign read, You've arrived. Please take 3 steps forward. 1, 2, 3. Before him was a table, on which sat a wooden bucket filled with water. On the grass was a wooden sign that read, I apologize for the inconvenience. but please wait here for this humble one. If you cannot wait, you can use your immortal power to call. Little Cheong Peak sincerely welcomes your esteemed self. Next time, please come directly to the Peak Master. Respectfully submitted by Chi Yuan, Peak Master of Little Cheong Peak. Having read this, Chi Yuan pointed at the sign and exclaimed, This is my own doing. Then, he clutched his head. Have I encountered a ghost? No. Could this be the reason for the unclear path of cultivation? Cultivation makes one susceptible to earthly energies invading the heart, easily giving rise to demonic obstacles. Could I be just a heart demon of Taoist Chi Yuan? Time truly flies, a cultivation heart demon. Time truly flies, a cultivation heart demon. Chi Yuan's mind raced, on the verge of madness. Heavens, my head is spinning. Who am I? Am I really just my own heart demon? Impossible. I am not a heart demon. I am Chi Yuan. Finally, he knelt on the ground, his voice rising to a scream. I am Chi Yuan. Chi Yuan is me. I just entered a time rift. I can't be a heart demon. I can't be. Ling Na, seeing this from afar, cried out, Master. Chi Yuan was overjoyed to the point of tears. Ling Na, is that you? She asked, Master, are you trapped in the formation? Chi Yuan wept with joy. Are you really Ling Na? Then, he clutched his head again, wailing, No, you could be a heart demon, my heart demon. Ling Na said helplessly, It's over. Senior brother has driven Master mad. Panic set in. Please don't wander around. There are many formations here. I'll come find you right now. A look of doubt crossed Chi Yuan's face. What did Ling Na just say? Senior brother, are these Changsho's formations? Ling Na rushed in, grumbling as she went, Ugh. Senior brother, why did you set up so many traps? Chi Yuan asked, Did you arrange all of this? Ling Na explained, It should be said that senior brother designed it, and Uncle Master Jiujio of Breaking Heaven Peak personally set it up. Chi Yuan was stunned. Changsho designed it. Ling Na said proudly, Yes, Uncle Master Jiujio isn't good at formations. Senior brother taught her everything bit by bit. Ling Na asked again, Master, did you really not notice? Chi Yuan asked blankly, Notice what? That you like my senior brother's work. Ling Na blushed, saying, Oh no, it's not like that. I mean, senior brother is actually much more powerful than Master. Master, what level is my current cultivation? Ling Na asked, gathering spiritual energy in her palm. Chi Yuan replied, 9th level of Chi refining. And now, Ling Na intensified her spiritual power, the small flame in her hand suddenly turning blue and flaring fiercely. Chi Yuan gasped, 5th level of nascent soul. Ling Na, when did you? The young woman explained, This is the Chi concealment art that senior brother taught me. It can hide my true cultivation. As long as a true immortal doesn't physically touch me, it can't be broken. It can also simulate any cultivation level I want to display. Chi Yuan was astonished. Changsho has this kind of concealment technique. A wave of bewilderment washed over him. Ling Na, he said, Tell me, what should Master do? He paused. Wait for Changsho to return and reward him. Ling Na's expression shifted, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. Master, she said sweetly, it's best if you just pretend I didn't say anything. Later, when senior brother comes to pick us up, you take this horsetail whisk and spank him with it. She produced a gleaming horsetail whisk, clearly no ordinary item. Chi Yuan accepted it with a hearty laugh. All right, let's put on a little show for your senior brother. A while later, Chi Yuan roared, treating your master like a monkey for so many years. You deserve a good thrashing. With that, he flicked the whisk, the long horsetail whisk wrapping around Changsho, binding him tightly. Changsho stood dumbfounded, unsure what to do. Ling Na slowly approached, her hands outstretched, a sly look on her face. With Changsho offering no resistance, she seemed unsure where to begin. A wicked smile played on her lips as she looked at him. Just as Ling Na touched Changsho, he closed his eyes and admonished her, Little lass, you must be careful. Although the desire is strong, you are of age now, and your body is still that of a Chi refiner. You should restrain the impulses in your heart. What if you develop a heart demon? Ling Na withdrew her hand sheepishly, stammering, It's not, I didn't. Puffing out her cheeks, she whined, Senior brother, you're so mean. Bullying me. Then, she bit Changsho's shoulder. He yelped in pain. A gentleman uses his words, not his teeth. Why did you bite me? Ling Na mumbled petulantly, "Humph, I can't win an argument against you, so can I even bite?" Changsho appealed to their master. "Master, if you don't discipline little junior sister, how will she ever get married? She's still young, you know." Ling Na huffed angrily. "None of your business. I'll stay on Lil Cheong Peak forever." Master Chi Yuan turned and retrieved his horsetail whisk. "I'm going into seclusion to comprehend the Tao of immortality," he announced. "I'm leaving Little Cheong Peak in your care, Changsho. If anything urgent arises, you can come find me at any time." He added a final instruction, "Ling Na, you should be more mindful of your words and actions. You must respect your senior brother." Changsho suddenly felt a strange premonition. It seemed as though Master knew everything. Ling Na quickly agreed. After Master left, Changsho asked, "Did you tell Master?" Ling Na's mind was a whirl of confusion, and she dare not answer. This, just a little bit." Changsho asked sternly, "A little bit or a lot?" Ling Na exclaimed exasperately, "Of course it was just a little bit." When we got back, Changsho interrupted, his voice grave. "Tell me, what exactly did you say to Master?" Ling Na's eyes welled with tears. "Senior brother," she sniffled, "Master actually forced me." Ling Na then proactively grabbed a cushion and knelt to apologize. She continued, her voice choked with sobs, "I didn't say much. Just about the formations you set up, senior brother, and about the peaceful chi formula." Seeing Ling Na's pitiful display, Changsho couldn't bring himself to scold her. All right, he sighed. "Punish yourself. Just stop crying." Changsho then paused, lost in thought. "Should I," he mused, "add a wife to Master's retirement plan? As for my little meddlesome junior sister revealing information to Master," he continued internally, "I'm not particularly concerned. She only knows so much anyway, and I had a feeling this might happen." Late that night, in his alchemy room, Changsho sighed. "The great godly investiture tribulation," he murmured. "Although secretly cultivating to the golden immortal realm within the Xian sect is ideal, it requires a long period of accumulation." He took out 3 jade pendants and began calculating. As one of the 3 immortal sects, the Rin school is very likely to be affected by the great godly investiture tribulation. King Zhou's tribulation isn't just about the Zhou clan overthrowing the tyrant of the southern continent. This matter could involve the 3 realms, a tribulation targeting the disciples of the 3 sects. The more prosperous king Zhou's great Shang becomes now, he reasoned, the more tragic its destruction during the tribulation will be. The Xian sect of the Eastern Divine Continent will likely find it difficult to escape this calamity. But it's not impossible to avoid this tribulation. It's quite simple. Actually, strike first. To explain the great godly investiture tribulation, Changsho continued his internal monologue. It's essentially the Jade Emperor of the Heavenly Court establishing his dominance over heaven and earth. As for how to overcome it, he began to ponder. The superficial cause of the great godly investiture tribulation is the Jade Emperor Hao Yin going to the Tao ancestor to cry, complaining that the disciples of the 3 sects are disrespectful and don't obey the heavenly court's decrees. He's only a ruler in name, without a man's dignity, unable to even hold his head high in front of Queen Mother, his junior sister. A complete failure. I've digressed again, Changsho thought, shaking his head slightly. From the results of the godly investiture, we can see that the disciples of the 3 sects entered the heavenly court to become gods, and immortals no longer actively appeared in the mortal world, establishing the foundation for the heavenly court's management of the 3 realms. So, I just need to infiltrate the heavenly court early and become an established official when the heavenly court faces difficulties. I don't need to be a high-ranking official. Just hide my cultivation and be a minor clerk. The main thing is to get on the heavenly court's register. When the great godly investiture tribulation arrives, I'll already be a registered immortal of the heavenly court, having nothing to do with the tribulation. The great godly investiture tribulation surely won't fall on my head, will it? The heavenly court's immortal seals. How can this be? This doesn't make sense. Changsho slammed his book shut with a thud and continued to ponder. Once the immortals of the various conferred god paths accept their heavenly court appointments, the court's ranks will be full, and I can smoothly follow the tide and seize the opportunity to go into seclusion. This way, I can gain the status of a heavenly court elder and return to the mountain to continue my cultivation. Why not? Thinking of this excellent plan, Changsho's spirits lifted. Before the Jade Emperor goes, crying to the Tao ancestor to secure the heavenly court roster, there should still be plenty of time. Having Master become a local Earth God is a crucial step. It can save me a lot of trouble. I still need to see if Master agrees. Although the local Earth God position is minor, numerous, and with little power, it is still a righteous god of fortune and virtue. He mused. Who knows, maybe the local Earth God can even find a local Earth Goddess. 3 months later, Changsho had grasped the principles of cultivating the Samadhi true fire, relying solely on infusing spiritual energy and fire into his magical power. Its might was less than a third of the netherworld cold fire. However, once he refined the chi fire, essence fire, and spirit fire into the Samadhi true fire, he predicted its power would far surpass the netherworld cold fire. The process involved nurturing chi, essence, and spirit into 3 types of fire seeds, then fusing them into the Samadhi true fire. This fire could reside within a cultivator's body, protecting it. A formidable azure flame danced in Changsho's hand, then vanished as he abruptly clenched his fist. Someone was approaching. It was Changsho's junior disciple. A familiar voice drifted from afar. It was Uncle Master Jiujio. I heard you went to the East Sea 3 months ago and reaped quite a harvest, adequately handling the Dragon Palace Crown Prince's provocation. My recommendation wasn't in vain. Changsho responded respectfully. Many thanks to Uncle Master's favor. This disciple was able to obtain fire and lightning techniques. I've specially prepared a banquet today to express my gratitude. Jiujio furrowed his brow. Why do I suddenly feel something's amiss? You usually dislike it when I come to drink with you. He asked worriedly. That trip to the East Sea was me coaxing and tricking you. Junior disciple Changsho, you wouldn't be planning to poison your Uncle Master to death, would you? Changsho broke out in a cold sweat and chuckled. This disciple is but a disciple of Green Peak Mountain. Uncle Master is an inner sect true immortal, a member of the Breaking Heaven Peak lineage and valued by the elders. Even if this disciple had grievances against Uncle Master, I wouldn't dare do such a thing. He then produced several orbs. These are flowing image orbs, slightly modified by this disciple into clear image orbs. One for Uncle Master, one for myself. Today's banquet will be recorded within the clear image orbs. What do you say? Hearing the explanation, Jiujio's eyes lit up. He hastily bent down, wiping away imaginary tears. What treasure? He took the orb gleefully. With this, I can see what tricks you're hiding up your sleeve. Please, Changsho said, a sly expression spreading across his face. He chuckled. Uncle Master, please. Speaking of something unrelated, as he was strolling the other day, Changsho closed his eyes. Come out, he said. You've been sneaking around and watching me for days now. The mysterious figure revealed herself. It was Poisonous Sister, Xianya. Little sister, what brings you here? Changsho asked. Xianya blushed and remained silent. A sense of unease washed over Changsho, and he froze. Xianya spoke, her voice hesitant. Senior brother, what I'm about to say might be a bit abrupt, but please don't tell anyone else. A flicker of worry crossed Changsho's face. Poisonous is this about? Don't say it. Changsho interrupted, his anxiety rising. If this involves poison, then things are going to get complicated. Xianya pressed on, her voice tinged with distress. Senior brother, do you know what attacked me last time, causing me to lose consciousness? My hair has been falling out more and more recently. Changsho's mind flashed back to the incident where he'd pulled Xianya along by her hair. A cold dread settled in his stomach. Sooner or later, her fans would find out. I fear my peaceful days are numbered, he muttered to himself. He froze again, lost in thought. Seeing the strange expression on Changsho's face, Xianya quickly explained. No, senior brother, it's not you. I don't suspect you at all. Please don't be angry. What's wrong? You're not going to ignore me now, are you? Returning to the main narrative, Jiujio channeled his spiritual energy, accepting and activating the shadow orb. Picking up a morsel of food with his chopsticks, he mused, unless These dishes all contain a harmless medicinal ingredient, but when combined, they form a potent sleeping draught. Changsho also took some food, a pleasant smile gracing his features. Little junior sister's culinary skills have truly improved. Meanwhile, Jiao continued to ponder suspiciously. He really does want to get me drunk. Changsho chuckled wryly. Uncle Master, what troubles have you encountered in the outside world to make you so suspicious of your disciples' intentions? I assure you, I'm not a malicious person. Jiao roared with laughter, raising his cup. Ha ha, just a jest. Cheers. Half a day later, Jiao's wine jug was completely empty. His words were slightly slurred. Who drank all the wine. Only then did Changsho speak, producing another jug. Uncle Master, this is a small token of gratitude from your disciple. It's called Dragon Bone Invigorating Wine. Jiao pondered seriously, his brow furrowed. Here it comes, here it comes. This lad's tricks are so predictable. Quick, use chi control. With a muttered incantation, one of the chopsticks before him began to glow, levitating in the air. The chopstick darted towards the wine jug Changsho had just presented, dipping into the liquid. It swiftly returned to Jiao. He immediately took a taste, his eyes widening in surprise. Changsho began his explanation. This wine is brewed with 36 poisonous herbs, 12 venomous insects, and water from the river Styx. It's fermented for 3 months. The toxicity is neutralized, and it has the effect of replenishing essence, strengthening tendons and bones, and enhancing masculine charm. However, there's one small thing. I wonder if Uncle Master can handle it. Its effects are rather potent. Jiao smiled knowingly. I understand. What's there not to handle? I have a Tao companion. As he spoke, Jiao pictured his wife back home, holding a wine jug and affectionately calling him husband, urging him to drink. That's why your disciple brewed this medicinal wine. Please, Uncle Master. Changsho began pouring the wine for Jiao, continuing, a little more. Jiao then downed a full cup in one gulp. Changsho cautioned him from the side. Uncle Master, don't drink too much at once. Jiao dismissed his concern. I'm a true immortal. What do I have to fear? Besides, my tolerance has recently improved after leaving seclusion. I really have nothing to worry about. Oh, so impressive. Changsho deadpanned, his face darkening. Uncle Master, he continued, among the formations you are proficient in is the 9 Radiance Clarity Formation. This disciple and Uncle Master Jiao have been studying it for half a month and still can't arrange it. I wish to ask for your guidance. Changsho began his request for instruction. Jiao, currently in high spirits, readily agreed. All right, let your Uncle Master take a look. Changsho quickly led Jiao to the formation site. Jiao, having spotted the necessary adjustments, instructed, adjust the bronze plate in front of me to the Su position, 20 degrees. Adjust the bronze plate beside you to the Can position, 13 degrees. Good. Changsho immediately complied. Yes, Uncle Master. Is this right? He asked as he began to rotate a bronze plate. A powerful beam of light instantly shot out, aimed directly at Jiao, momentarily blinding him, forcing his eyes shut. He squinted, a flicker of annoyance in his voice. Are you trying to pull something? Trapping your Uncle Master here, taking out your frustrations. He added a thinly veiled threat. Trying to fool yourself and others isn't a good look. However, when he opened his eyes, Changsho's entire body was ablaze. Jiao's eyes widened in alarm. Why are you on fire? Is that Samadhi true fire? Uncle Master, why are? Changsho cried out in feigned terror, rushing towards Jiao, playing out a scene designed to lure him into a trap. He casually slid a clear image orb forward. Jiao, seeing through the ruse, mutter, this little rascal, trying to use a clear image orb to tarnish my reputation. How detestable. Noticing the orb begin to record, Changsho smiled and waved a cheerful farewell to Jiao. He then transformed into a paper talisman, utilizing the paper effigy technique from the 36 transformations of the heavenly stems. However, Changsho, you're still too green. What crime are you going to accuse your Uncle Master of at the Hall of Divine Justice? Jiao, not the least bit worried, stood there shaking his head and chuckling. This Uncle Master truly overestimated you. This formation was created by me. How could I not find a way out? He said smugly. Half an hour later, Jiao was still pacing back and forth. An hour later, he had begun to pant. Finally, Jiao clutched his head and wailed, why is it a nested formation? The banquet was a pretext. The real revenge is this formation? I didn't expect to forget that this little rascal loves nested formations the most. Then he froze. Why is it suddenly so hot? A surge of yang energy rapidly spread through his body, concentrating in his lower abdomen. It seemed the yang-boosting properties of the wine were beginning to take effect. Oh no, it's medicinal wine, but why is it so potent? Wife, I'm so hot. Jiu buried his face in his wife's chest. ZZ stroked his head. There, hold me tight, and you won't be hot anymore. This blissful scene was merely a figment of Jiu's imagination. In reality, he was in utter agony, extremely restless. He chanted inwardly, "Endure, I must endure. Jiu, I'm already half immortal. Can't I even withstand this little bit of medicinal effect? Just thinking of ZZ waiting for me at home will naturally." At this point, Jiu shook his head violently. No, I absolutely cannot think about senior sister anymore. The more I think, the more uncomfortable I become. I can't lose control. That little rascal's clear image orb is still recording. He can endure it. Sweat poured down like rain. Jiu was incredibly frustrated. But the more he endured, the more unbearable it became. He roared, "This is beyond my control. How can I possibly endure this?" His hand clutched tightly at the treasure. Finally, Jiu collapsed to his knees, his face a mask of misery. He groaned, "Oh, Changsho." Uncle Master admits defeat. He added weakly, "I won't scheme against you anymore." Seeing this, Changsho smiled. "That's good enough. I'll spare you." With a flick of his wrist, the formation vanished. A wooden board covered in densely packed characters appeared before Jiu. At the top, it read, "Please read carefully and recite the Oath of Clarity." The oath continued. "From this moment forward, without the permission of my junior disciple Li Changsho, I shall not compel Li Changsho to do anything. I shall not divulge any information related to Li Changsho to any living being, magical artifact, or tool. If I break this oath, I shall lose my manhood." Jiu's jaw dropped, his eyes wide with terror. A heavenly Tao oath, and prefaced with the Oath of Clarity incantation, no less. How ruthless. Clutching the wooden board, Jiu said anxiously, "Isn't it just a 100-word heavenly Tao oath? I'll recite it." He read the oath aloud, and as the words left his lips, the oath took hold. The heavenly Tao responded, and thunder rumbled across Little Cheong Peak. But Jiu's mind was elsewhere. He scrambled to his feet and yelled, Sure. Absolutely do not enter closed-door cultivation. Sure. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from Little Cheong Peak. Changsho emerged and collected the wooden board, the writing on it slowly fading away. He smiled smugly. That's taken care of for now. 2 months later, the appointed day for pill refinement arrived. Jiu stood beside several jars of wine and asked, Sho, do you have any more of that medicinal wine you gave to the 5 senior brothers? 4th senior sister said she wants to trade some spell manuals for the recipe. You can choose whichever spells you like. Changsho replied nonchalantly, it's the same wine that's right in front of you. He added a warning. This wine isn't suitable for women. It's specially formulated for men. Women who drink it will experience side effects. The wine ladle clattered to the ground. Jiu had, of course, already taken a few swift sips. She asked anxiously, What will happen? Changsho sighed and said with feigned helplessness, Well, you might grow a beard. Grow a beard. Jiu echoed, stunned. Then she burst into laughter. What's a big deal? It's just a beard. You scare me. I thought I'd experience some yin-yang reversal and become neither male nor female. Changsho frowned and shook his head. Uncle Master's train of thought. I truly admire it. He then stated his main purpose. Uncle Master, after I finish refining these pills today, I plan to enter closed-door cultivation for 6 months to a year to cultivate my Samadhi True Fire. I've already prepared the wine you like for Uncle Master Jiu. At the mention of wine, Jiu's eyes lit up. Oh, don't you worry about a thing. She immediately dashed towards the wine storage, practically drooling. Precious treasures like these are all mine. Watching her go, Changsho called after her, but even these aren't good in excess. Uncle Master, please drink in moderation. Save some for me. Jiu, though tempted, restrained his greed and offered Changsho some concerned advice. Although the Samadhi True Fire can be cultivated from the Qi refinement stage, it requires burning one's essence, energy, and spirit at the beginning to condense the fire seed. You absolutely absolutely must not rush the cultivation of this technique and end up damaging your vital qi, weakening your spirit and physical body. Like that would be very dangerous. Changsho replied gratefully, yes, thank you, Uncle Master, for the reminder. She added, I've encountered bottlenecks a few times in my cultivation before, followed by sudden breakthroughs. After a breakthrough, I need to enter secluded cultivation for a few years, maybe even a few decades. It's possible you won't see your Uncle Master again for a very long time. Indeed. Uncle Master, have you started cultivating the scripture of non-action yet? Changsho asked solicitously, his head bowed as he worked. Jiu picked up a thread. Indeed, I have. You can also cultivate the scripture of non-action after you ascend to immortality. If your aptitude were a bit better, you could cultivate it at the chi refinement stage. What a pity. Jiu pouted, then paused. Oh, right. I heard Fifth Senior Brother say that Master seems to have started comprehending the scripture of non-action as well. Changsho replied honestly, yes. 2 months ago, Master received the scripture brought by the inner sect attendant. Actually, Uncle Master, with your temperament, cultivating the scripture of non-action is most suitable. It emphasizes non-striving and not desiring too much. Jiu asked, Little Changsho, why are you speaking to my master in that tone? Changsho immediately responded, Elder Jiu also gave me a copy of the first volume of the scripture in non-action. Aren't these words the very essence of the scripture? Jiu suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Jiu then hesitated. Little Show, there seems to be something I want to say, but can't quite express. Finally, she decided to speak. I just realized that you're actually quite handsome. A shiver ran down Changsho's spine. Jiu beamed, saying cheerfully, Hee, why didn't I notice before? Faced with this somewhat unsettling scene, Changsho's heart skipped a beat, and he fell silent. Jiu, like a child, slumped over the table and fell asleep. As she slept, one could describe her complexion as smooth and her beauty as unparalleled. Changsho looked at the sleeping Jiu, shaking his head with a smile. It's a pity she's so boisterous when she's awake. 2 days later, by the lake of Little Cheong Peak, a young girl stood waiting. This young girl was Ling Yi. She smiled and asked, Senior Brother, aren't you going to seclude yourself in the pill refining room this time? Changsho, who was by the lake with countless flames flickering around him, replied, I can't. Cultivating the Samadhi true fire can easily blow up a room. He withdrew the flames and continued, I'll make a wooden raft and seclude myself in the middle of the lake. That'll be a bit safer. He then took out a few bottles of medicinal powder and instructed Ling Yi, while I'm in seclusion, use these medicinal powders to cultivate and protect yourself. The young girl said respectfully, Thank you, Senior Brother. Changsho began to give her simple instructions. The bottle on the left, 3 times a day, 1 spoonful each time. The bottle on the right, sprinkle 5,000 small particles each time. You can increase the amount if needed. Keep your eyes on the medicine in your hand, not on me. Ling Yi furrowed her brow. Oh, all right. She hesitated, then stammered, but the young girl finally voiced her concern. But I'm still worried. Shouldn't we conceal the Samadhi true fire? It's such a powerful technique. Changsho smiled, gently patting Ling Yi's head. What's there to worry about? You've grown a bit these past few years. Have you forgotten what I taught you? The Samadhi true fire was bestowed upon us by Master Jiu and Uncle Master Jiu. Intentionally concealing it would only arouse suspicion. A trump card is something others wouldn't think of, wouldn't guess, and wouldn't associate with you. Even based on the information you reveal daily, it's not simply a matter of its power. Overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information, Ling Yi's head swam. She trembled slightly as she replied, Yes, Senior Brother. Inwardly, she thought, I feel like I'll never be able to match Senior Brother's composure. Changsho produced 2 vials of pills. Place these 2 vials in front of Master's door. These are refinement pills I made for him. They have the effect of purifying the body. Hearing their effect, Ling Yi's eyes lit up with excitement. So, wouldn't Master ascend to immortality after taking them? Changsho sighed. Alas, I'm not quite capable of that yet. He turned and waved farewell. I'm off. Cultivate diligently. The young girl was already busy opening the vial meant for her master. Are Master's pills really that potent? She unstoppered the vial and took a sniff. Then her whole body trembled. The spiritual energy within this medicine seems incredibly pure. 2 days later, Ling Yi began meditating, seemingly on the verge of a breakthrough. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, her teeth gritted. What was that noise? The young girl ran outside to investigate the source of the sound. Then she cried out, "Is this the small wooden raft?" Her face paled. "Senior brother, did you perhaps misunderstand the meaning of small?" Before her lay an incredibly large and luxurious boat. The young girl muttered, "Senior brother has truly been influenced by Uncle Master Giorgio. He's lost all sense of normal proportions." Yi Huarid. He was currently bound within the Dragon Palace, for reasons unknown. He thrashed and howled, "Release me. I want to see my father." A flashback to a few days prior. Crash. A jade cup shattered into pieces. "Insolent child, what did you just say?" The Dragon King roared, pointing a furious finger at Aoe. Aoe spoke with unwavering conviction. "I want to become a disciple of the Rin school and cultivate the teachings of the three sect sages." His mother, standing beside him, pleaded, "Your Majesty, please calm down. He's just upset from the recent sparring match." She turned to Aoe, her voice laced with concern. "My son," she pleaded, "are the arts of our clan not enough for you to learn? Are the treasures of our clan not enough for you to enjoy? Why must you pursue such a foolish path? Before so many of your clan elders, you speak such utterly preposterous words." She patiently instructed him, "Child, you wish to become a disciple of a saint. Do you not know that, aside from the GS school, the saints do not accept dragons as disciples? The Chan school of the celestial immortals once took in a wild dragon as a disciple, using borrowed treasures to steal the final opportunity from our dragon clan, bestowing it upon that wretched dragon. How can our clan ever forget such humiliation?" Aoye's hands trembled as he listened to her words. The thought echoed in his mind. Saints do not accept dragons as disciples. The Chan school took in a wretched dragon. Aoe closed his eyes, his voice heavy with helplessness. "Mother," he said, "do you think I don't know whether this is true or not?" In reality, he continued, his voice rising with a passionate intensity. "Huang Long, the true immortal, one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school, clearly possesses the bloodline of the Dragon Clan. He was once gravely injured and fell upon Mount Kunlun, where he was raised in the courtyard of the Three Pure Ones, treated as a mere house dragon. In the ancient times, before the saints emerged, the Dragon Clan considered this a disgrace and severed all ties with Huang Long, erasing his name from the Dragon Scroll. After the Three Pure Ones attained sainthood, the Dragon Clan, unable to humble themselves and flatter Huang Long, instead spread rumors within the clan, slandering him as a bastard. He spat out the words with disdain, mimicking the scorn of his kin. The dragon sneered. That so-called Huang Long, the true immortal, is nothing more than a pampered catfish. That bastard dares to call himself a true immortal. Aoye's voice throbbed with indignation. Preposterous. The Dragon Clan's arrogance is what's truly preposterous. He pressed on, his voice filled with a bitter irony. After the Three Pure Ones became saints, a group of Dragon Clan masters, accompanied by their dragon princes and heirs, journeyed to Golden Turtle Island to seek discipleship. They bowed respectfully before the saints. But Aoe continued, his voice laced with disbelief, when they heard that the Grand Master of all under heaven, Tongten, who was most willing to accept disciples, would only permit the most exceptional of the Dragon Clan to become disciples of his disciples, not disciples of the saint himself. These Dragon Clan masters turned their backs and left, believing that the saint had deliberately insulted them. Countless dragons harbored resentment from that day forward. Those so-called Three Pure Ones dare to say they won't accept our Dragon Clan as disciples. Do you think you're so impressive? Aoye's voice dripped with the remembered fury. Our Dragon Clan will not tolerate such humiliation. The Dragon King, enraged by Aoye's rebellious words, roared, "Aoe, you are audacious. You dare to insult the majesty of our clan, to defile the glory of our clan. Do you dare repeat those words?" Undeterred, Aoye's voice rang out, echoing through the hall. "Yes, Aoe wishes to go to the Immortal Ascension sect to seek discipleship and learn the Tao." The shrimp soldiers and crab generals were so astonished by his words that their jaws dropped. "Seize this rebellious son and lock him away." This was the last thing Aoe remembered the Dragon King saying. "I must persevere," he told himself. Only when both Dragon Prince heirs humble themselves and seek discipleship at the Immortal Ascension sect, that insignificant sect within the three religions of the immortal sects, can the arrogance of the Dragon Clan be shattered, their twisted pride crushed. This is the only way for the Dragon Clan to survive. 3 months later, within the East Sea Dragon Palace, Aoe's mother wept with anguish. Aoe is not a child who doesn't understand reason. Someone must have instigated this. Why punish him so severely? Quickly, find someone to take the blame for him. Seeing the Dragon Queen's tears, the Dragon King quickly said, "Don't cry, don't cry. I also feel our child is innocent. Don't cry, my dear. I'll quickly find someone to take the blame and put an end to this." Then, the Dragon King muttered 3 words, "Scapegoat." His eyes lit up as he saw a fish playing a flute. Inciting the Crown Prince, what a crime. Death by 1,000 cuts. It just so happens I'm in the mood for sashimi. The Dragon King and Queen conferred. The unfortunate fish, overhearing their words, burst into tears. After much ado, the Dragon Queen explained the situation. The Dragon Prince was rebellious, and the Dragon King dispatched investigators to get to the bottom of it. As a result, an old musician was dragged into the light, chopped into pieces, and marinated with ginger, garlic, and scallions. A pity there's no mustard in Hong Huang. If there were, it would be a truly exquisite dish. Not long after, the second prince, Ao, was bound on a giant clamshell boat, heading towards the border between the East Sea and the South Sea. At this moment, Prime Minister Gui approached the bound Aoe and began to chatter incessantly. "Your Highness, why must you insist on joining that insignificant Ren school? What skills do they possess? Even if the Dragon King agreed to lower himself and allow you to become their disciple, they wouldn't dare accept you. Furthermore, you must also consider His Majesty. The Dragon King has suppressed all dissent, crushed all opposing opinions, and agreed to let you go out and study under a saint. This time, I've lost face, escorting your Highness to become a disciple of the great immortal Wu Yun Xian. Although this immortal isn't particularly renowned, he was once the leader of the 7 immortals of the Jie school. Your Highness, this aligns with your wishes. Please, don't cause any more trouble." Aoe asked, "Does this great immortal possess the saint's disciple methods?" "Of course," the Prime Minister affirmed. In truth, the Prime Minister understood Aoe's intentions. So he added, "Your Highness, I know what you're trying to do, but things aren't as simple as you think. Will torturing yourself lead to a good outcome? A beautiful dream turns into a nightmare upon waking. Therefore, no one wants to wake up. You must also understand His Majesty. As the leader of the Dragon Clan, sitting at the highest position, he cannot act recklessly. A single careless move could endanger the entire clan." Aoe wasn't a fool. He sighed, all right. After that, everything seemed to go smoothly. At this moment, he was filled with confidence, thinking to himself, "For now, I'll just obey and escape the Dragon Palace," venturing into the vastness of Hong Huang. Later, His Highness the Crown Prince can freely travel and seek a master, becoming a disciple of a great immortal. That's merely borrowing the name of the Dragon Palace Crown Prince. It won't help the Dragon Clan's situation in the slightest. Among the other young dragons, how many can find such a great immortal as a master? I want to find a way out for the Dragon Clan, not just for myself. The second prince of the East Sea Dragon Palace. Meanwhile, at the Immortal Ascension sect, Fairy Jiujio was cultivating. Jiujio sighed in boredom. So boring. Little Shosho has only been in seclusion for 3 months, but it feels like 3 years to me. There's no one to play with. Hugging a large wine jar, Jiu lamented. Eldest senior sister and second senior brother, fourth senior sister and fifth senior brother, sixth senior sister and seventh senior brother are all busy. Eighth senior brother just went out with ninth junior sister, but who would have thought he'd pull a third senior sister and suddenly veer off to hang out with some outsider, completely ruining the mood. She paused, lost in thought for a moment, before tears welled up in her eyes. Our fates are truly miserable, she sobbed. Just because we're odd numbers, we're destined to be lonely and companionless. We're all master's disciples, so why are our lots in life so different? Jiujio. A female voice called from the window. Jiujio's face lit up with recognition. Fourth senior sister. She rushed out and threw her arms around her fourth senior sister, startling the older woman. What's gotten into you, little one? Why so excited? Come to Little Cheong Peak with me. Jiujio exclaimed. I want to play Clash of the Great Gods. I want to play Immortal Simulator. I'm so bored. Fourth senior sister looked at her with a puzzled expression. Clash of the Great Gods. Immortal Simulator. What are those? Silly junior sister, she said, pinching Jiujio's nose. Little Cheong Peak isn't a place you could just go to. What's wrong with me going there if you're with me? Fourth senior sister asked with a knowing smile, her words laced with innuendo. Jiojio blinked, momentarily stunned. What's wrong with it? A blush crept up her cheeks. Fourth senior sister, Jiojio stammered, are you misunderstanding something? Little Shou and I have a perfectly pure grandaunt and grandnephew relationship. Fourth senior sister giggled, continuing to tease her. Oh really? A pure relationship where you refine pills together 7 times a day, spend all your time together, and are constantly in close contact. Explaining is just covering up. Jiojio insisted. We're not in close contact. He's out of condition. Aside from his own junior sister, Jiojio continued. Little Shou trembles and foams at the mouth if he touches any other woman. His junior sister is all right because they grew up together. As for me, it's fine if I accidentally brush against him or pat him on the shoulder or something. Fourth senior sister's eyes twinkled mischievously. And where did this condition come from? Tell me all about it. She sensed something was amiss. Jiojio replied innocently. It started that time I took little Shou to the North Continent. After hearing the whole story, fourth senior sister burst into uncontrollable laughter. Ha ha! Tears streamed down her face as she howled. You actually believed such a simple trick. Jiojio's eyes widened in indignation. That little brat dared to trick his grandaunt. Fourth senior sister smiled, patting Jiojio's head. Don't be angry, Jiojio. A man who keeps himself pure like jade is a rare treasure in this world. You absolutely mustn't let him go. Jiojio grew even more flustered. What nonsense are you talking about, senior sister? How could I possibly with him? Oh dear, I must go back to secluded cultivation. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, she searched for an excuse to escape. Aren't you supposed to be a guard for the martial arts tournament in a few days? Fourth senior sister asked. Jiojio, her mind in a whirl, stammered, yes. That's right. Can't I cultivate in seclusion for a few days? Fourth senior sister chuckled. Jiojio, there's no need to be shy. Let your older sister teach you how to dress up and make yourself presentable. Without waiting for an invitation, she hopped into Jiojio's room. Jiojio floundered. There's no need for that. A gentle smile played on fourth senior sister's lips. Let me see how much our Jiojio has developed, she teased. Fourth senior sister, don't touch. That's awful. Jiojio squeaked. Jiojio barely managed a cry of protest before fourth senior sister pounced, already tugging at her clothes. Months after fourth senior sister's arrival, Jiojio still pondered her words. Even while leading training expeditions, her thoughts lingered. Me and little Shou, she mused, her gaze distant. Shinya had to nudge her. Master Jiojio, aren't we moving on? Later, back in her cave dwelling after the training expedition, she continued to meditate, the same thought echoing in her mind. Me and little Shou, the dreamy expression remained. Finally, a realization dawned on Jiojio. Could it be, do I actually have feelings for little Shou without even knowing it? A few days later, on a beautiful morning, a paper crane drifted gracefully into Jiojio's room, landing gently in her hand. It was a message crane, bearing a simple invitation. Master Jiojio, Li Changsho of Little Cheong Peak invites you to join him in the pill refining room for a session of alchemy. Jiojio, clutching the crane delicately, replied, I'll be there. Wait. Her own response suddenly struck her as odd. A startling realization followed. No way. Could I actually have fallen for a little disciple barely over 100 years old? Jiojio buried her face in her hands, mortified, setting off for Little Cheong Peak. She recalled fourth senior sister's advice. These things you can only know by asking. Jiu muttered to herself as she walked. Jiojio, my dear, you must be brave and forge ahead. Forge ahead, fourth senior sister is right. What am I afraid of? I'll just ask him. A short while later, in the pill refining room of Little Cheong Peak, Jiojio seized a seemingly opportune moment. Hesitantly, she began to him, Little Shou, do you like? Changsho, engrossed in his work, looked up. Like what? Jiu stammered for a long moment before finally managing. Do you like alchemy? Changsho, puzzled by the strange question, affirmed, I enjoy alchemy very much. Why does Master Jiojio ask? Jiojio gave a nervous chuckle. It's nothing, just a little something I was wondering about. It's just a simple question. Why can't I bring myself to ask it? The thought mortified her further, fueling a surge of frustration frustrated self-reproach. I shouldn't be like this. How could I be the kind of person who preys on young disciples? 2 hours later, Jiujio was still hesitant. In a small voice, she addressed Changsho, who was now clad in protective gear and seated by the alchemy furnace. Little Shou, Jiujio steeled her nerves. Just ask, and it'll be over. Yet, the words seemed to catch in her throat. How's this batch of pills coming along? Changsho, muffled by his protective gear, misheard. How's the pill demonstration? He asked, then gave a thumbs up. 10 out of 10. Master Jiujio's immortal power was a great help. Jiujio's face fell. That's not actually what I wanted to ask. Finally, Jiujio took a deep breath and blurted out. So, disciple Changsho, what do you think of me as a person? Changsho, still slightly muffled, asked for clarification. What do I think of Master Jiujio? He considered for a moment. Very powerful and also very stable. Most rare of all, very pure. Very unsullied, without any impurities. I wish I could be like that. Jiujio's heart fluttered at the unexpected praise. A mixture of joy and embarrassment flooded through her. She stammered. Do you even realize what you just said? Jiujio demanded, then tossed a pile of danyao toward Changsho. Changsho, utterly bewildered, flinched as the pills flew towards him. Master, what's wrong? Did I do something wrong? He scrambled to his feet and approached her cautiously. Master, he asked again, did I make a mistake? Jiujio's mind raced. How dare he even ask? So powerful, so stable. Even more precious is its purity, its clarity, without a single impurity. If only I could be like that. Isn't that practically treasonous? She fumbled for words, her thoughts a chaotic jumble. Changsho, seeing her hesitation and flustered demeanor, grew even more confused. A blush crept up Jiujio's cheeks. I suddenly remembered something urgent I need to attend to. I have to go. Farewell, little Shosho, she blurted out, seizing the excuse to flee. By the time she finished speaking, she was already halfway out the door. Changsho stood there, dumbfounded. Gone already. She didn't even take any wine today. He pondered his earlier assessment of her Shinli. Master Jiujio's Shinli truly is powerful and stable, remarkably pure too. Otherwise, she wouldn't have succeeded in refining the pills on her first try, saving 8/10 of the materials I prepared. If only I could possess such profound Shinli, but I'm about to undergo my tribulations soon. A thought suddenly struck him. Did Master misunderstand something just now? Oh well, I should focus on preparing for the next refinement. I can explain the little things later. Meanwhile, Jiujio, perched precariously on her giant gourd, took a long swig of wine, attempting to calm her racing heart. She swiveled back and forth, a small cry escaping her lips. What am I even thinking? He's my disciple. Her gourd, seemingly mirroring her inner turmoil, careened into a nearby forest. Jiujiu landed with a soft thud, sprawled on the ground, staring up at the leaves above. So pure, she mumbled. I'm not a dragon girl. That boy saying such strange things. This isn't right. As a woman, her thoughts began to drift towards clothes, towards things inherently feminine. A sudden realization struck her. That's right. Fourth senior sister gave me those fairy flower dresses. She retrieved a pouch from her chinkoan bag, sat up, and considered her options. Then, with a decisive flick of her wrist, she tossed the pouch aside. How could I possibly wear such things? And certainly not for him. A pang of regret followed. But it's just trying them on, she reasoned with herself. What's the harm? As long as no one sees. Moments later, back in her cave dwelling, Jiujio rummaged through her wardrobe, muttering to herself. Oh, why am I so flustered? She held up one of the dresses her fourth senior sister had given her. It was daring, revealing her shoulders and a hint of cleavage. She proceeded to try on a series of dresses, each more elaborate than the last, only to dismiss them one by one. Too revealing. Isn't this one practically just a piece of cloth in the front and two in the back? If I wore this outside, where would people even look? And this one's even more strategically placed. It barely covers anything important. Does fourth senior sister regularly wear this for fifth senior brother? No, wait, I think they coordinate their outfits. From early morning until noon, Jojo busied herself within the confines of her small cave, lost in a whirlwind of silks and satins. Finally, having settled on a suitable ensemble, Gio continued her internal pep talk. Just going for a stroll? Yes, just a stroll. Passers-by, stunned by her appearance, couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my, a celestial maiden has descended." Then, recognizing her, they'd amend their pronouncements. "Isn't that Master Jiujio?" Men, upon seeing her, felt their hearts race and their faces flush crimson. "It's nothing special, really," Jiujio thought, a faint blush rising on her cheeks. "Everyone dresses up sometimes. It's not like I'm overturning any traditions. It's even more modest than my usual attire." She fidgeted with the hem of her elegant robe, her hair neatly pinned up, her face lightly adorned with makeup. She looked undeniably beautiful. With a delicate perch, she settled onto her gourd, a slight unease clinging to her. The fabric of the robe felt strange, unfamiliar against her skin. "This material, it feels different," she mused. With that, she soared into the air, her gourd carrying her swiftly. By chance, she encountered her fifth senior brother, Jiu-Wu. He was lamenting his recent expenditures of vital essence. "Thankfully, eldest senior sister is finally in seclusion," he muttered to himself. "At least I can replenish my chi now." His gaunt frame testified to the potency of the invigorating wine he'd been consuming, its effects pushed to their very limits. Jiujio, spotting him, called out, "Hey, fifth senior brother." She circled back, feigning a casual greeting. As she drifted past Jiu-Wu, she coughed pointedly, hoping to draw his attention. Jiu-Wu stared, bewildered. "Huh, another beautiful woman on the mountain. And she's greeting me. Does she not know I'm with 11th senior sister?" Seeing his lack of recognition, Jiujio huffed and flew off, pouting. "He didn't even recognize me," she grumbled. Jiu-Wu remained lost in thought, the image of the beautiful woman lingering in his mind. Something about her seemed familiar. Could that have been 9th junior sister? The realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. 9th junior sister, he exclaimed. Meanwhile, back on Little Cheong Peak, Li Changsho, Little Shou was instructing Ling Na. The boundless spirit, the Tao, I within, Qi returns to the central sea, condensing within the primordial soul. The most difficult part of this phrase to understand is Qi returns to the central sea. The Qi here doesn't refer to cultivated magical power, nor does it refer to clear Qi or turbid Qi, but to the embryonic treasure, which is of utmost importance to Qi refiners. Ling Na nodded diligently, absorbing his words. Suddenly, Jiu burst in, her voice ringing with forced cheer. "Surprise, aren't you surprised?" Li Changsho and Ling Na's expressions remained unchanged. They calmly greeted her, "Good afternoon, Master Jiu." Jiu's feigned enthusiasm faltered. "Why aren't you surprised?" she demanded. Ling Na, sensing her master's disappointment, mustered a performance. "Oh my, master, you startled me. Heavens, you're always beautiful, but today you're even more radiant. I wouldn't dare share a cloud with you now." But even as she spoke, Ling Na felt a prickle of unease. Noticing Jiu's pleased expression, she ventured a question. "Master Jiu, why are you wearing a robe today?" Jiu preened. "What, I can't." Turning to Li Changsho, her eyes softened. "Little Shou, what do you think?" Li Changsho replied evenly, "It's very beautiful, just a little unusual." Those two words, unusual, landed on Jiu like a heavy stone, her spirits sinking. Ling Na stifled a giggle. Senior brother is always like this, she thought. He acts like he wants to sever all karmic ties at the door. Getting close to him is truly difficult. Concerned, Ling Na addressed her master. "Is this the first time you've dressed like this?" Jiu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Yes," she admitted softly. "I just suddenly want to change my style. That's all." Ling Na thought to herself, "Look at how dejected she is. She's still my elder, after all. I'll help her out this time, even though I don't know if it'll have any effect on my blockhead senior brother. Since you're dressed like this," Ling Na suggested, "some light makeup would be more fitting. Come with me, I'll help you." With that, she immediately pulled Jiu away. Changsho, witnessing this scene, could only sigh. A moment later, Jiu returned, looking fresh and sweet, seemingly even more radiant than before. She unself-consciously struck a pose in front of Changsho. Changsho maintained his nonchalant smile, giving a thumbs up. "Not bad. Honestly, among all the women I've met, Master's appearance is definitely in the top 3. Hearing this compliment, Jiu blushed, immensely pleased. "Really?" Her eyes sparkled with excitement, and she asked repeatedly, "Really? Really?" Changsho calmly replied, "Of course it's true." Surely, Master doesn't doubt her own charm. He continued his praise. Master's everyday beauty has already captivated countless male disciples within the sect. Jiu spun around smugly. "Nonsense. This master doesn't pay attention to such things. After all, cultivating for immortality is the main priority. At this moment, she proudly believed herself to be the epitome of a focused cultivator. She then turned back, changing the subject. Enough about that. Do you two still want to continue studying? If not, let's play a game of God's Duel. With that, she tossed out a deck of cards. Changsho broke out in a sweat. Studying should be the priority. Suddenly, a hand grasped Jiojio's. Master rarely comes here. Jiojio let out a surprise gasp. It turned out Ling Na also enjoyed the game, wholeheartedly supporting Jiojio. Let's play God's Duel. Changsho was speechless. Once or twice a month. How is that rarely? All right. It's rare that everyone is so enthusiastic. Let's play then. I'll have Ling Na help you catch up on your studies later. Changsho resignedly patted his forehead. Wonderful. Jiojio cheered, stretching luxuriously. However, due to her ample bosom, her clothes strained, revealing a glimpse of her cleavage. Mortified, Jiojio squeezed her eyes shut and cried out, "Wait, let me change my clothes." Because of this incident, Ling Na pouted in annoyance, thinking of her own flat chest. What's the big deal? A moment later, the three of them began to deal the cards. While playing, Jiojio couldn't stop thinking. Little Shosho saying, "I'm only the third prettiest." How outrageous. How dare he say such a thing? Lost in thought, a blush crept onto her cheeks as she gazed at Changsho with affection. "Ahem, Master Jiojio, it's your turn," Ling Na called out loudly. Jiojio startled, stammering, Ling Na became apprehensive. Not so innocent after all, daring to sneak glances at my senior brother. Jiojio looked at her hand in confusion. What should I do? I wasn't paying attention earlier. What card should I play now? Seeing this, Changsho stepped in to help, intentionally summarizing the situation. "Master, in this round, Ling Na is the great god. You and I are super immortals, and we currently have 12 spirit stones." Jiojio giggled, a little embarrassed. Yes, no need to remind me, I know. Then, with a burst of enthusiasm, she exclaimed, "Hee, let's play cards, Ling Na. This master has 17 cards. Can you beat me today?" Little Ling Na, Jiojio continued, a playful glint in her eyes. "This old master has 17 cards. Do you think you can best me today?" And so it went, until the first light of dawn crept over the horizon. Ling Na and Jiojio were fast asleep, completely oblivious to the rising sun. Changsho quietly opened the door, a thought flitting through his mind. These two played with such fervor, they ended up sleeping right through the night. He then strode towards the alchemy room. This was the perfect opportunity to slip down to the secret chamber and cultivate for a bit. Changsho made a silent plan. He walked directly to the alchemy furnace, then descended into the secret chamber. Changsho calculated silently. There are many signs of a breakthrough in the cultivation world right now. Fortunately, they've all been suppressed. A door opened, revealing a staircase leading down into the earth. In any case, he mused, this period of secluded cultivation, it's very possible I'll break through to the 9th level of the return to the Tao stage. I also need to consider the heavenly tribulation. Undergoing the tribulation outside has been my plan for a long time. Firstly, I don't want to reveal my true cultivation level. Secondly, I don't want anyone to see my tribulation. But sneaking out of the mountain gate unnoticed will take considerable effort. Changsho descended the dark corridor, slowly lighting the lamps, his mind constantly calculating. After reaching the 9th level of return to the Tao, I'll most likely have to face the heavenly tribulation directly. Just as he sat down, Changsho entered a meditative state. Spiritual power surged in his hands, forming a glowing golden orb. It was the motion of the primordial return to one technique. To ensure the highest chance of success, I need to suppress it, continue to suppress it, he assessed himself. The next morning, Zuzu Suk Lang Na Gen Li. Little Ling Na, wake up, Jiojio said with a triumphant grin. Ha, unexpectedly, this master's realm has broken through. Little Ling Na, remember to tell your senior brother. I'm going back into seclusion. Lang Na stizet de thou si li. Oh, all right. As she came to her senses, her jaw dropped. Wait, you broke through just by sleeping. Jiojio gave one last instruction before leaving. Impressive, isn't it? Remember to tell your senior brother. After I emerge from seclusion, I'll help him refine pills again. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Ling Na's mind. Little junior sister. It was Changsho, using a voice transmission technique. He said, I heard everything Master said. Ling Na was startled. He continued his instructions via voice transmission. I plan to enter seclusion for for 3 months. After 3 months, I may have to go out on a trip. This trip might take 3 to 5 years before I can return. Senior brother, are you going out to face the heavenly tribulation? Ling Na thought sadly. 3 to 5 years away since she had arrived on the mountain, she had never been separated from her senior brother for so long. Do you need any particular medicinal pills? Changsho asked solicitously. Ling Na replied dejectedly, I don't need anything. Senior brother, just take care of yourself. She poured herself some tea as she spoke, trying to compose herself. Changsho continued, his voice a steady stream of advice. I'll inform Master before I leave. I hope Master won't be in seclusion for too long these next few years. Remember, don't wander off. Keep everything I've told you in mind. Don't let anyone bully you. Ling Na replied absent-mindedly, I know, senior brother. You can tell me all this after you come out of seclusion. 3 months. At this point, Changsho's spiritual energy was full. Everything was ready. All that was lacking was a reason to leave the mountain gate. A disciple in seclusion, if not granted permission, couldn't even pass through the mountain protection formation. In truth, the strictness of the Duxian sect regarding disciples in seclusion was meant to restrain their actions and words, urge them to cultivate and protect their safety. But at the same time, it also caused me trouble. Changsho pondered. It seemed the reason he would give the 100 fan haul for leaving was that matter. Fortunately, we still have Little Feng's spirit fish. A thought suddenly struck him. Not long after, Changsho slapped the table and called out, Elder Wei, startling the elder. Boy, what are you here bothering this old man for again? He asked suspiciously. Changsho pleaded, the body has its desires, and the Tao heart also has its trials of the mortal world. Therefore, this disciple wishes to return to his hometown to pay respects to his parents. Elder Zhang put on a don't even think about fooling me expression and replied, your parents passed away 18 years ago. What trials of the mortal world could you possibly have recently? During my seclusion, I discovered that I haven't completely severed my familial ties. Changsho wailed theatrically, like a crocodile shedding false tears. Truly, although Qi refinement cultivators had detached themselves from the mundane world, they still valued loyalty and filial piety. He took out a water sphere containing a spirit fish within. Elder Wei's eyes lit up upon seeing this. Did you bring Little Feng's spirit fish? Then he coughed a few times, surreptitiously slipping the sphere into his sleeve, his voice turning saccharine. Ahem, seeing your filial piety, I naturally must grant your request. Moreover, this is also a karmic tie you must sever. Before Changsho left, he advised, you are a promising seedling with a bright future ahead. Remember, don't cause trouble, don't violate the sect rules, and don't linger in the mortal world's fleeting pleasures. Changsho replied earnestly, this disciple will remember. This disciple also wishes to take this opportunity to travel to the southern continent for a few years of training. He added another request, could you please not have the intersect deacons inspect my hometown and also not have them escort me there? As he spoke, he deliberately leaned over, revealing a large basket of spirit fish. Naturally, upon seeing this, Elder Wei was quite happy to let him leave. Go on, be careful. Changsho immediately bowed. Thank you, Elder, for granting my request. Changsho smiled with satisfaction. The most crucial first step of his tribulation crossing plan was complete. Afterward, Changsho went to see the gatekeeper immortal, presenting his token. The gatekeeper immortal asked, Li Changsho of Little Cheong Peak, you wish to leave? Changsho explained with a smile, yes, I wish to return to my hometown to tend to my parents' graves. As he spoke, he slipped the token into the gatekeeper's hand. The gatekeeper replied, all right, you may go. Be careful outside. Changsho politely thanked him. Thank you, steward. Just like that, Changsho successfully left the Immortal Ascension sect. He rejoiced inwardly, his next destination being the chosen location for his tribulation. Along the way, Li Changsho used Earth Dun when encountering mountains and Water Dun when encountering water. Half a month later, he successfully located his parents' graves in the northeast of the southern continent. Then, Li Changsho stayed for 7 days, keeping vigil near the graves. From his left chest, a thread emerged, connecting him to the spirit tablets of his parents. Though they had long since passed, the bond of filial piety still linked him to them. In his silent words to his parents, he bid them farewell. "I'm going now," he whispered. Changsho's final words were choked with emotion. As the words left his lips, the thread snapped. Just like that, Changsho severed his final connection to the mortal world. From this moment forward, Li Changsho's heart felt a burden lifted. He then began to wander, his travels eventually leading him to a precarious cliff face, battered by wind and waves. He inwardly praised the location. It was unlikely to attract attention. This, he mused, is the perfect place to overcome the tribulation. He retrieved a specially crafted, incredibly thin mask and chuckled. "This is the first time in my life I've bothered with makeup." Changsho expertly applied the mask, his features transforming into those of a silver-haired old man. Then, he meticulously layered on an obfuscating spell and 2 illusionary techniques. Meanwhile, at the confluence of the South Sea and the East Sea, a swirling celestial light manifested, resembling a floating island paradise. On one corner of this ethereal island lay a pool of ghostly water. From beneath the surface, a dragon poked its head out, muttering to itself. "Excellent. The day of the great Luo Golden Immortal Sermon is fast approaching. The nearby cultivators have all departed. You'd never guess, but by the time your crown prince, was 6, I had already memorized the routes of the 4 seas." It continued, outlining its plan, from here to the southern Jambudvipa continent, then into the eastern Victory Divine continent, following the coast of the southern continent, using the turbid chi to mask my movements. Then, descend near the border between the southern and eastern continents, and stealthily proceed to the eastern Victory Divine continent. Finally, dive into the water and enter a hidden cave. If the Immortal Ascension sect doesn't accept disciples, I, your crown prince, can always travel to the Middle Victory Divine continent and seek out the other 3 immortal sections. This scheming dragon was none other than Ao-E. Swiftly, Ao-E departed the celestial island, his gaze fixed on the distance. On the eastern coast of the southern Jambudvipa continent, nestled against a coastal mountain, stood a few simple stone houses. An elderly woman accepted something from an old man, expressing her sincere gratitude. "Thank you, Taoist priest, for bringing these talismans. I feel much safer now. You've gone to so much trouble. Please, have a cup of hot water." The old man politely declined. There's no need for such formalities. It was a small thing. This Taoist priest was, in fact, Changsho in disguise. He took a sip of tea, thinking smugly. Giving away a few unused talismans not only earns the gratitude of the villagers, but also provides a convenient cover story, making my activities in the East Sea seem perfectly reasonable. And it generates a bit of luck and merit for myself as well. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. Why was there a probing presence here? The waves crashed against the shore as Changsho, still disguised as the old man, instructed the villagers, "These talismans will protect this place. You must keep them safe. As long as you do no harm, you will be safe from misfortune." The villagers chorused their thanks. "Thank you, Taoist priest." Changsho then distributed the talismans amongst them. Distributing talismans truly was an excellent way to accumulate merit. The villagers who received the talismans were overjoyed, repeatedly expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, Taoist priest, for bestowing these talismans upon us. Please stay a few more days." Changsho declined. "There's no need. I'm about to leave this place." In truth, Changsho had his own worries. These talismans can't be given out carelessly. Doing good deeds brings good fortune, while doing evil deeds brings karmic retribution. How can I know if you're all good people? I don't want to be entangled in the karma of evil. Unable to determine whether the people he was giving them to were good or bad, the safest approach was to freely distribute a few sleep aid talismans intentionally drawn incorrectly. This way, he wouldn't be involved in any karmic consequences. Suddenly, a dragon appeared faintly in the distant clouds. Ahem! Changsho subtly urged them on. "I've given out all the talismans. Please return to your homes." The villagers didn't find this strange and happily went back. Changsho pondered. There seemed to be some commotion in the sky just now. A golden light appeared amidst the clouds. Changsho happened to catch a glimpse and thought to himself, it really is the Dragon Clan. They seem to be searching for something. A dragon's tail did indeed materialize within the clouds. Is it a person or a treasure that could cause them to search so extensively multiple times in the border region of the East Sea? Changsho couldn't help but feel curious. Although he couldn't see the Dragon Clan experts, their auras were completely unconcealed, and he could sense them even from tens of thousands of miles away. As Changsho pondered, he chanted an incantation. With a splash, he transformed into a fish. No matter what they're looking for, it's best we leave this place quickly. Then you should quickly descend the mountain. Investigate the truth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, he swam to an island in the middle of the sea. He smiled appraisingly. This small island isn't bad. I'll take a closer look. At this point, he was less than 10 miles away, which could be considered a close observation. Suddenly, he discovered a small whirlpool. He plunged straight down and discovered a hidden cave, which was the source of the whirlpool. He muttered, "Let's take a look inside." Entering the underwater cave, Changsho transformed back into his old man form. The cave is quite narrow, but the upward structure is good. It's a decent place. Changsho then began to probe with his spiritual sense. So, this cave is connected to a small lake on the island. Not bad at all. There's even a natural escape route. This is it. This is the place. Changsho exclaimed with delight. Speaking of the East Sea, after Ao, he secretly left the Immortal Island. A group of Dragon Clan experts frantically searched for the two crown princes. Soldiers shouted, "Quickly search westward." Meanwhile, Ao, hiding somewhere underwater, sneered, "Want to capture this crown prince and make me return. Dream on." He chuckled. This excellent hiding spot, only this crown prince could find it. It turned out Ao was using the Dragon Clan's secret technique, the latent dragon art, a high-level transformation and concealment technique. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual power emanated from nearby. Ao grew apprehensive. Why is there a dangerous aura approaching? This aura belonged to none other than. It was coming from Li Changsho. He was using his spiritual sense to probe the entire cave. Ao assessed that this Taoist priest's chi wasn't strong. He also couldn't detect my hidden dragon technique. If he comes any closer, he's dead for sure. Thump, thump. Footsteps were approaching. Ao was anxious. He's coming. Good immortals get bullied. Good dragons get ridden by immortals. I'll ambush him here and kill him with one palm strike. No sooner said than done. Ao roared, brandishing his cauldron. In the blink of an eye, Ao revealed his true dragon form and charged towards the other side of the cave. The massive dragon thrashed about, shattering the stone walls. Ao was using his innate divine ability, devour heaven and earth. After discovering Ao, Li Changsho's face paled in fright. His jaw dropped, but his hands weren't idle. He quickly retrieved 2 vials of powdered medicine. His legs were even faster. He ran even faster than the dragon pursuing him. Ao's eyes gleamed. He couldn't let him escape. A dragon's swimming speed was incredibly fast, but Li Changsho's running speed wasn't slow either. Ao began to feel frustrated. This old man's reactions were truly quick. Finally, Ao managed to bite down on one of Li Changsho's arms. Fresh blood spurted out. Li Changsho cried out in pain, but Ao suddenly felt a sharp pain himself. It was soporific. Ao roared in fury, "Don't run." But Ao quickly began to feel dizzy. Such a potent soporific. Unless the arm I just bit down on was the one holding the porcelain vial. I didn't expect the drug to take effect so quickly. That arm was made of paper. This old man is truly cunning. This drug is too potent. If I lose consciousness, I'm definitely going to die. Ao began to gather spiritual power at his brow, activating his clear light, great flourishing technique. He could only kill that one-armed old man while the drug's effects hadn't fully taken hold. Thinking this, Ao continued to pursue Li Changsho. Passing through a cave opening, Ao was astonished to find Li Changsho standing right there, not having fled at all. That Taoist priest didn't run. As expected, the arm I bit off was just one of his paper clones. Could it be that the one with all his limbs intact is his true body? Indeed, Li Changsho was still hovering before Ao, all 4 limbs whole. He even deliberately scattered a vial of top-grade, soft immortal powder. Li Changsho sneered. Paper transformed into man. As his voice faded, countless identical paper clones appeared around him. Ordinary soft immortal powder was already potent, but now, scattered in the water, it spread everywhere. Upon smelling it, Aoe furrowed his brow. The potency of this old man's concoctions was overwhelming. Then, Aoe let out a furious roar, and countless crystalline fragments containing latent fire shot towards Li Changsho's clones. Aoe felt the approach of death. Fury is a great taboo in the art of war. This attack, born of Aoe's impatience, was easily dodged by Li Changsho's clones with a simple tilt of their bodies. Aoe inwardly cursed, the dizziness intensifying. This is bad, getting worse by the second. I have to finish this quickly. He shook his head, struggling to maintain consciousness. Changsho's paper clones began to arrange themselves, forming a barrier based on the 8 trigrams of the universe. Each clone drew a talisman, weaving together the formation of the primordial water heavenly seal. The gates of the formation began to glow. Aoe's eyes burned crimson. He roared, "I am Aoe, second crown prince of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. I will not be defeated here." With a surge of power, he slammed into the barrier. A thunderous boom echoed, but the formation held firm, unyielding. From within the barrier, a volley of golden lightning erupted, striking Aoe as he continued his relentless assault. He unleashed the Azure Dragon Claw, a powerful strike that descended with terrifying force. The wind howled across the surface of the sea, and a colossal column of water, dozens of meters high, surged skyward like a sudden tsunami. Earth generates metal, metal generates water, and the barrier pulsed with sealing energy, beginning to bind Aoe. Aoe's eyes rolled back in his head, his struggles ceasing as he succumbed to unconsciousness, slowly sinking towards the seabed. 300 feet below, in a deep crevice on the ocean floor, a small cave emitted a stream of bubbles, gurgling softly. Changsho, the orchestrator of the entire battle, had remained hidden within, controlling the events from afar. His paper clones, it seemed, had all been defeated according to plan. He looked up at Aoe, plummeting towards the bottom, a thoughtful murmur escaping his lips. The seal was broken, yet that azure dragon remains unscathed. For a Dragon Clan member, yet to ascend to immortality to withstand such force. It seems my soft immortal powder needs further refinement. Changsho began to calculate. This is the perfect opportunity to test the efficacy of the Samadhi True Fire. He flicked his hand, and 6 small bronze swords materialized. With a flick of his wrist, Changsho sent the swords hurtling towards 6 paper clones hovering before him. He then produced another sword for himself, enlarging it and gripping the hilt tightly. That little dragon's attack was clearly meant to kill, he mused. Retaliation is only natural. He intended to settle this karmic debt here and now, then flee to the edge of the South Sea to find a new location for his tribulation. Success would mean a return to his sect. Changsho and his 6 clones plunged towards the descending Aoe. Each clone began chanting the incantation for the Samadhi True Fire. Fierce flames erupted from the bronze swords, causing the surrounding seawater to boil and churn. Aoe, still lost in unconsciousness, remained oblivious to the imminent danger. From above, Changsho initiated the 6-edged sword formation, preparing to unleash his attack. With a resounding shout, all the clones simultaneously unleashed torrents of searing flames from their swords, the power immense. Their target the unconscious form of Aoe. The instant the flames made contact with the dragon's body, a protective barrier shimmered into existence, absorbing the full force of the attack and skillfully neutralizing it. Changsho instantly recognized it as a Dragon Clan secret technique. Who is this little dragon? His status must be quite high. 80% chance he's the one the Dragon Clan has been searching for these past few days. Changsho sighed. According to Dragon Clan customs, anyone who sees these purple scales flash and then ceases their attack won't be pursued. Instead, they're even entitled to a handsome reward from the Dragon Palace. I don't need any reward. I just need them to leave me alone. As he sighed, Changsho withdrew his sword. But if I kill this young dragon, my own primordial spirit will be locked by the Dragon Clan's secret art, and I'll be hunted by them forever. The Azure Dragon began to emit a blinding light, forcing even Changsho to shield his eyes. As the light gradually faded, a young man lay curled up, fast asleep. Seeing the man's face, Changsho instantly recognized him, a wave of shock washing over him. It's him. Why is he here? Then, he began to analyze the situation, recalling the Dragon Clan experts searching high and low from south to north, a search that seemed connected to the incident where this young dragon had intentionally lost to him. Could it be that my guess that day was correct? These two crown princes at the Demon Subduing Conference really did intend to lose on purpose, to humiliate the Dragon Clan. And then I won, ruining their plan. The thought made Changsho gasp, his mind reeling. Could all of this be because of me? A cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Then, he recalled the excuse he'd used, wanting to pay respects to his grandmaster, the saint, a further blow to the Dragon Clan's pride. Taken away to pay respects, then escaping to this place. It's like some long-winded drama. Changsho fell into deep thought. If AOE fled from the south in this direction, appearing here, judging by his trajectory, he's clearly headed for the Middle Divine Continent or the East Victory Divine Continent. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in his mind. It's even possible his main goal is to escape to the Immortal Dew sect. Worry not at him. If he actually reaches the Immortal Dew sect, they're bound to react. First, they'll try to appease the Dragon Prince, then consult the Dragon Palace. In the end, this could easily escalate into a major incident. And the Immortal Dew sect is my sect after all. This young dragon is protected by the Dragon Clan's secret art. He can't be killed. This is truly troublesome. Thinking of the potential consequences, Changsho felt like he was sitting on a bed of hot coals. This time, the losses are substantial. I used so much soporific, and I didn't even get to collect any dragon blood. Then, Changsho directed his paper clones. You all, go clean up the scene. The next day, a bamboo raft appeared on the surface of the sea, drifting north. On the raft were an old man and a white-haired youth with horns. The old man was none other than Changsho, who sighed, "This is exhausting. Should I just let this lad drift north on his own? I'll head south and find a suitable place for my tribulation." The unconscious youth was AOE, surrounded by several jars of wine. Suiting his actions to his words, Changsho continued, "I've made this fellow drink more than 20 jars of pure maiden's bewitching essence wine. He'll probably sleep for several dozen days straight. What's more, I've washed AOE from head to toe dozens of times, not leaving a trace of my scent. A certain heavenly emperor in later generations would call this bathing the dragon." Rewinding to 2 hours prior, Changsho splashed a ladle of cold water directly onto AOE's face. Then, he began to scrub him vigorously. "Let me give you a good bath and clean you up. Not a trace of your scent will remain." Changsho used an extremely potent cleansing powder, capable of removing even the most stubborn grime. The side effect was a burning sensation, combined with a super durable brush that could scour every nook and cranny, leaving no spot untouched. Caution, do not use on yourself, as it will cause excruciating pain like being flayed alive. While AOE was unconscious, he felt like a salted fish, gutted and thoroughly washed inside and out. During the bath, 7 or 8 slaps rained down on him incessantly, like a Dragon Palace chef tenderizing a prime cut of beef. Each slap, imbued with the great cleansing technique, resounded with a sharp crack. At that moment, Changsho remembered, right, he swallowed my paper effigy. I have to get it back. He then employed a gut retrieval technique, reaching directly into AOE's stomach in a single motion. 3 days later, the Dragon Clan discovered AOE drifting alone at sea. Not long after, in the mud baths of the Dragon Palace, a palace maid exclaimed in surprise, "Why is the Crown Prince acting so strangely since he returned? He seems frightened." AOE, now thin and frail, trembled even while eating. On his way to Golden Rock Island in the South Sea to seek out the great immortal of absolute teachings, he thought to himself, "I never yielded during 3 months of torture bound to an iron spike throne, yet now I can't control this trembling." AOE tried to drink his medicine, but he vomited as soon as it touched his lips. His mother, the Dragon Queen, fretted, "Son, drink slowly." "What happened? Tell your mother." AOE responded coldly, "Leave me alone. Don't come near me." The Dragon Queen turned her fury on Prime Minister Gue. "What happened to my son?" The terrified Prime Minister stammered, "Your Majesty, His Highness simply drank too much." AOE struggled to recall what had transpired. The soporific was potent. The Great Seal had slammed into his head, and he'd blacked out, quickly succumbing to unconsciousness. Though his mind was blank, his dragon blood and inherent nature retained fragments of memory and sensation. Terror still gripped Ao Yi's spirit. He gritted his teeth until they bled, trying to suppress the tremors. How could humans be so deceitful? That Taoist, he was no man. He must be some dragon-eating beast. Ao, he thought to himself, a chill running down his spine. I feel like I was devoured by a human demon. He imagined the old Taoist placing him on a chopping block, a sinister grin on his face. The finest ingredients require only the simplest preparations. Not a scrap of dragon flesh would be wasted. Turned into dumplings or thinly sliced. The sensation of being treated as a culinary ingredient replayed itself dozens of times, fried, steamed, boiled. Every refined method of dragon flesh preparation, elevating the feast to its pinnacle. Is this how dragons are treated when they face humans in direct combat? Is this why the Dragon Clan doesn't dare engage in direct combat with humans? Ao, he was drenched in a cold sweat, his heart pounding with terror. There's no way to win. Absolutely no way. Outside, the other dragons murmured amongst themselves. His protective dragon scales lit up. That Taoist thief didn't even try to kill him, just made him drink a lot of wine. Why didn't he come to the Dragon Palace to receive his reward? Perhaps he's afraid we'll turn on him. Still, we must follow protocol. We must thank our benefactor. Ao Yi's terror intensified as he overheard their words. What? The Dragon Palace wants to thank that dragon-eating monster. We want to express our gratitude to that fiend. We want to give him gifts. Was this all part of that human scheme? The absurdity of it all threatened to overwhelm him. The image of Changsho in Ao Yi's mind warped into a terrifying, lecherous old man, a figure potent enough to make him wet himself. Meanwhile, Changsho, oblivious to the turmoil he had caused, sat in meditative tranquility as spiritual energy converged upon the sea around him. His breathing was slow and even, his mind clear and focused. The world around him felt pure and serene, cleansed of all distracting thoughts. Invisible currents of spiritual energy swirled and danced around him. The air was still, punctuated only by the calls of distant birds. It was as if all life in the vicinity was attuned to his rhythm, drawing in the ambient spiritual energy in time with his breaths. A faint glow emanated from the philtrum beneath his nose, growing steadily brighter, a beacon in the gathering twilight. He could feel it. The tribulation was imminent. His master's tribulation had been gentle, a slow, almost leisurely affair. He wondered what his own would be like. A calm whisper or a raging storm. Taking a deep breath, he rose into the air. The spiritual energy surged around him, creating ripples in the very fabric of reality, sending nearby wildlife scattering in panicked flight. Looking up at the churning, roiling mass of tribulation clouds gathering above, he estimated 7 or 8 bolts of heavenly lightning. The tribulation that marked the ascension to immortality was known as the Tao Attainment Tribulation. Changsho had pondered the meaning of Tao attainment for a long time, and today he felt he was finally close to understanding. It was the heavenly Tao's test, a trial to determine whether the Tao a cultivator had forged was worthy of immortality. It was a transformative process, a refinement of the cultivator's very being, a sublimation of their Tao, refining qi into spirit, returning to the void, embracing the Tao. It was, in essence, the cultivator learning from nature, mimicking nature, distilling their own Tao from the natural world, and using that Tao to become an immortal, achieving eternal life. Changsho formed a hand seal and called out, "Magical treasures, emerge." He had prepared well. As his voice rang out, a multitude of bird cages, each a potent magical treasure, appeared in the air around him, ready to disperse the power of the incoming lightning. The sky above was now completely obscured by dark, swirling clouds, the air crackling with anticipation. Changsho took a deep breath, then spoke with reverence. "Disciple of the Tao, before the heavens, I give thanks for the Tao attainment tribulation bestowed upon me. I accept this trial with a sincere heart, to establish my Tao and achieve carefree immortality. Should I fail and perish, it is because my cultivation is insufficient, unworthy of eternal existence alongside heaven and earth." And with that, the tribulation began. His words were punctuated by another rumble of thunder, a celestial applause seemingly acknowledging Changsho's respectful demeanor. Changsho continued, "The great Tao is vast, the heavenly Tao is luminous. I give thanks to the heavenly Tao for bestowing this immortal opportunity." Before he could finish, a bolt of heavenly lightning struck him directly, engulfing the old man's form. Changsho assessed the situation internally. The power of this first tribulation lightning seems equivalent to the third tribulation lightning master faced. Truly, one cannot underestimate their own heavenly tribulation. He closed his eyes, focusing on the sensation. The feeling of being struck by heavenly lightning was, oddly enough, a tingling itch. Almost pleasant. Why did Master seem to suffer so much during his tribulation? Perhaps it was his failure to offer thanks to the heavenly Tao. Opening his eyes, Changsho looked towards the source of the lightning and noticed a peculiar fissure. This crack is likely the result of the great Tao, or perhaps the heavenly Tao, constantly colliding with my being. This must be the opportunity for ascension. Peering into the fissure, he saw the vast expanse of the universe, countless stars twinkling within. Above, the clouds coalesced into the snarling visage of a tiger, poised to unleash the next bolt. Changsho roared, gathering his strength, spiritual energy surging around him. The lightning crashed down, twice as powerful as the last. Even from the distant human settlements, the spectacle was visible. Heavenly thunder. An immortal reveals themselves. They cried. Countless people fell to their knees, praying for protection from misfortune, beseeching the divine for favorable weather and bountiful harvests. Elsewhere, two cultivators watched from the clouds. "A fearsome tribulation," one remarked. "Master, the aura over there is immense." The older man, addressed as Master, his face grave, stood beside a younger woman with a mischievous air. "Who is undergoing tribulation there?" she asked curiously. The Master pondered. "Tribulation clouds spanning 10 miles. It must be the legendary 8 heavenly thunderbolts." Back with Changsho, the 5th bolt descended, a terrifying torrent of pure energy. Changsho's philtrum widened, his body cracking. "Is this the end? Have I reached my limit?" With a resounding boom, his entire form erupted in flames, shattering into fragments. It was merely an outer shell, unable to withstand the onslaught. Changsho's true body was revealed, a look of deep contemplation on his face. The 6th bolt followed. Beams of light erupted from within Changsho. "Is this truly my end?" Back with the observing cultivators, the white-haired Master murmured, "That is the 4th tribulation of the legendary 32 supreme hegemons of the 8 desolates immortal ascension tribulation." "Master, what is it?" the young woman asked, concerned. He shook his head. "Nothing." She mimicked his previous grim expression. "Don't tell me nothing. Just now, your face was like this." The old Master sighed. "Of those 2 great cultivators, one is about to face my heavenly tribulation. This tribulation is purely a matter of predetermined fate." The young woman, unsure if she understood, simply offered a perfunctory "oh." Seeing this, the old Master patted his disciple's head. "Sometimes, having exceptional talent isn't necessarily a good thing. Like you, Hanji, your cultivation talent is top-notch. You'll also need to be well prepared when you face your heavenly tribulation in the future." The young woman, Hanji, smiled in response. By now, the 7th heavenly lightning bolt had struck Changsho. His clothes were tattered, and his entire body emitted a faint light, as if he had undergone a complete transformation. He worried about his tribulation. Unexpected events were, well, unexpected. A sudden unease gripped him. Could there be a problem with the power? He wondered. It turned out that the 7th heavenly lightning bolt had been unusually weak. Changsho reassured himself. Calm down. Calm down. It's all right. There's still the 8th heavenly lightning bolt. He focused on regulating his breathing. All these years of desperately suppressing my realm and constantly accumulating insights haven't been in vain. Every small breakthrough required 100 years of painstaking cultivation. The result now is a solid Tao foundation, perfected primordial spirit, and magical treasures. I can feel it. My Tao will stand firm between heaven and earth, filled with boundless ambition. Changsho cried out in excitement. From today, I embark on the path of immortality. Tomorrow, I stand firm, praying for 10,000 blessings. Achieving immortality and attaining the Tao are right before my eyes. The eighth heavenly lightning bolt began to manifest. Dark clouds gathered, forming the shape of a gigantic qilin and a ferocious lion-headed beast, an awe-inspiring and terrifying sight. Countless other ferocious beasts gradually took shape within the clouds, resembling ancient, malevolent deities. This was the 32 heroic, 8 extreme, 8 desolate immortal tribulation. A deafening rumble echoed, and countless bolts of lightning crashed down upon Changsha. His entire being seemed to be purified, radiating a brilliant light that shook heaven and earth. Changsha's eyes blazed with a fierce intensity. Soon, the dark clouds dispersed. A ray of sunlight shone directly upon Changsha, and he exclaimed, "This is the path to immortality." But then, a sense of wrongness washed over him. Wait a minute, he thought, something's not right. Changsha frantically examined his body, then cried out in alarm, "Why is only half of me immortal?" Indeed, his upper body radiated an immortal glow, but his arms, hands, and everything from his abdomen down to his toes remained unchanged. Changsha broke out in a cold sweat. What's going on? I've never encountered such a situation. Could it be because my foundation is too solid? Even 8 bolts of heavenly lightning couldn't completely break it down, so my entire Tao body couldn't transform into an immortal body. Changsha clutched his head and wailed, "It's over. What do I do now? Should I actively split myself in half so my upper body can ascend? But my lower half is also quite important." He tested his chi, growing even more anxious, his face ashen. Moreover, right now my primordial spirit is split in two. I can't form an immortal embryo, nor can I split my primordial spirit again. How can a primordial spirit be cleaved? This isn't some evil sword technique. Some things can't just be discarded. The door to the immortal realm has been pushed open, the heavenly tribulation successfully overcome. But because the foundation of my cultivation is too strong and stable, my body is stuck. Changsha bit his lip. I don't want to be a half immortal. He reached towards the clouds and shouted, "Wait, please stay. Continue the tribulation." But the dark clouds continued to dissipate. Changsha's face turned ashen. He trembled. "They're gone. They're gone." He stamped his foot in frustration, gnashing his teeth. One step too slow, and life and death are decided. Changsha began to circulate his spiritual energy, the immortal power clashing with his mortal power. A crimson aura erupted from him, carrying a terrifying killing intent. His eyes turned blood red. He bit down on his lip, drawing blood, before finally stopping. Heavenly Tao, Tao Ancestor, what am I to do? Terror gripped him as he considered his current state. He might be seen as an error by the heavenly Tao, a flaw in Honghuan. He might be erased entirely. After a moment of thought, he clasped his hands together and bowed, pushing aside his worries. Then, with a respectful bow towards the heavens, he said, "This disciple of the Taoist sect unintentionally offended the heavenly might. It was truly due to a moment of carelessness and oversight. I beseech the esteemed heavenly Tao to grant me a little more time." Changsha's expression was resolute, but his heart pounded with fear. What am I saying? Asking the heavenly Tao to wait. The purple Shao divine thunder was a warning. I'm finished. Panic seized him. I beseech the esteemed heavenly Tao to grant me a little more time. He pleaded frantically. Li Changsha's current calculations have far exceeded the usual scope of tribulation calculations. The heavenly Tao will adjust the intensity of the tribulation to match the one undergoing it. Who could have foreseen that Li Changsha possessed so many ancient and mysterious artifacts? The defensive calculations of these artifacts misled the heavenly Tao. Currently, I possess, Changsha continued, an unnamed fragmented jade, its specific function unknown, but the broken jade helps evade divination. The formation book notes that wearing it grants the protection of the human race sages, but that might just be a psychological effect. I also have an ancient Wu clan's secret talisman, which helps avoid calamities, escape disasters, and prevent deduction. This talisman was created by the Wu ancestor, specifically to counter the Yang talismans of the Yao clan. It also provides defensive blessings and protection. But that's not all. He paused, then urged, "Please wait a moment longer." Changsha flicked out a coin. It was the coin of fate, the first coin of the ancient human race. It carried a trace of merit and also had the effect of preventing deduction and avoiding calamities. This was originally intended to prevent interference from my previous life, but unexpectedly, it even fooled the heavenly Tao. Having laid bare all his defenses, he looked up at the sky and gave a cold snort. The pressure from the heavenly Tao dissipated. It seems the pressure just now wasn't an investigation, but a warning. He stamped his foot again and declared formally, "This Taoist disciple reports to the heavens." The unforeseen event during my tribulation just now was truly not a ploy. It was merely a method to avoid calamity and harm. The Tao foundation I've cultivated today is truly the result of adhering to the Taoist scriptures, heeding my ancestors' teachings, and cultivating diligently day and night. I respectfully beseech the heavens, considering the arduous cultivation I've undertaken, to send down another bolt of heavenly lightning. I also implore the heavens to allow me to change locations for my tribulation, hoping to avoid perishing this time. As soon as he finished speaking, the dark clouds indeed gathered once more. Although Changsho had made his plea, he was astonished by the outcome of this second tribulation. 2 immortal ascensions, one after the other, truly unheard of. A delighted smile spread across Changsho's face. Indeed, when facing the heavenly tribulation, all my preparations are nothing compared to the will of heaven. I truly am a clever fool. Time to change locations for the tribulation. No sooner said than done. Changsho stamped his foot, then launched himself into the water. Using water escape, he traveled a certain distance before surfacing to take a breath, astonished by the sight before him. Above him appeared the image of the Jade Emperor. Celestial maidens, Buddhas, God kings, and emperors sat upon their thrones within a majestic celestial palace. Dragons and phoenixes clashed in a materialized struggle. Then, another bolt of heavenly lightning, carrying immense pressure, began to descend. Changsho murmured in astonishment, "This heavenly tribulation." Countless bolts of lightning converged into a layer of electricity, pressing down on Changsho like Mount Tai. Breaking out in a cold sweat, Changsho exclaimed, "Truly a grand spectacle. The heavenly Tao is truly targeting me. The might of this heavenly tribulation is too great." Without hesitation, he slapped the water surface, swimming away while crying out in fear, "Ah, why so hasty? Let me use immortal escape, to reach my tribulation site." Back at the location of the old cultivator from earlier, the man was slowly approaching. Seeing the dark clouds disperse and then gather again, he said in bewilderment, "What's going on in the South Sea today?" Another cultivator undergoing their tribulation. His young disciple asked curiously, "Master, why aren't we going further?" Then, seeing the image in the clouds, the young girl gasped, "What kind of heavenly tribulation is this?" The silver-haired old man was equally astonished. A celestial palace above, dragons and phoenixes within, and something akin to gods and demons below. Could this be the legendary, second-ranked, 9 heavens god-demon tribulation? 8 bolts of lightning are already difficult to overcome, let alone 32 calamities. The person undergoing the tribulation just now must have been utterly destroyed. And now another one. The thunder of the thunder god echoed for 10,000 miles, its light illuminating the starry sky. Meanwhile, Changsho arrived at a mound of earth, exclaiming with relief, "Finally, I've reached my prepared tribulation site." He then changed into a new set of clothes and donned his protective talismans. In his right hand, he held a wooden sword, and in his left, a saber. Around his body, he summoned countless talismans, their power radiating outwards. With a solemn expression, Changsho watched as the heavenly lightning descended. Changsho roared, "Come on, heavenly tribulation." The heavenly tribulation, without hesitation, crashed down upon Changsho, obliterating the area where he stood. The wooden sword in his right hand instantly turned to dust. Changsho immediately discarded it. In the sky above, countless cage-like formations materialized and shot downwards. With a swipe of the blade in his left hand, he drew a line before him, revealing a multitude of runes. Chanting an ancient incantation, Divine Physician's woven shield, Changsho activated the cage formations, absorbing the cascading bolts of lightning. Changsho continued to bellow, Nine thunders tribulation, I've been waiting for you. He then coughed, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Wiping it away, Changsho sighed, this is my true heavenly tribulation, truly powerful. Launching himself skyward, divine light erupting from his eyes, Changsho actively embraced the cascading waterfall of lightning, plunging into the dense electrical curtain. Meanwhile, Hanji asked, puzzled, Master, why have we stopped? Her master replied, this heavenly tribulation is somewhat unusual. He's quite panicked. It's already the seventh lightning bolt, and the tribulation clouds haven't dispersed. It seems there's something more than just the tribulation itself. The young girl continued, Master, why don't we go and take a closer look? The old man patiently answered, don't rush. Let's observe from here whether this person can overcome it. From afar, the lightning bolts crash down, layer upon layer, with ferocious intensity. As the eighth bolt descended, the old man exclaimed in astonishment, this person withstanding the eighth lightning bolt. Could he be some eternal great power reincarnated? Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, he pulled his disciple along, saying, Hanji, let's go and see. As the two old Taoists turned, they saw a colossal sphere of silvery white lightning coalescing within the tribulation clouds thousands of miles away. Like a luminous orb rising from the surface of the sea, it was as if a second sun had suddenly appeared. The sphere of lightning crashed down with a deafening roar, the power of the heavenly tribulation reaching its peak. 1,000-foot waves surged across the sea below. Hanji couldn't help but gasp. How magnificent! As a fierce wind howled, her master reluctantly raised a hand, creating a wall of spiritual energy to shield them. This is the absorption of spiritual energy after overcoming the immortal ascension tribulation. He must be some great figure reincarnated, having overcome 9 lightning bolts. Truly terrifying. Look at the amount of spiritual energy gathering. Perhaps he'll directly ascend to become a heavenly immortal. Let's go and make his acquaintance. If we can convince him to join our sect, it would be a tremendous boon. Before he could finish speaking, another bolt of heavenly lightning descended, even more powerful than before, leaving the old man speechless. His jaw dropped, his face darkening. I just finished praising him, and now I'm being punished by heaven. Is this a slap in the face? He stared blankly. This is truly difficult. What's wrong with me today? When I didn't pay him any mind, he succeeded in his tribulation. As soon as I said he had safely overcome it, he struck again. Hanji asked in astonishment, Master, what was that purple heavenly lightning just now? True heavenly tribulation. The heavenly Tao senses him as an anomaly. Even if he survives the heavenly ordeal, the tribulation must descend. This person is surely doomed. Hanji suddenly interrupted her master, making a hushing gesture. Master, she whispered, you needn't say more. Let's go and see. At that very moment, Changsho's heavenly ordeal concluded. The lightning dissipated, leaving the sky clear and bright. Within the radiant pillar of light, celestial maidens danced to ethereal music, scattering countless flower petals with graceful sweeps of their hands. A white-haired elder, riding a crane, descended from the heavens, showering blessings upon the figure below. This was the so-called celestial phenomenon orchestrated by Changsho himself. A golden light shone in the sky, enveloping Changsho as he absorbed the remaining power of the tribulation. Spiritual energy surged into his body, filling him to the brim. The old cultivator approached to within a few miles, clearing his throat loudly. Fellow Taoist, he called out, my disciple and I are cultivators of Golden Rock Island, and we have come to offer our congratulations. He waited, but no response came. Looking up, he saw only the clear sky, devoid of any figures. Where is he? He muttered in surprise. Hanji huffed. Why did he run away? Does he think we're villains? The old man pinched his fingers, calculating. Could it be concealment of heavenly secrets? Perhaps this is some great personage reincarnated. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so cautious. After a moment, he exclaimed, I can't find any trace of him. It seems this person has cultivated since ancient times and understands the dangers of the world. Let's take a closer look. As they drew nearer, their astonishment grew. A massive whirlpool churned in the water below, a gaping maw nearly 100 meters wide, leading straight to the seabed. Hanji's jaw dropped. Master, she gasped, isn't that a bit excessive? Is the immortal ascension tribulation really that powerful? Her master replied, don't worry, your tribulation will definitely not be this strong. At most, it will be 1/10 of this. Hanji pouted. 1/10. The words clearly displeased her. Lost in thought, the old man noticed a burning piece of cloth swirling in the whirlpool, stained with blood. He left in such a hurry, he exclaimed he dropped something. He immediately cast a spell, incinerating the cloth. I'll take care of this potential trouble for him. Consider it a gesture of goodwill. Satisfied, he led his disciple away. Come, let's go. If any other experts arrive to gawk, explaining things will be a nuisance. Meanwhile, far away, Changsho, expending all his immortal spiritual power, used a water escape technique to flee westward. He was in considerable pain, spitting blood as he worried. I wonder if anyone will discover that blood-stained clothing. The blood-stained clothing had been taken from the corpse of a mortal soldier during one of his trips to the mortal realm. He had steeped it in spiritual energy for a time, making it useful for misleading those who might try to track him. Furthermore, Changsho had personally chanted scriptures for the soldier's soul, ensuring a swift reincarnation in the underworld. Changsho muttered, "My immortal body is fine, but my immortal soul is in a far more dire state." Exhausted, he collapsed onto his dantian, unable to move. He pulled open his robes, revealing a gaping wound across his chest, something writhing within, a gruesome sight. Recalling that moment, he felt utterly dejected. I understand the principles, but why was there a 10th tribulation lightning after the 9th? Throughout history, how many have successfully overcome their tribulation and ended up in such a miserable state? Changsho coughed up blood, veiling the secrets of heaven. So this is the heavy price I must pay. My immortal soul is severely injured. I must find a quiet place to recuperate. Otherwise, after absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy during the tribulation breakthrough, I fear my realm will fall. I still hold countless insights gained during the tribulation, the foundation for my future ascension. I must quickly absorb them. Just as the situation grew critical, a shark appeared. Looking at the strange fish, Changsho wondered, what kind of demon fish is this? He saw it become enraged, its jaws gaping wide as it lunged forward, attempting to swallow him whole. Suddenly, Changsho laughed with delight, for he had found a free place to heal. And so, Changsho dove directly into the shark's mouth, journeying with it into the deep sea. Inside the fish's belly, Changsho surveyed his surroundings. Though the aroma was somewhat pungent, it was spacious and offered excellent concealment. Then he sat down to heal. As Changsho relaxed, the insights he had gained swarmed him like a disturbed beehive, forcibly pulling him into a mystical, ethereal realm. He questioned the name of the wine, the splendor of the scene, all so mysterious and profound. At the same time, his immortal body gradually recovered. The sensation was like gathering shattered fragments of spiritual energy, slowly coalescing and mending him. Changsho fell into a wondrous state. He could sense the changes in the surrounding environment and the general direction of the strange fish's movement, yet he couldn't awaken. For months passed in this manner. The shark that had swallowed Changsho was caught by a group of fishermen. Seeing the strange fish, they buzzed with excited chatter. What a strange catch this time. Is this thing even edible? Could it be a demon in disguise? One fisherman drew his sword. Let's cut it open and see what's inside. As he sliced open the belly, a beam of golden light erupted from within, blinding the fisherman. The source of the light was none other than Changsho, emerging from his meditative state. The fisherman cried out in awe to God. It must be the sea god descending. We must welcome the sea god. They fell to their knees, and Changsho was hoisted onto a makeshift palanquin and carried away. 2 months later, he awoke from his slumber. Knock, knock. Someone was at the door. He sensed it was the footsteps of a woman. Thank you, young lady, he murmured, rising to greet her. Pushing open the door, she saw him and was startled. Oh no, she stammered. Many thanks, strong warrior, for saving my life. She thought to herself, are these arms a bit too thick? Did I misjudge? This isn't a young maiden, but a young man. Maidens are gentle and lovely, but this one muscle is rippling. Oh, immortal, you're awake. The head and body don't seem to match. How can they fit together so seamlessly? Changsho, startled, thought wildly, is this a little sister or a big brother? Immortal, would you like to wash your face first? The young woman placed a basin of water before him. Changsho inwardly applauded. This young lady truly has skin of bronze and bones of iron. Then, catching something amiss in her words, he paused. Wait, immortal, is something wrong? Going by what the fisherman said, could they be calling me a sea god? He gripped the blanket tightly. I'll do the rest myself. You've been busy all day. Go and rest, he instructed the young woman. The young woman beamed. Thank you for your concern, immortal. I'll go tell everyone you're awake. With that, she dashed out, shouting as she ran, the immortal is awake. Everyone, come quickly. Observing this, Changsho could only maintain his silence. Finally ascended. Let's test my divine sense and check my status. He opened his status screen. He was quite pleased with the information displayed. Divine sense is indeed much better than spiritual sense. Not only can it probe further, but it also allows me to see the surroundings like a vivid painting. Spiritual sense could only reach 200 miles, but divine sense can reach 2,000, and with incredible clarity. He mused, as the saying goes, the local environment shapes the local people. The image of a young man carrying a wild boar on his shoulders appeared. Changsho thought, slightly alarmed, this is the strange part of this world. He then saw a man lifting a massive cauldron. Could there be some miraculous elixir in the soil and water of this village? Perhaps I'm overthinking it. This is just a village that loves its muscles. He placed some gold on the table. Thank you for your care and concern, but I must continue my search for an island to seclude myself for cultivation. Then, he used Earth-Dun, Earth Escape, and vanished. When a young woman returned and found the immortal gone, she burst into tears. Wah, the immortal really isn't lost because of me. I didn't sell him. The villagers scolded her. You were taking care of the sea god, and you lost someone that big. Why did you run out to call people? Standing at the door and yelling, the sea god is awake. Was that appropriate? Everyone pointed to the young woman and lectured her. We said sea god, not immortal. You listened to your father's nonsense. It's because of such disrespect that the sea god left. Quickly take this gold to the village chief. Don't leave it here, disrespecting the sea god. Changsho, having used would escape to reappear nearby, pondered the name bear. It really suits them. They're built like bears. The location of this village is rather peculiar. The entire village of several thousand people relied on fishing and farming. Life was peaceful with favorable weather. There were no natural disasters or man-made calamities. And most people didn't cultivate. They were all mortals. Yet, everyone is as strong as that young woman. Truly remarkable. Unusual events could mean demons, or they could mean treasure. I'll go 100 miles from here and secretly observe this village. He made up his mind. At the boundary between the South Sea and the East Sea, on a deserted island, shaped like a giant clamshell. Fellow Taoists, this humble Taoist truly isn't lying. Last time, on my way back, I happened to encounter someone undergoing the 9 immortal god-demon tribulation. I originally thought he wouldn't make it, but unexpectedly, he did. One cultivator spoke incessantly. After this person overcame the tribulation, he was even struck by heavenly punishment. This humble Taoist thought he surely wouldn't survive. But guess what? He flourished his hands dramatically. He succeeded. Others retorted, are you lying? An immortal can't speak without proof. How could there be such a powerful person? Another cultivator interjected, there are always hidden talents in this world. What's so impossible about it? Speaking of which, that little dragon AO, you shouldn't be running away anymore, right? He turned his head and looked in a certain direction. Don't worry, the gap has been sealed. He can't escape anywhere. As long as we treat this Dragon Palace Crown Prince well, he will be grateful and cultivate here peacefully. He can't escape. The old cultivator in black robes simply grunted in agreement. I wonder what this Dragon Prince finds unsatisfactory about our Golden Rock Island that he still wants to run away. The old cultivator in orange robes spoke up. The image of a dragon appeared. Roar, roar, roar. Someone mediated. It's normal for children to disobey their elders. As the dragon closed its eyes, I'm not staying here to observe you lot. Once I've learned some sword techniques that the dragon race lacks, I won't stay here. 5 months later, inside the cave, Changsho examined his wound. It had completely healed. The power of both the water escape and earth escape techniques has increased greatly. Time to cultivate the Samadhi true fire once more and condense the immortal flame. Changsho picked up the paper figure and carefully observed the 3rd page. The immortal chi concealment technique was complete. I'll give the 2nd page to Ling Yi after I return. Earlier, when looking towards the encampment of that Iron Fan woman, I detected a 7-colored auspicious light. He sighed, there really is something in that encampment. Then, the the paper figure suddenly transformed into a person. Boom! Smoke and dust billowed. It then turned and gave him a thumbs up, looking very dependable. Changsho could only exclaim in astonishment. Whoa, even paper figures have become high-tech now. Is this an AI paper figure? He tossed out some items. Take these to Xiong's encampment and investigate. He assigned the task to the paper figure. If you can obtain the treasure, then take it. He made an okay gesture, smiling cheerfully. He didn't forget to add, remember to pick up good stuff for me. Are these two also envoys of the sea? The surrounding crowd felt as if gods had descended. Cheers erupted, and golden paper talismans flew through the air. Respect the gods, and you will be blessed. In the future, you will be impervious to blades and weapons, and unharmed by water and fire. The cheers continued. Those in the elevated positions raised a statue high, their voices booming. Since the dawn of time, from the creation of heaven and earth, consciousness has awakened. Two figures transformed, then sat cross-legged and began to move. A fat one and a thin one sang and danced. Seeing the poverty of the West, they proclaimed 48 great vows to deliver the people and save the world. What are they doing? A paper effigy watched carefully. Oh, this is a missionary scene, the paper effigy mused. The fat and thin figures continued their sermon to the golden statue. With great vows, they shall attain supreme enlightenment and call it Western Bodhi. The paper effigy recoiled in fear. Heavens, the Western sect. I must leave quickly. The Western sect deals in great karmic debts. I cannot get involved. It instantly used Earth Done, Earth Escape, to flee. Meanwhile, within a cave several hundred miles away, this is already the southwestern Yanfuti continent, far from the western Oxhead continent. I never thought the Western sect could reach even here. He hurriedly packed his belongings and ran. The Western sect's power is vast. They love to convert others, and they are plotting within the investiture of the gods. Many conflicts between the sects are unnecessary. Behind them all lie the shadows of these two saints. He leaped from the cave. After the investiture of the gods, Lao Tzu will transform Hu into a Buddha, forcing the Western sect to become Mahayana Buddhism. This is a war of destiny for the sects, involving 5 saints. He transformed Boom. Even a golden immortal of the great Luo realm is but a pawn of the saints on this board, let alone a minor immortal like me who has just barely survived a tribulation. He transformed into a fish and plunged into the sea. I can't get involved, I must flee. The fish sensed something. A red stream of immortal consciousness appeared ahead. It spoke in fear, such powerful karmic force. Using its immortal sense to probe, it realized purifying such dense karmic energy might earn me some merit. It thought to itself, with a bit more merit for protection, I might successfully cultivate a merit golden body. With a merit golden body, it's like having a golden token of immortality. Then, no matter what tribulation I face, I won't need to be so afraid. It imagined itself with a merit golden body, causing even those who wished to provoke it to hesitate and soldiers to retreat. Then, even if a powerful saint wanted to eliminate me, they would have to consider whether it was worth expending the merit power of my merit golden body, even if it creates karmic debt with the demon race. Humans and demons are sworn enemies. I cannot show mercy. Boom! The fish transformed into many different people, quickly rushing towards the karmic energy. Dealing with this great demon will surely earn me considerable merit. Whoosh! The paper effigy also rushed towards the demon. The demon asked, "Who are you?" The young woman pointed at the demon and said, "You don't need to know." Then, with a single move, a formation appeared on the surface of the water. The demon was trapped. It struggled violently, the sound of thunder echoing everywhere. The other paper effigies, wielding gourds and soft whips, entered the barrier. Then, the demon, struck by the soft whip, fainted. The others easily captured it with a net. Then, transforming into a sword, they lunged forward, slashing fiercely at the demon's neck. A swift swing. The demon was defeated, engulfed by Samadhi true fire. Before it could react, it was dead. Seeing this, the others began chanting from the Sutra of Salvation, hoping to guide its soul to the afterlife. In their hands, they held the demon's spirit. The power of this Samadhi true fire is truly formidable. This great demon is reduced to a mere wisp. If I use this to cultivate my inner strength, it will draw too much attention. I must find a way to refine it. Next, let me examine its memory fragments. He delved deep within. Images of the great demon wreaking havoc karmic appeared. Screams for help. Lives being saved. Everyone was engulfed by the demon's floodwaters. The demon continued to unleash the deluge. Truly, it has created so much karma. After watching, he could only conclude, merit +1. He acted on behalf of heaven, then reveled in the righteousness of his deed. If I can eliminate more of these karmic obstacles, wouldn't I quickly attain a golden body? He held the dead demon in his hand, thinking, let me see. One demonic person equals 10 to the power of n, where n is greater than or equal to 7. I would have to kill at least millions of these karmic demons. He felt disheartened by the results of his calculations. Oh well, it's best to remain secluded in the mountains. Unless, is my cultivation yielding higher returns? Something appeared on the screen. It seems like two people from the Western sect are proselytizing at Xiong's encampment. So, they were in league with this demon. The two figures, one fat and one thin, revealed sinister smiles. He. They planned to have this great demon attack the village. Then, they would pretend to defeat it and return to the sea to lie in wait. But I've already killed it. Then the villagers would believe they were protected by the Western sect, becoming loyal followers and providing incense offerings to the Western sect. Everyone would worship the statue of that old man. This plan has thwarted my own plan before I could even implement it. The good deed is done. Farewell, Western sect. The paper effigy returned to its original form. Changsho immediately and quietly departed. The fish swam out of the cave. The thin one scratched his head. The boss should have appeared by now. Why is there still no movement? Did the boss oversleep or go to the wrong place? This is boring. What are those two doing? Everyone's getting restless. The two felt apprehensive. I don't know. We've delayed too long. Let's go. It seems we can only implement the backup plan. The two exchanged glances. Worshipping the revered god will grant you his protection, impervious to blades and weapons, unscathed by water and fire. The thin man loudly invited a lucky guest to test their luck. All right, it's time for our favorite spectacle, villager muscle mania. The two men were frightened. What do these people eat to grow so big? They're not going to kill us, are they? The young woman who had appeared earlier stood behind them. The thin man pointed at the beautiful woman. Let this young lady try. Me? All right, let that muscular girl give it a shot. The thin man's eyes widened in surprise. What? The beautiful woman pointed at the thin man. Do you really want to fight me? The man stammered, fight. She clenched her fist. The fat man cowered. A single punch sent the fat man flying, blood spraying from his mouth. He soared through the air before crashing onto a rooftop. Brother Wonkai. The thin man cried out in alarm. The young woman looked slightly abashed. Perhaps she had used a bit too much force. That afternoon, I give up. Don't hit me. The fat man, missing a tooth, finally regained consciousness. Wonkai, are you all right? We're not coming back here. Let's find a quiet place to recover. The fat man coughed up another mouthful of blood. Master, the thin man wailed, my new robes. Their master, dressed in yellow, lamented. The muscular villagers searched high and low for them. Everyone exclaimed in astonishment, they can fly. Could they truly be divine messengers sent to help us? 1 month later, on a vast grassland, controlling the power of the Samadhi true fire is 100 times more difficult than I imagined. Using my primordial spirit to enter the battlefield and ignite the divine fire. He bit his lip in concentration. He sat cross-legged, flames swirling around him. Messenger, don't go. Don't leave so quickly. The villagers chased after him. Don't go. Stop. His expression remained unchanged, but a flicker of longing shone in his eyes. Stay. The two men clung to each other, trembling. Run. Without waiting for orders, they fled. Why are they chasing us? We haven't even sold them any talismans yet. Save me. Did you two provoke someone's daughter again? The three men ran in terror. Wait. The villagers called out regretfully. Messenger, don't go. Why is our encampment not favored by the gods? The people hung their heads in sorrow, tears welling in their eyes, their faces etched with disappointment. The gods are all gone. We are but weak mortals. We need protection. Does anyone even consider his image? Everyone, cheer up. Don't we still have the sea god? Long live the sea god. The man who had found the sea god opened a window and looked outside. Seeing everyone's frenzy, he asked his wife, my dear, why didn't you let me tell them at the time? That one was an immortal, not the sea god. This worship is just to give them some comfort. What immortal would care about us? His wife said coquettishly, I had intended to have Linger take him as her master to learn cultivation. But unexpectedly, the immortal left as soon as he woke up. Didn't you teach me cultivation? You can pass it on to Linger. His wife waved her hand dismissively. No, no, no. This is just shallow chi refinement. How can it compare to an immortal's techniques? I still want to send Linger to a celestial sect to become a disciple, but the road to Middle God Continent is too far. I can't bear to let her go. Suddenly, the madam was swept up into someone's arms. Put me down. It's not proper for others to see this, the madam protested, waving her hands. How about this, madam? The man carrying her suggested. We have another child. One older, one younger, then we can take them wherever we please. Disgusting. The madam huffed. A buzzing sound filled the air as rocks and earth flew in all directions. Ugh. A voice groaned. This is agonizing. I'm surrounded by Samadhi true fire. Controlling the Samadhi true fire is proving far more difficult than I anticipated. He was exhausted, sweat pouring from his brow. Something appeared before his eyes as the flames gradually died down. Are these points of karmic merit? Why do I suddenly have so much karmic merit? Is someone worshiping me? He pondered, bewildered. Extending his divine sense, he gasped. What in the world is this? Oh, great sea God above, we beseech you to bless us with favorable winds and rains. Someone was praying. The villagers of Xiong's encampment had discarded the statues of the Western sect's saints. A group of muscular men and women knelt at his feet, praying for blessings. They had even erected a statue for him. They revered him as the sea god and offered him devout worship. A statue of Changsho stood tall. He was utterly shocked. The natural way of heaven responded, and now he was receiving karmic merit. It felt a bit like forced worship. If this continues, won't I be competing with the Western sect for karmic merit? Changsho thought, anxiety gripping him. He bit his nails. No, I must return to the Immortal Du sect immediately, back to the Grand Pure One's territory. I want a peaceful life. At the Immortal Du sect, under the cherry blossom tree, a young girl spoke. Senior brother, is this a dream? Stupid senior brother has been gone for so long. Why hasn't he returned? The young girl, Linger, muttered, pouting. The clinking of metal announced someone's arrival. Little Xiong Feng grew wary. It was one of senior brother's companions from their journey to the North Continent, senior sister Lu Yenner. Lu Yenner looked around nervously. What's she doing here? Xiong Feng wondered. Little Linger. The woman rushed towards a young girl. Is senior brother Changsho here? I need him to be a witness for me, she said urgently. He's not here. Perhaps you should look for senior sister Xienya. Linge Zugestit. Senior sister Yenner. Someone's running frantically towards you. The woman grabbed her hand. Senior sister Xienya is in seclusion. There's no time. Oh, Linger replied, then tell me what happened. On my right is Wang Ji. We fell in love during our last training mission and decided to register as a couple in a few days. The newcomer's voice was filled with exasperation. On my left is Lu Xizhe, a direct disciple of Du Lingfeng. He's been by my side since childhood, so he refuses to accept this marriage, no matter what. And then there's junior brother Zi Xing Chi. I want senior brother Changsho to explain clearly to Lu Xizhe that Chi and I are a couple. Maybe that will make Xizhe let go of his obsession. They keep arguing. It would also help junior brother Chi, so he won't be constantly harassed and can focus on his cultivation. Honestly, why does everything come back to my senior brother? Liu Yinan aside. Senior brother Changsho. Is little Qiong Peak truly this idol? A loud bang echoed as Lu Xizhe slammed his fist on the table. I don't care if it was love at first sight or not. He's not right for elder sister. She won't be happy. Don't say any more, junior brother, Chi said. I only see you as a close junior brother. No, wait. Has an elder sister always had feelings for me? Lu Xizhe's mind drifted to the past. Elder sister. He hopped and pranced around excitedly. I like you. Chi responded with a cool, Lu Xizhe offered her a flower. Marry me, elder sister. Chi again replied with a soft, Lu Xizhe burst into tears. Elder sister is clearly mine. Wah. Lu Xizhe embraced Chi, the picture of youthful infatuation. Wang Ji stood by, unsure what to do. Liu Yene Akil. Senior brothers, please maintain your composure. This is little Qiong Peak. Since you're both here, she continued, producing a bottle. Why don't we settle this according to little Qiong Peak's customs? What do you say? My senior brother is quite the winemaker. Please, senior brothers, give a taste. The air crackled with tension between the two rivals. Let's see which of us is worthy of elder sister. Lu Xizhe declared. 2 jars of wine appeared. A little while later, the sky is spinning, the earth is spinning, and we're spinning too. I love elder sister. I love elder sister. I'll cry for you. I'll go crazy for you. Both men collapsed, hopelessly drunk. Lu Yin'er propped her chin in her hand, a look of disappointment on her face. They couldn't even finish one jar. Are they drinking wine or immortal elixirs? Unbelievable. Oh well. Chi happily hugged a jar of wine. Lu Yin'er thought to herself, senior brother is truly amazing. Ninth uncle's beauty trap worked perfectly. I'll take them back, Chi said, hoisting the two unconscious men onto her shoulders. I'll visit senior brother Changsho another day. She then bid farewell and departed. Chi fretted as she walked. When second junior brother Lu wakes up, he'll definitely go looking for junior brother Chi again. What a headache. A voice offered a solution. Elder sister Yin'er, I have an idea. Maybe I can help you resolve this. I want to make it hard for junior brother Lu to let go. What if junior brother Lu even dared to acknowledge someone else's child? The young woman smiled slyly. Think of it another way. But remember to tell senior brother Wang Ji to find a witness, too. We wouldn't want to damage elder sister's reputation. Junior brother Chi, you were a bit too much last night. Hee, maybe there'll be a baby soon. Sobi. Elder sister doesn't love me. The two clasped hands, a plan forming between them. If this works, I'll be eternally grateful, Yin'er said, a joyful smile spreading across her face. The young woman forced a smile. You're welcome, she replied, thinking to herself, stupid senior brother, you even need your little sister's help with these trivial matters of the heart. I miss elder brother so much. I'll finally have a chance to complain to him. It's fine if Duan Xinyuan brings his junior sister along. She can kowtow with elder brother at the grave. Really, once little sister goes to Duan Xinyuan, elder brother will be dragged there whether he wants to go or not. In a certain cave, someone sneezed repeatedly. Could those believers be worshipping me, the sea god, again? Changsho wondered. Since all my disguises were destroyed in the heavenly tribulation, they saw my true face. I hope nothing major happens. He rubbed his nose. No, my divine statue hasn't been smashed, has it? If I don't manifest, my statue will surely be smashed to pieces. He pinched his fingers, divining a hexagram. What? How can there be over 100 statues of me? How can there be so much incense and karmic merit? Several times more than when I slew that great demon. He thought in astonishment. What in the world has happened? Village head, camp leader, city lord. He now knew the secret of Xiong's people. That fierce fellow sent a wild boar flying with a single punch. They worship a sea god every day. Worshipping this sea god makes their body strong. His subordinate chuckled, carrying his statue back. Moreover, every time they go out to sea to fish, they catch twice as many fish. No illness, no calamity. Very efficacious. The image shifted to a scene of villagers fishing. If we also had a statue of the sea god, it would be very beneficial to our village, camp, and city. His statue became the center of attention. Changsho, witnessing this, was terrified. What should he do? I really haven't been competing with the Western sect for incense and merit. Will they believe me? What poison can kill a saint? He paced back and forth in fear. Aren't I doomed now? Li Changsho felt he was stealing the Western sect's karmic merit and immediately returned to his sect to contemplate countermeasures. He had to think of a way. To avoid trouble, Li Changsho devoted all his energy to frantically drawing formations to reinforce Little Qiong Peak. Draw, paying respects to ancestor, earnestly praying for help. He sincerely offered sacrifices, begging his ancestor to protect his long, immortal path. To oppose a saint, he could only cling tightly to the leg of another saint. Little sister, I'm back. He returned, overjoyed. Ling'er also joyfully welcomed her senior brother. Why did it take you so long to return? I thought you had forgotten about me. The young girl leaped up and embraced him. Slow down, Ling'er. Why do I feel something is amiss with you? I've only been gone for 3 years. He pinched her cheek. Could senior brother have already found out about the trouble I caused? The young girl said fearfully, Senior brother, I know I was wrong. About the matter of Lu Xizha and Wang Chi's duel. It was indeed my fault. Why is the spirit fish pond down by a third? Upon hearing this, he said angrily, What did you just say? The young girl trembled. I'm finished, utterly doomed. He took a sip of tea, his gaze darkening. Sitting down, he said, All right, confess everything. Over a year ago, I gave senior sister Yin'er an idea. The young girl recounted the events. He feigned magnanimity. Lu Yin'er told Wang Chi to report everything clearly to her master and peak master first. Then, she used a scheme telling Lu Xizha that she was pregnant. Initially, she just wanted Lu Xizha to stop pestering her. Lu Xizha clenched his fists in anger. Unexpectedly, Lu Xizhi went directly to find Wang Qi and fought him. Wang Qi fell to the ground. He wiped the blood from his mouth, cursing, damn it. Then he charged towards Lu Xizhi. Neither of them was seriously injured in the fight. It seemed they were evenly matched, but because of the private duel, they were punished according to sect rules. Lu Xizhi was sentenced to confinement for 20 years, forbidden from taking half a step outside of Dulin Peak. Wang Ji was also penalized 3 years' worth of stipends. Afterward, he and Lu Yin'er became Dao companions and cultivated together at Little Cheong Peak. The young girl, Ling'er, apologized. "Senior brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have meddled in other people's affairs." One had harbored secret affections for 100 years. The other she'd known for only a few. Why did Lu Yin'er hesitate? Why couldn't she bring herself to speak harsh words to Lu Xizhi? Wasn't it because she still held a sliver of uncertainty in her heart? Lu Yin'er was already 156 years old. Could it be she couldn't think of any other way? It wasn't that she couldn't, but that she didn't want to. My words pushed her to make a decision about that marriage. But it was the consequence of the actions of all three of them. I've taught you for so many years, and in just a few short years, you've used it all up, swallowing everything I've taught you whole. Go copy the Heart Sutra 300 times. Then go to senior sister Yin'er and apologize. He handed down the punishment. After apologizing, obediently stay on the mountain and reflect on your actions. You can only leave confinement when Lu Xizhi does. The young girl cried, "I'm finished. I must have dropped 10 levels in senior brother's estimation." "Senior brother, there's one more thing." The young girl went to Changshuo's side and whispered. He listened intently. "That year when Master was injured, I heard." The young girl finished speaking, and Changshuo's eyes widened. "What?" "Master was also injured because of romantic entanglements that year." "What?" he exclaimed in astonishment. "Master, just like Lu Xizhi, had a childhood sweetheart he'd loved for many years. Inside, it's a love letter. Master was shy and didn't know if senior sister liked him back. Do you like Qi Yuan or me?" "Little sister, that's not allowed. But right now, little sister favors elder brother a bit more." A voice called out from afar. It was the voice of his master's sister and another man. Master saw with his own eyes his younger martial sister embracing another man intimately. Moreover, his younger martial sister appeared to be enjoying it. Witnessing his younger martial sister with another man, Qi Yuan was deeply shaken. He spat out a mouthful of blood. What was that sound? Hearing the commotion, the two turned their heads to look. With a boom, his foot stomped on the ground. Attack that young man. The specific details of who won and who lost are unknown, but it's certain that the other person took advantage of Master's vulnerable state, both physically and emotionally. Master's rival had a bad temper. Cough, cough. Qi Yuan's rival destroyed his meridians, intending to cripple him completely. Master spat out blood, lying on the ground with difficulty, beaten to the point where he couldn't get up. Though ultimately unsuccessful, it made Qi Yuan's ascension to immortality far from smooth. Ignorant of his own limitations, he sneered. The sect's punishment was only confinement for a few hundred years, but Qi Yuan not only endured those hundreds of years, but also faced a difficult ascension. Afterward, Qi Yuan's martial sister left the sect, saying she was going to find their grandmaster. But just like their grandmaster, she vanished without a trace. Your master was heartbroken, senior sister. Because it was a scandal, it was covered up. Nearly 900 years have passed, and no one has mentioned it. Qi Yuan, from an arrogant youth, gradually became what he is today, just a bald immortal. If what junior sister says is true, how could someone of the Dao sect behave so atrociously? Could it be that the Du Xian sect was deliberately sabotaged by someone? Perhaps it was someone from the heavenly court, or perhaps it was Yu Lao himself. That old man secretly tied a bunch of red threads of fate onto the inner sect disciples. He mused, speaking of which, there's that other matter. If Master truly has such a rival in love as his disciple, I must devise a plan. It seems Master's enemy has the cultivation level of a late-stage true immortal. If the opponent is concealing their cultivation, then just consider him a heavenly immortal. First, I need to increase the potency of the poisonous herbs, ideally to the point where they can directly kill a true immortal. Then, refine the clear turbidity immortal pill from Master. The problem is, Little Cheong Peak is so poor. He panicked. Wasn't I just carelessly using the power of the Samadhi true fire? Boom! The pill furnace exploded, sending him flying. He struggled to maintain his composure. Cough, 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 cough. Smoke and dust filled the air. It's over. The pill furnace has been reduced to powder. Little Cheong Peak was already poor, and now it's even worse. What am I going to do? He said despondently. Snip, 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 snip. Under the peach tree, an old man was clipping his nails. The dual responsibilities of the court are so tiring. It's good to relax a bit. Master. The door swung open. A young boy appeared in a hurry. The Grand Preceptor is here. Come quickly to the front hall. The old man's jaw dropped in surprise. What? Why would the Grand Preceptor suddenly come here? Master, slow down. I can't keep up. The young boy shouted as he chased after him. Hurry. This Grand Preceptor is no ordinary person. We must meet him. The old man hurried forward. The Grand Preceptor Xuandu is an unfathomable figure, the only disciple personally taught by the human religion's Grand Pure One, the Saint Tai Ching. Is he really that powerful? The young boy asked. Because the Supreme Lord Lao Jun is the eldest brother among the three Pure Ones. And this Grand Preceptor, although he joined the Kunlun sect a little later, the old man rambled on. Within the Jade Void Palace, the chief disciple of the Chan sect, Jiang Zia's mid-stage Golden Core disciple, and even the multi-treasure Taoist, the chief disciple of the Jie sect, must address him as senior brother. My apologies for making the Grand Preceptor wait so long. The old man finally arrived. The other man raised his teacup. It's all right. I only just sat down. Grand Preceptor Xuandu, I trust our fellow Taoist Yu Lao is well. He is very well. The young boy behind him exclaimed in surprise. Why is Master being so polite to him? He clasped his hands respectfully. Does the Grand Preceptor wish to review the state of destined relationships in recent years? I'll trouble you, Lao, then. Tell me, how many couples have you matched in the past 1,000 years? He led the way. Please follow me this way. As per your instructions, if I discover a potential match, I'll nudge it along a bit. Within the last 1,000 years, these immortal sects have produced a total of 362 couples. Not bad. How many children have been born? Yu Lao, the old man of the moon and matchmaker, rubbed his hands together after hearing the question. This, he stammered, finding it difficult to speak. You'd have to check the records in the underworld for that. We're only responsible for the matches themselves. Before them stretched a breathtaking vista, a night sky shimmering with countless stars. This is the starry sea of love, the old man explained, gesturing with his hand. Each star represents a love story. The old man gestured, presenting the scene. The Grand Preceptor, Xuandu, entered through the gate. Show me the most recent matches, he commanded. Grand Preceptor Xuandu instructed Yu Lao. He searched. The most recent one right now is this one. It's a match from the Crossing Immortality sect. A male cultivator from the Crossing Immortality sect and the women around him. 3 potential matches. Quite fortunate, isn't he? Grand Preceptor Xuandu found this intriguing. Yu Lao, he suggested, could you perhaps extend his red threads a bit, connect those 3 threads? Yu Lao retrieved his magical treasure, the yearning tree. It resembled a peach tree, its branches, leaves, and blossoms all a delicate shade of pink. As you command, he replied. I'll attend to it immediately. From afar, he suddenly froze. Visions of himself entangled in passionate embraces with various female disciples flooded his mind. Li Changsho thought in alarm. Why are these images suddenly appearing in my head? He reassured himself, stay calm. It's because I have no time for such distractions right now. I'm still in the middle of repairing the alchemy chamber. A love illusion. What kind of spell is Yu Lao casting with the yearning tree? That illusion, it's all targeting me. He shouted, my Tao heart is steadfast. Illusions cannot penetrate. Whoosh. All the incoming illusions were repelled. The lingering images of embraces gradually faded from his mind. Wiping away the sweat, he panted. I thought I had dealt with the matters concerning my junior sister Linger and Uncle Master Jiu Wu. Why is Yuqin Xuanya involved now? 2 Yuqin Zuanyas. Well, that's taken care of too. A harem illusion. Meanwhile, Yu Lao continued casting spells at him, diligently following Grand Preceptor Xuandu's instructions. But each time one came, he dodged it. Not a single one landed. Hee, good morning, fellow student Changsho. Today feels so wonderful. An image of his senior sister appeared in his mind, adorably dressed in a school uniform. Next came his junior sister, Linga. Brother, she asked, do I look pretty in this sailor outfit? Then, Lu Sijia appeared, dressed as a warrior, his expression cold and arrogant. If you keep looking at me like that, he threatened, I'll kill you. Li Changsho clutched his head. I'm an immortal now, pure and untainted, inside and out. Why am I having these thoughts? He wondered with difficulty. Are these after effects of the heavenly tribulation? Impossible. This is too much. He focused his mind and began chanting. Calm heart, tranquil spirit, focus within like still water. He employed every calming mantra he knew. The chaotic thoughts in his mind swirled. Are you kidding me? He thought. I've seen everything in my past life. What effect can these illusions possibly have? I need to at least achieve immortality before even considering these matters. That's the only prudent and long-term strategy. A clear conscience is all that matters. On one side, Yu Lao fumed, still diligently working. I don't believe you won't be moved, boy, he muttered, his actions growing increasingly frantic. Grand Preceptor Xuandu watched from the side, maintaining a thoughtful silence. Then, Grand Preceptor Xuandu joined in, a gleam of excitement in his eyes. Let me lend you a hand, he offered. The moment Grand Preceptor Xuandu touched the artifact, Li Changshou's mind reeled, shrinking inwards. A dark, almost uncomfortable expression settled on Xuandu's face as he wove his mystic arts. He produced a scroll. It seems I must resort to drastic measures to maintain my composure, he declared grimly. With a sudden, shocking movement, he tore off one of miniature Li Changshou's arms. Li Changshou unfurled the portrait of 100 beauties growing old. True affection isn't just appreciating youthful beauty, he mused, but accepting the nagging that comes with old age. And just like that, the portrait banished the intrusive, distracting thoughts. The images of his junior sisters gradually faded, leaving him serene and content. Can this, be repaired? Grand Preceptor Xuandu asked Yu Lao sheepishly, gesturing to the miniature Li Changshou's missing limb. Li Changshou, his tiny voice filled with distress, cried out, "It can. But it will take a very long time." The miniature Li Changshou continued. Well then, Yu Lao, please see to it, Xuandu said, placing the severed arm in Yu Lao's hand. I'll bring you some of Lao Jun's personally refined pills in a few days as compensation. My apologies. A flicker of annoyance crossed Grand Preceptor Xuandu's face. This boy is far too cautious. So troublesome. If you're so capable, come at me. Miniature Li Changshou defiantly raised his middle finger toward Xuandu. Yu Lao could only offer a strained chuckle. Heh, all right then. Half a month later, the pill furnace was repaired, its fires burning brightly once more. My left armpit has been itching lately, Li Changshou muttered, stoking the furnace flames. And these strange thoughts keep popping up. Could it be that my immortal foundation is imperfect? Perhaps I need to further consolidate my realm. A melancholic air hung about him. Just then, his junior sister, Linger, peeked in. Senior brother, she called out. He continued, adding firewood, seemingly lost in thought. Senior brother, Linger asked, are you warming your hands on that little pot? Warming my hands. I am refinen pus, he replied, covering his face with a weary hand. Linger zuddenly gasped. Where's the big pot? It broke half a month ago, he explained glumly. There's no other way, he continued, his expression suddenly turning serious. This pill refinement isn't just beneficial for our cultivation, junior sister, but it's also key to Master's ascension. He paused, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. It seems I'll have to find someone to help me make a new one. Why not use Uncle Master's formation for guidance this time? Inside a small earthen hut, a rabbit nibbled on vegetables arranged on a platter meant for meat. I brought the spirit rabbit to test the food, Li Changshou said. Don't try to trick me again. And there are 2 recording orbs as well, the old man added warily. Li Changshou remained silent. Seeing the spirit beast eat the food I brought should be proof enough. There's no need to doubt my offerings any longer, Li Changshou said, gesturing towards the rabbit. The rabbit, having devoured the entire platter, lay sprawled on the table, utterly stuffed. The old man's hand trembled, and one of the recording orbs slipped from his grasp and clattered onto the table. Does Uncle Master wish to expand the sex interlocking formations? Li Changshou asked tentatively, probing for information. The old man's eyes widened in surprise. How did you know? I haven't told a soul. Actually, disciples saw a few lines recorded in an ancient text and deduced a general conclusion. I now present it to Martial Uncle. He produced an old scroll. Li Changshou thought to himself, in truth, this is just a theoretical solution meant to address the crucial difficulty in the interlocking formations concerning the differences in the formation's adaptive mechanisms. On my mind, the old man's expression shifted instantly. This old Taoist thought he'd have to spend so much breath persuading you. I never expected you to produce it so readily. This old Taoist misjudged you, thinking you wished to keep it hidden. In the old man's eyes, the scroll was as precious as gold. The sect is my home. We must rely on each other. How could I possibly keep it hidden? Li Shanshu smiled faintly. Martial uncle, shouldn't meritorious service be rewarded? He immediately made his request, rubbing his hands together. So, could I perhaps have a new pill refinement pot? If there isn't a suitable pill refinement pot within the sect, then when your Marshal Aunt Z emerges from seclusion, I'll ask her to make one for you. Many thanks, Martial Uncle. Li Changsho rode a cloud away cheerfully. The old man added, although her refining skills aren't as good as the few specialized innate elder refiners in the sect, they're not bad either. The young woman below seemed to sense something. Li Changsho covered his face. Don't let me see Yu Qin Shuanya. Why is she here? She paused, seeing a wooden sign with writing on it. The sign read, Senior Brother has just stepped out. I've been punished by Senior Brother and am not allowed to speak. Senior Sister, please come in and wait a while. Yu Qin Shuanya could only remain silent. She had to accept reality and wait for Li Changsho's return. Linger whispered to herself, I'm keeping an eye on that one. Don't make a sound. Be careful not to be discovered. Senior Brother's peach blossoms are truly flourishing. First, it was Martial Uncle Jiojio, and now it's Yu Qin Shuanya. However, since Senior Brother isn't here, I'll take care of Little Cheong Peak in his stead. She smiled smugly. Observing from afar, there must be a way to make Senior Sister Shuanya bored as soon as she enters. The person she wants to see isn't here, and she can't talk to me. Senior Sister Shuanya will get bored and definitely leave quickly. The wooden sign remained. Senior Brother has just stepped out. I've been punished by Senior Brother and am not allowed to speak. Senior Sister, please come in and wait a while. Linger, the cunning junior sister, appeared. So, Senior Sister will leave soon, right? Go on, hurry up and go. It seems the plan isn't working. I've waited so long I've almost turned into a cat. And Yu Qin Shuanya still hasn't left. That look in her eyes, it's as if she's realized something behind her is watching her with resentment. All right, she sighed. Linger brightened. She's finally leaving. Then I'll just have to go bother Junior Sister Lingy. With that, Yu Qin Shuanya walked forward. What? Junior Sister Lingy. Seeing this, Linger used her magic to return to her position, crying as she went. This senior sister is too much. Yu Qin Shuanya's actions are like a bolt from the blue. Does she have no understanding of social graces at all? Martial Uncle Jiojio brought me here and said she wanted to give me a pill refinement pot. Which one is it? He looked left and right. There were pill refinement pots everywhere, and he didn't know which one to choose. This pill furnace isn't bad, Li Changsho mused, his eyes tracing the lines of the cauldron. While its material isn't refined from the great purple gold furnace, it's a completely new magical treasure, and it doesn't lack for restrictions either. He stared, a gleam in his eye, but a thoughtful frown creased his brow. Its overall power is even a bit higher than that other pill furnace. He continued his internal monologue. Quite suitable for a return to void stage disciple like myself. Pointing at the furnace, he addressed his elder, Martial Uncle, I want this one. His Martial Uncle boomed, Senior Brother Liu. These pill furnaces are meant to be gifts. Don't be so stingy. Disciple Changsho has made great contributions to the sect this time. Reward him by letting him choose a pill furnace from Pill Peak himself. Since we're here, I won't stand on ceremony. You can't just brush this aside so easily. A voice interjected. Senior Brother Liu, his round face appearing, continued, Junior Brother, wouldn't it have been better to say so earlier? Come, let's go somewhere else. Liu Feixian, the intersect manager of Pill Peak, usually handled matters related to the peak, including Changsho's pill furnace situation. A figure leaning on a staff materialized. Disciple Liu Feixian greets Grand Martial Uncle, he said, bowing deeply, followed by the two Martial Uncles. Disciple Su Wu greets Grand Martial Uncle. You're Little Cheong Peak's disciple Li Changsho, are you not? Clasping his hands respectfully, Li Changsho replied, Little Cheong Peak, disciple Li Changsho greets Grand Martial Uncle. The old man, as if testing him, immediately launched into a question. Tell me, how is the Tiger Heart pill refined? Without hesitation, Li Changsho smoothly recited, take 3 parts spirit Tiger Heart blood, 1 part piercing eyegrass, 2 parts black severing soul grass, 1 part red feather grass, 1 part untainted water, and a pinch of void grass powder. Temper with cold fire for 6 hours, and the Tiger Heart pill will be formed. A flicker of something, perhaps recognition, perhaps surprise, crossed the old man's face. His eyes widened in alarm. The old man's smile turned predatory, a glint of something almost ravenous in his gaze. Li Changsho instinctively took a step back. That smile was genuinely terrifying. If you add 2 parts orchid corpse powder and change to nether fire, refining for 12 hours, what would you get? The old man pressed, his voice booming, his eyes filled with a murderous aura that seemed to pin Li Changsho in place. Would you get a useless pill? The old man extended a hand. Correct. Instead of the anticipated reprimand, the Grand Marshal uncle clapped Li Changsho on the shoulder repeatedly, praising him. Absolutely correct. Excellent, young man, excellent. Wow, what? Lu Feixian stammered, utterly bewildered. Wan Linjun, an elder of Pill Peak and a heavenly immortal with a penchant for poison refinement, was a force to be reckoned with, his true strength far exceeding what his cultivation level and magical treasure suggested. Li Changsho considered for a moment before answering. It would still be a tiger heart pill. The old man approached slowly, a disconcertingly jovial smile on his face. If you remove the black severing soul grass and replace it with 3 parts Sun Yang lotus powder and 2 parts drifting frost sand, refining with white nether fire for 24 hours, what would you get? Usa la speed. Li Shansho reblia instantly. Lu Feixian gasped, it's over. You can't just speak carelessly. He then hastily explained, the medicinal properties neutralize each other. White nether fire is already gentle and belongs to the neutral fire category. In this pill formula, yin and yang are balanced, and the medicinal properties of the various ingredients cancel each other out. Although a pill can be formed, it would have no effect. This elder, he's a promising junior, highly regarded by our master. His martial uncle spoke in a low voice, trying to cover for him. If there's been any offense, please, for the sake of this disciple's master, show a bit of leniency. The old man's face darkened, his eyes even wilder than before. Thinking back on that old man, this elder Wan Linjun, a single pill from him could poison even a true immortal, making him feared by all. Yet, he seemed to have taken a liking to Li Changsho, an ordinary cultivator like him. He pulled Li Changsho aside, clapping him on the shoulder with boisterous thwacks. Ha! Excellent, excellent. The other 2 martial uncles exchanged glances, murmuring, where did this junior come from? I've never seen martial uncle this happy. Don't ask me, I don't know a thing. Elder Wu turned and glared at the martial uncle. The martial uncle stammered, let me borrow this young man for a few days. He gripped Li Changsho's hand, pulling him along forcefully. So fierce. Li Changsho thought, The elder dragged him away, a dangerous glint in his eye. The 2 martial uncles behind could only agree. Yes, martial uncle. Although Grand Martial Uncle has taken out the poison spirit Na, there will definitely be some commotion. But such effectiveness is truly impossible to guard against. This, Grand Martial Uncle, I've already been here for 7 or 8 days. I've taken up quite a bit of your time, so I'll take my leave now. Li Changsho forced a smile, attempting to retreat. Wait, come, let's research how to improve the Bright Moon pill. The old man pulled him back, seemingly unwilling to let him go. Li Changsho inwardly sighed, thinking his goal had been achieved. Let me go, he thought, struggling subtly but failing. It's all right for you to stay a little longer. Come, let's research together. The grim-faced old man pulled out a notebook. Oh well, Li Changsho resigned himself. I am bored anyway. Half a month later, he wearily returned to his dwelling. Phew, he finally let me go. Though it was a bit tiring, the harvest was plentiful. He took out his pill furnace. Not only did I manage to squeeze out Grand Martial Uncle's poison scripture, but I also obtained a large number of poison pills from this elder. Most importantly, I finally have a new, suitable pill furnace. A jet black pill furnace, much larger than himself, appeared. I must find an opportunity to repay this kindness later and bring this karmic debt to a close. Why is it suddenly a little itchy between my legs? The image has been redacted. I must quickly enter secluded meditation and perfect my immortal body. He stroked his hair. In truth, the itch Li Changsho felt wasn't due to a problem with his immortal body, but another reason entirely. Tears and snot streamed down his face. Yulao, let go of this old man. Someone had ambushed the old man, clinging to his leg. You're the immortal in charge of relationships, so help me deal with my romantic affairs. There's no other way. Just a bit of simple work left. You too, help me with this. He handed the miniature Li Changsho to 2 children. Give me a hand, will you? The warrior, before leaving, turned back and instructed, Take good care of him. All right, all right, all right. Yu Lao patted his shoulder. The two children were delighted. Don't worry, master. We'll definitely complete the task. This puppet's arm is broken. We're fixing it. The two children diligently examined and repaired the miniature Li Changsho. The pitiful little Li Changsho could only endure as the children worked on him. Oh no, we attached the shoulder wrong, and there's so much clay left over. One of the children clutched their head, fear etched on their face. Master will punish us. The other child mused, examining the puppet in their hands. This puppet can hide a lot of clay between its legs. That's what's making Li Changsho itch. They both began stuffing more clay into the puppet, jostling for space. Use the hairpin to push it in deeper. Wait, it won't fit, one grumbled. Just knead it and then stuff it in, the other suggested. Are you two done yet? Yu Lao returned, having finished his errands. Startled, the children jumped. Done, master. All done. Good work, Yu Lao praised. Now, go to the main hall and cultivate. Relieved to have escaped punishment, the children chirped, yes, master, and scurried off. What have they done to it? Yu Lao exclaimed, his eyes widening at the state of the puppet. The children, sensing his displeasure, began a silent retreat. Don't look back, one whispered to the other. Don't say a word. Just run. Run stealthily, master. Yu Lao recalled the Grand Supreme Elder Xian Du's instructions to keep a close eye on Li Changsho. He sighed. If anything untoward happens, it'll be my fault. What am I to do? With another sigh, he began to repair the puppet. The itching sensation plaguing Li Changsho finally subsided. Now my body is like a Li Xian's soul, flawless. I've checked it thoroughly, and there's nothing unusual. My minor realm is still intact, so there shouldn't be any problems. Flames flickered beneath a wok as Li Changsho stirred its contents. The Wu Wei Jing is truly profound, he mused. The first volume alone presents so many questions. With practiced ease, he sliced carrots. As I slowly comprehend each word, new insights emerge. I might even devise a new divine ability. He chuckled. Next, I should discuss my money-making plan with Master. With a flourish, he presented a beautifully plated fish dish. Surely no one in the Middle Kingdom can surpass my culinary skills. I should visit Grand Marshal Uncle Wan Linjun and bring some of this to Linger and Master. He carefully packed the food into a container and set off to find Linger. Linger's face lit up. Senior brother, you even made food for me. A blush crept up her cheeks. I'll savor every bite, she murmured, a mixture of delight and shyness in her voice. But before she could take a bite, a strange sensation washed over her. Something felt amiss. This must be an illusion, she thought, her eyes narrowing. A demon's trickery. Senior brother is testing my vigilance. With a determined grip, she grabbed the container and flung it into the air. Incendio, she cried, invoking a fire spell. Boom! The food erupted in a fiery explosion. Linge nodded in satisfaction. My performance on this test wasn't perfect, but it was certainly excellent. Staring at the remnants of the explosion, a wave of realization washed over her. But senior brother made that for me. Despair filled her voice. I haven't had a proper meal in years. How could I be so foolish? I could cry. Elsewhere, Li Changsho presented a steaming bowl of food to his Grand Marshal Uncle Wan Linjun with a warm smile. Grand Marshal Uncle, to thank you for the precious pill furnace, I've prepared some delicacies. Please try them. I made them myself. They're quite delicious. But Grand Marshal Uncle Wan Linjun declined. I've long since abstained from food and drink. However, I appreciate the gesture. Leave it on the table. I'll try it when I have time. His voice was unwavering. Grand Marshal Uncle, would you care for a bit of wine? Perhaps a taste on its own. Li Changsho offered, producing a flask, as if anticipating Elder Wan Linjun's very thoughts. The old immortal's expression shifted. Ha, he chuckled. Let's study some poisons together then. It seemed the wine wasn't entirely devoid of additional ingredients. Poison wine is a fine avenue of research indeed. Why don't you join me, and we'll explore the vast applications of toxicology. Grand Marshal Uncle Wan Linjun muttered, almost as if in a trance. Poison, 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 poison. Li Changsho felt himself shrinking under the weight of this unorthodox enthusiasm. Grand Marshal Uncle, please, no more chanting, he pleaded, a touch of fear creeping into his voice. He sighed inwardly. I can't visit Pill Peak too often anymore, Li Changsho mused. I mustn't attract undue attention. This is tiring for both body and mind. A cold sweat slicked his brow. I fear it will be 2 years at least before I can return, he added, thinking to himself, people with intense passions can be truly terrifying. Back at his dwelling, Linger was examining his new acquisition. "Brother," she said, poking the pill furnace, "this new stove looks strange." A warning flickered in Li Changsho's eyes. "Don't touch it carelessly. It bites." "Ow!" Linger yelped, pulling her hand back. "It has lightning magic." Li Changsho explained, "I set up a safety barrier to prevent others from opening it." "If you're so reckless again," he continued, carefully bandaging her hand, his expression concerned, "it won't just be a simple shock." "Brother, I know I was wrong," Linger mumbled. "Oh, by the way, where's Master?" Li Changsho inquired about the situation on Little Cheong Peak. Linger quickly reported he went to the Peak Leaders Conference. Master has the lowest status there, so he doesn't dare speak much. Knowing how much he values propriety and face, he's probably sitting in a corner right now, feeling like he's on a bed of hot coals. She looked at the bandage Li Changsho had applied, her eyes widening. "That's a nice bandage, brother. Your skills have improved lately. Ever since Liu Yenner's incident, you become much more sensible," Li Changsho observed. "Are you praising me, brother?" Linger asked with a giggle. "Am I really that fierce? Do I scold you every day? Am I truly that unpleasant?" He wondered aloud. "Brother, you always seem to dislike me," Linger pouted playfully. "What realm are you actually in now?" "Return to Void Stage. 4th level," he answered honestly. Linger closed her eyes and retorted, "I don't believe it. You must be even more powerful than that." The door slid open, and someone entered. "Brother," a small child asked, his eyes brimming with tears, "if we don't tell Master the truth about our situation, could it cause a great disaster?" He held a sign in his right hand that read, "Yu Lao is not home," and another in his left that proclaimed, "Heaven's blessings upon this place." Another small child gestured for silence. "Aren't you afraid Master will turn you back into what you were?" He whispered, "Don't worry, Master will definitely have a solution. We were originally just 2 yearning branches, brought to life by Master's grace. As long as we act like proper branches, obediently waiting for Master's return, everything will be fine." The 2 children gazed at a nearby plant, each lost in their own thoughts. No backing, no connections, unable to offend anyone. This is the life of Yu Lao. He reflected, but that's precisely why the Jade Emperor placed me in this position. Only in this way can I remain impartial to all factions. The celestial soldiers and fairies who come seeking assistance with their relationships are but minor matters. If I were to truly use the power of heaven to dictate fate, it could create karmic debts and lead to unforeseen calamities. Yu Lao considered. Perhaps a gift is in order before broaching this delicate subject, but he's truly exhausted. The consequences are too severe. Sigh, so tiring. Furthermore, the heavenly Tao is strictly monitoring the Hall of Yu Lao. I barely thought about doing something mischievous and was warned by the heavenly Tao. A second time will result in punishment. A third time, and the immortal slaying lightning will descend, obliterating me. He entered the heavenly court's confidential office. The Taoist sect is flourishing. Even an ordinary disciple of the human sect is not someone I wish to offend. This puppet was unintentionally damaged. The root cause was Grand Supreme Elder Xian Du casually acting. But Xian Du has a sage's protection. His power is even greater. How could I, the esteemed Yu Lao, dare to blame Grand Supreme Elder Xian Du therefore? This matter can only be resolved by myself. Esteemed immortal, that person certainly spoke to Yu Lao. Rest assured, Yu Lao, entering the dream of a little Qi refinement cultivator over 100 years old is very easy. He accepted the gift box, a small token of appreciation. This dream-entering matter, I'll have to trouble you with it. Then he left, explaining the Star Conch Dream Heaven device. As long as the person is relaxed, or in secluded cultivation, or taking a midday nap, they can be invited into a dream. In front are 2 dragons holding a special sphere. Don't worry, it's just a young junior. It only took a few seconds to become proficient in using the artifact, but immediately afterward, a problem arose. The person hesitated, saying, "Check." Haha, his image appeared, laughing smugly. The immortal only then realized that without checking this person's information, it was difficult to determine how much related information could be located. Currently, he was angrily complaining, "Lord Yu Lao, are you certain this Taoist title is correct? Do you have his birth date and 8 characters?" Yu Lao immediately took out a piece of paper. Yes, the birth date and 8 characters are here. Half an hour later, all right. The immortal breathed a sigh of relief. That was a close call. As expected of a disciple of the human sect, protected by innate guidance, the great sect's fortune is truly difficult to investigate. Lord Yulao, look here. Once this bright spot lights up, it means he's asleep or distracted. At that time, we can invite him into the dreamscape. The person pointed to a bright spot on the magical treasure. Half a day passed, and the bright spot still hadn't lit up. Yulao gradually lost his patience. A day later, the two were disappointed. Could it be that this brat doesn't sleep? 2 days later, the two didn't dare to sleep, constantly staring at the bright spot, but it still didn't light up. Lack of sleep left them with vacant expressions. 2 months later, Yulao's eyes were practically bulging out of their sockets. Could this treasure be broken? He stammered to the immortal. No, we can't give up, the person said angrily. Then he realized something, his eyes widening. I am someone who sees things through to the end. The immortal had made up his mind. His burning determination even made Yulao apprehensive. Perhaps Lord Yulao should return to handle the matters of relationships. I will continue to wait here. If there's any news, I'll immediately inform you. The immortal spoke resolutely. Seeing this, Yulao had no choice but to concede. Then I'll have to trouble you, fellow Taoist. How's the wait going, fellow Taoist? After a very long time, he returned to the immortal. He found the immortal sitting cross-legged in meditation. He patted the immortal's shoulder. Why so silent? The celestial official has changed. The immortal, gaunt and pale, a shadow of his former imposing self, looked like a skeleton. Do you also think this treasure is broken? He rasped. I'll continue to wait. Elder you, if you have business, please return. I'm determined to wait until that brat gives in. Yulao, hearing this, turned to leave. Very well, very well. Half a year later, Yulao visited again. This time, he found a celestial official lying on the ground. Alarmed, he cried out, Celestial official, wake up, don't die. He rushed forward and shook the celestial official awake. Barely conscious, the official murmured, I'm fine, just lacking sleep. Then, he grasped Yulao's hand. Elder you, he pleaded, perhaps we should try a different approach. We can't just ignore that brat. How can he not give us a single opportunity in half a year? The celestial official began to weep. Wah, let's try entering the dreams of others in the sect first. Remind that stubborn boy to enter a dream and meet with Elder Yu. Li Changsho, who was flipping through a book, looked up in surprise. What? A celestial god entered sister's dream. Quickly, tell elder brother to go to sleep. Linger recalled the dream. Yes, a golden-armored celestial god said that Elder Yu wanted to enter elder brother's dream and told him to rest quickly. Li Changsho mused. Enter my dream. Elder Yu, this matter is not simple. There's no reason for him to suddenly seek me out. I just haven't figured out the reason yet. Earlier, my mind felt uneasy. Then distracting thoughts arose, and I had to resort to using the 100 bewitching Empress diagram treasure. After that, my Taoist armpit itched for no reason. Something is definitely amiss. Having thought it over, he closed his book and addressed Linger. Little sister, I won't be entering any dreams for now. He smiled. If that golden-armored celestial god enters your dream again, be sure to ask for specifics. Just tell him that elder brother is busy refining pills and it's inconvenient for him to enter a dream. He refused, said he was busy refining pills. The celestial official echoed Linger's words from the dream. Furious, he wanted to slap Li Changsho. Elder Yu, let this minor official go down there and drag him up here. But Yulao quickly restrained him. Celestial official, no. Let's discuss this matter thoroughly. He forced a conciliatory smile. Little sister, he's quite adorable, polite, and considerate. She said her elder brother is at a crucial moment in his pill refinement. If we have any business with him, we can leave a message. He continued to try and appease the celestial official, but the celestial official remained fuming. Finally, Yulao suggested, then could we perhaps trouble the celestial official to seek out his little sister once more? This old servant would be eternally grateful. The celestial official grudgingly agreed to Yulao's proposal. The dream appeared, and Linger fell into the dreamscape. Then she woke up. Again, elder brother. She hurried to Li Changsho. That celestial official came looking for me again and told me to relay a message. Li Changsho was pleased that his plan was proceeding smoothly. He gestured for his little sister to sit. Little sister, stay here and meditate with me. Let's hear what else the celestial official has to say. All right. Linger grumbled, elder brother, am I your hired help? Linger thought to herself. Then she drifted back to sleep. Entering her dream, he touched his junior sister's face. and commented, "The heavenly court truly lives up to its reputation as the governing body of heaven and earth established by the heavenly Tao. Dream entry must also be a type of magical treasure bestowed by the heavenly Tao. Truly miraculous." He pondered, the mastermind behind this might not be just Yulao. 8 or 9 times out of 10, Yulao, like that golden-armored celestial, is merely a tool. The investiture of the gods is still a long way off. The heavenly court was established not long ago, and even the Jade Emperor has to tread carefully. The Jade Emperor arranged for Yu Lao to manage the Hall of Human Relationships, perhaps because that old man is timid. He then fell into deep thought, his gaze distant. Currently, those like the direct disciples of the 3 sects founders who ascend to the heavenly court address the Jade Emperor as Uncle Hauten, not Your Majesty. And the Jade Emperor must receive the 2nd-generation disciples of Taoism with proper etiquette. The scattered Tao lineage of the human sect is the Grand Supreme Elder Lord, a transformation of the Grand Pure One. The Grand Supreme Elder Lord has already taken residence in the Grand Pure Palace of the Heavenly Court. The Jade Emperor naturally wouldn't dare to scheme against the human sect, nor does he have a motive to. Moreover, the Heavenly Court is currently still the backyard garden of Taoism. The Western sect can't interfere for the time being. Although the disciples of the Chan and Jie sects are gradually showing signs of discord, it hasn't reached the point of open conflict. The human sect doesn't have many lineages and has no conflicts with the Chan and Jie sects. The possibility of those 2 sects causing trouble is also low. Could it be that there's an expert within the human sect who feels that there are too few disciples in their lineage and wants to use the red threads of fate to create more branches within the human sect? Who could this expert be? The founder of the Du Xian sect, the true person Du Yihu cultivates on Mount Kunlun. Highly unlikely. He furrowed his brow in thought. He's just a registered disciple of a saint. The founder of this sect must cultivate with extreme caution. Essentially, Patriarch Du, he doesn't have much influence over the Du Xian sect. He truly wouldn't dare to bear this kind of karmic backlash. After much deliberation, he realized, among the saints of the human sect, there's only one direct disciple who has the leisure, the power, the influence, and the audacity to ask Yu Lao to interfere with the cycle of reincarnation within the human sect's lineage. The Grand Supreme Protector, Xuandu. The image of that person appeared in his mind. He suddenly understood. It must be him. But immediately afterward, a headache began to form. The current situation is very likely that my own fate has been slightly tangled by the Grand Supreme Protector, forcing Yu Lao to personally intervene to resolve the matter. So that's why that vixen has taken such an inexplicable liking to me. Yuqin Xuanya, who was polishing her sword elsewhere, suddenly sneezed. It seems someone was talking about me. He continued to ponder, pacing back and forth. Could it be that she has also been targeted by the Grand Supreme Protector? I'll have to find a way to discuss this with her later. He glanced surreptitiously at Linger. Then she woke up, her eyes wide. She then recounted her dream. Yu Lao said that earlier, while he was taking inventory of the earthen figurines of fate, he accidentally bumped into Elder Brother's figurine, causing slight damage. Yu Lao felt a little uneasy. She explained the situation, so I wanted to discuss this with Elder Brother and see if there are any lingering effects. Hearing this, he was speechless, unsure of what to do. It seems that some of the recent unusual occurrences are related to Yu Lao. The little girl, Linger, anxiously asked Li Changsho, "Senior brother, are you all right? If the earthly fate statue is broken, will you have no more fated relationships?" He patted the head of the near-teary girl, comforting her. "I don't know either, but talking to Yu Lao will make things clear. After all, Yu Lao manages fated relationships and knows many people in the Heavenly Court. If we can build a good relationship with him, we'll have some backing in the Heavenly Court later on." He calculated, chuckling softly. "Junior sister, please protect me. I'm going to enter a dream." Linger obediently agreed. "Yes, senior brother." He entered the dreamscape, feeling a slight disorientation, his spirit tense. Then he arrived in a world that looked quite mystical. Next, he landed gently on the ground with a soft thud. Yu Lao appeared within the dream. "Are you Li Changsho?" "I am Yu Lao." Behind Yu Lao was a pavilion, surrounded by peach blossoms, the scenery ethereal and gentle. Li Changsho bowed respectfully, replying, "Disciple of the Xian sect, Li Changsho greets senior." The old man said, a mixture of exasperation and amusement in his voice, "Finally, I've managed to invite you here. It's been quite the ordeal. Yu Lao gestured towards the moon pavilion within. This is but a dreamscape, so I cannot offer proper hospitality. Please sit and let us talk. Thank you, Senior. Li Changshu responded politely. After they sat down, Yu Lao poured out his concerns. In the past year, have you felt any gathering of yang qi, any surging emotions, or anything unusual? Li Changshu answered truthfully, a bit of itchiness, but nothing major. As for the gathering of yang qi and surging emotions, this junior is not aware. Wait a moment. This is the spiritual treasure, the acacia tree. I'll just poke you with a branch and see if you feel anything. He took out his magical tool. Li Changshu asked in feigned surprise, is this the dream-sending treasure recorded in the scriptures? Then a branch of the acacia tree gently poked his palm. Though it was just a light touch, some rather improper thoughts surfaced in his mind. Li Changshu remained silent. His thumb was riddled with tiny prick marks. Just a light touch had such an effect. He understood. It seemed those adult scenes he'd seen previously were this old man's doing. This meddling old codger, he cursed inwardly. Yu Lao asked him how he felt. Any faint response? Yes, but not much. Well then, shall we poke a few more times? The old man felt puzzled. Why wasn't this young man showing any signs of infatuation? How strange. There's no need, Senior. I can adjust myself when I return. My junior sister is nearby, and it's inconvenient for my body to be stimulated. Li Changshu waved his hand, refusing further prodding. What if something did happen? This old man was truly troublesome. Outside, Linger blushed, covering her eyes. What is Senior Brother talking about? Meanwhile, he had already become rather engorged. Listening to Yu Lao lament his woes, Li Changshu sighed theatrically. This junior is but a humble disciple, yet to receive such consideration from a senior like yourself, your dedication is truly admirable. Your current position, Senior, offers little support and no great cultivation rank. Appointed by His Majesty, the Jade Emperor, you are tasked with both external affairs and the meticulous service of the heavenly Tao. Those in the heavenly court with higher rank and greater backing cannot be offended, nor can those of lesser rank but superior cultivation be slighted. And always, you remain confined within the Elder Moon's palace. The slightest hint of self-interest invites the risk of being reduced to ashes by celestial lightning. Yu Lao, deeply moved, wept a torrent of tears. The tribulations of 10,000 years as the Elder Moon, only I could understand. But now, Changshu, you too understand. Li Changshu offered words of encouragement. But Senior, do not despair. All beginnings are difficult. Fellow Taoist Qian Yuan faced countless hardships, yet he disregarded the judgment of those around him. Through sheer willpower, he transformed into, a bold individual and now lives quite freely. He continued his charade of earnest concern. Senior, your burden must be heavy. Even the Grand Supreme Protector, Xuandu, and the celestial soldiers and generals must frequently seek your counsel in matters of the heart, I imagine. Indeed, the Grand Supreme Protector has visited these past few days, Yu Lao admitted, his tears subsiding into sniffles. Hoo. Inwardly, Li Changshu celebrated. Xuandu. So this little disciple of the immortal Du sect has earned the favor of not only the three pure ones, but Yu Lao as well. Flawless conduct, impeccable respect for his elders, and genuine concern for an old deity like me. Yu Lao clenched his fist, a thought taking root. When fellow Taoist Qi Yuan ascends to the heavenly court, how could I not offer my assistance? Li Changshu made to leave. Senior, I won't disturb you any further. Wait, Yu Lao stopped him. A small gift for young friend Changshu. He offered a red ring nestled in his palm. And also, your paper effigy has been fully repaired by the heavenly Tao. No damage, normal development, stable functionality. Many thanks. Senior, Li Changshu accepted gracefully. Then, he proposed, Senior, for peace of mind, shall we make an oath? Definitely up to no good. Yu Lao almost bolted. It's not too late to run. But Yu Lao, seemingly oblivious, his eyes gleaming, replied, how thoughtful of you, young friend. He seemed genuinely pleased with Li Changshu's suggestion. The oath began with stipulations that neither party would mention the incident with the earthly fate statue again, that Yu Lao wouldn't interfere with Li Changshu's fated relationships, and that Li Changshu wouldn't speak of this dream encounter to anyone. Several tens of thousands of characters omitted. The oath is rather lengthy, Li Changshu commented. Yu Lao, slightly alarmed, echoed so long. Li Changsho closed his eyes. The air shimmered, and an ethereal mist swirled around him. Then he awoke. Linger had turned her back, sulking, refusing to speak to him. Li Changsho was baffled. Why is junior sister keeping her distance? He then realized a rather significant issue. His little brother was still pitching a rather enthusiastic tent. Oh dear, he thought, acutely aware of Linger's young age. Linger fletten auf Flasta. No need for the protective formation now. Junior sister, head back first. I'll be there shortly. Li Changsho called after her, unable to stop her. It's just a misunderstanding. But how could he explain such an obvious matter? Tears welled in his eyes, even in his dream. Pricked by the acacia tree, I just couldn't control myself. Though I'm a normal male immortal, I've suffered greatly. Only now could Li Changsho carefully examine the ring Yu Lao had given him. What exactly was inside? He was startled. So much. What kind of compensation was this? It didn't look like compensation at all. Had the heavenly court become this wealthy? Before him lay a pile of high-grade spirit stones, rare elixirs, precious herbs, and mysterious aphrodisiacs. Li Changsho gaped, speechless. Thank you, Yu Lao, for supporting Lil Cheong Peak, he thought. I've struck it rich. Time to enjoy the spoils. He could use these high-grade spirit stones as capital to buy herbs in town, refine them into elixirs, and then exchange the elixirs for treasures to sell for more spirit stones. Li Changsho calculated the flow of these spirit stones. It was an application of the Marxist-Leninist political economic principle of commodity money commodity. This way, he could continuously generate profit. It's too dangerous for me to go myself. If paper effigies can accomplish this, then it's a safe and profitable venture. He took out 2 paper effigies, weighing the pros and cons. An image flashed through his mind, the paper effigies setting off, only to be destroyed before reaching their destination. But Linhai Town was at least 20,000 miles away, and he could only control his paper effigies for 1,000 miles at most. The potential profit was enormous. 2 conflicting thoughts battled within him. To go or not to go. A struggle against inner demons, a refining of divine abilities. Even when performing acts of kindness, the immortal valley first calculates the benefits. Picking up his tools, a murderous smile spread across Li Changsho's face. He chuckled darkly, looking at the paper effigies. 6 years later, junior brother Chi Yuan, you want to go out for a few days. About 3 days, and then you'll return. A sudden urge to see the world, Chi Yuan replied. All right, master, please find a place to hide this box. We'll communicate using the secret sound transmission technique. Chi Yuan's ears twitched slightly. Chi Yuan placed the box under a tree. Nothing else for me to do. No, just wait by the spirit stone mine. Don't go too far from the mountain gate. I'll be back in 3 days. Just return this box to me then. Chi Yuan secured the box and prepared to leave. But the box opened on its own, revealing high-grade spirit stones. The box emitted a dazzling light. Chi Yuan, overcome by curiosity, used his immortal sense to peek inside. Warning: immortal sense detected nearby. Li Changsho immediately reminded his master, Master, withdraw your immortal sense. Do something else. This disciple dares to order his master around. Wait till I get back. I'll give you a good thrashing with my horsetail whisk. His ulterior motives exposed, Chi Yuan turned and stomped off in a huff. There's really no one around. The observing paper effigy transformed, smoke billowing outwards. On its back was a sword-like object, which, despite its appearance, was actually a tool for spraying a mixture of poison and soporific. The result of 6 years of divine power research, the improved Paperman version. A handsome young man materialized. This Paperman was meant to be a remote embodiment, but Li Changsho, ever cautious, had employed numerous techniques, rendering it little more than a soulless shell. Furthermore, he'd anchored a sliver of his primordial spirit within it. If this avatar were destroyed, his true self would suffer injury. Dashing. Off to Linhai Town we go. With a leap, the Paperman embarked on its journey. Linhai Town bustled with chaotic commerce. Vendors hawked their wares, prices slashed, dogs barked incessantly. A vibrant scene that starkly contrasted with the tranquility of the mountain. Easy does it. We'll be back. Buyers and sellers coming and going. Fortunes are to be made here. Li Changsho's Paperman clenched its fist, resolve hardening. Several days later, the Paperman thought with a flicker of fear, how did things turn out like this? I'm being followed. Li Changsho's Paperman broke into a run. Before being overtaken, he'd managed to amass a tidy sum selling elixirs. Say, young man, are these pills the real deal? A passerby inquired. Not only are they genuine, the paperman replied smoothly, their efficacy is beyond expectation. Come, try one. Using his earnings, supplemented by the gold and silver Yu Lao had bestowed upon him, he continued his venture. Li Changsho's paperman sought out medicinal ingredients. Not bad quality. Are you going to buy or just stare all day? The vendor grumbled impatiently. I'll take this one and this one as well. The vendor scoffed. Penniless. Stared for ages, only to buy 2 sprigs. Wasted my time. He weighed the herbs, muttering complaints under his breath. You misunderstand, the paperman explained. Besides those 2, wrap up the rest as well. In an instant, he transformed into a high roller, his aura radiating wealth. The vendor fumbled, his eyes widening. High-grade spirit stones, looking like a pauper, but a hidden tycoon all along. Several days later, Li Changsho had doubled his initial investment. Money made, money made. I don't know how I'll spend it all. He reveled in his success. But such wealth inevitably attracted unwanted attention. And so, the thieves appeared. Brothers, a fat sheep. We're going to be rich, their leader urged. Back in reality, this was the primordial world where the strong preyed on the weak. The ruthless bandits pursued Li Changsho's paperman relentlessly. He calculated this paperman's combat strength is only equivalent to a chi refinement cultivator at the return to Void Realm. Moreover, if it expends too much immortal power, it'll run out of fuel. I can't risk it returning home damaged. It's carrying 1/3 of my current assets. I need to resolve this quickly. A decision formed. The bandit leader retrieved his magical artifact and hurled it. The artifact, a jade green color, resembled an intricately carved box. He watched it fly toward the paperman, who then bowed his head gracefully. Something this simple can't possibly defeat me. Boom! The box detonated violently. He turned his head, suspicion etched on his face. The protective seal within the box remained suspended in midair, unscathed, but had it connected, the paperman would have been reduced to nothing but wisps of smoke. With a whoosh, it returned to the man's hand. Realizing he was severely outmatched, the paperman stalled for time. Hold on. Let's talk this through. Boom! The seal within the box slammed down again, detonating with even greater force than before, sending him flying. He landed flawlessly. He drew the sword from the paperman's back, preparing to bellow, "Don't force me to draw my sword." "Ha ha! You dare draw your sword, little whelp." A lamb challenging a tiger. "Ha ha!" The others mocked him, dismissing him as a naive child. A noxious gas began to seep from the sword. Why is my head suddenly spinning? The leader clutched his head, and then, one by one, the others collapsed like felled trees. Thud, thud, they crumpled to the ground. The paperman chuckled, like I said. "Don't force me to draw my sword. It's just a bit peculiar, a bit squiggly." The leader, bewildered, stammered, "When did you have a sword in there?" A green thread snaked around the leader's neck, then yanked him away. The same happened to the rest, each pulled by threads of different colors, all dragged off to the same unknown destination. From afar, he orchestrated the scene. Thud, thud, the bandits were piled atop each other like a grotesque ice cream cone, groaning in pain. Other papermen were summoned and transformed. Thud, thud, a group of burly figures materialized, each wielding a magical tool. One struck a wooden clapper, another dispersed an antidote powder, while others looted the bandits. Hand over everything you have. They plundered the robbers, and yet another attacked with a fire-based tool. Flames quickly spread towards the bandits. Boom! Another explosion rocked the area, sending bodies flying. Some might be hospitalized for a few days, others much longer. A scattering magic treasure was deployed. Whoosh, whoosh, delivering a few more blows. Li Changsho reflected on how dangerous the situation had been, grateful for their accidental poisoning. He then retrieved his immortal tool and flew back to his jade pendant. I was careless to be noticed. My actions were reckless. I'll write a self-criticism. Next time, I'll have Master wander around for a few more days. Then, Li Changsho headed north, then east in a wide arc, finally returning to the original meeting point he'd arranged with his junior brother, Qi Yuan. The box was still there, but where was Changsho? Weren't they supposed to meet here? Qi Yuan arrived to check, finding the box untouched. Whoosh! A figure emerged from the ground, a mischievous grin on his face. The old man stumbled back in fright. "Master, you're early." Li Changsho's paperman greeted Qi Yuan cheerfully. "It seems like it's been ages. Who are you?" Qi Yuan didn't bother with questions, drawing his specialized saber and slashing towards the figure. The paperman spoke. Wait. It's me, Li Changsho. I'm your precious disciple's paperman avatar. Both of them sighed, reciting a silent mantra. Fighting a group of thugs was one thing, but nearly getting a beating from their master was quite another. With a soft thump, the paperman reverted to its original, inanimate form. "All right, master," Li Changsho said, "take this box and pretend nothing happened. Let's head back to the mountain. Next time, we'll find a more suitable excuse to leave the mountain." Qi Yuan readily agreed, carefully picking up the box and turning back towards their home. "Hang it here," Li Changsho instructed, busy with something on his side. Many cultivators liked to hang large calligraphic scrolls in their dwellings, and he was no exception. This one was an interpretation of heaven and earth. Powerful cultivators from ancient times often favored hanging those two characters, while cultivators from the past tens of thousands of years preferred Tao or Great Tao. Some cultivators hung scrolls based on personal preference, such as the profound mystery of stillness, or even more peculiar choices, like younger sister. He had chosen the character stable. Wasn't his life stable enough already? After hanging it, he admired it with satisfaction. In his eyes, it was truly perfect, flawless. Ling Na, his junior sister, poked her head out from the window. "Senior brother, Xinya is here to see you again. She's been waiting for quite a while." Ling Na wore an exasperated expression. "Junior brother, I can't help you with this. You'll have to deal with it yourself." "Here we go again," he thought with a shudder. "This is truly a poison in my bones." Nevertheless, he had to receive his guest. At Little Cheong Peak, they sat around a table in front of the house. "My apologies," Li Changsho said, scratching his head. "I'm a bit late. I was just finishing up some alchemy, and I'm a little tired. I saw you all enjoying yourselves, so I didn't want to interrupt." Xinya replied coolly, "Senior brother Changsho, if you're tired, you should rest. I was just taking a stroll, and thought I'd stop by to ask you for some advice." Xinya hesitated, seemingly waiting for Li Changsho to say something. Then, she produced a small, red wooden box. "Oh, right, Senior brother Changsho, this is a small gift for you." The exquisitely crafted box was placed before him. He looked at it, unsure what to do, and sighed, thinking of Yulao. This romantic entanglement wasn't her fault. Rather, it was Yulao who was to blame. "But I must handle this matter properly and restore things to normal. I can't let this young lady dwell on it. Matters like this require decisiveness. I can't let it drag on." He forced a laugh. "Ha ha. Thank you, junior sister Xinya. I was caught off guard and haven't prepared anything in return. Please accept this as a small token of my appreciation. I hope you won't mind." "Thank you, Senior brother Changsho." Ling Na, sitting beside them, was getting annoyed, but remained silent out of respect for her senior brother. "Back when I traveled to the northern continent with junior sister Xinya and the others, I also acquired quite a few things. Junior sister Xinya is welcome to visit Little Cheong Peak anytime she's free." He smiled. "Junior sister Ling Na, if you don't mind, we can all be friends, fellow disciples, and good companions." Ling Na pondered Xianya's words. Senior sister Xianya is considered quite exceptional, yet senior brother simply placed her in the category of friends and fellow disciples. He's indirectly refused her twice now. Just what kind of person does senior brother like? Seemingly oblivious to the subtext, Xinya asked cheerfully, "Really? That's wonderful then." She beamed, practically radiating a happy glow. Ling Na was astonished. This was pure, unadulterated joy emanating from within. Li Shangsho Noir Li Krinja. I made it so obvious. Could Xinya truly be this dense? "I hope to learn much from senior brother in the future," Xinya said, clasping her hands together as if preparing to leave. "I shall certainly visit often." Li Changsho mentally threw his head back in exasperation. Xinya clearly hadn't understood a thing. He was at a loss as to how to handle this situation. Ling Na assessed the situation. Is she truly this unassuming? Does senior sister Xian genuinely just want to be friends with senior brother? Nothing more. She reasoned internally. Compared to her, I have the water pavilion, the geographical advantage of being close to the source of light, and I also hold the position of junior sister. I'm truly blessed. Having reached this conclusion, Ling Na clasped her hands towards Xianya. "Senior sister, I hope to learn much from you in the future." And so began a bizarre exchange of mutual respect. "I also hope to learn from junior sister Ling Na. Senior sister, please guide me further." "Junior sister, I look forward to your guidance." Li Changshu watched in bewildered silence. Why are they suddenly bowing to each other? Has Xianya's unique perspective become contagious? As the others departed, Ling Na turned to him. "Senior sister Xian, you brought a gift. Am I, your junior sister, not worthy of one?" He replied, What need is there for gifts between family? Like nah, though. Only children don't care about gifts. Senior brother, give me my gift. He produced a rosy pink orb, within which nestled a small, adorably dopey-looking mouse. Ooh, how cute. Is this a baby, fortune-snatching, hundred-eating metal beast? Thank you, senior brother. Ling Na's face lit up as she accepted the gift. He stepped inside. Good, I'm glad you like it. Now what did Xin Yu give me? He finally opened the box. An Earth Spirit Pearl, useful for stabilizing Earth attribute spells. This kind of naturally formed pearl is far more precious than comparable talismans or magical tools. This is quite valuable. I could use it to create a set of 4 matching pearls, or even craft a 5 elements rotating slaughter formation array. But I have no use for it at the moment. I'll just put it away. Meanwhile, the dragon in the lake brooded. My previous thinking was so naive. Shameful. Useless. Even a group of ordinary hands can knock out a drunken old dragon. If the dragon race is to prosper, there's only one path for its descendants, to become disciples of a saint. The dragon chanted, "Ah, I must act." With a whoosh and a flash of light, he vanished. Then the dragon transformed into a human, simply by assuming the identity of the Dragon Palace Crown Prince, coupled with the title of peerless genius renowned throughout the 4 seas and 5 continents. I can influence and change the thinking of my kinsmen. Gradually guiding them to adopt a more humble stance is the only way to alter the fate of the dragon race. This is what I can do. He clenched his fist, his resolve hardening. There's also one more thing. I don't know why, but ever since that old Taoist stabbed me with his sword, my body hasn't grown any bigger. The dragon lamented, wondering why everyone else wanted to grow up, while he alone couldn't. Have you found a disciple yet? Not yet. 2 old men conversed. Then one looked up at the sky. This time at the Eastern Continent Tao discourse. There might be some young disciples competing. Perhaps one will fall from the heavens and become my disciple. The other remained silent. Hearing this, he knew what his next goal was: the Eastern Continent, the immortal sect Tao discourse. Boom! He flew out of the lake. The 2 men were startled. Greetings, fellow Taoists. I've come to offer my respects. I also wish to broaden my horizons. I've only cultivated for a short time, so I can be considered a young disciple of our sect. Excellent. The 2 old men said joyfully. Then we'll rely on you, second crown prince of the Dragon Palace. We can rest assured now. A few days later, I can't even withstand a single blow. He looked at the group with disdain. You've won completely. We admit defeat. Your aura is extraordinary. Uncle Master is truly formidable. Someone flying in the distance praised. You've already become a Yuan immortal so quickly. As expected of someone with the Dragon King's bloodline, your aptitude is exceptional. You flatter me. You flatter me. Being praised like this, he felt a little embarrassed. A young woman said to the old man, "Master, could we stop by Linhai Town and buy some things for a Jiao?" Little Dragon Prince, don't refuse. The old man immediately agreed. He was a little awkward. Then I won't stand on ceremony. In Linhai Town, the city guard were inspecting people entering and leaving, checking identities, and collecting entry fees. The old immortal flew directly over the main gate, without paying the fee. There's a familiar aura nearby. The old man sensed something and looked up at the sky, pondering. Why am I encountering him again? But he didn't notice anything unusual and continued walking normally. Are you coming in or not? There are people waiting behind you. The guard, seeing him standing there blankly, shouted impatiently, Coming, brother, don't get angry." He smiled and took out some spirit stones. Meeting is fine, as long as he doesn't cause trouble at Little Cheong Peak. He thought simply. A gust of wind blew, and he had already reached the city gate. Then, he paid the entrance fee to the guard. "Junior sister, cheer up. I'll take you in and have a look. If you like anything, just tell me." He pulled Yi's hand and walked forward. "Come with me." "Huh, brother, what's wrong?" Sensing something unusual, the young woman asked him. He blushed. "Senior brothers, senior sisters, I have something to say." "There's no need to be shy, junior brother E. "Speak your mind," the old man interjected. "On our golden Island, we cultivators help each other, sharing both joys and sorrows," he declared, thumping his chest proudly. "Actually, I have something difficult to say." He clasped his hands. "At the Eastern Sea Assembly years ago, I was defeated by a disciple of the Immortal Dew sect, a void return realm cultivator named Li Changsho. This matter has always weighed heavily on my heart. Now that I have crossed the tribulation and become an immortal, albeit only a Yuan immortal. I wish to seek him out for a friendly duel and discussion of the Tao, he requested, hands still clasped. The old man roared with laughter. This humble Taoist has some acquaintance with vice sect leader Chong Su of the Immortal Du sect. The Immortal Du sect is a human Tao lineage, and our Golden Ao Island is a demonic Tao lineage, so there's no inconvenience in paying a visit. Ao, he bowed his head, hands clasped. Many thanks. Cough, cough. Master, you're exaggerating. The woman behind him patted his shoulder. She sighed. What do you mean exaggerating? Hanji also remained silent. I truly hope Master can control his mouth. Prepare yourselves. Master's crow's mouth is more potent than a heavenly Tao artifact. Hanji warned the others. The other person gasped, impossible. Her face flushed as she recalled the past. There's something you don't know. Remembering her tribulation, boom, boom, boom. The thunder shook the heavens and earth, but it only struck me. Her master, protecting her from the outside, said, Go on, disciple, don't worry. Your tribulation is very weak. Only 6 strikes. This must be the last one. Haha. Sure enough, the lightning is fading. The surrounding lightning gradually dissipated. My child, your tribulation only has 6 strikes. Your immortal ascension is almost complete. Suddenly, he yelled, Really? Is it over? Hanji said joyfully, but immediately after, the tribulation gathered again and struck her. She cried out, Master, it's best if you don't speak anymore. Hanji waved her hand. What do you mean, very good? Don't worry. The tribulation only has 6 strikes. Thinking of this, she became furious. In the end, there were 8 tribulation strikes. I almost lost my soul, all my aptitude and accumulation gone. It should have been 7 at most. Hanji's indignant tone left her senior sister speechless. That's why you've been able to cultivate faster than others. Just then, she noticed her master's large figure standing behind her. Trembling, she pointed behind Hanji. Hanji. Her master's stern voice rang out. Hanji, enough talk. We're preparing to go to the Immortal Du sect with junior brother Ao-E. Having just finished complaining, Hanji immediately put on a fawning smile. Heh, as you command, master. Arriving at Breaking Heaven Peak, the group gathered before the peak's gate. Crown Prince Ao-E, brimming with imposing aura, seriously contemplated this upcoming battle. For him, this was a crucial step towards future renown. I want to find Li Changsho and then personally fight that battle again. The Taoist receiving guests poured tea for Crown Prince Ao-E and calmly asked, Fellow Taoist, have you come to our Immortal Du sect today, seeking Li Changsho? The master beside him replied, Indeed, this is Ao-Yi's wish. At the assembly years ago, Ao-Yi was defeated by your esteemed sect's disciple, Li Changsho. This time, he wishes to have another match with him. Uncle Jiwu arrived at the door just then and reported, Sect leader, esteemed elders. Li Changsho's junior sister says he's in secluded cultivation, attempting a breakthrough. He then explained to Ao-Yi and his entourage, Changsho is at a crucial juncture and likely cannot emerge. I ask that you all return another day for your sparring match. Crown Prince Ao-Yi adamantly refused, slamming his hand on the table as he rose. However long he cultivates, I will wait outside the mountain gates. Uncle Jiwu felt a pang of anxiety at this display. He offered a suggestion. Yes, esteemed seniors, isn't disciple Changsho quite skilled in talismans and formations? Perhaps Crown Prince Ao-Yi could attempt to break through one of his formations. That would serve as a contest of skill. Having delivered this lengthy proposal, he couldn't help but bring a hand to his forehead, sighing, Disciple Changsho, your uncle can only help you this much. The group quickly made their way to Little Cheong Peak. Hanji, glancing at Crown Prince Ao-Yi, asked worriedly, Will little uncle be able to break the formation? Her master turned and explained, This formation isn't particularly profound. It shouldn't pose much of a challenge for him. Uncle Jiwu led Crown Prince Ao-Yi to the entrance of the formation. A wooden sign hung there, bearing the inscription, Are you lost? Crown Prince Ao-Yi read aloud, Are you lost? He turned to Uncle Jiwu and asked, Why is this wooden sign here? The old man behind him stifled a chuckle, coughing a few times into his hand. He thought to himself, the show is about to begin. The Taoist priest behind him began to cast spells. Senior brother, Ling Na's voice echoed in his mind. There are a lot of people at Little Cheong Peak. He glanced towards Ao-Yi's entourage. Why are there suddenly 3 heavenly immortal Taoists at Little Cheong Peak? Within Li Changsho's formation, he was buying radishes. The vendor enthusiastically proclaimed, "Esteemed customer, you have a keen eye. My shop supplies 108,000 villages with only the finest produce." When Li Changshu opened his eyes, the vendor was gone. He looked left and right, but the young man who had been standing at the stall was nowhere to be seen. Huh, where did he go? Li Changshu jolted awake. Why are Ao, E, and Uncle Ju outside my maze formation? Suspecting they were there to cause trouble, he immediately began to chant, "If they want trouble, I'll give them a taste of my strategy. For now, I'll feign secluded cultivation within the formation and set up a paper effigy. To avoid revealing any weaknesses, I'll add a few more layers of protective formations. Make the grand formation seem innocuous. I should also release a bit of my chi. Then, I'll adapt to the situation." Inside, he was making his preparations. Outside, half an hour later, Crown Prince Ao paced back and forth, perplexed. "I found all the exits, so why can't I get out?" Uncle Jiawu, sipping his wine, offered an explanation. "This is an interlocking formation created by junior brother Changshu. After one exit, there's another layer to the formation." He added sympathetically, "Crown Prince Ao, don't push yourself too hard. You've already spent so much time. Ao retrievid a magical triazuri. This is the Eastern Sea's formation-breaking treasure. I refuse to believe I can't break such a minor formation." The treasure, emitting a blue light, activated, granting him clear vision. Sure enough, after using the treasure, a new passage appeared. Uncle Jiawu continued his attempts at dissuasion. "Back then, Lady Sure and I were trapped in here. We tried everything. Sigh. But Ao wouldn't listen, forging ahead with unwavering determination. I refuse to believe I can't escape this formation today." Another half hour passed, and Ao froze, a mystical treasure clutched in his hand, speechless at the sight before him. This is... His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the wooden sign. "You're lost, aren't you?" He was back where he started. Damn it, he flung the treasure away. It was useless against this formation. Uncle Joe watched as Ao retrieved the discarded treasure, offering earnest advice. "Crown Prince Ao, perhaps you should give up." Ao gritted his teeth. "No." His voice was thick with frustration. "I'm breaking through this formation." Hanji tugged at her master's sleeve, her curiosity piqued by the formation. She wanted to try herself. "Master, why don't we go down and give it a try?" He, thoroughly exasperated by her persistent tugging, relented. Fine. Go if you must." And so, two more young women descended into the maze. "This formation doesn't look that difficult," one remarked. "Just a basic array." After walking for a while, Hanji looked up in confusion. Could it be that Uncle Ao isn't very good at breaking formations? Is that why he's taking so long? Half an hour later, the two young women stood before the familiar wooden sign. Could this be a dead end? "You're lost, aren't you?" Sign was infuriating. Deep within his secluded cultivation, Li Changshu felt a throbbing in his head, a ringing in his ears. A thought echoed in his mind. The frustration and resentment emanating from those outside today surpasses that of the last 10 years combined. My outstanding discipleship can no longer be concealed. He retrieved a cork and stoppered another vial of his cultivated essence, allowing just a sliver to seep out. He'd deal with the consequences later. Revealing anything more would be troublesome, he worried. But if I don't give those three a little heart-disquieting powder, a slightly stronger dose should be fine. I did refine a whole batch. After all, outside, the situation remained unchanged. While the two young women were now utterly exhausted. "I can't go on. I need to rest," one of them groaned. Hanji, observing Ao Yi's unwavering spirit, sighed in admiration. Uncle Ao, he hasn't given up yet. He's truly remarkable. Their master, having observed the scene for some time, offered his own assessment. "This formation of Li Changshu's is truly impressive. Junior brother Ao seems to have lost another round." Suddenly, their senior brother appeared, a look of astonishment on his face. "So, it actually has such a function. I underestimated this junior before." He was utterly perplexed. Why is he so surprised? Having wasted several hours, he finally decided to call it quits. "Let's not waste any more time." The old Taoist led the three youngsters back. Everything seemed fine while they were airborne, but the moment they touched down, they were ensnared. Lost again after just one lap. He turned to see Ao, still running around excitedly, shouting, "Ah!" His two disciples, meanwhile, were sharing a drink with Uncle Jiawu and asked in unison, "Master, are you joining us too? The old Taoist slapped his forehead and lamented, must I, old Taoist Yuan Zhe, abandon my reputation here? Bitterness filled his heart. Li Changsho found himself in a predicament. Biting his lip, he thought, this Immortal Ascension conference is ruined. So many people have fallen into the formation. It seems I can only pack up my belongings and flee with Master and Junior Sister. He clutched his robes. No, I must remain calm. The Immortal Ascension Conference, the Turbid Sea Sword Sect, Golden Palace Gate, Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, White Worm Sect, Divine Mist Sect, Red Fragrance Sect, the Rogue Cultivators. This place is the safest for them. Besides, I've spent years painstakingly cultivating this place. How can I abandon it so easily? After pondering for a while, he finally devised a plan. I can only use my trump card. Outside, it was already midnight. Observing the scene, his master couldn't help but sigh. Below, Ao, he was still ranting. I refuse to accept this. I must break this formation. Uncle Jiu thought to himself, he's truly making a fuss over this Immortal Ascension conference. Later, when we return to the 100 Fan Hall, I must focus on cultivating Changsho's formation skills. He transmitted his voice using spiritual sense. Changsho, stop cultivating. Let everyone out of the formation. At that moment, the entire formation began to fill with mist. Changsho emerged, a gust of wind swirling around him, forcing everyone to shield their faces with their sleeves. Jiwu looked at him with concern. Changsho's cultivation level is still unconcealed. Seeing him caused Ao-E to gnash his teeth. I couldn't even break the formation of a mere 7th-stage Void Return Realm disciple. Lost again. I lost again. He glared at Li Changsho. I painstakingly devised this plan. How could I lose to Li Changsho right from start? Li Changsho bua respectfully. Disciple Li Changsho greets all senior uncles, grand uncles, and esteemed predecessors. Uncle Jiwu patted his shoulder. Have you made all the necessary arrangements? Changsho, it's fortunate you've emerged from seclusion. You and Crown Prince Ao, you should have a sparring match. He also claims to be at the 7th-stage Void Return Realm. Li Shansho Bua. This disciple will follow the sex arrangements. This caused Jiwu to say worriedly, are you sure you agree? Uncle Jiwu immediately instructed, very well, follow us to the square in front of the Breaking Heaven Peak Hall for the match. Jiwu slipped something into his hand. Wait, take this. He explained, this is my master's purple ling seal, a spiritual treasure. I asked to borrow it for you. He accepted it, then returned it to Jiwu. Thank you for your kindness, senior uncle, but there's no need to worry. I have my own way of dealing with him. He whispered to him, when the time comes, I will. Jiwu felt was a bit underhanded. Is doing that really alright? Li Shansho Smilat. Sparring requires flexibility. This is the principle master often teaches me. They quickly arrived at the square in front of the hall. Li Changsho spoke haughtily. Crown Prince Ao-E. Today's match is different from the assembly. I will win. He condensed a quartz spell in his hand. Please, fellow Taoist, make your move. He flung it towards Ao-E. Ao-E quickly adopted a fighting stance. Naturally, I won't hold back either. Li Changsho needed to maintain his breathing steady and even. Victory lay in composure. He couldn't reveal too much. Suddenly, Ao-Yi's attack descended. With practiced ease, Li Changsho executed a familiar maneuver. He vanished into the earth, burrowing deep into the ground. Try to run. Ao-E roared. He lunged forward, grasping for Li Changsho's hair, but his hand closed on empty air. Then, from behind, Li Changsho struck. A blindside attack, catching Ao-E completely off guard, enraging the Crown Prince into a flurry of wild blows. Each attack was intercepted by a paper doll, deftly controlled by Li Changsho. Come out and fight me head on, he bellowed, continuing his assault. Li Changsho shouted a battle cry, his voice echoing with a strange, otherworldly resonance. One attacked, the other defended. The dueling platform thundered beneath them, debris flying through the air. Ao-E unleashed his dragon's fury. Damn it, I'll destroy every single one of these talismans. Meanwhile, Li Changsho, still underground, scored a cut across Ao-Yi's leg. You dare sneak attack me? Ao-E howled in pain. He slammed his fist into the ground. Get out here. As Ao-E raged, Li Changsho swiftly slotted spirit stones into the formation. He emerged from behind, launching another surprise attack. His blade flashed, sending Ao-E sprawling. With a roar, Ao-E leaped into the air, unleashing a devastating blow aimed at shattering the formation. Li Changsho's eyes widened. True dragon strength indeed. Watching the power radiating from AOE, he couldn't help but murmur, remarkably resilient. Realization dawned on AO. So, this is what Li Changsho meant by victory is not determined by martial prowess. He realized this wasn't like the tournament. This was solid ground. He couldn't utilize Earth Dawn the way Li Changsho could. A grudging respect entered his voice. I have to admit, your Earth Dawn is truly formidable. He then unleashed the full force of his dragon spirit. But what about against my dragon manifestation? He focused all his power, smashing it down onto the dueling platform. A tremendous boom echoed through the air. Hanshi pointed. Look over there. Li Changsho, who had been shielding himself from the flying debris, was finally forced into the open. He adopted a fighting stance, thinking to himself, this dragon prince is actually using the 18 dragon subduing palms. Isn't he afraid the dragon king will scold him for being unfilial? Suddenly, AOE appeared, seizing Li Changsho. Got you. With a grunt, he delivered a swift kick. Li Changsho's head snapped to the side as he tumbled to the ground. Mutring, I did my best. It seemed as though the fight was over. But then Li Changsho's voice rang out. How naive, Your Highness, the Dragon Prince. Pop. The body AO he had just struck dissolved into a harmless paper doll, forcing him to exclaim, the art of doppelgangers. From behind, Li Changsho launched a powerful attack. Gripping his axe, he smiled gently. Try this on for size. A sneak attack from behind. The 1,000-year-old trick. With blinding speed, he nearly struck Ao Yi's vital point. Hanji, his master, quickly intervened. Stop. We concede. Li Changsho froze mid-motion, half his body still submerged in the earth. Obediently, he replied, yes, disciple understands. He stared in disbelief at the axe in Li Changsho's hand, fear creeping into his voice. Mother, what was he about to do? Hanji scolded angrily. Li Changsho, do you think you're invincible? She gritted her teeth. He can burrow into the earth, and he's proficient in formations. This disciple is truly capable. Beside her, Jiu chuckled. Ahem. Anonymortakliki, does it, stammered, I've lost. I've actually lost again. Li Changsho extended a hand to help him up. I won because I didn't use my full strength. If we had fought head-on today, I wouldn't be your match. He pulled AOE to his feet. This is the Immortal Ascension Conference, after all. I had to give it my all. I couldn't let my sect lose. I hope you understand. He adopted a remorseful expression. Your cultivation is higher than mine. Challenging you from the start was unfair. Inwardly, he mused, so not all humans are cold-faced devils. He extended his hand. So let's call this a draw. Signed, Li Changsho, a cold-faced old Taoist. This gesture touched AOE. There truly are warm and gentle people like Changsho among humanity. He agreed to the handshake, accepting the draw. From the clouds above, Jiwu chided Li Changsho. How could you resort to such petty tricks in a duel? Li Changsho grinned, clearly anticipating a reward. Go back to Little Peace Peak and reflect on your actions in seclusion. Hanji rolled her eyes at his transparent eagerness. Must you be so obvious about it? Later, AOE arrived at a location outside Breaking Heaven Peak. The Tao discourse finally concluded amicably. Only Li Changsho's side remained. My plans are all in ruins. Now I have to clean up this mess. I don't want to be the center of attention. I just want to be a quiet fish, cultivating in peace. The next day, Li Changsho and Lan Lingyi were organizing the storage room. He instructed her, junior sister, put all these jars of fair maidens' intoxication away. Don't leave a single one out. Lingyi was puzzled. Why are you suddenly putting the wine away, senior brother? And only the fair maidens' intoxication. He thought for a moment, then explained, because he doesn't seem entirely convinced yet, so I need to be cautious in all aspects. Lingyi was even more confused. Senior brother's words are truly profound and difficult to grasp. Li Changsho sank into contemplation. Although I'm not the only one who can concoct this bewitching brew, it's undeniably linked to the Donghai incident. Two disciples were tidying up when Uncle Jiu rushed in. I doubt I was bullying Changsho while refining pills. He blurted out, his voice laced with worry. Changsho, did those other elders give you a hard time? Let me go demand justice for you. His booming voice ruffled the hair at the temples of the two startled disciples. Li Changsho quickly stepped forward to soothe his agitated uncle. No one gave me a hard time. Uncle, they even rewarded me. Defeating the crown prince is a glorious achievement. After all, Jiu finally calmed down a bit. They finally showed some sense. You did exceptionally well this time. Your earth and poison techniques are a testament to my and your own hard work. Don't mind what others think. He rummaged in his sleeve. Aha, found it. He placed a pewter ring on the lid of the wine jar and said to Li Changsho, "This is for you." Li Changsho looked at the object with surprise. "This is," Jiawu explained loudly, "this is an elder's token. From now on, Little Peace Peak is under my protection. No one can scold, punish, or make things difficult for you without going through me." Touched by the gesture, Li Changsho bowed respectfully. "Thank you, uncle." A few days later, Lan Lingyi rushed to Li Changsho, her hands clasped together excitedly. Senior brother, I have good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first?" She turned to face him, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "The good news is, I've discovered that your abilities are truly remarkable. You predicted everything correctly." Li Changsho, feigning nonchalance, asked, "And the bad news?" "Ao is really here, just like you said," she declared. "He's right at the door." Li Changsho, who had just taken a sip of water, promptly sprayed it out. Regaining his composure, he asked Lingyi, "Did Ao come alone?" "No," she replied. Li Changsho pictured the two figures at his door. "Uncle Jiawu is with him, too." Lingyi paused, recalling the scene, and that he brought a woman with him. Suddenly, Lingyi's eyes widened in alarm. "How could I forget? Wait, I think she was quite beautiful." A competitive spirit flared within her. Little Peace Peak cannot lose face, she thought. I must uphold our reputation. She hurriedly shoved Li Changsho out the door. "Senior brother, go greet them. I need to change." Li Changsho, bewildered, stumbled out. "But this is my room. Why is Lingyi kicking me out?" He had barely taken a few steps when Ao rushed towards him, bowing deeply. "Fellow Taoist Changsho, I sincerely apologize for my behavior the other day. I came here today specifically to offer my apologies." The formality of the situation caught Li Changsho off guard. He quickly waved his hands dismissively. "Your Highness, there's no need for such formalities. I didn't take it to heart." Just then, Lan Lingyi, freshly adorned in a new outfit, emerged to greet them. "Welcome. Please come in. Please excuse our humble abode, Your Highness. I am Changsho's junior sister, Lan Lingyi. You could just call me Lingyi." Facing Lan Lingyi's unusual appearance and honey-sweet voice, both Ao and Uncle Jiawu were stunned. Such a beautiful junior sister, Jiawu thought. Little sister, this rival in love is truly formidable. Lingyi wore a sky-blue hanfu, adorned with embroidered butterflies and shimmering gold linstones. An ethereal air seemed to emanate from her. With a formal tone, she announced, "Please follow me. The tea is prepared." Hanji couldn't help but steal a few more glances at her. Little senior sister is so beautiful and gentle, he mused. Only Li Changsho, standing to the side, watched the scene unfold with a knowing smirk. "Oh, you guys just don't understand," he thought to himself. Junior sister must be feeling quite pleased with herself right now. He continued his internal monologue, because she knows she has a slight edge in terms of appearance. That confident look on her face is a dead giveaway. Inside the reception room, Li Changsho unfurled a scroll and, turning to Ao, inquired, "Your Highness, have you ever visited the Danqing Dao?" At Li Changsho's question, Ao rubbed his nose sheepishly. "I'm not familiar with the Danqing Dao," he admitted. This was precisely what Li Changsho had hoped for. He chuckled softly. "No matter, it's not important." He continued to unroll a series of paintings, his intention being to steer the conversation towards a private discussion with Ao. "I'll give you a brief introduction, and Your Highness will understand quickly," Li Changsho explained. He began with a preface. "These are all my works. Please take a look." The room filled with the imagery of his brushstrokes. Ao initially wanted to wave his hand dismissively. No, there's no need to go to such trouble," he began, but he was quickly captivated. A friendly atmosphere permeated the room. Ao spent a good while examining the paintings with growing enthusiasm. Taoist Changsho, this painting, he began giving a thumbs up. He was delighted to discover a hidden talent within himself, an apparent ability to grasp the profound meaning within Li Changsho's art. Truly profound and erudite. This was the sign of successful persuasion. The two men continued their lively discussion. Meanwhile, Lingyi watched as the discarded scrolls piled up on the floor. As the two men continued their animated conversation, critiquing and debating the merits of the artwork, she pouted. Honestly, she muttered to herself, "They claim to appreciate art, but they won't even tidy up." She began gathering the scattered scrolls, large and small. Picking up one particular scroll, she unfurled it slightly, and a gasp escaped her lips. It's senior brother's handwriting. She peered closer. Written on the scroll were the words, "Senior brother's ideal partner." This, she couldn't ignore. She had to see. She hadn't intended to look. But now, having started, she was startled by what she saw. The painting depicted an elderly woman leaning on a cane. Ling Yi was dumbfounded, utterly bewildered. So, senior brother doesn't like young girls, and he doesn't like older women either, she thought, staring at the image. And he likes fake people. She truly didn't know what to make of it. The simple task of tidying had become a source of profound confusion. She set the scroll down, a melancholic sigh escaping her lips as she thought of her handsome senior brother. How could this be? After the three finished discussing the painting, Ao enthusiastically invited Li Changsho to visit Golden Rock Island when he had free time. He declared with certainty that he would certainly have everything prepared and would welcome his senior brother to continue their discussion. Faced with such enthusiasm, Li Changsho, though outwardly agreeable, could only accept. Truly, he feared that refusing would only lead to Ao clinging to him until nightfall. Seeing his agreement, Ao, reluctant to part, loudly bid farewell to Li Changsho along with Han Ji and Zhou, wishing him a swift reunion with Xuanya. Meanwhile, the object of their farewells harbored contrary thoughts. The more enthusiastic the exterior, the darker the inner thoughts. A reunion with Xuanya. Best to avoid such an unfortunate encounter. No meeting would be the best meeting. At the same time, within a small tavern in Linhai town, the clamor of patrons and proprietor mingled. "Customer, your order is ready." A conversation sparked nearby. "Have you heard about the recent Tao discourse between the Intercept sect and the Renunciation sect?" Another, picking at an appetizer, replied, "Of course, the Renunciation sect one." The first immediately commented, "What's the point of comparing juniors? Trying to determine victory or defeat. Julie, vendaben vonting is formidan." The other agreed. Indeed, facing experts from the Intercept sect, yet winning 2 matches in a row. Who in the world can compare? Li Changsho, having changed into different attire, the man possessed more outfits than the women in his household, happened to pass by their discussion. He pondered deeply. In the previous Tao discourse, though he had concealed his true strength, the Intercept sect ultimately retreated of their own accord. He suspected future troubles might arise. The conflict between the two sects was deepening. It wouldn't be surprising if someone tried to use him as a pawn in their game. Elsewhere, Qi Yuan began practicing the escape technique Changsho had taught him, utilizing the qi concealment and breath regulation method. Today, he had made some progress. He reverted to his original form, just as Li Changsho arrived to pay his respects. Holding a rosewood box, he said, "Master, we can bring the box back to the mountain now. Your technique is still not refined enough," Qi Yuan replied, placing his hand on the box. His master, Qi Yuan, retrieved the box and changed the subject. "Have you settled your financial matters?" Changsho, receiving a pat on the shoulder, answered honestly, "For now, it's manageable. The matters of the Tao discourse have been thoroughly discussed. You can focus on your cultivation now. Avoid going out and encountering further trouble." The old seventh had nothing more to say. He heeded Changsho's advice, but still asked what needed to be asked. "Changsho, tell me truthfully, what is your current realm?" Changsho, transforming back into human form, explained while demonstrating a technique. "During my last outing, disciple underwent tribulation. During the tribulation, I nearly ascended by accident. It's inconvenient to speak of it now. After tribulation is Yuan Immortal, 123 5/4, upper grade immortal aptitude." Finally, summoning a paper crane, he added with a smile before closing the box, "Master, I remember you once said that we, Master and Disciples 3, advance and retreat together. Quickly return to secluded cultivation. Entering the heavenly court can help you cultivate righteousness, but it will take a few years. It will also be beneficial for disciple and junior sister in the future." With that, he spread his wings and flew off, leaving his master to ask, "Is it truly that good?" Changsho could only advise his master, "Just listen to what disciple has said." Speaking his mind brought him a sense of relief. Unexpectedly, Master doesn't have any aversion to the heavenly court. It seems things will be easier from now on. Just as he relaxed, Ling Yi's voice interrupted him. "Senior brother." Seeing his junior sister enter, and fearing something had happened, Li Changsho asked, "Junior sister, what's wrong?" He saw her covering her face with a red cloth held in both hands, and guessed what had happened. "Did you burn your face with the 100 poisons wind?" Ling Yi replied with a girlish, reproachful tone, hateful senior brother. Lowering the silk cloth, her face revealed a strange transformation. She boldly asked, "Senior brother, look at me. What are you thinking? If you like older women, then I, your junior sister, will transform into an old woman for you." She bowed deeply. "Greetings, elder." The atmosphere grew so stagnant that even she felt bewildered. "What's going on?" When she looked up, Li Changsho was completely petrified, not from surprise, but from sheer terror. Seeing him silent, as if he'd been struck by a pressure point, she stammered anxiously, "Son, senior brother." Less than a few hundred miles from the mainland, on a desolate island, a group of figures knelt before a blood-red spectral form. "Great emissary, please forgive us subordinates for failing our mission. Please spare our lives." A sinister aura enveloped them. One of them trembled, sensing something. Emissary is here." It turned out that what they feared was an entity formed by demonic mosquitoes. The three kneeling men pleaded, "We've searched everywhere, but we still haven't found any trace of that sea god. Great emissary, please spare our lives. We are willing to search for the fresh blood of mortals for 1,000 years for you." The mosquito demons coalesced into a humanoid form. A seductive voice echoed, "What good is the fresh blood of mortals? It has no spiritual energy and only depletes merit." She pointed a hand, its fingers tipped with sharp teeth, at one of the mortals below. "This emissary has now cleansed the karmic obstacles of cultivation and no longer slaughters mortals as much." A beam of light pierced the chest of the subordinate who had just spoken. The fresh blood was sucked into the seductive figure's body. She licked her lips. "Atone for your sins with your death." This deadly display left the remaining two trembling in fear. They hastily reported, "Great emissary, that South Sea sect only occupies the border region. We have arranged for a great deal of incense offerings. In truth, we haven't suffered any real losses this time." Her full form materialized. Snow-white hair, dark red lips, and a body clad in garments of an ambiguous color, somewhere between black and dry blood. The same terrifyingly seductive voice spoke, her red eyes fixed on the remaining two. "You have incense offerings in the South Sea. Acquiring so many divine statues in such a short time must mean you have other plans. Asking you to attack him would be difficult. So today, I will give you a different task. Go to the East Continent and investigate." The two dare not linger, immediately obeying. "We obey." She smiled. "And while you're there, pay a visit to a certain immortal sect called the Renunciation Sect." Turning and taking a step forward, she instructed her subordinates. The Renunciation Sect can barely be considered a human sect orthodoxy. A few days ago, they were discussing the Tao with several heavenly immortals on Golden Rock Island. This answered her subordinates' unspoken question. "Why are we going to the Renunciation Sect?" She emphasized, "You're to investigate the process and details of that magical duel and see if there are any loopholes." With a chilling glance, the great emissary declared, "If you perform well, you may atone for your failures, and I will even reward you." The two subordinates, scrambling away from her oppressive aura, cried out as they fled, "Many thanks, great emissary. We obey." Being in the presence of a demon truly brings no good fortune. She then commanded the swarm of tiny mosquito demons, "If they show any sign of treachery, kill them, drain them dry, and leave no trace." The black cloud of mosquitoes buzzed after the fleeing figures, hiding in their hair, obedient to their queen's command. The scene shifts to the events unfolding at the Immortal Dew sect. Ling Yi sat weeping softly, the aftermath of her attempt to test Li Changsho by transforming into an old woman. Li Changsho, fuming, arms crossed, forbade her from leaving the table until she had copied the scripture of an action 100 times. Ling Yi, her voice thick with tears, protested, "You didn't tell me what that painting was." "I turned into a hideous old woman. It was terrifying." A thick stack of copied scriptures lay before her, but her punishment was far from over. Putting on her most adorable, kitten-like expression, she pleaded, "Senior brother, didn't mean to." Li Changsho closed his eyes, ignoring her pleas. Inwardly, he shuddered, grateful for his strong mental fortitude. Had he been any weaker, the sight of her transformation might have driven him to chi deviation. He was about to continue his reprimand when Uncle Jiwu's booming laughter echoed from afar. Junior brother Changsho, guess what I brought you?" Noticing Ling Yi tearfully copying scriptures, Jiwu inquired, "What's wrong with little Ling Yi?" Li Changsho coughed, offering a quick explanation. "Ahem, she made a mistake and is being punished." Eager to change the subject, he asked, "What good thing did you bring?" Jiwoo produced a short dagger, beaming. This is a pass to the inner chambers of the scripture repository. I had to pull a lot of strings to get this for you. He couldn't help but recall AOE. Getting this pass was all thanks to the Dragon Prince. He was as excited as I am now. He insisted, fellow Taoist Changsho is a good man. You must visit me at the Dragon Palace sometime. Li Changsho accepted the dagger with genuine gratitude. Thank you, uncle. Catching his own reflection in the polished surface of the dagger, he mused, besides the demon-slaying conference at the Dragon Palace, I finally have a cultivation method for the Samadhi True Fire. And now this unexpected reward for showing mercy. He couldn't help but sigh. This AOE truly has the bearing of wealth and fortune, overflowing with resources like a god of wealth. AOE, the wealth-scattering boy immortal. Li Changsho chuckled. If I ever see this prince again, I'll certainly. His train of thought was abruptly derailed by a wave of negativity. The whole town is saying you're the culprit who humiliated the Eastern Sea, making AOE lose twice in public and almost making him blossom. Perhaps it's best if we don't meet again. At that moment, in the Dragon Palace, AOE sneezed. Hanji, concerned, asked Uncle AOE. AOE rubbed his nose, murmuring, I wonder if fellow Taoist Changsho is mentioning me while receiving his reward. Hanji was completely baffled. Master, are you cultivating? Have I disturbed you? AOE, flustered, scratched his head and explained to her. I was just lost in thought, not cultivating. Relieved, she replied, that's good. Then, with a cheerful tone, AOE invited her, would you like to visit the EC today? A sweet, warm atmosphere blossomed between them. Are there any scenic spots in the EC? She asked. He affirmed, of course. There are several beautiful places, coral forests, and magnificent ocean waterfalls. Meanwhile, Li Changsho and Uncle Jiwoo were arriving, riding on a cloud. Jiwoo handed Li Changsho a small pouch. Here are a few more treasures for setting up formations. I hope you continue to develop your formation skills. Li Changsho accepted it gratefully. Thank you, Uncle. Seeing Jiwoo turn to leave, he quickly asked, Uncle, aren't you coming with me to the scripture pavilion? Jiwoo waved his hand, sighing melancholically. No, I'm a man burdened with responsibilities. I have to go out immediately. It seems the Middle Divine Continent is holding a grand assembly of the three sects. I must attend with 2 elders. In a flash of light, he vanished into the clouds. Li Changsho fell into deep thought. The grand assembly of the 3 sects. What is that? Does it have anything to do with the great God-conferring tribulation? The mountain suspended in the air was the scripture pavilion of Breaking Heaven Peak. It was known as the repository of Tao teachings. Li Changsho entered the wooden hall, the scent of scriptures filling the air. Only a small portion of the texts here were created by the immortals of the Renunciation sect. Most were collected from the outside world. Passing through the weapons display area, he saw cultivation methods, texts, and treasures gathered by heavenly immortals and true immortals of the Renunciation sect during their travels. Anything deemed useless to them was left in the scripture pavilion. Li Changsho's goal today was to enter the deepest part of the outer hall. He followed the winding wooden path to a majestic door. An elder stood guard there. Li Changsho bowed respectfully. Disciple Li Changsho of Little Cheong Peak greets Elder Qilin. Elder Qilin was a master of the inner sect, his cultivation level unknown. He guarded the scripture pavilion year-round, rarely venturing out, his magical abilities a mystery. Li Changsho presented the short knife, given to him by Uncle Jiwoo as a token to open the door to the impassive elder, stating his purpose, disciple wishes to enter and peruse the inner sect scriptures. The elder didn't make things difficult for him, replying curtly, enter. Passing through easily, he was astonished by the grandeur within, his heart leaping with excitement. Finally, I'm in. The inner hall was much smaller than the outer hall. Li Changsho lit a spirit candle and strolled along, gazing at the neatly arranged bookshelves. He appraised the texts. Just copying one of these and taking it outside could easily be exchanged for a large amount of spiritual herbs and treasures in the town market. Except for the scripture of non-action and the personal belongings of the peak masters and elders, all other advanced techniques of the Renunciation sect can be found here. After strolling for a while, Li Changsho realized he wasn't alone. Not far away, several disciples were diligently studying scriptures by the light of spirit candles, the atmosphere heavy with scholarly focus. He thought, as a seventh stage returned to void disciple, frequently visiting the scripture pavilion isn't exactly a good look. This time, he decided his best course of action was to memorize as much as possible. He pulled a volume titled Heavenly Forbidden Records from the nearest shelf. From this moment forward, he declared to himself, I am an emotionless photocopying machine. Meanwhile, at the disciples' gathering area, everyone was witnessing Jiojio's tribulation. The power was immense, thunder echoing through the air. Everyone shielded their eyes, cheers erupting from the crowd. The tremors of the late stage, true immortal realm filled them with ecstatic joy. She had succeeded. Jiojio appeared, her figure seemingly fuller, her aura more obscure. In its place was a mature, serious air. Her form-fitting attire accentuated her newly ascended, aloof demeanor. She barely managed to utter the word I, before being overwhelmed by a flurry of congratulations from her fellow disciples. Congratulations, congratulations. Congratulations on successfully overcoming your true immortal tribulation, Jiojio. This, however, only seemed to irritate her. Fresh from her tribulation, she snapped, "Stop flattering me." Her words sent a chill through the crowd, a sense of unease settling in. Someone asked hesitantly, "True immortal Jiojio." Without a word, she lashed out with a few kicks, leaving only a gust of wind in her wake as she roared, "I want wine." Aya! Back in her room, she ransacked every nook and cranny. The sound of shattering bottles echoed through the air. Not here, not under the bed either. Jiojio reached up to a shelf. Not here either. Finding no wine anywhere, she collapsed, despair washing over her. Her voice was thin and reedy. Damn it, why can't I ever keep any wine? I drink it all too quickly. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited. She thought of Uncle Jio Wu, right? Fifth senior brother, must have some left. But when she arrived, his house was empty. Jio Wu was traveling elsewhere. A note read, "Gone gallivanting." Not at home. Jiojio, desperate for a drink, nearly kicked down the door. Of all the times to be gone, why now? With no wine there, only one option remained. Li Changsho. Another flash of light, and she was gone, a streak across the sky. Her hopeful voice drifted back. Little Shou, could you perhaps repay my wine debt a little early? Li Changsho's residence was often graced by the presence of his junior sister, Ling. She was diligently cultivating the great Tao of invisibility. Born of heaven and earth, the great Tao is not still, but moves like the sun and moon. Nameless, the great Tao nurtures all things. Jiojio landed on the lawn in front of the house, sending dirt and grass flying. Lingyi cried out in alarm, "Ah!" She rushed out to see what had happened. Spotting Jiojio, she asked with concern, "Senior aunt, what's wrong?" Jiojio, parched and trembling from wine withdrawal, could barely speak. Her words were slurred, and before she fainted, she managed to gasp out a single word, "Wine." Lingyi helped her into the house and to the storage room. Jiojio immediately began guzzling wine like water. She grabbed another jar, and Lingyi grew even more worried. That's the sixth jar already. But Senior Aunt Jiojio continued to drink with relish. This is terrifying, Lingyi thought. Lingyi sighed. "Uncle, you've had too much to drink." The sixth jar was opened, but Jiojio was still not satisfied. With an air of elegance, she replied, "I'm fine. I just need to explain something. Everyone has their own Tao. Mine is wine." Gazing at the fine wine in her hand, her face shimmered in its silvery reflection. She murmured, "To lose it is to lose my spirit." Only after drinking her fill did Jiojio suddenly remember something. "Oh right, where's your senior brother?" Lingyi, while putting the wine jar away, replied, "He's probably at the scripture pavilion." She thought for a moment. "He should be back soon." Jiojio, spotting a jar in the corner, suddenly brightened. "Oh, the chi from that wine over there feels different from these others." Lingyi gasped in surprise. "Huh, when did I put that there?" "Scoop me a cup with a wooden ladle. Let me try it." Jiojio closed her eyes, savoring the feeling of the wine flowing down her throat. Her eyes snapped open, but she quickly fell into a daze. Such good wine, but seeing Jiojio stagger, Lingyi asked worriedly, "Uncle Jiojio, why is this wine so strong?" With a thud, Jiojio collapsed to the floor, unconscious. Lingyi looked at the jar Jiojio had just drunk from. It seems Uncle Jiojio drank undiluted spirit wine. As Jiojio slept soundly, Lingyi marveled at the potency of the alcohol. This stuff is practically a knockout drug. Li Changsho was still at the scripture pavilion, absorbing knowledge. Jiu, upon waking, immediately went looking for him, fuming. What's this about the scripture pavilion? He's been gone for half a month. I'll have to go to the treasure pavilion to find him. She recalled the past few days spent with Ling Yi. Playing Mr. Simulation with little Ling Yi was fun, but I've drunk all her wine. There's not enough left to tide me over until little Show returns. Arriving at the entrance to the hall, she found the same elder on duty as before. She called out loudly, old man, startling him awake. Seeing that it was Jiu, his face broke into a wide smile. Haha, it's me. Overjoyed, he threw an arm around her shoulders and launched into a torrent of words. My dear girl, my filial child, you finally remembered this old man. His enthusiasm caused her to scratch her head sheepishly. Actually, I'm looking for a Void Return Realm disciple named Li Changsho. Upon hearing her purpose, the elder wailed dramatically. Is that so? Well, what about a little concern for this old man, then? He then used his sword token to access the inner hall, leaving the heartbroken elder behind, as few people ever visited him. Jiu made an okay gesture with her hand. Elder, I'll just go in then. He urged her on. Go. Jiu lightly stepped past a bookshelf and immediately spotted a figure. She surmised that rascal is in there looking at Harvest Festival pictures. Moving silently, she hatched a plan. Li Changsho, I'll sneak up and give him a good fright. She tiptoed around the back of the bookshelf, Li Changsho remaining completely oblivious. Taking a deep breath and preparing to jump out, a candy was popped in her mouth just as she was about to shout little. Jiu's eyes lit up. Wow, she exclaimed, this is delicious. What is it? Li Changsho gently closed his book and looked at her. Spirit restoration pills, he explained. They're refined from 10 types of spiritual herbs and the essence of fine wine. They replenish vital energy and taste quite good. He handed her a small cloth pouch. There are 60 pills here. Consider it a congratulatory gift for your leaving seclusion, master. Jiu popped another pill in her mouth, praising him. You're always so thoughtful. She glanced at the book on his desk. What are you reading? Li Changsho shared with a touch of pride, refinement of qi and formation control. There are a few restrictive formations I'm trying to see if I can adapt for use in array foundations. This made Jiu's jaw drop. Heavens, just how fortified do you intend to make Little Qiong Peak? Afraid she might wait too long. He reminded her, I might be here for another month. Master, you should go back to cultivating. Having not yet achieved her goal, those jars of wine still beckoned. She feigned shyness. I'll wait for you here, she said. A month will pass quickly. Li Changsho was taken aback. He hadn't expected her to wait an entire month while he studied. But if she was waiting, he would continue reading. In the northeast of the Middle Divine Continent, at the Golden Palace Gate, the drunken voice of Uncle Jiu Wu boomed out. This 3 sects grand assembly to discuss the Tao. 3 years of preparation just to start the conference. What a waste of time. And this intersect harmony nonsense. He grumbled. The human sex lineage only has 5 or 6 houses, so even the Crossing Tribulation sect got dragged in to make up the numbers. I'd rather just go home early. A nearby attendant tried to soothe him. Uncle Master, you've had too much to drink. You're speaking out of turn. Please go back and rest. Though drunk, Jiu was still sharp. He swatted at a buzzing mosquito. Where did this mosquito come from? He smacked it, bending its proboscis. The mosquito, enraged, continued to buzz angrily. The mosquito demon flew towards the main hall, where a grandmaster was meditating. It seemed like a perfect opportunity. It used its crooked proboscis to pierce the back of the grandmaster's neck, drawing a bellyful of crimson blood. Demonic chi surged, and the figure of a charming demoness materialized. In a bewitching voice, she whispered, You're tired. Sleep. Give your body to me. Obey me. Quickly, the Grandmaster succumbed. Rest assured, Master, the demoness said. I swear on my life, this will succeed. Before Jiu left for the intersect assembly, Li Changsho had given him a token and some advice. Uncle Master Jiu, he'd said, this is a poison pill from Elder One. Consider it a gift for your protection. He emphasized this is potent stuff. It could even kill a heavenly immortal. Don't worry, Changsho, Jiu had replied. I'll safeguard this important poison pill. Li Changsho truly didn't want any harm to befall anyone from his sect. Be careful on your journey to the Golden Palace Gate. Uncle Master, he'd cautioned. 1 month later, it was time for Li Changsho to put down his books and practice. Jiu and Ling Yi were moving a formation component. should we put here? Jiao asked Ling Yi. Ling Yi thought for a moment. Yes, she replied. Shift the chin position 3 inches south of the array foundation. Looking at the formation, Li Changshou mused. A formation laid out over several months. It's almost complete. Jiao stood before him with her arms crossed. Little Shou, she said, are there any more formations you need to set up? I need more money for wine. Her ultimate goal, as always, was wine. Li Changshou, however, was lost in thought. She called out Little Shou a few times. A jolt of fear shot through him. He sensed it. The jade bottle he'd given Uncle Master Jiao Wu had been opened. Jiao Wu was in danger and had been forced to use the soul-destroying, immortal-vanquishing poison. His mind snapped back to reality. Jiao's voice was still calling his name. Little Shou, Li Changshou, she said, worry creeping into her voice. What's wrong? Why did you suddenly zone out like that? I called you several times, and you didn't react. He grasped her hand tightly. Uncle Master Jiao, just now, for a moment, I dreamt that Uncle Master Jiao Wu was being chased by 7 or 8 burly men, like he was prey. His urgency startled her. Being chased like prey, she echoed. My 5th senior brother. Actually, that's not too far off the mark. Uncle Master Jiao Wu was down to his last shred of clothing. He continued, with a mob of fierce men hot on his heels. Little Wu, don't run, he cried. Don't come any closer. So this little lass had conjured up her own image. She closed her eyes, unable to bear the thought. It's probably not what I'm thinking, she muttered. Li Changshou's voice was firm. I'm not joking. Go and inform Uncle Master Jiao immediately. Jiao nodded. All right, I'll go get 4th senior sister out of seclusion. She sped off, but not before calling back. Little Shou, if you have any new clues, let me know immediately. He watched her disappear into the clouds. Understood, he replied. Ling Yi, too, was worried. Senior brother, she asked, did you really dream that little Wu Uncle Master was being chased? He answered her honestly. The dream was fake, but something has happened. It's better to be safe than sorry. So go and pack your things. Bring all the necessities with you. Jiao, trembling, used the 1,000-mile instant travel talisman to contact Jiao Wu, but to no avail. She tried to reassure herself. Jiao, you still have the harmony mirror. Jiao Wu's lifeblood is on the harmony mirror. So, as long as I use my spiritual power, I can immediately know his current situation. But the harmony mirror remained unresponsive. Panic seized Jiao. What's going on? Why is there no response? Her hands went numb, and the harmony mirror slipped from her grasp. The clatter as it hit the ground was a chilling omen, confirming her worst fears about Jiao Wu. Jiao began to lose control, on the verge of chi deviation, gnashing her teeth until Jiao shook her firmly to bring her back. Senior sister, snap out of it, she called out, trying to reason with her. Sister, don't panic. 5th senior brother is just temporarily unreachable. It doesn't necessarily mean something bad has happened. Let's go find Master. He'll definitely have a solution. Thankfully, her words got through, and Jiao agreed. Yes, you're right, little sister. Jiao and Jiao immediately went to find the Grand Supreme Elder, recounting the entire situation to their master. The Grand Supreme Elder himself used a voice transmission talisman, but all he could hear was the sound of magical combat. Half an hour later, a tremendous boom echoed from Breaking Heaven Peak, a terrifying power erupting from its summit. A figure, enveloped in the azure light grand formation, sped westward. Both Li Changshou and Ling Yi recognized the aura. It belonged to the sect leader of the Dushin sect. This time, Li Changshou discovered something new. Golden immortals of the longevity realm possessed a unique, profound Tao rhythm. Indeed, the Dushin sect had a golden immortal, and a situation for Uncle Jiao Wu after that was truly dire. Besieged by demons from all directions, he was covered in wounds, grievously injured and gasping for breath. Jiao Wu, never thought that my path of cultivation would end here. His hand clutched tightly at the strap of his large gourd. What a pity that I couldn't say a few words to everyone before I go. Just then, a powerful voice boomed from the heavens. Who dares injure my disciple? Show yourselves. It was the Grand Supreme Elder, Vong Tinshangren. Overwhelmed by a mixture of relief and joy, Jiao Wu cried out, Master. The Dushin sect's forces arrived, descending directly upon the horde of demons. With a single strike, they annihilated the entire group. The reinforcements cut through the enemy ranks like a hot knife through butter, swiftly dispatching the dark figures that had surrounded Jiao Wu. Vong Tin Shangren himself seized one of the lesser demons, his voice laced with authority. Who sent you? The demon stammered in terror. I'll tell. I'll tell. But before he could utter another word, he was silenced. His entire body trembled, as if being crushed from within. Vong Ting Shangun Fawen. What is this? The demon's body began to decompose, managing only a choke cry of save me, before dissolving into nothingness. He had been destroyed, body and soul. All the captured demons followed suit, turning into wisps of smoke and vanishing without a trace. The immortal onlookers murmured in astonishment. How ruthless! The mastermind behind this left no survivors. Vong Tin Shangren released the viscous residue from his hand, his face hardening with fury. This cannot stand, he declared. Investigate this thoroughly for me. The attack on the Duxian sect sparked outrage throughout the various sects of the three teachings. Several Taoist sects immediately issued stern pronouncements, vowing to uncover the truth behind the ambush. Time passed swiftly during the investigation. It's just the two fellow disciples who were with me. They were brutally murdered, their souls scattered across the Middle Divine continent. They can never return. Li Changshou, unwilling to let Jiu Wu wallow in grief, steered the conversation back to the matter at hand. Uncle Master, how is the investigation progressing? Jiu Wu replied, we have some leads. He recounted the events of that day. An intersect attendant informed us that an expert from the Ren Immortal sect wished to meet us, those of us from the Duxian sect, in secret to discuss matters related to the grand assembly of the three teachings. In truth, it was a trap. Jiu Wu's voice was heavy with suspicion. We believe the attackers are from the Ren Immortal sect, a sect of the Chan teachings. They don't want the grand assembly to proceed smoothly. It seems they're plotting something in the shadows. Listening to Jiu Wu's account, Li Changshou mused, this matter is definitely not as simple as it appears. Uncle Master Jiu Wu, his mind already wandering to other matters, stammered a request. Changshou, I was hoping to ask for a couple more poison pills for self-defense. Li Changshou offered a simpler solution. Uncle Master, just go find Elder Wan Linjun yourself. I'll tell you what to say to him. Jiu Wu readily agreed. All right, I'll take TT with me later to pay him a visit. Within the Duxian sect's formations, there was an earth vein replenishing formation. Li Changshou pointed in its direction and asked, Uncle Master, did you see that there's another earth vein replenishing formation within the inner sect recorded on a jade slip in the Tao repository? Jiu Wu nodded. There indeed is. It's just that the elders have all remained silent on the matter. Looking at the map of the sect center, a rather excellent plan began to form in Li Changshou's mind. He clicked his tongue in approval, adding that to the tunnel I dug, there are a total of 2 earth vein replenishing formation tunnels. The inner sect security can be improved quite a bit. The two were about to continue their chat when Jiu, Uncle Master Jiu Wu's wife, flew over. Come, it's time for your medicine. Li Shanshou Jumpat Starlat. Oh dear heavens. He bolted out the door like a cat with its tail stepped on. Uncle Master, I just remembered something I have to do. Farewell. Jiu Wu called after him. Don't go. But all Li Changshou could hear was Jiu's insistent voice. Come now, open wide. Having escaped, Ling Yi asked him, Senior brother, is the matter very serious? Li Changshou considered this before replying. The information we have is too little to make a judgment. He decided, I must go into secluded meditation in the pill chamber for a few days and think carefully about what just happened. He didn't forget to instruct her, if anything unusual happens in the inner sect, little sister, immediately return to Hibiscus Peak and send a message. Don't be afraid to use the messenger horse I gave you. Faced with Li Changshou's serious demeanor, Ling Yi could only perfunctorily reply, yes, all right. Inwardly, she thought, is senior brother being overly sensitive? The pill chamber was a pill refining room designed in the shape of a gourd. Inside, Li Changshou pondered silently, if I were the mastermind behind this. He spread out numerous blank sheets of paper as props for his deduction. Then the ambush has nothing to do with the group of Qi refinement cultivators discussing the Tao at Golden Rock Island. Their prior actions were deliberately meant to draw the immortal Tao into this affair, but it is related to the group discussing the Tao with the Golden Rock cultivators. Yuan Xing wants to disrupt the three sects' grand meet, provoking conflict between the three sects. Faced with a multitude of possibilities, he calculated carefully. The information we currently have is truly too scarce. No matter where Yuan Xing is, he either has designs on our Duxian sect or on the other two sections. As long as you dare to act, humph, I dare to retaliate. The rustling of paper filled the air as an army of paper figures moved according to his instructions. The entire army prepare for battle. Just now, I secretly slipped a letter onto Uncle Master Jiu Wu. Later, when he goes to find Elder Wanlin Jun, this letter will be passed on to him by the Elder. At the same time, I'll strictly order Uncle Master Jiu Wu to ensure Jiu remains within the sect. If the sect is attacked, I must ensure Jiu will definitely open it. In my hand are 3 pouches, blue, yellow, and red. The second pouch is for Uncle Master Jiu to be given to her after the incident. The third pouch is for Master, with a note explaining that I need his help to conceal something, but in reality, it's to ensure he protects little sister and helps her escape. With the Duxian sect's preparations extended for another half a year, 2 Taoists idled at the Golden Rock Island Mountain Gate in the Middle Divine Continent, engaging in casual conversation. The attack on Duxian sect earlier was truly frightening. It's still safest here on Golden Rock Island. That's why we had to find an excuse to leave that chaotic place. They were unaware of another pawn being manipulated behind the scenes. A mosquito buzzed near them, and a sinister voice whispered, "Fellow Taoists, my master invites you to join us." Bitten by the mosquito, the 2 Taoists quickly transformed, becoming thralls of the demonic entity. Within a dense forest in the demon territory, on the border between the Middle Divine Continent and the East Victory Divine Continent, 3 Taoists stood, now under demonic control. Their leader, a rooster-headed demon, held a plate of something resembling cannabis leaves and announced, "Welcome, our newest members." He approached the 3, his voice laced with temptation. "Let us create great achievements together." He offered a leaf to the first Taoist. "Consume this. Embrace the embodiment of the soul-devouring demon. Is this the longevity you've always yearned for?" The grand assembly of the 3 teachings is merely a ploy by the immortal sect to suppress the Jia sect. Now, you have the power to stop them. The old Taoist accepted the leaf and consumed it, still hearing the seductive voice. "All you need to do is obstruct them." She commanded, "Go destroy the Duxian sect." The mere mention of the sect's name ignited a furious rage within them. In unison, they accepted her command. "We obey. This time, we will not fail." In a deep valley thousands of miles away, a voice spoke. "Ah, I'm listening to the demon mosquito's report. Master has made all the arrangements." A seductive voice responded, "Excellent work. Every step has been meticulously planned." Each detail was a carefully crafted part of her scheme. Controlling Jia sect cultivators, arranging for imposters disguised as immortals to attack Duxian sect, turning them into a target for everyone's resentment. Then, having Jia sect cultivators disguised as members of the immortal sect's Ren immortal sect, colluding with the demon race to annihilate the small Duxian sect. Watching their master lick the blood from her finger, the demon mosquito asked hesitantly, "Master, why are you doing this?" She replied calmly, "This will frame those 3 Golden Rock Island cultivators." It was a deliberate setup. Regardless of the outcome, this incident will widen the rift between the 3 teachings. Admiring her sharp, manicured nails, she smiled. "And I will secretly return to the Western sect before everything unfolds, watching the chaos from afar." Isn't that amusing? Elsewhere, to prepare for the unknown danger, Li Changsho began his own preparations. First, he researched and refined various poisons, while simultaneously upgrading his paper effigy clones. The refining process was arduous, pushing him to the point of exhaustion. Cough, 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 but he persevered. Next, he intensified the training of his master and junior sister, Ling Yi, ensuring they could protect themselves. He also meticulously arranged protective measures for Uncle Master Jiu Wu. Ling Yi's paper effigy created a pool of water, excitedly showing off to Li Changsho, "Senior brother, look at my water technique." He held up a large sign reading unsatisfactory and scolded her. Water techniques are for escape, not for beauty contests. Finally, with hammer and nails in hand, he began the most time-consuming task, perfecting Little Cheong Peak's protective formation. With this, the first phase of his preparations for the coming conflict was complete. Li Changsho pondered his next steps. Phase 2 of the battle preparations. I must coordinate with external support. Just as he was about to head out, Elder Wan Linjun suddenly arrived, calling out, "I'm here." Changsho, the elder, boomed, "I've come to lend you a hand." Li Changsho bowed respectfully. "Many thanks, Elder Wan." The elder lunged forward, arms outstretched for an embrace. "I heard you had a prophetic dream and saved those fellows from Golden Rock Island. You truly are the disciple I hold in high regard." Li Changsho quickly raised his hands, waving him off. "Wait, im justa papea figi," Li Changsho explained. "My true body is still within the sect, making other arrangements. Paper effigies are quite fragile and can't withstand strong impacts." Elder One nodded understandingly. "Ah, I see." Li Changsho spoke to his true body miles away. "We need to patrol the perimeter of the Dushin sect and see if there are any vulnerabilities." He then addressed the elder again. "Let's start from the east and work our way around." Li Changsho's paper effigy produced a small stone and offered it to the elder. "Elder, this is something I refined in my spare time. It's called a sensing stone. It's currently a pale green," he explained. "It's linked to my spiritual sense and your immortal sense, allowing us to detect outside influences. If the color deepens," he continued, "it means another's immortal sense or spiritual sense is observing us." The moment the stone was produced, its color darkened. Elder Wan's eyes narrowed. "It seems we have enemies nearby." Li Changsho felt a flicker of worry. "They found us this quickly." Moments later, the two of them peered through the foliage. Elder Wan's eyes widened. "So, there are those who dare to spy on our Dushin sect." Li Changsho recognized the subtle energies at play. "This is a remarkably sophisticated concealment formation and a cloaking array. Each corner is guarded by a demonic entity, and the entire formation is protected by things that are most certainly not human." Seeing the grotesque forms of the Watchers, Elder One rolled up his sleeves. "These beasts are courting death." Fearing the elder would act rashly, Li Changsho quickly intervened. "Wait, elder. Haste makes waste." He calmly offered a more measured approach. "Elder, what if you were to be injured here? Besides, they are numerous. Firstly, this could be a trap to lure us out. Secondly, acting without a plan might mean we fail to capture them all." After listening to Li Changsho, Elder One considered his words. "Then, Changsho, are we just supposed to stand here and watch?" Li Changsho produced a jade pendant, though he didn't offer it to the elder just yet. "This clear heart jade is for you. Each of us wears one," he explained. "They allow us to exchange thoughts without any air vibrations, reliance on artifacts or primal energy, or the need to conceal immortal power or mental energy. It's quite ingenious. The only drawback is that the two jades cannot be too far apart." He continued to outline his plan. "In a moment, you'll follow my instructions and stealthily poison them. Then, use the clear heart jade to transmit a message to everyone." These were his parting words before vanishing. "Wait," Elder One exclaimed, exasperated. "Where are you going?" "I want to use the strongest poison directly, spread it everywhere." Jiawu tugged at the hem of Li Changsho's robe. Li Changsho once again stopped his impulsive uncle master. "No, that would alert them. We need a mild poison, one that's not easily detected. A slow-acting poison, like boiling a frog, is the best approach." Jiawu gradually understood. "Changsho, you're right. I was too hasty." He still couldn't resist grumbling. "Next time, you come up with a plan quickly, and I'll just carry it out." Li Changsho, feeling the dryness in his mouth from the strain of managing his uncle master, simply replied, "Yes, elder," and departed. Once they reached a safe location, Elder Wan Linjun produced an exquisite jade bottle. This can cause even a heavenly immortal's primordial spirit to become disoriented and their body paralyzed. It's called the Bewitching Heart and Soul Scatter Powder. Under Li Changsho's eager gaze, Elder Wan Linjun confirmed its mild and undetectable nature, precisely as Li Changsho had intended. Having such a poison in reserve was truly tempting. It was a valuable asset. Following the initial plan, Elder Wan Linjun retrieved the poison and enveloped it with his immortal power, masking the toxicity and making its energy difficult to detect. He then introduced the poison into the ground, allowing it to permeate the entire area from below. The intoxicating fumes began to spread subtly, reaching the very feet of those guarding the elaborate formation. Observing this force, both of them concluded that an attack on the mountain gate couldn't possibly involve only these few cultivators. Elder Wan Linjun remarked, "This is likely just their vanguard." Li Changsho cautioned, "It's best not to let any of them escape. The poison has already seeped from their feet into their limbs." One of the guards suddenly exclaimed, "Why has everything gone dark?" As they watched the guards succumb to the poison's effects, Li Changsho reminded the elder, "Give those great demons a stronger dose. The demonic race has a much higher resistance to poison than we humans." He also restrained some of Elder Wan Linjun's more enthusiastic movements, advising Elder, "Be careful. Fluctuations in your immortal power might alert them." By now, the guards were collapsing, clutching their heads in pain, their cries of agony filling the air. After about an hour, the entire formation crumbled, shrouded in the intoxicating fumes of the bewitching heart and soul scatter powder. Elder Wan Linjun was ecstatic. "Ha, they've all been poisoned. Let me finish them off." He started to move, but Li Changsho held him back. "Wait," he explained, "there's no need for us to reveal ourselves now. What if some of them are feigning unconsciousness, trying to lure us out? We could be walking into a trap." After listening to his disciples' advice, Elder Wan Linjun agreed. Changsho, you're right. So what should he do next?" Li Changsho replied, "Administer another dose of poison using the same method. This time, it must be something potent and overwhelming, leaving them no chance to recover." Elder Wan Linjun, upon hearing this, summoned his favorite staff. "Li Changsho, excellent. Let them taste my most potent poison." With a final word, the staff plunged into the earth, sending a wave of poison rippling outwards towards the cluster of demons. Their purplish hue shifted to a vibrant red, then finally faded to a pale lavender. Li Changsho observed the scene with a sigh. "A heavenly immortal's poison is truly potent," he mused, "especially a highly virulent one like this, capable of instantly obliterating even the primordial spirit of a heavenly immortal." Turning to Elder Wan Linjun, he carefully explained the next step of his plan. "Elder, please use your true flame to incinerate them." Elder Wan replied, "My true flame isn't red, it's azure. Burn them to cinders." "Burn them to ashes," Li Changsho emphasized. He raised a hand, preparing for the next phase. "Elder, I must now go and collect their souls using the soul-capturing pearl." Transforming into a beautiful woman, he instructed, "Provide cover for me from a distance." Elder Wan glanced at his disciple, a touch of awe in his eyes, still transforming before going. Such caution. Li Changsho, now in a different form, used Earth Dun to travel to the center of the formation. He summoned the soul-capturing pearl, and advanced step by step, confident in the protection of his master from afar. A demonic mosquito appeared, stinging this transformed body instantly. It let out a grotesque chuckle. "Ha, become a part of us." Having drunk its fill of blood, as it flew away, its 3 eyes regarded the female form, sensing something amiss. Why no reaction? With a crack, its body was cleaved in two. Li Changsho, in the woman's voice, mocked, "You are far too weak." He then pondered, this mosquito wasn't a true mosquito. It seems to have been formed through some sort of transformative divine power, and its blood chi has now congealed. Unless, could it be the mosquito from the great God-conferring tribulation, the one that drained the esoteric arts of the Holy Mother Turtle Spirit's disciples, and even sucked away 3 ranks from the 12-rank Golden Lotus? But how could it be caught here? Within a cave, a demon watched the unfolding events, its claws clenched in frustration. "Fools!" Its voice dripped with venomous rage. "I painstakingly gathered these puppets, and before I could even utilize them, a third have been destroyed." It recalled the image of the woman. Who was that? Why couldn't I find her primordial spirit? Unless some expert intervened. Meanwhile, Li Changsho and Elder One were still busy. "Elder, you must ensure both their physical bodies and primordial spirits are burned to ashes." Though he complied, Elder One couldn't help but remark, "Changsho, you are truly meticulous." Li Changsho's precautions didn't end there. He sat down and began chanting scriptures with utmost sincerity. "If their fragmented souls cannot be absorbed by the soul-capturing pearl, we will directly send them to the underworld for reincarnation, just to avoid any future troubles." Anyone witnessing this scene would have exclaimed, "This is excessive caution." Having thoroughly dealt with the situation, Li Changsho collected a small pouch of spirit stones. He handed it to Elder Wan. Elder, take these spoils of war and the soul-capturing pearl as evidence to breaking Heaven Peak. Explain the situation to the sect leader and the other elders, so they can prepare for a potential enemy attack. He added a final instruction. Tell them you single-handedly eliminated them. Elder One accepted the pouch of spirit stones and agreed. Changsho, Jiawu began, his voice thick with curiosity. What are you planning to do next? He added, a touch of exasperation in his tone. Why do you always ask me that? Li Changsho offered a timely reply. I must return to my research and thoroughly investigate the ultimate mosquito eradication technique. This answer only served to pique Jiao Wu's curiosity further. Mosquito eradication research. He echoed, intrigued. With their mission accomplished, everyone dispersed. Several days later, Li Changsho was still meticulously searching for the mosquito eradication formula within the lines of an ancient text. Lost in thought, he mused, if it truly was the mosquito Taoist who appeared, then it's certainly not an opponent I can readily handle. A paper effigy can swat a mosquito, but it's not a widely applicable method. Turning the page, his eyes lit up. Found it. He continued, a spark of excitement in his voice. It's raising jade wasp spirit eaters, the natural enemy of mosquitoes. Their flesh is fresh, delicious, and nutritious. The drawback is their poor reproductive ability, making them extremely rare. The jade wasp spirit eaters resemble the current green frogs. Leaving the table, he strode towards a medicine cabinet, pushing it open with a firm hand. It seems spirit beast medicine is indeed precious. I must concoct a solution to break the seal. Behind the medicine cabinet, a crude opening was revealed. Inside were 3 pink vials. Li Changsho explained, this ancient love potion has an effect comparable to the matchmaker's red thread. His tone took on a mischievous edge. Those who don't understand love should go extinct. Allow me to lend you a hand. 2 jade wasp spirit eaters, 1 green and 1 pink, gazed at each other. Li Changsho carefully added drops of the love potion, addressing them, my apologies for the trouble, Big Jade and Little Jade. We'll have to wait and see how effective this is. Ling Na approached from elsewhere, her voice laced with exhaustion and playful reproach. Bad senior brother, you didn't even come and talk to me. I've been practicing for days and nights without rest, and you don't care about me at all. Li Changsho, engrossed in observing a small pond, was startled by her call. Senior brother, what are you doing? He made a hushing gesture, beckoning her closer. Junior sister, come and see. Ling Na approached, her eyes widening in surprise at the sight before her. Li Changsho, meanwhile, clicked his tongue in appreciation. This medicine is truly effective. It's proceeding very smoothly. The scene they were witnessing together was the natural world unfolding, the arrival of spring, and the mating season for the animals within the pond. Ling Na pinched his cheek, a mock scolding tone in her voice. Although this junior sister is wholeheartedly devoted to senior brother, you must still pay attention to your image. Some things shouldn't be displayed so openly. It will affect junior sister's evaluation of you. Li Changsho, understanding her playful chiding, readily accepted the pinch with a grin. Then I thanked junior sister for her bias, helping me raise my evaluation a notch. His words struck a chord within Ling Na's girlish heart, causing her to cough lightly a few times before feigning indifference. It's best to. Well, junior sister is senior brother's junior sister. Do you have any other spirit beasts you want to raise? Junior sister will reluctantly help you. Surprised by her offer of assistance, Li Changsho waved his hand dismissively. Don't have such strange thoughts. I've added specific restrictions to each of these potions. Don't even think about taking them yourself to do something bizarre. Having her intentions seen through caused her face to flush with indignation. Senior brother, you're so stingy. Which senior brother would guard against their junior sister like this? Li Changsho siga inwardly. Dealing with his emotionally complex junior sister, Ling Na, was always a delicate matter. The mere mention of her name brought a sheen of cold sweat to his brow. She sees right through me, he thought, grimacing. Meanwhile, Elder Wan Linjun had successfully completed his assigned task. Within the main hall of Breaking Heaven Peak, Venerable Wang Xing declared, from this day forward, all disciples are confined to the sect grounds. No one is permitted to leave. Furthermore, the Grand Protective Formation is to be activated. The assembled elders and sect leader acknowledged the decree. In addition, the Venerable continued, Elder Wan Linjun has performed a great service this time. Elder Wan has undoubtedly expended a considerable amount of precious intersect elixirs and should be compensated for his losses. The other elders, observing Wan Linjun's solemn expression, exchanged glances. Why does Elder Wan seem displeased? They murmured amongst themselves. Unbeknownst to them, Wan Linjun was inwardly lamenting. Serving the inner sect is my duty. I cannot accept such a reward. Though this was his genuine sentiment, the complexities of human psychology were often at odds with such noble intentions. A thought suddenly struck him. These could serve as a reward for Changsho. This idea softened his countenance. However, this shift in expression only deepened the apprehension of the surrounding elders. Oh dear, they thought, he seems even more displeased now. Such meritorious service is enough to warrant elevation to Grand Elder, yet he seems dissatisfied. Their hushed whispers continued. Is an elder Wan someone who enjoys accolades? Why the sudden change in temperament? I don't know. I'm not familiar with him. Meanwhile, Wan Linjun gratefully accepted the proffered reward. Thank you, sect leader, he said. With the announcement concluded, the scene shifted back to the southwestern region of the doomed immortal sect. Within a valley concealed by formations, thousands of miles away, 3 high-ranking demon subordinates cultivated, absorbing the essence of lotus flowers as they condensed into Dao fruits. Annihilate the doomed immortal sect, the leader hissed, his gaze sharp as blades, fixed on the empty air. Obey. Although our vanguard suffered losses this time, he continued, his voice laced with menace, it was only because we had not yet fully refined our own Tao and could not react in time. Once we obtain the gifts bestowed upon us by our master, we will undoubtedly be able to. He was abruptly cut off by the other two, who struck him with a swift punch. Silence, Taoist friend, they roared. Is your tongue dipped in venom? Actions speak louder than words. You and I should focus on achieving success and fulfilling our master's arrangements. Stung by their rudeness, the rebuked demon replied with a wounded air, Fine. Such temperaments at your age? How embarrassing. I was merely saying, he continued, a saccharine sweetness coating his words, that once you and I condense our golden immortal Tao fruits, the doomed immortal sect will be but a trifle, easily within our grasp. His blend of faux innocence and affected helplessness made one of his companions want to kick him. Haven't even uttered such words. Within the doomed immortal sect, a master instructed his disciple, Xiaoya. Recently, demonic bandits have been causing disturbances, and the inner sect is unsettled. Refrain from closed-door cultivation for the time being. Should the inner sect face any calamity, immediately proceed to the 100 Treasures Hall. Yes, master, she replied obediently. Returning to her dwelling on a cloud, Xiaoya pondered furtively, but I am a disciple of the doomed immortal sect. I cannot only think of myself. Taiching Peak has only 3 occupants, Uncle Master Qi Yuan, Senior Brother Changsho, and Junior Sister Ling Na. In the event of an attack, it would undoubtedly be the most perilous location. This presented her with a dilemma, but she ultimately decided that warning them first was the most sensible course of action. Somewhere else, Li Changsho, holding a chess piece, couldn't help but sneeze after receiving a premonition. Yuqin Xuanya arrived at their dwelling, looking left and right, and found it strangely quiet. Where are Senior Brother Changsho and Junior Sister Ling Na? She wondered aloud. To avoid being discovered, Ling Na had no choice but to emerge from the water. Appearing before Xuanya, she greeted her cheerfully, beautiful senior sister. Seeing Ling Na emerge from the water, Xuanya asked, puzzled, Junior Sister Ling Na. Ling Na, radiating a cheerful energy, teased her playfully. Does elder sister want this fresh fish or this delicious jade frog? Or, Ling Na covered her mouth with a mischievous giggle. Does elder sister want her adorable and gentle junior sister, Ling Na, to brew you a cup of green tea and make some snacks? Xuanya couldn't help but laugh at her adorable antics. Ha ha ha, junior sister, you're so playful. It would be rude of me to refuse. Quickly, a sumptuous meal was laid out before them. Ling Na said casually, my cooking skills aren't any worse than senior brother's. Xuanya couldn't help but exclaim, it smells wonderful. As the two were enjoying the feast, Li Changsho's voice came from the doorway. I'm back. Caught off guard, Xuanya quickly stood up and greeted him. Senior Brother Changsho, I wonder what brings Junior Sister Xuanya to seek me out. Xuanya explained that the doomed immortal sect might have been infiltrated by enemies. If they attacked the mountain gate and the protective formation was compromised, the disciples of the smaller peaks should quickly gather at the 100 Treasures Hall, where there was an escape route. Hearing this, Li Changshu understood her intentions. He suspected she was referring to the Earth Meridian Escape Formation and worried about eavesdroppers. He glanced at her subtly, checking if anything was amiss, and casually asked, "Junior sister Xuanya, have you mentioned this to the disciples of the other peaks?" Xuanya dabbed her face lightly with a handkerchief and replied, "Not yet. I came to Little Cheong Peak first," her tone hesitant. Li Changshu didn't say anything more, instead taking a seat beside her. He pointed out a crucial detail, warning, "This matter must be phrased differently. You absolutely cannot mention the Earth Meridian Escape Formation." She asked, puzzled why. He took a sip of tea and countered with a question. "Junior sister Xuanya, have you ever considered that the disciples who have entered the sect range from a few decades to several thousand years apart? Imagine the enemy's infiltration route and the insider's escape route, and then connect them to the suspects. If there are enemies intentionally infiltrating to gather intelligence, and we openly discuss this matter, assuming there really are enemies attacking the mountain, wouldn't we be cutting off our disciples' escape route?" His words gave Xuanya pause. Senior brother Changshu's words make sense, she mused. But if we don't trust people, how can we expect them to trust us? Li Changshu offered his perspective. If we don't truly understand someone, what basis do we have for trust? Everyone harbors their own thoughts and intentions. A river's depths are easier to plumb than the human heart. We may feel gratitude and attachment to our sect, but we can't expect everyone around us to feel the same. The Tao of heaven and earth originates from the heart, and the very laws of the universe are born from it. Junior sister Yuqin Xuanya, look at the world around us. Even between master and disciple, parent and child, whose Tao is truly identical. Thoroughly enlightened by this explanation, Yuqin Xuanya was completely convinced. She agreed, saying, "Senior brother Changshu's insight is profound. It's quite possible there truly are enemy agents within a mountain." She then offered her own thoughts. "It was I, Xuanya, who was not thorough enough. Thank you, senior brother Changshu, for your guidance. Regarding this matter, I would appreciate your advice on how to proceed." He finally guided her, saying, "It's simple. Junior sister, since you wish to inform the disciples of the various peaks, let's change the phrasing. Just say that if the inner sect encounters an emergency, all pre-ascension disciples should immediately proceed to Breaking Heaven Peak for refuge. Then, lead them to the 100 Treasures Hall. This will conveniently gather everyone there." Having received a clear directive, she respectfully withdrew to carry out her task. "I understand, senior brother," Xuanya acknowledged. He softly added, "Junior sister Xuanya, your heart was simply a bit hasty. With a little more thought, you could have arrived at this yourself." Watching her depart, a sly smile crept across his face. Unexpectedly, Xuanya cooperated so readily. "The third step of my plan is proceeding smoothly thanks to this. You want to annihilate the doomed immortal sect. You're welcome to come and meet your doom." Exactly half a year later, 3,000 miles northwest of the doomed immortal sect, the demonic horde truly arrived. The command to attack the doomed immortal sect emboldened them like tigers. Beneath a withered tree, Li Changshu's surveillance detected their approach, or rather, their anticipated arrival. The time to reap the rewards had come. One of his paper clones materialized, gazing in the direction of the demonic advance. As predicted, he affirmed, "They've taken the route I anticipated. There's a poison formation ahead. Once they enter, it will release a toxic smoke. Enjoy yourselves," he murmured. In preparation for this arduous battle, these were the paper Taoists Li Changshu had arranged. The heaven-type paper Taoists were responsible for the counter-encirclement after the battle commenced. Each carried a large quantity of poison powder and additional paper Taoists. Their chi signatures and appearances were completely different from Li Changshu's. Once the battle concluded, these paper Taoists would swiftly depart. The Earth-type paper Taoists were responsible for early warning and preemptive strikes, primarily controlling the poison formations. Their chi signatures and appearances were also entirely distinct from Li Changshu's. Two Earth-type paper Taoists were currently in operation. The human-type paper Taoists were responsible for protecting his master and junior sister. Though few in number, they were positioned near his master and junior sister. For instance, human type 3 was currently following his master and junior sister, disguised as his true form, accompanying them as they swiftly retreated towards the Earth vein. Simultaneously, southwest of the doomed immortal sect, another force advanced using Earth escaping techniques. So they've truly mastered the art of Earth Done, he mused. Enemies from the southwest as well. I set poison traps along the 3 main attack routes, and they've already bypassed 2. How thoughtful of them, ensuring my efforts aren't wasted. I've never seen anyone compliment the enemy's thoughtfulness in the middle of a battle. Li Changshu mused, his spell casting uninterrupted. But their preparedness isn't a problem. I anticipated this. He sent a message via voice transmission to his junior sister. Proceed, as we discussed earlier. On Taiching Peak, Ling Na, brimming with fervent determination, acknowledged the command. Consider it done, brother. Li Changshu pondered, with little sister assisting master. I can rest easy for now. The assistance Ling Na was providing involved luring their master away from Taiching Peak, making it impossible for him not to follow. Just a little longer, he thought. Ling Na, meanwhile, further prompted their master, feigning alarm. Master, senior brother has collapsed in the alchemy room. Come quickly. The next hurdle, Li Changshu considered, is the 3 forces approaching, 2 from the southwest and 1 from the northwest. This complicates things considerably. They won't be easy to deal with. At the location he was monitoring, the poison formation triggered began its counterattack. The enemy, stumbling into the formation, immediately recognized the trap, a simple array constructed from poison pills. They had even prepared countermeasures. Quickly, take the antidote, one shouted. Purple ghost light illuminated the center of the formation. They channeled their spiritual power, dispelling the formation and creating an unobstructed path. Hurry, they urged each other. Don't miss the opportunity to regroup. Li Changshu tallied the enemy casualties. Over 40 true immortals so far, he noted, and 3 no for heavenly immortals. He silently assessed the effectiveness of his opening gambit. Not bad at all. Harassing poison formations. Opening move of the 6 strategies. Many thanks to Elder Wan for the poison pills. It turned out he had used the rewards given to Elder Wan by the sect leader to set up the formations. The blood runes, controlling the enemy puppets, rapidly dissipated into wisps of crimson vapor. It seems Taoist one has abandoned this endeavor, Li Changshu deduced, retreating to avoid the attention of the human sex experts. This further increases the doomed immortal sect's chances of victory, he thought. The remaining enemies, attacking from 2 directions, are fighting with the desperation of the doomed. Relying on sheer numbers, they advance 100 miles. Back with Ling Na, their master suddenly burst from the alchemy room, his voice laced with worry. Changshu, what's happened to him? Before him and Ling Na sat the figure of Li Changshu, serenely cultivating. Their master turned to Ling Na, his voice sharp with annoyance. Didn't you say he'd collapsed? He seems perfectly fine. Ling Na, breaking out in a cold sweat, stammered, Master, you must have misheard me. You must have. He cut her off with a roar. Misheard what? At that very moment, the enchantment on him faded. The disciple's plan had been to put him to sleep. A touching display of filial piety. Ling Na signaled to Li Changshu with a hand gesture, indicating success. My trustworthy junior sister, Li Changshu thought, opening a pouch. He didn't forget to praise her progress. Quickly, help me get master into the pouch. Task completed. He cinched the pouch shut with a twinge of guilt, speaking to the figure within. Master, please don't blame your disciple. This is for your own safety. He then chanted an incantation, shrinking both pouch and occupant, and handed it to Ling Na. Ling Na anxiously accepted the pouch. Senior brother, she worried, won't master scold us to death later for scheming against him like this? To comfort his junior sister, Li Changshu patted her head. It's all right, he reassured her. I'll explain everything clearly to master later. Just wait here. When the intersect bell rings, use your earth technique to bring master and me to the earth vein. Ling Na then shifted to another concern. Senior brother, she said, her voice laced with unease. My heart is still troubled. What is your current cultivation realm? Li Changshu didn't hide it from her. 6th-stage return of void, he replied directly. So you don't need to worry. Even if we can't hold the doomed immortal sect this time, I can still protect everyone. On the battlefield, problems arose. The poison formations were all broken. Why are so many enemies still pouring out? He muttered. There's no other way. Elder Wan's poison pills weren't enough to deal with such numbers. Being able to achieve this much is already the limit. He initiated the next phase of his plan. Go, he commanded Paper Taoist number 3, number 5. He assigned them their task. Go and remind the elders of the doomed immortal sect. Immediately, these Paper Taoists rushed towards the defensive lines, shouting loudly, "Open your eyes and see clearly. Let the sacrifice of the Paper Taoists awaken the doomed immortal sect." With a boom, even the sect leader was affected by the explosion. Sect leader li Suden Istanbul. You notice someone self-destructing. Do you think these two self-destructed to protect the mountain guarding formation, or to make sure we heard the commotion? No, that's not right. He quickly discerned the direction of the two Taoists' self-destruction. We're under attack. Li Changsho's strategy had succeeded. He informed the sect leader of the enemy's direction. He heard the sect leader's response. Which bandits dare to invade our doomed immortal sect? Summon all peak elders and disciples. Prepare to meet the enemy and defend the sect. The peak elders responded with a resounding roar. Defend the sect. For the doomed immortal sect. Everyone, of course, except for one person. Li Changsho's master, safely tucked away in the pouch. Beneath 1,000 paper cranes and the vast blue sky, Li Changsho returned to the alchemy room on Little Cheong Peak. A moment ago, Li Changsho's paper Taoist was reminding Ling Na, "Oh, right, I haven't told you yet. What you see before you is just a paper Taoist." Pointing to his own face, he explained, "Because I can't control too many paper Taoists at the same time, I have to disperse my primordial spirit to a more useful paper Taoist. Later, you might have to carry this unconscious paper Taoist to the earth vein to activate the transportation formation." Ling Na hadn't expected such an arduous task. She responded with a small sound of acknowledgement, then asked for clarification. "Carry senior brother, using earth dun to the earth vein to activate the transportation formation." He could only offer a wry smile in response, then suddenly announced, "I have to transfer my primordial spirit now. Little Cheong Peak and Master are both relying on you, junior sister." Startled, Ling Na quickly caught him as he slumped towards her. Unconsciously stroking the hair of Li Changsho's paper Taoist, she smiled and agreed. "All right, senior brother, rest assured, I will protect this place well in your stead." One stick of incense later, the paper Taoist from the chest used in the previous sparring match appeared. This time, its mission, to transform into the image of their master. Then, using their master's likeness, it was to control Little Cheong Peak's protective formation. The very same protective formation that he and Ling Na had prepared earlier, ready to unleash its full power. Outside, a deceptive calm prevailed. Within, defenses were fortified. A sign reading stars change position hung conspicuously at the entrance. Back in the present, everyone at the doomed immortal sect was in formation, prepared to meet the enemy. Yuqin Xuanya directed the disciples who couldn't participate in the battle to gather in front of the 100 Treasures Hall. She bustled about, directing them. "This way, fellow disciples, this way." All the while, worry gnawed at her. "Senior brother Changsho, everyone on Little Cheong Peak, please be safe." Ling Na carried their unconscious master, along with the human paper Taoist number 3, slowly towards the earth vein. Her slender shoulders seemed to bear the fate of Little Cheong Peak. Thankfully, Li Changsho had shrunk their master down, but even with the added weight of the paper Taoist, she panted, sweat plastering her robes to her skin. Looking south towards the doomed immortal sect, Ling Na prayed, "Senior brother, you must succeed, and return safely." Meanwhile, Li Changsho, the object of his junior sister's worries, busied himself outside the protective formation. He and his paper Taoist appear together. It's not time for the heaven paper Taoist to make its entrance. The enemy will need to prepare before they launch a full-scale assault on the formation. Let me deal with these poison traps and snares first. The guards will carry out their duties in turn, collecting the spoils of war, burning the bodies, destroying the evidence. Finally, Li Changsho himself chanted sutras for the deceased, a service he succinctly referred to as afterlife management and burial. As he neared the end of his task, a loud explosion echoed from the distance. He realized with a start that the formation had been breached. Both sides began to exchange blows. The disciples of the doomed immortal sect fought desperately against the enemy forces. Elder One felt a growing unease. The doomed immortal sect was but a small sect of the human clan, lacking in significant fighting power. Outnumbered and outmatched, this prolonged struggle was unsustainable. Already, too many disciples had fallen. A new approach was needed. He suddenly remembered, that's right, I still have the brilliant strategy manual that disciple Changsho left me. Let me take a look. Upon opening it, the largest characters he saw were must cry, leaving him momentarily stunned. To actually do this, wouldn't that be utterly humiliating? After reading the manual, Elder One immediately sprinted towards the 100 Treasures Hall. He arrived breathless, declaring, for the doomed immortal sect, I, Elder One, will risk even this shame. Seeing him arrive, Yuqin Xuanya quickly asked, Uncle Master Wan, what's the situation at the front? The other disciples clamored to contribute. Uncle Master Wan, we also want to join the battle. We want to do our part for the doomed immortal sect. He brushed past everyone without a word, then abruptly dropped to his knees before the ancestral tablet, wailing dramatically, Celestial worthy of primordial beginning, above. Celestial worthy of primordial beginning, above. We beseech you, manifest your divine power and save our doomed immortal sect. With hands clasped in prayer, he cried, our hearts are pure as lotus blossoms. The doomed immortal sect adheres to your teachings, embracing tranquility and cultivating diligently, safeguarding humanity. Yet, we have been struck by unforeseen calamity, manipulated and targeted by those who seek to sow discord among the three sects. This spectacle caused all the disciples guarding the 100 Treasures Hall to widen their eyes in stunned silence, their hearts trembling. I and my companions were utterly dumbfounded. The battle between the doomed immortal sect and the blood-inscribed puppets raged on with increasing ferocity. Each time we attacked the enemy, they were shielded by protective barriers. Yet despite this, those agile, controlled puppets relentlessly suppressed our every assault. Seeing our heavy losses, the lead attacker, a sneering cur, taunted, Elders, can you fight any longer? Can you truly stand against a force 100,000 times your size? Two of his companions glanced at him, murmuring, fight. What fight? Is he cooking up something troublesome again? Brother, you should be grateful he's only thinking it, not saying it aloud. Just days prior, Li Changsho had been meticulously strategizing, effectively neutralizing the threat to the doomed immortal sect, deterring both the Western sect and the bandits. This left only one option. Brother, what you're witnessing is a plea to the higher-ups, one whispered. That's why he gave Uncle Jiwu a sign, with the words cry loudly written on it. His wailing in the hall, believe it or not, is completely genuine. In this, the doomed immortal sect's moment of life and death, if Uncle Jiwu cries well enough, he might just summon one or two true experts from the human sect to aid us. We have always followed the celestial worthies' teachings, embracing tranquility and cultivating diligently, safeguarding humanity. Yet, we have been struck by unforeseen calamity. Celestial worthy of primordial beginning, above, please save us. In the painting, the celestial worthy, crowned and seated upon a lotus platform, remained silent and unchanged. This realization struck Uncle Jiwu. Could it be my weeping isn't sufficiently sorrowful? Or is the human sect not human enough? Or perhaps my words are not quite right. Li Changsho, aware of the situation, couldn't help but sigh. Even a million calculations couldn't account for this. Uncle Jiwu had truly committed to the performance. Yet, there was still a chance to turn the tide. He sent a voice transmission to Yuqin Xuanya, urging her forward. Yuqin Xuanya, hearing his voice, stepped forward and asked, Senior Brother Changsho, where are you in the hall? The other disciples are discussing the mountain protecting formation. Although it was breached, our casualties aren't that severe. Why is Uncle Jiwu crying as if our entire army has been annihilated? Others quickly chimed in. Don't ask. It's all part of the plan. Li Changsho filled her in on the situation outside. Junior sister and I are on our way to the Earth Vein teleportation formation. And yes, Uncle Jiwu's dramatic weeping just now, it could be a way to save us. He's just not crying correctly. Junior sister, would you be willing to try this once? To allow you to directly transform your cries, imbuing them with sorrow. You must follow these next steps. Find a feeling. Let the emotions naturally flow from within. Think of something that makes you feel pain, anger, Yuqin Xuanya, worried, sorrowful, and indignant, said, "Senior brother, I can't think of anything right now. It seems I don't have anything that makes me feel pain or anger. My family is safe and healthy. My cultivation is progressing smoothly, and Master treats me very well." This made Li Changsho a little helpless. "Junior sister, were you born with a perfect life script?" Cough, cough, my apologies. He had to change his approach. In order to open up your emotional channels. Now, immediately think of something you cherish most. Perhaps an adorable pet. Adorable. I want to buy one. At this point, she thought of something. How about the spirit pet that senior brother gave me? Very good. Imagine it's right in front of you, gently wagging its tail. Then, suddenly, it leaves this world forever. Then, it's suddenly crushed by a large rock, tragically dying, its head broken and bleeding profusely. You hurriedly bury it. Then, you momentarily lose focus, and the spirit pet's body is stolen. You follow the trail, searching all the way, thus slowly moving forward. It was dug up and roasted and eaten. At this point, Yuqin Xuanya's eyes were brimming with tears. She was in anguish. This was the moment he encouraged her. Yes, that's the feeling. Hold on to it. Now, go to Uncle Jiawu's side and pray for our ancestors' divine intervention. The scene before them was still of Uncle Jiawu wailing miserably on his umpteenth attempt. Sect leader above, sect leader above. We beg you to display your divine power and save our doomed immortal sect. Very quickly, Yuqin Xuanya appeared beside him. Disciple of the Tao, Yuqin Xuanya, today reports to the origin of the Tao lineage, our sect's 3 religions, and the venerable Grand Supreme Elder Tai Ching. Uncle Jiawu was astonished. What? Yuqin Xuanya wants to try too. I haven't succeeded. Could she possibly? Yuqin Xuanya spoke with sincerity and sorrow. The doomed immortal sect was passed down by the ascended realist Dui, with the scripture of non-action as its foundation. It established its sect based on this, venerating the Grand Supreme Elder Tai Ching as its ancestor and conducting itself as an orthodox Tao sect. However, divine power is truly manifesting. Yuqin Xuanya. Today, external demons scheme to disrupt the Tao lineage of the doomed immortal sect, harboring malicious intent, completely unrelated to the doomed immortal sect. It is absolutely not the case that the doomed immortal sect provoked this demonic fiend. We implore the venerable sage to discern the truth. Brilliant light radiated from all sides of the hall, shooting straight up into the sky. This scene filled Uncle Jiawu with complex emotions. It was clearly the same meaning, just phrased a bit more elegantly. Why such blatant favoritism? The brilliant light caused the cultivating immortals to gasp in awe. The wind in the same area suddenly became unusually noisy. Looking up, how did Master just directly shift the karmic consequences onto someone else like that? He received the spiritual message, the information revealing that there were enemies outside causing trouble for the doomed immortal sect. TSK, the doomed immortal sect suffering such misfortune for no reason. This couldn't be ignored. It made him think. Last time at the Hall of Lunar Old Man, he broke the clay statue of someone's destined relationship at the doomed immortal sect. That someone was Li Changsho. This trip to aid the doomed immortal sect will sever this karmic thread. Thinking of another individual, he immediately departed. The doomed immortal sect is the legacy of fellow Taoist Dui. Having him lend a hand should lessen the karmic backlash considerably. Traveling on a cloud, he suddenly remembered. That's right, senior brother Dui seems to be cultivating in some cave on Mount Kunlun. Looks like I'll have to search for a while. Meanwhile, the doomed immortal sect below was desperately resisting the demonic army. Yet he uttered a strangely optimistic phrase. The doomed immortal sect's fate is not yet sealed, Xuandu. Trust in the Grand Supreme Elder. Li Changsho decided in his mind. It's unlikely they'll be wiped out in the short term. Below the doomed immortal sect, Li Changsho breathed a sigh of relief. Regarding summoning reinforcements, I've done everything I can. The probability of experts appearing has increased to 70%, but whether they can arrive in time is still uncertain. As a precaution, if things truly fall apart, escape is still necessary. This might be the best course of action in the worst-case scenario. It must be said that after the doomed immortal sect's protective formation was breached, thunder rumbled. At the same time, casualties within the doomed immortal sect gradually increased. The opposing demonic horde fought with increasing ferocity. their strength growing with each kill. From afar, the sheer number of these black-clad raiders seemed insurmountable. The sect leader of the doomed immortal sect ordered the elders to be informed. Breaking Heaven Peak will be our next defensive position, he shouted, ordering the disciples to quickly relocate from the earth veins, prioritizing the reduction of inner sect casualties. In a corner of the 100 Treasures Hall, a downward tunnel led to the earth vein teleportation formation. Ling Na, along with her master and Li Changsho's paper Taoist, arrived. A senior sister was already directing from the front of the hall. By the sect leader's order, all disciples who have not yet attained immortality are to leave immediately. Depart in an orderly fashion. There's to be no pushing or shoving. The entrance to the earth vein teleportation formation was just ahead, the narrowest point barely wide enough for a single person to jump down. Everyone obeyed swiftly, entering the formation in groups of 50. Ling Na, carrying Li Changsho's paper Taoist on her back, turned around and said cheerfully, "The main force has arrived. Next, follow senior brother's instructions." Indeed, a female figure had blended into the crowd, successfully joining the disciples and concealing herself amongst them. The process could be described as flawless. Junior sister has made another great contribution. Li Changsho continuously transmitted his voice, praising his little sister. This was the crucial moment, the opportune time. He shouted within the formation, "Paper Taoist soldiers deploy." The Taoist soldiers, like puppets, responded in unison, understood. Each one identical in appearance, clad in green robes. They carried sky poison water, moving silently. This was a custom-made, single-use magical tool. Wide range, high targeting accuracy. It was practically instantaneous mass poisoning. And eliminating enemies doesn't necessarily require divine powers or magical treasures. Certain advantages should be exploited to their fullest extent. From behind the enemy lines, a volley of arrows erupted. Years of rigorous training had tempered their bodies into steel, their limbs capable of shattering brick. Each arrow, tipped with potent venom, found its mark. By the time the enemy realized they were under attack, the poison had already begun its insidious work. A keen eye could discern the faint aura clinging to the arrowheads, a telltale sign of powder toxins. Their ranks had thinned. The survivors, channeling their spiritual energy, cried out, "We're being poisoned from behind." The irony was thick. They dared to ambush the doomed immortal sect, yet played the victim. They even hurled insults at the unseen archers, blaming them for the casualties. Seize those treacherous assassins. Li Changsho couldn't have asked for more. Come closer, he thought. There's no retreat for my archers now. He practically welcomed their advance. The enraged enemy turned, charging towards Li Changsho's paper soldiers. To their astonishment, a single stroke brought each paper warrior down. One slash, one fall. Every attack landed true, sowing confusion in their ranks. It was as if they hadn't even registered the attacks, willingly offering themselves up for slaughter. Paper, they say, Li Changsho mused, yet they stand firm as iron. Curious. But then, boom, the butterfly effect took hold. The paper soldiers detonated, decimating another half of the demonic horde. They shielded their faces in terror. They exploded, but why so much dust and smoke? Screams of agony ripped through the air. Poison. The explosions are poisoned. Panic and cries of pain echoed all around. Get back! Get back! Curses mingled with their screams. We won't forgive you. Damn you, doomed immortal sect. With this single maneuver, over 30 enemy immortals were wiped out. Li Changsho cast a cold glance towards the heavenly court. A pity no heavenly immortals charged in, he thought with a touch of regret. The time is almost ripe. He and his allies began their second wave of attack. Li Changsho's paper clone, radiating righteous indignation, bellowed, "We were merely passing by when we witnessed this outrageous assault. How dare you demons defile this sacred ground?" The three faux golden immortals paused, surprised. Who is this fool who dares interfere? Whose reinforcements are these? The blood-inscribed puppets sneered. More fodder for the slaughter. Do they have a death wish? The three Li Changsho clones flew forward. We are allies of the doomed immortal sect, and we've come to lend a hand. One clone, with theatrical flair, embraced his junior sister and admonished the demonic invaders. Instead of staying home with your wives and children, you choose to bully a peaceful sect. Shame on you. The blood-inscribed puppets were momentarily stunned by this bizarre display. like moths drawn to a flickering flame, wondering why they were suddenly holding torches in broad daylight. One of the demonic warriors roared, "Enough of your womanly prattle. If you have the guts, face me in single combat. I spit on your ancestors 18 generations back." The blood-inscribed puppets, enraged, raised their weapons. Death before dishonor. Kill them. The blood-inscribed puppets immediately surged with furious energy, splitting into two groups to give chase. One group, clutching pencils, cursed, "Cowards. If you got the guts, stop running, you damn fatso." The other group brandished torches, intent on burning Li Changsho and his adulterous companions alive. The three paper Taoists, disguised as golden immortals, successfully escaped, but not without a healthy dose of exasperation. They silently thanked their three fellow Taoists for bolstering the doomed immortal sect's fighting strength and luring the enemy away, even if the method was unconventional. To maximize the effectiveness of the distraction, Li Changsho had to remotely control the expressions of each paper Taoist himself. Li Changsho manipulated a paper Taoist to stick out its tongue and make a face, further enraging the blood-inscribed puppets. "You clearly have two demon emperors, yet only one demon empress." He then had it make a spitting gesture, adding insult to injury by mocking their ancestry. "Back then, you were beaten by the Wu clan so badly you didn't dare touch the ground, yet you still shamelessly claim to have ruled the world alongside them." Li Changsho, frowning, made the paper Taoist stick its tongue out again, provoking them relentlessly as he fled. "Come on, 1v1 me. Where's your pride? Where's your pride?" The pursuers were so enraged they wanted to tear this impudent mortal to shreds. They accelerated their pursuit, roaring, "Kill that fatso." Having successfully provoked them, Li Changsho realized that if anyone saw his own expressions at that moment, they'd likely think he'd lost his mind. The pursuers, still burning with rage from Li Changsho's taunts and traps, continued to bellow, "Fine. 1v1 it is. We'll all 1v1 you." Suddenly, the fat figure vanished before their eyes, replaced by a familiar wooden sign that read "Lost Animal Trail." The puppets paused, gritting their teeth in wary frustration. "Damn it, where did that fatso go? Spread out and search. I don't believe he can escape to the ends of the earth." A sharper one among them realized, "Captain, this maze is impossible to escape. We've already circled 10 times." The leader barked orders, "Use your power to break the maze. Follow me, charge." As the blood-inscribed puppets surged forward, they saw Li Changsho's paper Taoist up ahead, waving and taunting them. Their fury reignited. They roared, "Found him. That damn fatso is here." Li Changsho's paper Taoist wiggled its backside provocatively. "You little demons and devils, come here. If you have the guts, come here." The bald heads of the blood-inscribed puppets bulged with veins. "You dare tell us to come here? If you're so tough, stop running. Chase me. All of you, chase me." Several of the more impulsive puppets gave chase. Immediately falling into the earth formation Li Changsho had prepared. Only then did they realize with a jolt of horror that something was amiss. Is this a high-level formation? Looking at the shimmering illusion of the cosmos surrounding them, they couldn't help but be mesmerized. The stars felt like eyes staring down at them. More troubling, they couldn't discern how to break the formation. How could such a profound formation exist on this desolate peak? At that moment, the blue-feathered demon emperor radiated his oppressive aura. "Get out of my way. If you don't move, I'll blast you away too." The blood-inscribed puppets trembled and stepped aside. "Please, great demon emperor, show us your power." The blue rooster flapped his wings. "I'm about to use my secret technique. This little formation won't just be broken. This attack will likely flatten this entire mountain peak." He flapped his wings triumphantly, a terrifying cutting force filling the air. The blue-feathered demon emperor declared confidently, "Even a true immortal struck by this attack of mine would, at best, suffer dislocated meridians, at worst, be reduced to ashes. This trifling little formation, I could destroy it in the blink of an eye." Looking at the space before her, still perfectly intact and unharmed, the demon emperor stuttered as she finished the word destroy. Astonished, she cried out, "What?" At that moment, a contemptuous voice drifted from behind her. "Out of the way, chick." "What?" "I am a magnificent blue-feathered demon emperor." A powerfully built wolf demon punched the demon emperor, sending her flying 10 meters. His mouth twisted into a mocking grin. "I said move it, chick." He cracked his knuckles boastfully, flexing his muscles. This paltry little formation needs a true master like myself to dismantle it. Raising a hand, he summoned a swirling mass of black mist. Behold, he announced, I shall now unleash a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering technique. The black chi rapidly coalesced into a sword. With a flourish, he manipulated the black sand, dancing around his fingertips before thrusting it towards the apex of the spatial formation. The wolf demon proclaimed proudly, watch closely, all of you. This shall become the undying legend of your lifetimes. Several blood-inscribed puppets roared their excitement. Incredible. To think we would witness such a magnificent technique in our lifetime. Soaring into the air, the wolf demon unleashed his black sand sword dance, the explosive power ripping through the sky as he slashed downwards. He bared his wolfish fangs in a haughty grin. A true immortal struck by this attack would, at best, be reduced to ashes, at worst, have their very soul scattered. This trifling formation, I can destroy it in the blink of an. He opened his mouth triumphantly, but before he could utter the word I, his eyes widened in horrified disbelief. The space remained utterly unscathed. What? He shrieked. These two all talk and no trousers. Utterly embarrassing. Famous for failing a second time. Just moments before, his sword chi had finally managed to reach the barrier of the spatial formation, only to be violently reflected back, piercing straight through the wolf demon's skull. The spatial formation had activated its Starfall Heavenly Dual Illusory Forest Annihilation Formation, turning their own attacks against them. Not a single one was spared. All perished. A while later, Li Changshou's paper Taoist arrived, surveying the mountain of corpses with satisfaction. Excellent, he murmured. At least their deaths will generate a bit of merit. He spotted a blood mosquito puppet attempting a hasty escape. Li Changshou wasn't worried. These blood mosquitoes, intent on controlling innocent cultivators, had stumbled into his carefully prepared trap. He'd already released a swarm of toads into the area. Where do you think you're going? Li Changshou's heroic paper Taoist had already dealt with more than half of the enemy forces. His romantic lead, paper Taoist, on the other side of the miniature Mount Penglai formation, was employing a similar tactic. He and his companion were busy taunting their foes, luring them deeper into the trap. Come on, then, you single dogs. You think you can feed us dog food and get away with it? Don't let them get away. Seeing the two figures disappear into a dense forest, the blood-inscribed puppet sneered. Those adulterous dogs think they can hide in the mountains, and we won't find them. One puppet spoke anxiously, but we can't find a way out. Glancing upwards at the wooden sign that read Lost Beast Path, the bald-headed puppets suddenly realized, we've been tricked. Before they could even attempt an escape, they were riddled with attacks from the formations Li Changshou had laid in advance, dying on the spot. Hearing this news, the demon empress furiously crushed the teacup in her hand, cursing, damn it. A bunch of useless fools. They can't even handle a small, doomed, immortal sect. Seeing her mistress's rage, the attendant hurriedly tried to soothe her. Master, please wait a little longer. Subduing so many puppets is only a matter of time. The demon empress retorted angrily, you know nothing. Today's battle likely won't destroy the doomed immortal sect. Continuing will only exhaust the blood lotus power within those 3 fake golden immortals. Just then, a blood-inscribed mosquito zipped through the air and reported, Your Majesty, there's some movement in the earth veins below, spiritual energy fluctuations. It seems to be an earth vein shifting formation. The doomed immortal sect's true immortal juniors are all fleeing east from here. The demon empress let out a sinister laugh. Excellent, this is wonderful news. If I can't destroy your sect directly, then destroying your disciples will do just as well. She dispatched the blue feather demon emperor, commanding, eliminate them all for me. The blue feathered demon emperor immediately spread his wings and soared into the air. As you command, your majesty. The doomed immortal sect disciples, riding on a wave eastward, couldn't help but worry about the situation back at their sect. Some tried to reassure the others, urging them to have faith in their elders. Seeing Ling Na still tending to the unconscious Li Changshou, they called out, Junior sister Ling Na, catch up quickly once you've rested. Having carried her senior brother for so long, she was exhausted and let the others go ahead. Gently setting down her senior brother's paper Taoist, she murmured, rest for a while. Looking at his handsome face, she couldn't help but worry. I wonder where senior brother is right now, fighting so hard and still leaving a paper Taoist behind to protect me and master. Ling Na lovingly stroked Li Changsho's face and sighed. Honestly, you could rely on me a little more, silly senior brother. Stroking his face for a moment, a thought suddenly struck her. Wait a minute, even if it's a paper Taoist, it feels no different from the real him, because senior brother always strives for perfect realism. Ling Na couldn't help but gently trace Li Changsho's jade-like lips, thinking to herself, if senior brother's primordial spirit isn't here, doesn't that mean I can do whatever I want? Her heart began to race as she leaned down, puckering her lips for a stolen kiss. At that very moment, Li Changsho, to check on their safety, once again infused a sliver of his primordial spirit into the paper Taoist. His eyes snapped open, and seeing his junior sister leaning in with puckered lips, he cried out in surprise, "Oh dear." He yelped. Ling Na also startled. "Senior brother, why are you awake?" Li Shansho inwarli gruanat. He'd only left his body for a moment, and it had nearly been defiled. He asked fearfully, "Junior sister, what are you doing?" Ling Na's face flushed crimson. She turned away, stammering out an excused sigh. "I was just wiping the sweat from your brow." She thought regretfully, so close. "I almost succeeded." Li Changsho sighed. "Forget it. I forgive you. I have something more important to discuss." Elsewhere, the Blue Feather Demon Emperor sought out a heavenly immortal rock, relaying a message. The Demon Empress wishes to eliminate the doomed immortal sect disciples who are escaping. Come with me. The rock Heavenly Immortal hopped onto the Blue Feather Demon Emperor's back, allowing her to carry him eastward with an air of arrogance. He chuckled to himself, brimming with confidence. Those doomed immortal sect brats will never see this ambush coming. Unfortunately for him, Li Changsho had already anticipated this. He murmured to Ling Na, "Junior sister, what I wanted to say is, we have enemies approaching." Li Changsho spoke plainly. One is a blue feather demon emperor at the true immortal realm, the other a heavenly immortal. He instructed Ling Na, "Stay close to me later and don't run off. Also, pretend to chat with Jiujio and slip her this poison." Just then, Yu Qin arrived to organize everyone, urging them to seize the moment and depart quickly. Li Changsho quickly transmitted a message to Xianya. "Junior sister, I have something important to discuss. Pretend to chat with my junior sister, and I'll transmit a secret message to you." Though confused, Xianya knew Li Changsho always had a plan and nodded in agreement. Li Changsho continued his transmission. "Xianya, 2 demon immortals are approaching. My junior sister will discreetly give you a supremely potent poison pill, capable of eliminating even a heavenly immortal. Elder Wan provided it. Use it at the critical moment." Understanding, Xianya approached Ling Na, speaking warmly. "Junior sister Ling Na, if you encounter any difficulties on the road, please don't hesitate to tell me." Ling Na replied cheerfully, "Okay, thank you for your concern, senior sister." She then transmitted a coquettish question to Li Changsho. "Senior brother Changsho, why not do these things yourself? I know you don't want to be bothered by fame, but this is your reputation at stake. You should be the one to handle it." Li Shansho Siga. "It's all right. If you could see what I see and hear what I hear, you wouldn't have such concerns." Other fleeing disciples, witnessing Li Changsho flanked by the sect's 2 most beautiful women, muttered amongst themselves in discontent. "Who is that guy, daring to stand beside senior sister? Who else could it be? It's the one who nearly stabbed the Dragon Prince's backside with a weapon." Li Changsho remained silent, his lips twitching. He felt that standing next to these 2 was attracting enough attention already. "I don't want to get entangled in any more karmic debts." Just then, he felt a tremor, the oppressive aura of a true immortal and a heavenly immortal suddenly descending. The 2 junior sisters also sensed the enemies Li Changsho had warned them about. Sure enough, a blue feather demon emperor descended from the sky on a rock. Those below cried out, "Enemy attack. Don't panic. Prepare for battle. We'll fight them to the death here." The rock heavenly immortal looked down with a sneer. These little brats have quite the amusing reaction. Though they try to muster their courage, everyone knew that facing such a disparity in cultivation realms was like a grasshopper kicking against a cart. But their master was still within the sect, fighting against the enemy. They couldn't just give up and die. The heavenly immortal ordered the rock demon, "Go, capture them all for me." He roared, sending the rock demon diving down to slaughter the fleeing disciples. An elder immediately activated a defensive formation, shouting, I'll hold them here. The rest of you, retreat into the tunnels. The rock demon plummeted from the sky, its feathers transforming into a volley of arrows that rained down upon the earth. Explosions echoed relentlessly as the doomed immortal sect disciples scattered. One stubbornly asked, "Shouldn't we stay and help?" Another disciple hurriedly pulled him along, urging, "Don't be a burden. Retreating is helping." Just then, Xianya rushed forward, shouting, "Elder, uncle, don't worry." The elder cried out in alarm, "What are you doing here? Get back." Xianya declared loudly, "Uncle, I'm willing to lure the enemy away." Uncle Giorgio, struggling to maintain the defensive formation against the rock demon, turned his head and snapped, "Go. Don't talk nonsense. There's no reason for us to cling to life while letting our younger disciples die." Xianya hastily produced a vial of poison, explaining, "I won't be reckless. I have the poison pills Elder Wanlinjun gave you, Uncle." Seeing the rock demon's attacks intensifying, Uncle Giorgio reluctantly agreed to let you take the risk. Xianya observed that the rock demon, failing to breach the formation, would surely charge into the fleeing disciples. "Take this opportunity to retreat and protect the formation," she instructed. "I'll go and deploy the poison." Xianya's sudden display of tactical thinking wasn't a sudden surge of brilliance, but the guidance of Li Changshu from behind the scenes. Li Changshu transmitted his voice to Xianya. "Hold your position for now, junior sister. When I give the signal, tell Uncle Giorgio to withdraw from the formation." Xianya quickly replied via voice transmission, "Understood." The rock demon in the sky was growing impatient, thinking to itself, "Though that immortal is wounded, dealing with these ants beneath me is proving troublesome. At this rate, the doomed immortal sect brats will escape." It swooped downwards. "I must take the initiative. A preemptive strike is necessary." Seeing the rock demon take the bait, Li Changshu quickly transmitted to his junior sister, "Now." Xianya turned and shouted, "Uncle, retreat." Uncle Giorgio swiftly withdrew his spiritual energy, dismantling the defensive formation. Urged on by Uncle Giorgio and the worried gazes of her fellow disciples, Xianya leaped into the air, flying towards the rock demon. She unstoppered the vial of poison with a shout of "Ha!" and flung it towards a rock. Uncle Giorgio's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. "That girl spoke so confidently just now, and now she does this. That's not how you throw poison. Girl." The rock heavenly immortal disdainfully swatted the poison vial aside with a wing, asking in bewilderment, "Why throw such a small medicine bottle at me? Little girl, are you trying to make me laugh?" The rock heavenly immortal turned its head to look at the two figures, a cruel smile spreading across its face. It began to open its beak, preparing to cast a spell. "Watch me blow away both the bottle and you." Just then, Li Changshu snapped his fingers, interrupting the rock's focus. "No good, my power is surging. A sudden shock will dissipate it." The rock heavenly immortal, completely baffled, chirped in alarm, questioning itself. "What's happening? What's going on? Why is my demonic power suddenly dissipating?" It turned out Li Changshu had snapped his fingers to crush the poison vial. Standing smugly in the shadows, he thought to himself, "Of course, I'm the one draining your demonic power, but you'll never know that." Li Changshu then manipulated the remnants of the poison vial to drift towards the rock heavenly immortal. He startled it into chirping in fear, shielding itself with its wings. "I'm done for. I'm done for. That girl's poison hit me." It suddenly remembered it was a rock heavenly immortal of the true immortal realm. "What am I afraid of? A randomly thrown poison vial like that can't possibly injure me." Uncle Giorgio suddenly sensed something was amiss and shouted, "Not good. My formation has withdrawn. I can't block the rock's attack." The rock heavenly immortal, now both embarrassed and enraged, roared, "You wretched fools. How dare you toy with me?" It shrieked, "Now die." Caught off guard, Xianya was filled with fear and self-reproach. "It's over. It's all my fault for not properly poisoning him. This attack, I'm afraid." Xianya braced herself for the impending attack. But then, an eerie silence fell. She opened her eyes in disbelief. It had stopped. The rock heavenly immortal lay face down on the ground, passed out like a felled turkey. Everyone erupted in cheers. "We did it. The rock heavenly immortal is down. It's been poisoned." Xianya had thought the poison pill would, at most, injure a true immortal, but she never expected it to take the rock down in one shot, leaving it vulnerable. Elder Wanlinjun's poison pills were truly formidable. Uncle Gio stammered in astonishment. This actually worked. Suddenly, everyone felt their bodies go limp, and then they lost consciousness. Li Changsho's voice drifted from behind them. Just remember, this was all thanks to Elder Wand. Li Changsho opened a jade bottle and whispered, "Sweet dreams." He looked up at the wary heavenly immortal in the sky, thinking to himself, I need to lure that more powerful one down here. Li Changsho pretended to stagger for a moment before collapsing, thinking, all right, come on down and attack us. The rock heavenly immortal looked down with a sneer at the suddenly fallen figures. No matter what tricks you have up your sleeves, I just need to scoop you all up with one big net. Li Changsho, peeking through narrowed eyes, cursed inwardly. That old Taoist is clearly a heavenly immortal. The enemy is completely drugged, and he still won't come down. Damn it, no wonder I've encountered such a difficult opponent. At that moment, the rock heavenly immortal summoned a magical treasure into its hand. Damn it, Li Changsho cursed inwardly. He's about to unleash a powerful attack. I need to deploy a puppet clone to intercept. He hastily maneuvered a puppet clone into a defensive position. The rock heavenly immortal, a sinister smile twisting his features, hurled a magical treasure, unleashing a torrent of thunder towards Li Changsho and the others. D! He roared. Just as his laughter boomed, full of triumphant malice, he realized his attack had been blocked. The rock heavenly immortal's eyes widened in disbelief. What? How can my seal be stopped by a chessboard appearing out of nowhere? With the enemy's great seal poised to strike, Li Changsho could no longer maintain his feigned slumber. It seems my paper Taoist will have to make an appearance, he thought grimly. The paper Taoist instantly transformed into a long-bearded, elderly Taoist. This paper god Taoist transformation was one of Li Changsho's trump cards, reserved for high-level combat. Beside Li Changsho himself, its power was comparable to a heavenly paper Taoist, and it possessed several other hidden abilities. The elderly Taoist clone bellowed, manipulating the chessboard to form a defensive formation. The chessboard expanded rapidly, deflecting the seal, and causing the rock heavenly immortal to gnash his teeth in frustration. Where did this old geezer come from? Not only did he block my attack with that chessboard treasure, but he's also giving those juniors a chance to escape. The chessboard, unable to withstand the relentless assault of the divine seal, quickly shattered into pieces. The elderly Taoist clone immediately brandished his Horsetail whisk, which was laced with heavenly, immortal poison. Taste my whisk, he roared. The silver strands of the whisk instantly elongated, ensnaring the seal and holding it fast. The rock heavenly immortal let out a scornful laugh. You dare challenge me with such a paltry whisk? He immediately activated his demon core, raising his defenses, and sneered. Ridiculous old fool. Do you think you can break through my defenses? Having countered the attack, the rock heavenly immortal pressed his advantage, summoning a flying sword that radiated immense power. Witnessing this, the elderly Taoist clone couldn't help but complain. Damn it, are you Doraemon? How can you have so many magical treasures? The rock heavenly immortal let out a cold laugh and swung his sword. I'll shatter your little whisk to pieces. The whisk, unable to withstand the sharp blade of the magical sword, was sliced to ribbons. I'm done for, the Taoist clone thought despairingly, looking at the tattered remains in his hand. There's no way I can win now, and he's even reclaimed his seal. The rock heavenly immortal triumphantly retrieved his seal and roared, surrender now. The elderly Taoist clone furrowed his brow, his two fingers tracing scriptures in the air. The battle is far from over, he declared. He rapidly inscribed a string of characters, then hurled them towards the rock heavenly immortal. The rock heavenly immortal scoffed. Huh, do you think I'll be afraid of some scribbles? I'll just cut them in half. The Taoist clone's calligraphy was instantly slashed apart. The Taoist clone was forced to retreat, dodging the rock heavenly immortal's sword strikes. He thought to himself, this isn't good. He has the advantage in the air. I shouldn't be foolish enough to stay on the ground. With that thought, the elderly Taoist clone soared into the air, putting himself on equal footing with the rock heavenly immortal. Seeing him ascend, the rock sneered, do you think you have a chance just because you're in the sky? Sword in his left hand, the rock heavenly immortal manipulated his magical seal with his right, attacking the Taoist clone while urging, surrender now, and make it easy on yourself. Don't even dream of it, the old Taoist clone spat, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow. He brandished his talismans, struggling to defend against the onslaught of the magical seal. But those talismans couldn't even withstand a magical sword, let alone the seal. It wasn't long before his defenses crumbled, and he was sent hurtling into the cliff face. This time, the rock Heavenly Immortal didn't dare underestimate his opponent. A clash of magical techniques was no laughing matter. Strike decisively, he thought, and secure a swift victory. He swooped down towards the Taoist clone, intent on seizing the opportunity to end his life. The Taoist clone struggled to his feet, clutching his wounds, and coughed as he saw the rock Heavenly Immortal unexpectedly descend to attack on the ground. He instantly recognized his opportunity. He slammed his hand onto the earth, activating the formation. As the rock Heavenly Immortal landed, the Taoist clone chuckled. "I wonder how cautious you were." Suddenly, a group of cultivator clones appeared, surrounding the rock. The Taoist clone taunted, "You've fallen into my trap, you fool." The rock Heavenly Immortal cried out in alarm, "No. He lured me into the forest." The Taoist clone immediately began weaving hand seals, trapping the rock. "Now that you're here, don't even think about leaving." He commanded the formation, and a torrent of azure water prison slammed towards the rock Heavenly Immortal. The hidden cultivators poured all their strength into the attack. Knowing this was an opportunity they couldn't afford to miss. The spiritual energy powering the formation was already dwindling. The rock Heavenly Immortal desperately dodged, breaking through the watery prison and landing back on the ground. The earth suddenly softened beneath his feet, and a prison of earth erupted, trapping him. The rock Heavenly Immortal cried out in disbelief, another layer to the trap. Several hidden cultivators summoned over 1,000 flying swords, which hurtled towards the rock Heavenly Immortal. They roared, "No matter what demon or monster you are, today you will be eradicated by this seat." The rock Heavenly Immortal was pierced through the heart by the myriad swords, vomiting blood as he prepared to meet his end. The hidden cultivators, cautious to the end, prepared their final blow. They unleashed a wave of Samadhi true fire, watching the rock Heavenly Immortal completely vanish. A cultivator waved his hand, reducing the rock to ashes, and collected the rock's treasures. "May you find peace on your journey," he murmured. Meanwhile, the demon empress also sensed the rock Heavenly Immortal's disappearance. Demonic energy surged from her, an aura of suppressed fury erupting as she raged in disbelief, muttering to herself, defeated. He was actually defeated. Her attendant, terrified, dared not even wave her fan, trembling as she asked, "Master, Master, is there still any hope of turning the situation around?" This question only added fuel to the fire, sending the demon empress into a frenzy. She unleashed a burst of demonic power, sending the attendant flying. "Get out." She couldn't help but ponder, meticulously dissecting the events. Who could have ruined her plans? Unless, like herself, they were using a puppet to scheme with the human clan. Suddenly, a wisp of mist drifted through the cave, momentarily diverting the demon empress's rage. Surprise and suspicion laced her voice. "Why is there mist here all of a sudden?" From the top of the cave, water cascaded down, a voice echoing through the falling water. "Is that you?" The demon empress, still furious, retorted, "Who dares play these ghostly tricks before me? Who is speaking?" The waterfall transformed into a shimmering screen, revealing the figure of a Taoist priest. Behind him, the symbol of the Taiji, the yin and yang, glowed faintly. He declared, "This humble Taoist is the grand disciple of the Grand Supreme Elder Lord, the Supreme Pure One, the moral Heavenly Lord." Though the demon empress had borrowed her master's Taiji diagram, she couldn't discern this Taoist's identity. "It seems you are under the command of a sage." The grand disciple, Xian Du, spoke with a tone of reprimand. "Taoist friend, you have harmed a disciple of the human clan without cause, your heart malicious, your methods despicable. However, for the sake of my sage master, I will refrain from taking action against you this time." He warned, "If you dare to trespass on the territory of the human clan again, even if it's just a minor sect like the Crossing Tribulation sect, even your master backing you may not be able to protect you." The demon empress felt a terrifying pressure bearing down on her, a chilling sensation of being trapped in his grasp. She quickly feigned obedience, chirping, "Understood, understood." Far to the northwest, at the Crossing Tribulation sect, the sect leader respectfully listened to his senior brother, breathing a sigh of relief. Finally, she's been suppressed. He turned to his fellow Taoist. "Quickly, Go and stabilize the Crossing Tribulation sect any later, and I fear your position as founding ancestor will be no more. The founding ancestor, the Crossing Calamity, true immortal, clutched his horsetail whisk, forcing a smile. Your teachings are wise, senior brother. I am truly embarrassed to have caused you such trouble. The elders, locked in fierce combat, threatened the high-spirited disciples of the Crossing Tribulation sect, the blood-script cultivators. Now, with a powerful ally, surrender. They could only dream of it. An elder continued to plead and reason. With your current strategy holding less than 30% chance of success, why be so stubborn? Surrender quickly. The sect leader and the elders behind him echoed the sentiment. If you do not surrender, then don't blame the Crossing Tribulation sect for your complete annihilation. Just as both sides reached a tense stalemate, a thunderous boom echoed across the sky. A voice roared, "What Taoist thief dares to touch the disciples of the human clan?" The blood-script cultivators looked up in terror. More reinforcements. From where? Such overwhelming power. The disciples of the Crossing Tribulation sect instantly recognized their founding ancestor, Crossing Calamity, true immortal, and their morale soared, filling the air with joyous cheers. The blood-script cultivators, on the other hand, trembled like leaves, consumed by a chilling fear. Crossing Calamity, true immortal, who had remained on Mount Kunlun, now learned of the oppression his sect faced, and his fury unleashed a palpable wave of pressure. They had always chosen to remain detached from worldly affairs, but that didn't mean they wouldn't fight back. The transgression against the Crossing Tribulation sect would be paid for with their lives. He took a deep breath, then blew the blood-script cultivators away, sending them directly to the spectator stands to watch the cockfights. Li Changsho, observing from afar, since the tide had turned. With a satisfied nod, he commanded his paper soldier legion to begin clearing the battlefield. As soon as the order was given, the three diversionary clones reverted to their concealed forms. The Earth Immortal clone, still engaged in combat with the enemy Earth Immortal, seized the opportunity to gather spoils of war before discreetly vanishing. Elsewhere, Li Changsho finally revealed his true form, returning to the ground with Jiu Wu and the others, arranging themselves as if nothing had happened, before returning to the Crossing Tribulation sect. Crossing Calamity, true immortal cut through the remaining enemy forces like a hot knife through butter. The blood-script elders, unable to withstand the true immortal's power, retreated steadily. Just then, a blood mosquito buzzed towards them, transmitting a message. The Demon Empress commands you not to provoke the expert any further. Retreat immediately. Seeing a way out, the elders coughed awkwardly and agreed. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there's no fear of lacking firewood, they declared loudly. We shall meet again. The disciples of the Crossing Tribulation sect stood dumbfounded, scarcely able to believe their victory. 5 seconds of stunned silence passed before the realization hit them. Eruptions of joy followed, as they leaped and cheered wildly. Jiu, however, didn't immediately join the disciples who were chanting "Long Live the Crossing Tribulation sect." A thought struck her. The younger disciples left the earth veins before ascending. I must ensure their safety. Within the safety of the earth veins, the huddled disciples anxiously wondered if their sect would be completely destroyed. Shut your jinxing mouth. One snapped. Suddenly, a cracking sound from above startled them, fearing an enemy attack. A hole burst open in the ceiling, and Jiu poked her head through, beaming. Wonderful. You're all safe. Overjoyed, the young disciples cheered. They were saved. Their goddess, Jiu had come. She jumped down, looking around. Where's Shinya? Where's your team leader? And where's my senior brother? Alarm spread through the disciples. Shinya shielded us as we retreated. One explained quickly. She and Uncle Jiu Wu went out to face the enemy. Please, Master Jiu, go help them. Jiu furrowed her brow in worry. Although the main battle was over, there might still be dangerous remnants, and she needed to hurry and provide assistance. Arriving at the scene, Jiu was utterly horrified by the sight that greeted her. What happened here? Don't scare me. Why is everyone lying scattered all over the ground? Seeing Ling Na face down and unconscious in the grass where Li Changsho had tossed her, Jiu exclaimed in surprise. Little Ling Na, how could she have fainted and buried her face in the grass like this? She rushed to Li Changsho's side and slapped his face several times. Little Shosho, wake up. The cultivators who had arrived earlier and were standing beside the burning remains of the hawk hastily consoled Jiu, junior sister. Don't worry. they're just unconscious. That's right, the powerful enemy was eliminated by Elder One's poison pills. At this moment, Li Changsho, rubbing his cheeks, which were swollen like steamed buns, sat up and looked at Jiao with teary eyes. Oh, Changsho is awake. I was almost scared to death. Jiao, having slapped his face into a puffy mess, causing his teeth and lips to be jumbled together, still had to stifle a laugh. Thank you, Martial Ant, for your concern. He really wanted to continue feigning unconsciousness, but he feared losing face if he kept up the act any longer. The great battle finally came to an end. The injured were taken back to the mountain gate for treatment. The cultivators who had unfortunately perished in the battle were mourned by the survivors. Although they had achieved victory in this great battle, the victory came at a considerable cost to the sect. At the same time, the experience gained from engaging with the enemy would become valuable material, encouraging the Crossing Tribulation sect to cultivate a brighter future. 7 days later, Li Changsho was in secluded cultivation, a sign hanging on his door. Injured person recuperating inside. Visitors are excused. He leisurely tossed a medicinal pill into his mouth, chewing with relish, and lay comfortably on his pillow, sighing, feigning illness is truly comfortable. If only I could avoid karmic entanglement in the future, cultivate smoothly, and live peacefully like this. Just then, an arrow flew in from outside, nearly striking Li Changsho in the face, startling him. Looking at the arrow embedded in the wall, Li Changsho mused, why do I feel that the Crossing Tribulation sect's message arrows are more dangerous than any hidden weapon? A voice emanated from the arrow. Disciple Li Changsho, little Autumn Peak, quickly come to the Immortal Crossing Hall. The sect leader has been waiting for you for a long time. Li Changsho felt a pang of fear. The sect leader. He thought to himself, could it be that the matter of concealing his true cultivation base has been exposed? Anxious, Li Changsho made his way towards the Immortal Crossing Hall, thinking that the cultivation base he had concealed was no longer a simple trump card. This unorthodox turtle breathing power technique had consumed a considerable amount of his effort. Li Changsho took a deep breath. He could only prepare himself thoroughly. If the sect leader intentionally probed him, he would directly implement his third contingency plan. As he entered, the sect leader's voice rang out, Li Changsho, disciple of Little Autumn Peak, come to the small gate in the corner of the hall. Li Changsho, seeing that he was being called directly into the inner chamber, guessed that he was about to face some severe reprimand. He imagined the curtain lifting to reveal someone pointing a sword at him. The curtain lifted. Li Changsho saw his master, the sect leader, coughing repeatedly. No need to be tense, the sect leader said. This humble Taoist called you here for a small matter. The sect leader raised his head weakly, blood staining the corner of his mouth. He looked at Li Changsho with a benevolent expression, like a late-stage tuberculosis patient. Li Changsho was puzzled. He couldn't help but ask, Master, are you all right? You look gravely ill. The sect leader waved his hand dismissively. A minor issue. Nothing to worry about. A few days ago, this humble Taoist obtained a divine ability for cultivating primordial qi passed down from our founding ancestor. I've been attempting to cultivate it these past few days, but I was a bit too hasty and accidentally injured my primordial spirit. Li Changsho couldn't help but wonder inwardly. Just injured your primordial spirit. The sect leader seemed to sense his disciple's unspoken question. He took out a small ceramic bottle. This bottle was entrusted to me by a senior of the human clan through Grand Elder Du E for you. He said it's to sever some karmic ties with you. Li Changsho smiled and said, Li Changsho thanks the sect leader for delivering this treasure. Inwardly, he breathed a sigh of relief. He had been terrified for a moment, thinking his cultivation had been exposed and that he might have to knock out the sect leader and flee. The sect leader spoke weakly. This is your destiny. Use the elixir within. That is all I wanted to say. If you have nothing else, you may leave. Yes, master. I will keep your words in mind. I have nothing else to report. Disciple takes his leave. Li Changsho lifted the curtain and hurried out, immediately hearing the sect leader's incessant coughing from within. He turned back with a worried look, thinking to himself that the Crossing Tribulation sect's leader really wasn't very stable. He held the ceramic bottle in his hand. guessing that it was a gift from the grand disciple Xian due to the karmic ties that needed severing were likely related to his previous encounter with the Lunar Lord. Li Changshu couldn't help but wonder what good things were inside. Opening it, he discovered a 6-revolution elixir. It was used to enhance primordial yang qi and stabilize the primordial spirit, extremely useful for qi refinement cultivators. Furthermore, this type of elixir had some uncontrollable effects on the bodies of male cultivators. Li Changshu quickly closed the bottle in alarm, glancing around nervously, silently cursing Xian Du and the Lunar Lord for what they had done to his fated person. He suppressed his frustration, putting the bottle away and thinking that he should give this pill to his master. It was a 6-revolution elixir, after all. He'd advised his master to find a Tao companion. On second thought, it would make a perfect congratulatory gift when his master found a partner. Just then, a few disciples ran past, saying, "The stone statue of the anonymous hero has been erected. Let's go pay our respects and light some incense to commemorate our savior." Li Changshu was completely bewildered. Aside from the reinforcements he had impersonated, had someone else come to their aid. He followed them to the memorial altar. 2 silk banners hung on either side, inscribed with the words, "The Crossing Tribulation Sect eternally reveres the righteous human clan warrior, Ancient Sky." Li Changshu looked up. 3 majestic statues, receiving the reverent offerings of incense and worship from the gathered crowd, were, in fact, his own 3 paper effigies. Disbelief warred with a rising tide of mortification. Black lines filled his vision. "This is madness," he thought aghast. "Why are my own people worshiping me?" A leading cultivator's voice boomed across the assembled disciples, directing the ceremony. "Let us show our utmost respect to these righteous Tao companions, overflowing with noble spirit." First bow. Witnessing this scene, Li Changshu felt his composure crumble. He covered his face, overwhelmed by the sheer awkwardness of it all. Suddenly, a stir from his storage pouch jolted him. Li Changshu's heart leaped. He realized his master, Jiao, had awakened. He clutched his head, groaning inwardly. He'd unceremoniously stuffed her into his pouch. How was he supposed to explain that? The thought alone was exhausting. Meanwhile, on Golden Rock Island, several elders realized the figure who had suddenly barged in was none other than the esteemed Taoist Dewey, a renowned figure of the human sect. Why has he come to Golden Rock Island? They wondered. Looking closer, they were astonished to see that the person Taoist Dewey had brought with him was their own senior brother Yuan Zhe. Taoist Dewey, gripping Yuan Zhe tightly, declared, "You Golden Rock Island Taoists are quick on your feet, but you couldn't escape me." He threw Yuan Zhe to the ground, his voice thick with righteous indignation. He recounted how the human sect sought no quarrel with the world, yet this disciple of Golden Rock Island had maliciously violated their peace. He dealt with the villain personally. No thanks were necessary. The Golden Rock Island elders exchanged bewildered glances. Did senior brother Yuan Zhe truly attack the human sect? They asked. You can confirm this with the intercepting immortal sect. I can even swear a heavenly Tao oath to prove it, Dewey asserted. However, Yuan Zhe was controlled by one Tao Run. That's why he acted this way. Taoist D produced a ceramic bottle, his voice laced with a chilling calm. He lightly squeezed it, a clear thread in his eyes. The intercepting immortal sect's sacrifice cannot be ignored. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer, I'll crush this bottle containing Yuan Zhe's remnant soul. Horrified at the prospect of their senior brother's soul being instantly obliterated, the elders hastily raised their hands. Great One, please spare him. They pleaded. Our sect will expel Yuan Zhe. Will that suffice? Not enough, Dewey stated flatly. The elders scrambled for a solution. We swear we will never provoke the human sect without cause. Fortunately, thanks to the repeated pleas of several senior members of the intercepting immortal sect before the grand senior brother of the human sect, Yuan Zhe's remnant soul was ultimately spared the harshest punishment. He was allowed to reincarnate, severing all ties with the intercepting immortal sect. Upon hearing the news, Hanji wept inconsolably by the riverbank. Taoist Ao watched her with a heavy heart, wondering what he could possibly do to comfort his niece. He gently placed a hand on her shoulder. Senior brother Yuan Zhe is merely reincarnating, starting anew, he said softly. You will surely meet again someday. Tears streamed down Han Ji's face. But Master was innocent. He was only being controlled. Perhaps this is the injustice of fate. Why couldn't the one who controlled Master die instead? She cried. Why kill him when they could have just broken the control? Their uncle, glancing back, spotted two fellow disciples approaching on clouds. Han Shi, he called out. The two senior brothers who escorted senior brother Yuan Zhe's soul to the underworld have returned. Two other uncles scratched their heads, unsure how to break the news to Han Ji. Anxious, Han Ji stopped weeping and ran towards them. How's my master? She asked. The two uncles sighed. There wasn't supposed to be any trouble, one began, but just before he drank the Mangpa soup, a sliver of senior brother Yuan Zhe's soul spoke up. What did master say? Han Ji pressed, her voice filled with urgency. The uncles recounted the tale with heavy hearts. He said, don't worry, a small matter like reincarnation shouldn't be a problem. But then, well, he crossed the Naihe Bridge, drank the Mangpa soup, and reached the crossroads. Suddenly, for some unknown reason, a wave surged up from the river of forgetfulness, forming a bubble that knocked his soul into the adjacent path of beasts. We tried to save him, but it was too late. Granny Meng had already drawn his soul away. A sharp pain pierced Han Ji's heart. Tears streamed down her face as she trembled, unable to believe what she was hearing. The path of beasts, she whispered. One of the uncles continued, his voice heavy with sorrow. Senior brother Yuan Zhe has been reincarnated into the demon race. In his next life, he will be a Black Panther. The news that her master would be reborn as a demon beast sent a wave of dizziness crashing over Han Ji, and she collapsed on the spot. Uncle Aoe, filled with concern, rushed to revive her. Meanwhile, Jiao was taking Li Changshou's pulse. His breathing was erratic, his heartbeat a frantic drumbeat. On closer inspection, it seemed almost musical, ending on a rhythmic note. Such a strange pulse, she murmured. Ling Na feigned a sob, wiping away non-existent tears. Master, she cried, when the demons attacked the mountain gate earlier, senior brother was worried you would rush into danger. So, he and I rendered you unconscious and brought you to safety. Li Changshou coughed weakly, offering reassurance. It's all right, master. Don't worry. Ling Na continued, wiping her dry eyes. Then, to protect you, senior brother fought a fierce battle with the demons, which is why he's so badly injured. Inwardly, she sent a message to Li Changshou, a hint of pride in her voice. Senior brother, how are we doing? Not bad, he replied, his voice strained, just needs a bit more emotion. Li Changshou spoke, his voice weak. Master, I made you unconscious earlier. Jiao sighed. It's my fault. I am useless. Then, quickly, I don't blame you. Li Changshou weakly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Master's words are like the wind, he murmured, but my heart is filled with shame. The old man looked at his disciple, usually so vibrant and full of life, now lying weak and injured. Guilt gnawed at him. I swear to the Tao, he declared, this time I absolutely will not blame you. Li Changshou shed a few genuine, mournful tears. Master, he choked out, without the oath of understanding, the Tao won't bear witness. He coughed up another mouthful of blood. Startled, the old Taoist quickly agreed. All right, I'll do it now. Suddenly, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Something felt amiss. He pondered for a moment. This little rascal of a disciple was never this obedient. Why did he have the unsettling feeling he was walking into a trap? Seeing his master hesitate, Li Changshou prompted him. But the old man wasn't fooled. A glint of shrewdness flashed in his eyes as he stroked the horsetail whisk in his hand. In a low voice, he asked, Changshou, it seems your qi concealment technique isn't just for hiding your cultivation level. It can also be used to feign illness and play the pitiful invalid, can't it? Li Changshou, seeing his plan exposed, hastily admitted his fault with a panicked, Master, I was only acting out of filial piety. The old master angrily swung his whisk. Useless words, you scoundrel. A pathetic wail immediately echoed from within the room. A moment later, Li Changshou limped out, clutching his swollen backside. Oh, my bottom. If I wasn't afraid my immortal power would injure Master, I really wouldn't want to use my body to block his whisk, he grumbled, then reproachfully turned to his junior sister. You didn't even try to help me. Ling Na replied, isn't that what senior brother taught me? Better one dies than two. Li Changshou felt a double ache, one in his backside, the other in his heart for his adorable, yet corrupted, junior sister. Seeing Li Changshou's pained expression, Ling Na felt a twinge of guilt. Senior brother, does your bottom hurt very much? Not too much, he lied. Ling Na, mischievous as ever, saw an opportunity. Senior brother, she said, don't be shy. Ling Na can help you apply some medicine. Li Changsho quickly shut the door. No need, he said. Ling Na, why don't you go out and play? I want to meditate for a bit. Hearing this, Ling Na slammed the door shut in a huff, thinking to herself, bad senior brother. He still treats me like a child. Inside, Li Changsho suppressed a sigh, scratching his head in bewilderment. What is wrong with my teaching methods? How did my little junior sister become so skewed? Turning back to the matter at hand, he examined his body and discovered a dense cloud of black qi. He had to deal with this, one way or another. Li Changsho scrutinized it carefully, suspecting it was karmic debt. It seemed something had happened with the South Sea sect. He closed his eyes and calmed his mind, allowing himself to sense what had transpired. At the village where he was worshipped, two mortals were fighting over his sect. Unexpectedly, the situation had escalated to the point where mortals were shedding blood and sacrificing themselves for the South Sea god. This karmic debt is a portion of the Yingguo caused by the blood spill during the sectarian conflict, and it's seeking me out. This was something Li Changsho had to resolve quickly. He raised a hand and condensed a ball of light. Gathered in his palm was the merit of incense and fire. Merit from incense and fire stem from the protection and enlightenment of mortals. Karmic debt and merit could cancel each other out. So he immediately channeled the light of merit into his other hand, instantly dissolving the karmic debt. The existence of the South Sea sect has brought unity and mutual support to a small village, adding a degree of stability to the world. Coupled with the continuous flow of incense and offerings, it means the heavenly Tao has acknowledged me. This, while God, having resolved the karmic debt, Li Changsho breathed a sigh of relief. Truly, I am forced into this. Li Changsho looked up at the sky, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he pondered how to dismantle his own South Sea sect. Those greedy fools only care about lining their pockets. They really need to be taught a lesson. Over on Golden Rock Island, a worried Uncle Ao knocked on Hanji's door. Hanji, it's me. Could you open the door for a moment? Hanji opened the door, her eyes swollen almost shut, her expression distraught. Seeing her state, Ao, he couldn't help but say, Hanji, you can't go on like this. Why don't we go out for a stroll? Thank you for your kindness, Uncle, she replied, but please just go back. Uncle Ao then tried a guilt trip, mentioning how difficult it had been for him to come all this way, and that she should at least let him in to sit for a while. Comain, Ansi relented. As she sat down, tears welled up in her eyes once more. Sighing, her uncle patted her shoulder comfortingly. Hanji, he said, don't think the worst of senior brother Yuanze's situation. Even after reincarnation, he can still cultivate and become a demon. It's not the end of the world. Though Hanji understood this logically, she still feared the potential loss of fortune and destiny that came with becoming a demon. What if he couldn't achieve human form? What if he could no longer pursue the great Tao? Senior brother Yuanze is no ordinary cultivator. Ao reassured her, and with his experience, he won't change. He explained further, think about it, Hanji. After reincarnation, senior brother Yuanze surely won't be able to speak for quite some time. That means he won't be able to cause any trouble, right? Hanji's voice trembled. I know, I understand, she said, but I still can't help it. Covering her face, she wept uncontrollably, struggling to accept the reality of the situation. Her uncle urged her not to shut herself away. Let's go out for a walk, he suggested. Knowing he had her best interests at heart, Hanji nodded in agreement. Relieved, Ao added, I'll take good care of you, just like your master would have wanted. Meanwhile, Li Changsho found himself being relentlessly pestered by his aunt Jiao. Clinging to his arm, she called out in a saccharine voice, little show, widening her eyes with exaggerated innocence. Jiao pulled Li Changsho's hand to her chest and asked, in a cloying tone, if he could do her a favor. You know, she added, the kind where you owe me one. Li Changsho tried to pull his hand back, but to no avail. What do you need help with, Aunt? He asked, a hint of tension in his voice. He added enthusiastically, if Aunt Jiao has a request, I will naturally do my utmost to assist. There's no need to be so formal. Inwardly, Li Changsho hoped this would finally settle the karmic debt between them. Jiao, delighted at the prospect of free assistance, beamed. Li Changsho shuklat banturingagas. Given your fondness for fine spirits, Aunt Giorgio, I presume you want me to brew you some new wine. To his surprise, Giorgio replied with a cheerful, so you've agreed to help me fix my formation then. Before he could respond, she whisked him away on her flying gourd. Caught off guard by her tactic, Li Changsho cried out, "What? You want me to slave away repairing your formation?" Upon arriving and seeing the state of the formation, Li Changsho, rarely shocked, jumped back in astonishment. "Jigood," he stammered. "Aunt Giorgio, you truly are resourceful," he managed. "I've never seen anyone manage to wreck a formation quite so spectacularly." Looking at the mangled, cratered remains of the ground-based formation, Giorgio offered a sheepish grin. "Well," she explained, "I only barely managed to escape from the defensive formation, which is why I accidentally destroyed about 60% of the underlying structure. So, is it really beyond saving?" Li Changsho turned, giving a thumbs up. "To be able to do this much is quite impressive." Giorgio gave an embarrassed giggle. "Little show, don't praise me so carelessly. I've always been this capable." Li Changsho sighed, holding his head in his hands. "I wasn't praising you." But having been asked, he could only try his best. He instructed his aunt to retrieve the formation foundation from the ground, and then find some treasures suitable for refining it, handing them over to him. The rest, he said, could be left to him. A stick of incense later, Giorgio handed Li Changsho a heavy storage pouch. "These are for you to use as you see fit. Living for over 1,000 years, this aunt of yours has accumulated a few things." She pointed proudly at the rubble beside them, declaring that she had dug out all the formation foundations and entrusted them to him. Li Changsho wiped the sweat from his brow, wearily thinking that this was shaping up to be a major undertaking. Meanwhile, Ao-e was holding Hanji's hand, strolling with her. He asked solicitously if her mood had improved at all. "Yes, much better," she replied. Ao-e gestured towards the east, intending to take Hanji to browse what appeared to be a cosmetic shop, when he accidentally bumped into a solid chest. The impact hard enough to make him cry out in pain, clutching his nose. The other party turned out to be Ao-e's cousin, Ao Mao. However, instead of any familial warmth, Ao Mao patted his chest disdainfully, sneering, "Zoro, I was wondering which blind fool bumped into this young master's new robes. So it's little crown prince Ao-e, the disgrace of the Dragon Clan. You actually dare to show your face in public, and bringing a human with you, no less. Have you no shame for the Dragon Clan?" He pointed mockingly at Ao-e's head, feigning confusion. "We're both dragons, yet the difference in height is so vast. Are you two really born in the same year, the same month, and the same day? How can there be such a disparity?" Ao-e, unwilling to waste his breath on the obnoxious Ao Mao, simply said he could say whatever he liked. They had things to do and were leaving. However, Ao Mao, accustomed to provocation, looked left and right, asking, "Did someone just speak? I hear a voice, but I see no one." His cousin then spoke up, his voice dripping with derision. "I heard you were defeated by those immortal sect weaklings, so I wanted to see you for myself. Having seen you, I must say, you haven't disappointed. Truly a disgrace to the Dragon Clan. A coward like you should retreat in shame, not wander around embarrassing us all." Even Ao-e's usual gentle nature couldn't withstand such insults. His voice darkened. "It seems you're not interested in taking the peaceful path." He pointed to the lake behind them, challenging Ao Mao. "If you have the guts, follow me to a quiet place and let's settle this. Let's see if you can defeat this weak dragon." His eyes blazing with anger, he demanded, "Well, are you afraid?" The 2-meter-tall Ao Mao felt a chill run down his spine, wondering why the little shrimp's aura had suddenly changed. Maintaining a facade of bravado, he retorted, "Fine, let's go. You think I'm afraid of you?" As soon as they reached their destination, Ao-e unleashed a relentless flurry of punches, leaving no room for mercy. Ao Mao hastily adopted a defensive stance, bewildered by the sudden onslaught. This was absurd. How could he be so strong? There was simply no opening for a counterattack. Ao-e leaped into the air, poised to deliver the final blow. Only then did Ao Mao, his younger cousin, find an opening to unleash his water-summoning magic. He saw clearly Ao-e's intention to end the fight swiftly, a blatant display of underestimation. How dare he? Ao Mao quickly cast the draconic water transformation, turning Ao-e's target into nothing but a burst of shimmering water. Ao-e realized his opponent's surprising proficiency with concealment techniques. But we're both of the Dragon Clan, he thought. What good will fleeing to the water do you? He narrowed his eyes, watching as Ao Mao used the seawater to create a dizzying array of watery clones. This method of using clones to attack, it felt strangely familiar, though Ao Mao's technique seemed like a pale imitation. He dispersed several of the charging Ao Maos, each impact lacking any real substance. They were all illusions. Moreover, after being struck, Ao Mao's clones struggled to maintain their humanoid forms. Instead of attacking directly, he summoned shards of ice. He continued to fire towards the oncoming swarm of Ao Maos. Each ice shard that struck a clone instantly dissolved into a splash of water, helping He distinguish the illusions from the real one. One shard struck a figure and shattered into icy fragments. He let out a cold laugh. Got you. Your magic is a far cry from a certain friend of mine. He then launched a massive ice pillar forward. The watery clones frantically dodged the rapidly approaching ice. Strangely, the pillars weren't aimed at them at all. Where are they going? Achieving realization downed on unless had he already discovered his true location. But it was too late. The ice pillar slammed into the real Ao Mao with terrifying speed, sending him crashing into the water, blood spraying from his mouth. Yi sneered. How does it feel to be defeated by the weak Dragon Clan member you so clearly despise? This alliance between dragons and humans. Who gave your kind such confidence? Now apologize to my uncle. Bovid, Almo pointed a defiant finger. Humans are an inferior race. I've done nothing wrong. He challenged E to another duel. If I lose again, I'll admit defeat and obey. E, finding himself with time to spare, agreed. Very well. We can fight as many times as you like. I'll keep fighting until you finally yield. The second match began swiftly. E gestured for him to begin, and Ao Mao stepped forward, boasting, "Don't regret this." He stomped his foot on the water surface, unleashing his secret technique, 3,000 water spears. The water surged towards E, propelled by an immense force. E remained calm, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. This attack was even weaker than the watery clones. The water column slammed into E, creating a cloud of mist and spray. Seeing no movement, Ao Mao smirked, thinking he had won. But he'd forgotten the saying, "Still waters run deep." At that moment, E, from a distance, reached out and swiftly seized Ao Mao by the throat, startling him into immobility. With a sneer, E said, "You want to kill me? You're dreaming. Your life is in my hands now. Shouldn't you apologize to my martial niece?" Despite his humiliating defeat, Ao Mao ground his teeth, defiance burning in his eyes. He claimed to have another divine ability and challenged E to another fight. To Ao Mao's astonishment, E agreed, releasing his grip and saying, "Go ahead, show me." Ao Mao couldn't believe his ears. He'd actually accepted. The third match began quickly. This time, Ao Mao didn't dare underestimate his opponent. Gathering water, he unleashed his three-zhang great spear. The technique was all flash and no substance. He promptly summoned his own six-zhang great sword, rapping the addle-brained Ao Mao on the head with it, as if to knock some sense into him. Still blue for cheat, Ao Mao demanded a fourth match, and, after losing again, bravely called for another, continuing to call for more even after his ninth defeat. An hour later, clutching his bruised head, eyes half-lidded, he finally conceded, "I lose." He then bowed his head to Hanji. "I apologize, young lady of the human clan." Hanji, flustered, waved her hand dismissively, assuring him it was nothing. Just when everyone thought it was over, Ao Mao turned and knelt before E, exclaiming, "Exalted second brother, please accept this bow from your younger brother." He was taken aback. Though he hadn't held back during their earlier clashes, he felt a pang of awkwardness at Ao Mao's earnest plea. "Cousin, what are you doing? Get up," he urged. Ao Mao remained stubbornly prostrate. "Not cousin. He's my cousin now." He hadn't expected to gain a new cousin after a few rounds of brawling. More importantly, he didn't want a cousin who was taller than him. It was just embarrassing. Elsewhere, Li Changsho was presenting 3 formations to Jiao. Master Ant, he began, please consider this first formation. It specializes in anti-detection. If deployed correctly, even venerable Wangqing wouldn't be able to see through it. Hearing that even her master wouldn't be able to penetrate it, Jiao exclaimed excitedly, excellent. Let's go with this one. The second formation, Li Changsho continued, offers average anti-detection capabilities, but its defensive properties are exceptional. Against a powerful foe, it could significantly increase your chances of survival. If you can hold out long enough, you might even be able to wait for reinforcements. As if brainwashed, Jiao felt this one wasn't bad either. Do it, she declared. She waved her hand, signaling Li Changsho to stop talking. Couldn't all the formations be high grade? She wasn't short of money. Li Changsho was exasperated by her blatant bragging. Black lines appearing on his forehead, he asked, Master Ant, are you sure you want to use high-grade materials for all these formations? I've already used up all the treasures on Little Cheong Peak formations. Jiao stuffed a Chinquan pouch overflowing with treasures into Li Changsho's hands, boisterously proclaiming, just do it. It's just a small pavilion formation. It can't possibly deplete my 1,000-year fortune, can it? Li Changsho, seeing the pouch brimming with treasures, excitedly replied, then I won't stand on ceremony. In a short time, the formation was modified, but the aftermath left Jiao's Chinquan pouch utterly depleted. Staring at the pouch, now empty as a void, not even a speck of dust remained. She crumpled to the ground, wailing, my fortune, my accumulated wealth. Li Changsho stood to the side, beaming at his handiwork. Top-tier formations at every corner, he mused admiringly. Not bad at all. Worthy of Master's hidden collection. The finished product is truly magnificent. Jiao continued her mournful cries, lamenting the future absence of wine and the lack of resources to barter for more. A flicker of guilt pricked Li Changsho's conscience. He'd gotten a little carried away with the formation arrangement, perhaps overdoing it just a tad. Jiao glared at him, her eyes brimming with misery. 1,000 years of hard work, she choked out, gone in an instant. Back to where I started before cultivation. All because of you. If I don't have wine, I'll drink Little Cheong Peak dry. Li Changsho patted Jiao's head soothingly. There, he comforted. Don't cry. Try to look at it another way. Sure. Your treasures and spirit stones haven't disappeared. They've simply transformed and remain by your side, just in a different form. His words of comfort, however, landed on Jiao's ears as mockery. Infuriated, she pummeled him lightly, venting her frustration. She was starting to feel like a permanent resident of Little Cheong Peak, and not in a good way. 3 days later, the area near the Sea God Temple bustled with activity as the day of the sacrificial ceremony approached. Hidden by the roadside, Li Changsho observed the throngs of people, a wave of disbelief washing over him. Good heavens, he murmured. Do I really have this many devoted followers? A voice suddenly startled him from behind. Fellow Taoist, it inquired, what brings you to our temple? Disguised as an elderly Taoist priest, Li Changsho smoothly replied, this humble Taoist has traveled from afar. Seeing the flourishing incense here, I was drawn to investigate. The passerby swelled with pride. Of course, our sea god is incredibly efficacious. Li Changsho's elderly persona feinat ignoranza. This is my first time here. I'm unfamiliar with the tales of this great sea god. The passerby, eager to share, tugged him towards the temple. The sea god's fame is widespread. Please mind your words and actions before the sea god statue. Come, I'll show you inside. This is starting to feel like a multi-level marketing scheme, Li Changsho thought wryly. He rubbed his temples, a frown creasing his brow. It's all because of that injury during my tribulation. My true form was seen and carved into a statue. What a headache. My skills are still insufficient. I haven't mastered the art of making people forget my appearance. I'll have to think of a way to salvage this situation. The enthusiastic passerby continued his exposition. The sea god once said, amidst a raging storm, what's a little pain? Come everyone, hear the tale of the sea god's great battle against the fish demon. Another voice chimed in. The sea god summoned a school of fish. And yet another, I heard the sea god even teased a dragon princess. Li Changsho felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his spine. What utter nonsense are these people spouting? If Ao hears this, he'll be furious. The crowd continued their fervent pronouncements, claiming that faith in the sea god granted immense power. Standing at the back, Li Changsho cursed inwardly. I've done absolutely nothing of the sort. I've never even met a fish demon or a dragon princess. Li Changsho couldn't help but speak up. That's going a bit too far, don't you think? An old man with a catfish-like beard stepped forward and questioned, "Old immortal, where do you hail from? Why are you speaking such nonsense? This is our sea god sect. Our sea gods, emissaries possess immense power, all thanks to the protection of the great sea god." Li Changsho's paper Taoist pointed at the statue of himself as the sea god and retorted, "The sea god having immense power. Anyone can achieve that with a bit of cultivation. It's nothing special. As for other miraculous tales, they're just hearsay. Where's the proof?" The devout men and women who were piously praying nearby overheard the paper Taoist's dismissive words. If this South Sea god is truly as miraculous as they say, the paper Taoist challenged, "Let him reveal himself right here, right now." Several worshippers immediately erupted in furious shouts. "You clearly understand nothing about our sea god. The great sea god is merciful and tolerant, and he's choosing not to hold your blasphemy against you. But who knows? Perhaps his punishment will come later." They then joined forces and kicked Li Changsho's paper Taoist out of the temple, cursing, "Get out of here, you heretic." Rubbing his sore backside, Li Changsho felt a pang of bittersweet amusement. Being kicked out of his own temple by his own followers, that certainly qualified as a bizarre experience. He resolved to understand the situation. If he wanted to dismantle the sea god sect smoothly, he needed to figure out why so many people believed in this sea god who had never actually appeared. Li Changsho was perhaps the first person in the primordial era to attempt the self-destruction of his own religious following. He believed that if he could identify the key factors contributing to this faith, he could dismantle them one by one. Later, as the quiet of midnight descended, Li Changsho observed the same catfish-bearded old man from earlier approaching the temple with talismans in hand. He sighed. These sea god sect followers are truly fervent, even this late at night, and he still has to rush back to report. At that moment, a black crow swooped down and asked, "Why are you so late with your report today?" "I've been waiting impatiently." Transforming into a goatee-bearded man, the crow inquired, "Any news from the sea god temple today?" The catfish-bearded old man hurriedly reported, explaining his encounter with an old immortal who had uttered blasphemous words against the sea god before being driven out by the other worshippers. The goatee-bearded man listened with a satisfied chuckle. "You've done well lately. You deserve a reward." He tossed the old man a talisman that shimmered with golden light, leaving the catfish-bearded elder awestruck and speechless. Having dispensed the reward, he transformed back into the black crow and took flight, leaving behind a single sentence: "Keep up the good work." The more useful the information, the greater the reward. The catfish-bearded old man, still reeling from his unexpected windfall, felt his zeal ignite. He vowed to redouble his efforts and increase his work efficiency. Joyfully, he popped the golden coin into his mouth, marveling at its beauty, and gave it a tentative bite to confirm its authenticity. Suddenly, the old man felt dizzy. The golden coin slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. He collapsed unconscious. Li Changsho emerged from the earth, chuckling softly. If this scene were to spread, it would surely become sensational news. In the dead of night, the sea god had snuck into his own temple and attacked the old temple keeper. Li Changsho bent down, casting the minor spell, Sweeping Soul, Bewitching Net, Dream Incantation. He discovered that this fortune teller wasn't just spreading information for that one sect, but also for the men and women sect, the Old God sect, and the Great Calamity sect. All 7 sects within a 3,000-mile radius relied on this old man as their informant. Li Changsho felt a pang of weariness on the old man's behalf. "Aren't you tired?" he mused silently. "Risking your life for mere coin." He strengthened his divine sense probe, and his whole body trembled. This seemingly ordinary fortune teller was a double agent, even leaking information about the sea god sect. The thought sent a shiver down Li Changsho's spine. He looked to the heavens, a silent, anguished cry escaping him. If only there were more people like this, he wouldn't have to go through the trouble of dismantling his own sect. Enough joking around. Now he had to find a way to let the sea god sect collapse naturally, freeing himself from this karmic entanglement. The simplest and most effective method was to make the South Sea god lose his divine halo, making these mortal believers realize they'd put their faith in the wrong god. The sea god ceremony, to be held in 3 days at Anshue City, was the key. Li Changshu imagined with glee. All he needed to do was have his paper Taoist destroy the idol during the ceremony, directly proving the sea god's non-existence. A mischievous grin spread across his face. He named this brilliant tactic, "I destroy myself." The day of the South Sea ceremony arrived quickly. 2,000 miles from Anshui City, out on the open sea, Ao Mao, the second prince of the South Sea Dragon Palace, was cheerfully leading Ao, Yi, and Hanji on an outing. As the saying goes, men become fast friends after a good fight. Now Ao Mao held immense respect for Ao Yi, enthusiastically declaring, "Come, second brother Ao Yi, let your little brother offer you a toast." Due to Ao Mao's persistence, Ao Yi had finally shed his awkwardness about the form of address. Faced with Ao Mao's enthusiastic toast, he quickly waved his hand. No, I'm abstaining from alcohol." Ao Mao looked questioningly at the exquisite wine he'd searched the 4 seas and 3 realms for, which his second brother wouldn't even touch. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Could this be the secret to his second brother's strength? With this thought, the simple-minded prince immediately tossed the wine cup aside, proclaiming, "If second brother isn't drinking, then neither will I." Ao, Yi, and Hanji stared, dumbfounded. That was a rare golden glazed glass cup, tossed away just like that. Ao Mao grinned sheepishly, asking if he needed to completely abstain from alcohol to become as strong as his second brother. Ao, he was speechless. He explained that it wasn't necessary and had nothing to do with abstaining from alcohol. He suddenly pointed to a pillar of light on a nearby island. "What's that?" he asked. Ao Mao watched as the pillar of light soared, a magnificent spectacle, but its nature remained a mystery to him. Old Turtle, steering the boat, chuckled as he explained to the 2 princes that the auspicious phenomenon was a cloud of virtuous merit, formed by the human race's worship of the South Sea sea god. In recent years, a rapidly growing sect calling itself the Sea God Sect had sprung up along the South Sea coast. They had discreetly investigated, but the identity of the deity worshipped by these followers remained shrouded in obscurity. Ao Mao's face darkened at the mention of the title Sea God. He, the crown prince of the South Sea Dragon Palace, hadn't dared to claim such a lofty title for himself. Furious, he immediately summoned his troops, intending to confront these upstarts and demand an explanation. Meanwhile, along the South Sea's main road, a bustling crowd thronged, their excitement palpable. "The great high priest who is coming," they roared. He was the representative of the Sea God Sect, his very image embodying the sea god's grandeur. Li Changshu, seated nearby, sipped his tea. He was currently using a slightly younger paper Taoist, and he touched his nose, a blush of embarrassment creeping up his cheeks. Observing the fervent devotion over the past few days, he felt a pang of guilt at the thought of dismantling the sect. He was also curious to see what manner of being represented him. The supposed sea god, a large palanquin carried by burly men, arrived bearing a hulking figure. The crowd erupted at the sight of him, their voices booming, "Great High Priest, Sea God, great immortal, boundless magical power, vast divine abilities. Blessings." Li Changshu stared, dumbfounded, his mind reeling. Disappointment crashed over him. This brutish thug was the embodiment of his divine image. It seemed dismantling the Sea God Sect was the only option. After some time, the Sea God statue was carried to a mountainside 10 miles from the city. Hundreds of thousands of believers from the city followed, chanting in unison, "Sea God, great immortal, boundless magical power, vast divine abilities. Blessings upon the sea's origin. Long live the Sea God." Li Changshu trailed behind, a silent apology echoing in his heart. He wasn't some grand protector of the primordial world. This whole affair had grown too large, too dangerous. He hadn't even achieved his own immortality yet. Even if he continued as the sea god, he couldn't truly protect these believers. Today, he would shatter their illusions. Suddenly, a crimson glow enveloped the sea god statue, and Li Changshu knew the demons had arrived. They were undoubtedly here to probe the Sea God Sect secrets. Fortunately, he had already stationed numerous paper Taoists in the area. Otherwise, who knew what havoc they might wreak and how much karmic debt he would incur? Li Changshu's swordsman paper Taoist soared into the air, intercepting the demons. The demons paused, uncertain of the identity of this interloper who dared block their path. But their target was the sea god sect. This individual was of little consequence. The old swordsman, his face impassive, addressed them. "Are you here to investigate the sea god sect? I'm afraid your ambitions will be thwarted." The demon scoffed. Did this lone figure truly believe he could stop the three of them? The old swordsman wasted no more words. His blade flashed free. "Consider this a welcoming gift," he said coldly. "You won't have another chance." Before the demons could react, the blade's shadow flashed across their cheeks, leaving a thin trail of blood. One of the demons, seeing this, burst out laughing. "Ha ha, you can't even aim properly. You talk big, but you didn't even hit me." His words were cut short as the other two demons suddenly collapsed into the sea, startling the mocking demon. He realized with horror that the blade was poisoned. Trembling violently, he followed his companions into the waves. Having dealt with the demonic threat, the old swordsman, his righteousness radiating outwards, declared, "Heaven and earth are bright. This is the prosperous land of humankind. How can we tolerate the rampant actions of you demons? How could I not take this opportunity to apply some poison?" He mused internally. This is merely an upgraded version. The old swordsman sneered, his heart filled with excitement. "Next, let me properly examine your souls." Elsewhere, the great high priest who stood upon a high platform, reciting the teachings of the sea god. When encountering desperate situations at sea, do not give up. The sea god is always by your side. The sea god will guide the lost souls at sea to reincarnation, so that they may reappear by your sides many years later. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the sky. The crowd hastily knelt and kowtowed, believing a deity had manifested. They urged each other to thank the great sea god for his protection and safe return from their perils at sea. The great high priest, who quickly shouted, telling everyone not to kneel, "This is a demon. How can he resemble our sea god?" Li Changsho, in his swordsman paper Taoist guise, sternly declared, "You ignorant fools. There is no sea god in the South Sea." He struck a palm towards the sea god idol, thinking to himself, "I'll find a way to return this incense and karmic merit to you all later. We won't owe each other anything. I'm truly sorry, everyone." Just as his palm was about to connect with the idol, it was suddenly stopped. Li Changsho's eyes widened in astonishment. He hadn't expected to be so completely mistaken. Looking at the hammer-wielding hand that countered his palm force in midair, Li Changsho realized he had been tricked by the Xiong clan. The muscular men below flexed their muscles, their buttocks transforming into hammerheads to oppose him. Li Changsho recalled his first encounter with these people, thinking them simple, well-built, and honest. Yet they had concealed such a strategy. Li Changsho felt like flipping the table in frustration. This South Sea Sea God sect should just change its name to the Sect of Secrets. The men, women, and children of the Xiong clan had colluded to perform such a grand play. That monstrous fish that had carried him, perhaps they had deliberately captured it to kill him. Li Changsho admitted that he sometimes concealed his true nature quite deeply. But compared to these Xiong clan members, he felt he was definitely no match for Husheng. In that instant, he felt a surge of admiration. But Li Changsho gave a cold chuckle. Surprising? Yes, but it won't affect my judgment of the situation. The Xiong clan members' strength constantly shifted, forming axe blades and sword edges, forcing Li Changsho's paper Taoist to dodge repeatedly. How can such massive arms be so agile, like some small animal? They seem slow, but are actually incredibly fast. They appear light, but strike with devastating weight. Truly dangerous. Looking at the deep gouge in the mountainside left by the axe blade, he just avoided. Li Changsho couldn't help but curse. What kind of monstrous power is this? Splitting a mountain with a single blow. Are you cheating? Li Changsho's face paled. He felt that with this kind of power, a single hit could shatter his paper Taoist protective aura. Meanwhile, Xiong clan's strength continued to morph, forming the arms of archers, which relentlessly fired arrows at his swordsman incarnation, forcing him to soar into the clouds to evade the relentless barrage. He weaved left and right, dodging with increasing desperation. These arrows are truly formidable, he thought, powerful enough to pierce the clouds. Li Changsho couldn't understand how the Xiong clan possessed such abilities. He frowned, worried. His current position made him a perfect target. Bows have a limited range, he reasoned. If I fly high enough, they won't be able to hit me. Below, the Xiong clan, seeing Li Changsho's paper Taoist descend into the clouds, yelled insults. Come down, you coward. You fake immortal. Their voices echoed up the mountainside. Li Changsho sighed, feeling utterly humiliated. This was truly the greatest joke in all of the prehistoric world. He was perhaps the most disgraced deity of incense fire in history. The heavily muscled figures below, exhausted from their volley of arrows, collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. I'm worn out. I can't do any more. Let me rest for a bit. Li Changsho pondered the power he had just witnessed. He deduced that the Xiong clan must possess some sort of bloodline power. His mind raced back to the time of Pangu's creation of heaven and earth, when Pangu's primordial spirit transformed into the three pure ones, and his physical body gave birth to a new race, the Wu clan. The Wu clan, shielded by karmic merit, retained a portion of Pangu's divine power. The 12 ancestral witches commanded wind and rain, wielding the power of the ancient great witches. Within the clan were countless warrior witches. After the Dragon Phoenix War, the Wu clan became the most powerful race among the hundreds of races. From then on, the Wu clan grew arrogant, bullying the other races. The other races, refusing to submit, gradually united and waged war against the Wu clan for many years. 3 great wars between the Wu and Yao clans depleted the karmic luck of both. The human race gradually rose to prominence. Between the humans and the Yao, there existed an unresolvable blood feud. In the long years leading up to the Third Wu-Yao War, the Wu clan and the human race gradually intermarried, giving birth to a new race, the Wu-human hybrids. Li Changsho stroked his chin thoughtfully. Unless, he mused, these Xiong clan members carried the bloodline of ancient Wu clan. Perhaps their ancestors, living on the shores of the South Sea, had escaped the Wu clan's calamity and thus survived to this day. At that moment, the great high priest who, down below, lifted a mountain-like boulder with one hand and soared into the air. He roared indignantly, "Who dares insult the sea god? Come down here and face me." Li Changsho, lost in thought, jumped with a start, the sudden outburst nearly scaring him out of his wits. Good heavens, he thought, his paper Taoist disguise trembling slightly. Such monstrous strength. He must be a descendant of the Wu clan. Before he could collect himself, a volley of rocks hurtled towards him, making his eyes widen in disbelief. Was this much theatrics really necessary? He wondered. It was like a man-made meteor shower. He hastily dodged the exploding rocks, leaping back down to the ground. Sharp-eyed onlookers pointed and cheered. The great high priest knocked that Taoist down. The great high priest who, flushed with excitement, rushed forward, directing his followers. Everyone after him. The rest of you, protect the idol. Li Changsho, now thoroughly alarmed, took to his heels. He knew running wouldn't solve the problem, and a sudden idea sparked in his mind. He quickly cast a spell to make himself cough twice, testing out a Michael Dolphin-esque voice. Forcing his voice lower, he mimicked the great high priest's tone and bellowed, "Disciples, listen closely. Pursue the blasphemer who insulted the sea god." Quickly, those who had been about to stay behind to guard the idol, hearing this command, immediately took off after the supposed great high priest, a rumbling wave of bodies. The real great high priest who was dumbfounded. He hadn't said a word, yet his voice had somehow rung out. Realizing the trickery, he spun around and yelled for everyone to return and protect the sea god idol, that there was no need for so many to give chase. That fool is mimicking my voice. Don't listen to him. But the running crowd couldn't hear him, caught up in the fervor of the chase. Everyone after him, all hands on deck, follow the great high priest's command and seize that old man. In the chaos, the real great high priest, in his haste, was trampled underfoot by his own followers, his cries of protest lost in the din. That wasn't me. You fools. Now, the idol stood unguarded. Li Changsho poked his head out, chuckling. Fooled them. Suddenly, a powerful demonic aura slammed into him from behind, making him jump. What is going on today? He thought, bewildered. A simple South Sea sect gathering has drawn the attention of so many factions. It was AOE and AO Mao, leading a company of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, their expressions grim. "You dare call yourselves the South Sea sect?" AO Mao, the crown prince, roared haughtily, "Someone smash that idol for me," seeing the shrimp soldiers and crab generals approaching with hammers. The great high priest who frantically rallied the strongest of the Xiong clan. "Come back and fight. Forget about that old man. Protecting the idol is paramount." Li Changsho watched the scene unfold, clutching his head in despair. The Xiong clan members, lured back by the deceptive spectacle, had undone all his previous efforts. Chaos reigned. Those Xiong clan members who had recovered their strength immediately began to gather their Wu power, forming axes and bows, determined to eradicate these heretics. A fierce melee erupted between the Xiong clan and the Dragon Palace soldiers led by Ao Mao. But the Xiong clan, empowered by their Wu human bloodline, gained the upper hand. Meanwhile, AOE, recognizing something familiar about the sea god statue, stroked his chin in thought. The statue's likeness, it's clearly Brother Changsho, he mused. But how did Brother Changsho become the South Sea god? He racked his brain, unable to comprehend this human scheme. And why choose Brother Changsho, such an ordinary, pre-ascension disciple? Back at the Immortal Dew sect, Li Changsho's true body rushed to the gate, prostrating himself before his master. "Master," he cried, "your unworthy disciple has committed a grave sin today. I fear it may implicate you and Ling Yi." Closing his eyes, he steeled his resolve. If his actions were exposed and powerful figures sought his demise, he hoped his master and Ling Yi would abandon him without hesitation. The old master, peacefully enjoying his day, was startled by his disciple's sudden, dramatic outburst. "Changsho," he said, quickly helping him up, "there's no need to frighten you, master. Aren't you perfectly fine?" Ling Yi, equally concerned, chimed in, "Brother, what's wrong?" Li Changsho spoke with grave seriousness. "The crux of the matter is, this time, there's no hiding. Master, little sister, time is of the essence. You must agree to what I ask." Ling Yi, accustomed to her brother's cryptic pronouncements, studied him carefully. "Brother," she asked, "haven't you even done anything yet?" "Indeed, I'm just about to," he replied. "But to be safe, I must speak with you and master first." Hearing this, both master and disciple sighed in exasperation. The master muttered to himself, "He hasn't even done anything, and he's already carrying on like this." Ling Yi rolled her eyes. "This is just brother being brother, master. You'll get used to it." "Brother," Ling Yi inquired, "how confident are you this time?" Li Changsho stroked his chin, calculating. "About 85%. He paused, then added, "Though, come to think of it, 85% isn't that much, is it?" With that, Li Changsho abruptly took off, leaving his master and sister in a cloud of dust. Even though what brother said was completely useless, Ling Yi remarked to her master, "We should probably remember it anyway. Changsho's already causing trouble this early in the morning." Meanwhile, the battle between the South Sea Dragon Palace and the Xiong clan had reached its climax. Both sides were exhausted. Suddenly, the statue erupted with a brilliant light that shot towards the heavens. The Xiong clan members were instantly invigorated, as if injected with a surge of adrenaline. "The sea god has manifested," they roared. Ao Mao, still enraged, bellowed, "Keep fighting. I don't care if he's manifested or not. Destroy that sea god statue." Just then, AOE received a voice transmission from Li Changsho. "Brother, how much do you understand about the Dragon Clan's current predicament?" AO exclaimed in surprise. "Is this Brother Changsho's voice transmission?" Li Changsho quickly continued. "When we last spoke, Brother E, I understood your deep concern for the Dragon Clan's current predicament. I've been giving the matter some thought on your behalf." AOE, upon hearing this, glanced left and right, trying to locate the source of Changsho's voice. Unless Brother Changsho, before even ascending, has somehow achieved godhood through the incense and faith offered to this statue, and it's the statue itself transmitting to me. The thought struck AOE as absurd, and he chuckled self-deprecatingly. How could that be? Knowing his doubt, Li Changsho's voice responded, "Don't bother searching, Brother E. I'm transmitting to you from nearby. If you trust me, Brother E, I hope you can order the Southern Sea Dragon Palace troops to withdraw back to the Southern Sea. Wait for me in the nearby forest. After I complete this manifestation ceremony, I will come and meet you. Will you do this? AOE, no longer eager for conflict, readily agreed. The surrounding shrimp soldiers and crab generals took a collective step back. Having witnessed this apparent divine manifestation, they were hesitant to continue their assault. Destroying the idol now felt like inviting retribution. The Shion clan members below, believing the sea god had manifested to avenge them, roared with renewed fervor, "Long live the sea god." They taunted the Dragon Palace soldiers, "Come back and fight if you dare." Round 2. Ao Mao, seething with rage, frantically dialed his grandfather, demanding reinforcements. He vowed to raise the South Sea sect to the ground and shatter the sea god statue into a million pieces. Beside him, Ao coldly commanded, "Retreat." Ao Mao, still consumed by fury, mindlessly echoed, right, retreat." "What? Retreat?" he sputtered, a mixture of shock and indignation twisting his features. Such a move would be utterly humiliating. AOE, his face impassive, fixed his cousin with a steely gaze. Clenching his fist, he asked, "What did you say?" The memory of being pummeled into a pig-headed form flashed through Ao Mao's mind. He hastily backpedaled, waving his hands. "Retreat. We'll retreat right away." Ao Mao, though obeying the command, couldn't resist shaking his fist in a parting threat. "Don't get cocky. I'll be back." The villagers, witnessing their enemies fleeing in apparent fear of the god's power, erupted in cheers, raising their hands in jubilation. "Long live the sea god. Don't wait. Attack them now." Li Changsho, using his disguised voice, boomed, "Silence. The sea god wishes to speak." The young men of the Shion clan were ecstatic. This was it. The sea god had truly manifested. He was answering them. Meanwhile, the great high priest who stood dumbfounded, his jaw agape. What was happening? Was there truly a sea god? Hadn't he fabricated the whole thing? The statue spoke again. "I, in my divine manifestation, bestow upon you my true essence, guiding and enlightening all beings. Be frugal and virtuous, protect the elderly and the young, and endure hardship to attain happiness. Today I impart the teachings of the sea god. Remember these words always. Be good people and live in harmony with heaven and earth." Noticing the great high priest who's still standing bewildered amidst the kneeling crowd, Li Changsho's voice questioned, "I have manifested to bestow blessings upon my emissary and high priest. Why do you not kneel as the others do?" The great high priest who, though furious, gestured for his brethren to kneel. He would tolerate this impostor god for now. "Everyone," he bellowed, "quickly kneel before the sea god." Unexpectedly, Li Changsho's voice boomed out, "Too late. As punishment, I have taken their souls for a few days. They will awaken naturally after that." The strong men of the Shion clan promptly collapsed, terrifying the great high priest who, he had no idea they had simply been rendered unconscious by Li Changsho's soft immortal powder. Li Changsho's voice continued, "Did you truly believe that with a bit of Wu clan bloodline, I would be unable to do anything to you? Using my name to swindle money comes with a price." The great high priest, stripped of his ceremonial robes, was utterly terrified. The gods truly did exist. The statue continued its stern lecture. "Did your ancestors not pass down commandments, strictly forbidding you from wandering about, dictating that you should only live out your days in that corner of the world? And yet, look at what you have done all these years." The great high priest, now completely convinced of the statue's divinity, stammered, "See God, great Lord, spare me. Do you people of the Shion clan still wish to exist? If not, I can obliterate you, lest you further taint your ancestors." The great high priest who prostrated himself, frantically pleading, "I am willing. I beg you, sea god, do with me as you will. It was my greed. It was my idea. Everyone in our clan followed my lead." Hidden within the statue, Li Changsho, seeing his goal achieved, his eyes gleamed with amusement. "The leadership of this sea god sect is now firmly in my grasp. In that case, let your soul come forth and be punished for a few days." The great high priest who promptly succumbed to the soft immortal powder and collapsed. The statue descended, its voice softening. "The great high priest has been consumed by greed for a long time, but fortunately, he has not caused any major disasters. Since you now venerate me as the sea god, you must enlighten the ignorant masses and refrain from committing foul deeds. Continue your worship, maintain order in this land, and do not harm others." brothers. Heed my teachings. Everyone responded loudly, expressing their reverence. Meanwhile, in a clearing within the forest, far from the sea god statue, Ao sat dejectedly, lost in gloomy thought. Brother Changsho wanted to discuss the revitalization of the Dragon Clan with me. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Just then, Li Changsho poked his head out. Brother E, have you been waiting long? I just arrived. Ao hurriedly asked, Brother Changsho, you didn't reveal your true form, did you? What is the story with this sea god statue? Li Changsho put on an air of mystery, saying nothing. He pointed to the sky, then to his mouth, and finally to the ground. Ao Yi immediately understood. Just as he suspected, Brother Changsho was merely a figurehead, a front for a powerful figure of the human clan gathering incense merits. Li Shansho Noir Li Chocolat. This karmic debt can't be placed on my head. He figured it out on his own. I didn't say a word. Li Changsho sighed, feigning concern. Seeing the Dragon Palace's soldiers injured like this, as someone involved in this matter, I feel quite uneasy. After all, he continued, those divine envoys were able to injure such formidable heavenly soldiers. They don't seem ordinary. As he spoke, he cast a meaningful glance at AOE. AOE, upon hearing this, immediately began to speculate. Wait, he thought, not only are there human clan experts involved, but there are also machinations of the Wu clan behind this. Meanwhile, Li Changsho thought to himself, they haven't said a word. By the way, Brother Changsho, he said, how much do you understand about the Dragon Clan's predicament? We have no immediate external threats, yet old woes persist. A drowning man, drunk on seawater, struggles to awaken. He placed a hand on Aoyi's shoulder, his voice filled with emotion. Brother E, I have a general understanding of what you've been doing. His face brimming with profound sentiment. He continued earnestly, but it's very difficult for you to turn this situation around alone. Ao responded, Brother Changsho speaks the truth. Ao Yipondid. What does the Dragon Clan lack the most right now? Merit. He thought of the burgeoning South Sea God sect. They have Wu clan members as divine envoys, profound teachings to spread their doctrines, and human clan experts backing them. That abundant merit from incense offerings, he mused, I've seen it myself. It's absolutely real. Although it feels shameless, he thought, to save the Dragon Clan from its plight. Aoe clenched his fists, despair creeping into his thoughts. There's an 80 to 90% chance Brother Changsho won't agree. But, he resolved, I can only plead with all my might. Hesitantly, Ao spoke, his voice tinged with embarrassment. Brother Changsho, could I perhaps lend a hand at the South Sea God sect, perhaps as a Dharma protector, and earn some merit to protect myself? Li Changsho smiled and gave a thumbs up. Absolutely no problem. We'll split the merit from the incense offerings 8-2. 8 for me, 2 for you. Inwardly, he rejoiced. Paying the Dragon Clan is precisely to drag them into this. Later, I'll use the Dragon Clan as a shield against the pressure from the Western sect and divert attention from myself. Ao was so moved he nearly wept. He hastily bowed his head and clasped his hands in gratitude. It's truly wonderful to have a friend like you. Ao will remember this. But Ao was unaware that everything was within Li Changsho's calculations. He had deliberately spoken vaguely, dropping hints and creating illusions to lure Ao into his trap. He himself would simply reap the benefits while letting others bear the karmic consequences. He would wait for the opportune moment to withdraw, leaving the South Sea God sect to operate on its own. Li Changsho first dealt with the divine envoys who served the Xiong clan. Then, he had them completely cover the face of the sea god statue. After being chastised, the high priest became the sea god sect's #1 fan. He loudly proclaimed that everyone must obey the sea god's directives. Genuine activity would be limited to the coast. The final step was to restrict the growth of the South Sea God sect, confining their proselytizing to a specific coastal area, preventing them from encroaching upon the Dao sect's interests. Li Changsho directly appointed Aoe as the second sect leader and great Dharma protector, the Azure Dragon Guardian of the South Sea God sect. Aoe was deeply moved and determined not to disappoint Brother Changsho. Aoe, brimming with energy, tirelessly outlined the next missionary plan for the Sea God sect. Transforming himself into a veritable planner, Ao Yi proposed that they strive for rapid development within 3 to 5 years, aiming to encompass the entire southern sea coastline within 300. Li Changshou, feeling confident in his deputy, readily handed over all the marketing responsibilities to him. Yi, delighted, felt that he and Li Changshou were truly a match made in heaven, and declared, "We're so close now. How about I call you brother leader from now on?" Li Changshou shuddered at the suggestion, his skin crawling. "Stop," he said, shaking his head. "I'm about to die from goosebumps. Brother Changshou or brother leader is fine. Just don't call me brother leader." Half a year later, Li Changshou finally escaped the Xiong clan's camp. Dragging his weary body, he knocked on a door and asked, "Little sister, are you there?" Ling Na opened the door cheerfully, but her smile faltered when she saw Li Changshou's state. "Brother," she exclaimed, "what happened to you? You look so haggard." Li Changshou, feeling utterly drained, managed to say, "Ling Na, let your brother sleep here for a while. Please keep watch for me and tell master later. Just say I'm all right for now, so he doesn't worry." He barely made it to the bed before collapsing into a deep sleep, startling Ling Na. "Heavens," she whispered, "he's out cold. How many spinning tops has brother been playing with? It's only been half a year." Watching him sleep, a trickle of drool escaping his lips, she gently covered him with a blanket. "It's good that everything is resolved," she murmured. "Brother, rest well." Wait a minute. Ling Na suddenly realized this was a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. How could she let such a situation slip by? Her eyes gleaming with a predatory glint, she quickly wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. She decided to steal a kiss while he was asleep, then lie beside him and subtly alert her master to the scene. If she asked her master to intervene, wouldn't her marriage with her brother be a certainty? Ling Na giggled to herself, feeling that today was truly blessed by the heavens, a perfect alignment of fate and opportunity. Pouting her lips, she leaned in, thinking that this time she would definitely succeed. Just then, an arrow whizzed past her head, shattering her sweet dream. "Blast it," she hissed. "Ruin my perfect moment." A voice transmission from the arrow echoed. "Is there any disciple in Little Cheong Peak who hasn't entered seclusion? I'm the disciple guarding the mountain gate. Today, someone outside the mountain gate is looking for someone from Little Cheong Peak." Ling Na, enraged, pulverized the arrow with her spiritual power, gnashing her teeth. "Who dares to interrupt my love life?" She seethed should die. Just then, Li Changshou stirred awake, rubbing his eyes and asking Ling Na, "What's wrong?" Ling Na quickly composed herself, feigning innocence. Nothing, she stammered. "Just swatting a mosquito." Li Changshou, unimpressed by her blatant lie, deadpanned. Where would there be mosquitoes in an immortal sect? Enough with the mosquito nonsense. His spider silk sense had detected someone outside the mountain gate seeking them out. "Little sister, go and see who it is." Disappointed, Ling Na trudged out to the gate with a heavy heart. Li Changshou chuckled to himself. "Little sister, you need a few hundred more years of cultivation before you can outsmart me." He stepped out of his room, stretched, and sighed. "Dealing with the matters of the South Sea has truly worn me out." Just then, Ling Na, riding a cloud, flew back. "Brother," she reported, "I've returned to give my report. The brother guarding the mountain gate gave me this jade talisman, saying someone sent it from master. I've already checked it. It's just an ordinary message talisman. Nothing special about it." Li Changshou shook his head. "No, little sister, you're still too young. This could be a trap, something hidden within." Ling Na also asked suspiciously, "Brother, could this jade talisman be from master, sent from somewhere?" "Impossible, let alone outer disciples. Even inner disciples with Tao companions aren't that close. After all, master has spent most of the last 1,000 years painstakingly cultivating." Thinking of this, black lines appeared on Ling Na's forehead. She sighed. "Master truly is a pitiful immortal. That's why I say this message talisman could very well be a trap set by someone else." Li Changshou's eyes narrowed, and he pulled out a knife. "Let me dismantle it and see what's inside." Not long after, Ling Na's mocking laughter echoed from the room. "Ha ha, brother, you have days like this too. I'm dying of laughter." Li Changshou scratched his head, puzzled. Unexpectedly, it really is just an ordinary message talisman. Elegant handwriting appeared on the talisman. "Junior brother, I've been living well these past years. I was also at fault for what happened back then. As your senior sister, I failed to protect you. Huan Jiangyu." Ling Na felt the name Huan Jiangyu was very familiar. Master has mentioned this name many times after drinking. I think she might be her senior aunt. Gone for 800 or 900 years without a word, not even a single inquiry. She was also Master's former love interest, the one indirectly responsible for his damaged foundation. She frowned and turned to her brother. I don't really like this senior aunt. I don't much care for her either. Li Changsho always considered the worst-case scenario for people and events. Only then could he respond to the worst possible outcome in time. Li Changsho held the jade talisman, lost in thought. If this is all there is in my heart, I hope for the best possible explanation. I hope senior aunt left to search for treasures to mend Master's foundation, and that her arduous search yielded no results. That's why hundreds of years flew by, and senior aunt, in despair, didn't dare return. Only now, nearly 900 years later, has she sent a message to inquire. Ling Na, thinking of how much her master cared for this person, broke out in a cold sweat. Let's not talk about this anymore. Brother, you should think of a way to deal with this jade talisman and then explain it to Master. Li Changsho, startled by her words, accidentally crushed the jade talisman in his hand. He realized it was beyond repair. As he rewrote the message from memory, he inwardly cursed the fact that a cultivator of such high standing hadn't even set up any defenses on a simple message talisman. He could only copy the contents as best he could. Ling Na sincerely hoped her brother's hypothesis was correct, that their senior aunt had been toiling away for their master all this time. Then, she turned to her brother with a shy expression. If one day little sister were also seriously injured, would brother run around for me, working tirelessly day and night? Li Changsho smiled indulgently at Ling Na. Don't worry, as long as you're not killed instantly, I have ways to save you. Hearing this assurance, Ling Na was practically floating with joy. Her face flushed crimson as she shyly looked at her senior brother. Li Changsho added, even if you die, as long as your soul isn't completely scattered, we can still go to the underworld for reincarnation, can't we? Besides, he continued, why would you even be injured by someone else? Could it be you haven't finished copying the scripture of peace yet? Ling Na, brought down to earth with a thud, trembled with indignation. She promptly unleashed a flurry of punches on Li Changsho. Pathetic cries immediately echoed from the room. Junior sister, don't pull my hair. I was wrong, all right. Let go. My scalp is coming off. After the scuffle, the two flew towards their master. Li Changsho suddenly asked, Junior sister, do you know any disciples from the other peaks? Lang Na, not that? Li Changsho then instructed her, quietly spread the story about Master and Huan Jiangyu. You can arrange it however you see fit. Just make sure people know that Huan Jiangyu of Little Cheong Peak is returning to find Qi Yuan of Little Cheong Peak. Ling Na nodded in agreement, promising to complete the task swiftly. Upon arrival, Li Changsho immediately presented the letter to his master. This is a letter from Marshal An Huan for you. Master Qi Yuan, his face grim, asked if he had peeked at the contents. Li Changsho, who thought he could get away with it this time, was surprised by his master's sharp intuition. He hastily raised his hands in apology. It was for your safety, master. Master Qi Yuan, unable to contain his anger, raised his horsetail whisk. You little rascal, let's see if I don't spank you today. Master, spare me. Li Changsho clutched his head, presenting his backside for the impending punishment. But he waited, and nothing happened. He turned his head in surprise, only to see Master Qi Yuan trembling as he unfolded the letter. I waited so long. I finally waited for this day. The dream was so long. She has finally reappeared. The two watched their master silently read the letter. Ling Na asked her brother suspiciously, what's wrong with Master? He doesn't seem happy. Enlightened individuals like Master have slower thought processes. He's probably still immersed in the pain of Marshal Ant's sudden departure, so he hasn't reacted yet. Sure enough, Master Qi Yuan was only stunned for 5 seconds. Then, he jumped up with joy, cheering like a child. Li Shangsho Puinta. See, junior sister, isn't he overjoyed now? Master Qi Yuan took out a piece of paper and showed it to Changsho. Changsho, look, isn't your Marshal Ant's handwriting profound and beautiful, so elegant and pleasing to the ear? Changsho clapped his hands and nodded repeatedly. Indeed, indeed. Inwardly, he thought, once junior sister spreads the news about Huan Jiangyu, we might be able to find traces of Master's enemies. It would be best to provoke them a little, lure them to Little Cheong Peak to cause trouble. Suddenly, something glowed on Changsho's chest. He pulled out a shell-like object. Brother E is sending a message. He's reporting to me. Brother Sect Master, AO-E reported. The Dragon Palace has turned its attention towards the southwest of the southern Jambudvipa continent, proclaiming to all the Sea God Sect's forces in the southern sea region that the Sea God Sect is where the Dragon Clan gathers its incense offerings. All descending forces, large and small, are being suppressed. Li Changsho offered his praise, Excellent work. After that, a satisfied smile spread across his face. When the opportunity arises, we'll push to expand the sea god sects, ash scattering, coffin management, and burial services. Meanwhile, his master, Chi Yuan, was still practically giddy with excitement. 100 years. I wonder if she's still as beautiful as she was then. Haha. Ling Na, Li Changsho's sister, commented from beside him. Master is completely lost in his own world again. Li Changsho silanli calculata. The Southern Sea affairs are proceeding smoothly. Master's predicament has been covered up, and all preparations are in place. Now we just need the big fish on each side to take the bait. 3 months later, their master announced excitedly, "Your martial aunt has sent me another letter. This time, she wants to meet. Changsho, Ling Na, your master needs to go out for a bit. You two stay here and look after Lil Cheong Peak." Li Changsho quickly raised a hand. "Master, wait. Think this through carefully," he urged. Marshal Anne has been missing for years, and now, in the past few months, she's suddenly sent 2 letters and wants to meet. Don't you find that a little abrupt? Chi Yuan, failing to grasp his disciple's meaning, asked, "What are you trying to say?" Li Changsho explained, "My point is, doesn't this seem too sudden?" Chi Yuan frowned, a wistful sadness in his eyes. "Your martial aunt, she was just angry with me back then." Li Changsho quickly presented a more reasoned argument. "Master, this martial aunt of ours is also a member of Little Cheong Peak. If she wants to see you, why wouldn't she return to the sect?" Hearing this, Chi Yuan nodded. "Changsho is right." Li Changsho pressed on. "She left all those years ago, before achieving immortality, claiming she was going to search for our Grandmaster and travel the world. But after all this time, she hasn't returned. According to sect rules, this could be considered an act of betrayal. Master, if you simply go and meet her like this, how will you explain it to the others in the sect?" Chi Yuan asked. "Then what do you suggest we do?" Li Changsho launched into a detailed explanation. "Master, why not write a letter telling her where to meet you? I'll use a paper effigy to deliver it, just like when I go out to buy herbs. You've seen it before. We can't just look at this from our own perspective. In the letter, you can urge her to return to the sect and confess her transgression before the sect rules. While strict, the punishment wouldn't be too severe. At most, it would be 1,000 years of confinement. Master, wouldn't this be the most reasonable course of action?" Resigned, Chi Yuan agreed to follow Li Changsho's advice. "All right, I'll leave it to you. I'll use a jade talisman to write a reply to your martial aunt. You could deliver it for me." Chi Yuan's face flushed slightly as he added, "And don't you dare peek." Li Changsho winka. "Don't worry, Master. I already read it while you were writing. I didn't realize you were still so sentimental." Changsho had barely finished speaking when a pathetic wail echoed out, "Master, I was wrong. Don't hit me with a whisk anymore. I'm about to break." Changsho was playing cards with Jiu and Little Ling Na, a celestial card game. Juju declared, Little Shosho, Little Ling Na, and I have joined forces. Let's see how you can possibly win now." Ling Na was practically buried in Jiu's embrace, on the verge of suffocation. Changsho muttered, "Junior sister is about to be squeezed to death." A few coughs escaped Ling Na. "Martial aunt, you're squishing me." Changsho played a card. "I suggest you too concede. I have 2 golden immortal cards. How could you possibly turn the tables?" At that moment, someone entered. "Ahem, Jiangso, Ling Na." Jiu cried out in surprise, seeing your brother Chi Yuan. Changsho paused his hand. "Master, why are you here?" Chi Yuan gave a slight harumph. "You all carry on playing. Play with your martial uncle Jiu. Master has to go out for a bit." This was, in fact, a paper effigy disguised as their master. Ling Na signaled to Changsho, "Senior brother, is it time to begin?" Jiu boomed jovially. "Did you hear that, senior brother? Your disciples want to play with me. Bring out the good wine and food. Let me enjoy a drink while we play." Oblivious to the subterfuge, Jiu settled in, while Changsho murmured to himself, "Now we just need to keep martial uncle entertained, establish our alibi." Although Master had given his permission, impersonating him to meet his old flame still felt a little wrong. He'd have to make it up to his master later. In southeast of Lindong City, Donghai Prefecture, Changsho, in his master's guise, pondered. Master specifically emphasized meeting after dusk. Doesn't he know this is the witching hour? He mused further. Time is of the essence. Martial Uncle Jiu Wu has been tailing me since 300 miles back. Does he suspect Master of treachery? Jiu Wu trailed stealthily behind Changsho. Junior brother Chi Yuan's behavior is quite strange. Jiawu thought to himself, could this be related to the sect's recent tribulation? Master entrusted Changsho to my care. I can't just ignore this. And this long conversation with a stranger. Definitely suspicious. A hand reached out, blocking Changsho's path. Fellow Taoist, please wait. Have you heard of the Sea God sect? Changsho, witnessing this, remained silent inwardly. My dear fellow Taoist, that you're preaching to the very head of your own sect. Besides, I'm standing in for my master on a rendezvous with his beloved. I haven't got time for this. The proselytizer smiled amiably, thinking this old geezer looks ripe for the picking. Easy to convert. Jiu Wu, observing from the shadows, muttered, such a long conversation. What secret is junior brother Chi Yuan hiding? He sighed. Truly, the affairs of the heart are beyond comprehension. The proselytizer clasped Changsho's hand. Believe in the sea god. Not only can he help you avoid calamities, but he can also help you break through in your cultivation. Find money by day, cultivate by night. All you need to do is believe in the sea god. So what do you say? Want to join us? Li Changsho brushed him off. No thanks. I believe in the teachings of morality and humaneness. Day 204. Li Changsho officially became the leader of a sect. Anxiety churned within him, yet he maintained his cautious demeanor. He then made a hasty retreat. Farewell. The proselytizer called after him. Don't go. You can try it out first. Jiu Wu, witnessing this scene, exclaimed in astonishment. What in the world is going on? The more he thought about it, the stranger it seemed. He couldn't let his junior brother Chi Yuan, disguised as he was, get away. I must give chase, he thought, and keep a close eye on him. Though small in stature, Jiu Wu was a shrewd and perceptive individual. Jiu Wu followed closely behind Changsho, the distance between them steadily shrinking. Just where do you think you're going? He muttered under his breath. He was a man of small stature, but Jiu Wu possessed a keen intellect. Jiu Wu stuck to Changsho like a shadow as they ventured further and further. Where are you going, after all? Then, to his utter horror, he realized where they were. Before his eyes lay a red light district, a pleasure quarter. The air buzzed with activity, filled with enticing calls. Komein, Gentleman, little Tui has been waiting for you. Don't you remember me? Whoever serves well tonight will be handsomely rewarded. Jiu Wu broke out in a cold sweat. Isn't this a brothel? Could it be that after achieving immortality, one becomes depraved and willingly falls from grace? A hand reached out towards Jiu Wu. Oh, handsome gentleman. It was a beautiful woman. Would you like to come in and play with me for a while? Special rates for single gentlemen. Let's talk inside. Jiu Wu immediately recited a mantra. Though I walk through a garden of 1,000 flowers, I will only stop for my senior sister. I already have a Tao companion, so you common women should be gone with you. Chi Yuan's voice echoed in Jiu Wu's mind. Senior brother Jiu Wu, calm yourself. Don't be rash. Jiu Wu furrowed his brow. My concealment technique is truly lacking. To be so easily discovered by junior brother Chi Yuan. Changsho's voice continued. Enough of that. Senior brother, please proceed to the end of this road and find me there. Chi Yuan waved him over, and Jiu Wu hurried towards him. Junior brother, what are you doing here? Jiu Wu explained, Senior brother, don't speak. Please carefully sense the southwest direction. There's a tavern 900 zhang from here, and there are several unusual demonic auras emanating from it. At that moment, a beautiful woman with purple hair appeared in the tavern, exhaling a puff of white smoke. Young Master Xia, do you know what the saddest thing for a man is? It's having a long life ahead of you, but a short lifespan, and coming to a brothel without any money. Understand? Young Master Xia hastily lowered his head and said fearfully, I understand. Give me a few more days. She said haughtily, what do you mean by that? Are you planning to enjoy yourself for a few more days and then skip out on the bill? This isn't a charity. Jiu Wu and Changsho eavesdropped on their conversation. Changsho asked, Senior brother, what do you think? Jiu Wu replied. She said he can't just enjoy himself and then not pay. There's some logic in that. Li Shansho, Shukulat, Noingli. I'll have to tell senior sister Yuqin about this. Jiu Wu coughed a few times. Let's talk business. Junior brother Chi Yuan, wouldn't it be a good deed for us to eliminate the demons here and protect the peace of this area? Changsho mused. The demonic aura I sense here is likely connected to Master's romantic rival. This could be a trap. Having Uncle Jiu Wu with me will not only help conceal my identity, but also lessen the karmic repercussions. Having help is truly a blessing. Thinking this, he said, Junior brother also shares this thought. I would be grateful for senior brother's assistance. Jiao Wu's blood ran hot. Under cover of darkness, we'll set out and catch them all in one fell swoop. Changsho quickly stopped him. Senior brother, calm yourself. Don't be rash. As you can see, this place is bustling at night. Establishments like this are much quieter at midday, with everyone resting. We should wait until then strike. Jiao Wu looked surprised. Junior brother Qiyuan, you seem quite familiar with this place. Could it be? Inwardly, Changsho thought, to protect Master's reputation, I can only sacrifice my own. He began to explain, don't overthink it, senior brother. I've just heard Changsho mention this place a few times. Jiao Wu nodded, dropping the subject. Since junior brother says so, I trust you. He imagined, much like that eldest disciple, my heart has also been burned to ashes in the alchemy furnace. Changsho, fuming inwardly, thought I want to kill someone. The next day at noon, they put their plan into action. Changsho's strategy was to first render everyone in the tavern unconscious, both human and demon. Then, they would eliminate the demons who were absorbing the vital essence of immortals. Changsho began to transform into the alluring beauty. The beauty, however, shifted into a gigantic centipede, a truly terrifying sight. Jiao Wu recoiled in horror. A centipede demon disguised as a beautiful woman, and people actually kissed her. Changsho chuckled. Senior brother Jiao Wu, I have a few poison pills given to me by Changsho. We can use them to easily eliminate the demons here, then collect any treasures and leave. Jiao Wu's jaw dropped. This approach seems familiar. I was wondering how junior brother Qiyuan could be so clever, but it turns out you were instructed by our junior brother. No karmic entanglement, and we even accumulate merit. Excellent. Hearing himself praised, Changsho was secretly delighted. Jiao Wu asked, by the way, why did junior brother come to Lindong City? And to slay demons, no less. Changsho explained, I recently received 2 letters summoning me here. The demon slaying is just a side task, right? We also need to clean up the scene. Senior brother, could you help me teach that tavern owner a lesson? Jiao Wu grabbed the owner's beard angrily. You knew I had a Dao companion and still made me do this. It turned out the tavern owner was a 6-tailed fox demon. Changsho adopted a threatening air. If senior brother doesn't help, I'll tell senior sister Zishur about your enjoyment at the tavern. Jiao Wu clenched his fists. Like master, like disciple. Isn't threatening me enough? Changsho waved his hand dismissively. I'll leave it to you, senior brother. Jiao Wu, dragging the fox demon by the tail, gritted his teeth. If you betray me, I won't let you off the hook. Once Uncle Jiao Wu was gone, Changsho took out a blue orb. Time to investigate this soul-hooking pearl. A voice drifted from the pearl. Come to Lindong City. Chi. Changsho shook his head. This is bad. This insect demon's soul is too damaged. I can only hear fragments. But it seems they invited Master to Lindong City. Their relationship is definitely not simple. This insect demon thought that as long as it hid for a few months and waited for Master to appear, it could launch a sneak attack and kill that bald immortal. But unexpectedly, with more than a month still to go before the appointed time, this insect demon is already gone. At this moment, Changsho walked over to Jiao Wu and asked, Senior brother Jiao Wu, how's the interrogation going? Jiao Wu pointed behind him. I just made a deduction. I can only determine that the origin of the merit on this demon is quite significant. See for yourself. That fox demon has been tied to the tree. Seeing this scene, Changsho exclaimed, Senior brother, you're too rough. Have you no tenderness towards the fairer sex? Jiao Wu snorted coldly. Besides senior sister Zishur, all other women are nothing but trash in my eyes. Just then, the fox demon began to stir. Changsho said with a hint of satisfaction, Ah, she's awake. Seeing the 2 unfamiliar men approaching, the fox demon thought to herself, what's going on? Another cultivator here to interrogate me. She gritted her teeth. Now is not the time to grieve over lost demonic power. A decrease in cultivation is better than losing my life. Then, she began to sway her fox tails, casting her enchantment. Fall prey to my beauty. Soul-snatching fragrance. After inhaling the alluring scent, Jiao Wu suddenly became dazed. The fox demon approached Jiao Wu seductively. Hee, does this young master find me beautiful? These ropes are so tight. Could you please untie me? If you untie me, young master, I will give you, he. Jiao Wu was completely captivated and could only stammer, I'll release you now. Standing to the side, Changsho remained completely unfazed. My dear fragrance, the same old trick again. He took out a piece of paper and said, "Senior brother, wake up." Jiao Wu's eyes snapped open, and seeing an old woman before him, he instantly regained his senses. I've gone blind. His muddled mind cleared. What happened to me? Changsho explained, "You were bewitched by that six-tailed fox demon." Realizing the killing intent emanating from the two men, the fox demon hurriedly pleaded for mercy. Two great immortal grandfathers. No, great immortal uncles. I was wrong. Changsho glared at her. To avoid any further trouble, let's take her back to the sect and imprison her for interrogation. The fox demon sobbed, "Please, great immortals, have mercy." Jiao Wu shoved the fox demon into a pouch. "Get in there. Let's see you escape now. Junior brother Qi Yuan, let's return to Mount Xian and claim our reward." Changsho declined. "Senior brother Jiao Wu, please give a reward to my two disciples. I won't be returning to the sect just yet. I still need to go back to Lindong City." Jiao Wu was surprised. "Huh? Why?" Changsho explained, "I dare not hide it from senior brother. A few months ago, my senior sister sent 2 letters arranging a meeting in Lindong City." Jiao Wu quickly interjected, "Absolutely not. There's definitely some internal sabotage at play, or someone's plotting against me." Noticing Jiao Wu's strange demeanor, Changsho asked, "Senior brother, what do you mean by that? What are you talking about? I must be on my way. I can't keep senior sister waiting." Jiao Wu declared loudly, 800 years ago, your senior sister died. Her remnant soul was reincarnated. I witnessed it with my own eyes." Changsho, startled, stammered, "Senior sister." Panic seized him. Dead, he thought. How am I supposed to feign Master's grief? It's a good thing Uncle Master isn't looking this way, or he'd see right through me. According to Jiao Wu's account, 800 years prior, a conflict over resources had erupted between Lin Feng and Kuai Si. Kuai Si had launched a sneak attack, crippling Qi Yuan's cultivation foundation. Though Qi Yuan's life was spared, his path to further cultivation was severed. Afterwards, Huan Jiangwu, their senior sister, had left the sect without permission, claiming she was going to travel the 4 seas with their master and junior sister Qingfeng. In reality, she had journeyed to the northern continent, searching for a rare herb to restore Qi Yuan's foundation. The sect elders, upon discovering this, immediately dispatched Jiao Wu and 2 other deacons to pursue her. However, by the time Jiao Wu and the others reached her, Huan Jiangwu had been grievously wounded by a ferocious beast deep within the northern continent. Her primordial spirit was damaged, her breath faint. Despite their best efforts, the 3 were unable to save her. In her final moments, Huan Jiangwu pleaded with Jiao Wu and the others to tell everyone that they hadn't found her, and above all, to keep the truth from Qi Yuan. Her voice a mere whisper, she said, "Senior brother Jiao Wu." Jiao Wu held her close. "Hold on," he urged. "We'll get you back." Huan Jiangwu sobbed, I can't. Just say you couldn't find me. And don't tell my junior brother." With those words, she breathed her last. Changsho withdrew his hand from Jiao Wu's shoulder. Where is senior sister buried?" Jiao Wu replied, "In a place filled with poisonous miasma. Her remains are long gone. Junior brother, let it go. She has been reincarnated." Changsho turned away. "Senior brother," he said, his voice hollow, "I need some time alone. I'll return to Little Cheong Peak." Jiao Wu sighed. "All right, rest well." Now alone, Changsho's carefully constructed facade crumbled. Where did this malice originate? Wounding Master, forcing him to shave his head and cultivate. And I forced to travel to the northern continent for those immortal herbs, incurring so much resentment. And now, to learn it indirectly led to the deaths of Uncle Master and my beloved senior sister. Changsho's true form flickered, his face a mask of terrifying rage. Kuai Si, the grudge between us is truly immense. But then, a flicker of calculation cooled his fury. I cannot act rashly, though eliminating or crippling a true immortal is no difficult feat for me now. He knocked on his master's door. "Master," he called, his voice carefully neutral. "Your disciple has returned from Lindong City." But his thoughts churned. This matter concerns the future of us 3 within the Immortal Du sect. I must remain calm and cautious. Master opened the door, his face alight with anticipation. "Well, did you meet your martial uncle?" Changsho stammered, weaving a small lie. "No, Master. There was only this left at the meeting place." He then added, "But I did encounter senior brother Jiao Wu. We joined forces to deal with some demons." The jade pendant in his hand pulsed, then projected a message. "Knowing my little brother is safe puts my heart at ease. From now on, forget about me. Let this matter rest." Huan Jiangwu, Master reeled as if struck by lightning. Senior sister, she doesn't want to see me. Changsho quickly offered comfort. Although martial uncle doesn't wish to rekindle the past, she is alive and well. That is good news, master. Inwardly, however, Changsho's thoughts churned. I must find a way to search for her reincarnation. Master's voice was heavy with sorrow. Changsho, he said, I need to enter secluded meditation for 1,000 years. A few days later, Jiaowu visited his newly befriended junior brother Qiyuan, also known as Changsho. He found Changsho sighing. Master has been looking so melancholic these past few days. I don't understand why. Jiaowu hesitated, then began, actually the truth is. He recounted the events of years past once more. Changsho bowed his head solemnly. Senior brother Jiaowu, I ask you and the two attendants from that time to keep this secret. Let no one in the sect speak of it again. Jiaowu made a gesture of understanding. I understand. All of this is out of respect for your master. Rest assured, this matter will never be mentioned again. Feigning a mournful air, Changsho asked, then, Senior brother, could you perhaps tell me more about what happened between Master and Kuai Si? Jiaowu readily agreed. Of course, no problem. And so, the little incident in Lindong City was considered closed. Incidentally, the captured fox demon was suppressed by the sect elders within a major formation at a spiritual vein outside the mountain gates of the Immortal Ascension sect, sentenced to 300 years of imprisonment. Jiaowu turned to Changsho, a serious look on his face. TSK, little Shosho, he said, using a nickname for Changsho. What ranking are you aiming for in the grand meet this time, you little Cheong Peak disciples? Changsho took a sip of tea, then replied, let me think. To be safe, maintain a position within the top 108, strive for 72nd place. Jiaowu slammed his hand on the table in exasperation. Little Shosho, can you have a little ambition? Everyone knows that I, your martial uncle, have a close relationship with you on Breaking Heaven Peak. For my sake, you must make a splash in this grand meet. If you rank too low, you'll ruin my reputation as well. Xianya, sitting beside them, offered encouragement. Senior brother Changsho, you are truly exceptional. You can do it. You're just a little too humble sometimes, a bit lacking in confidence. Changsho nodded. Your words are wise. In that case, I'll be a bit bolder. I'll maintain a position within the top 72 and strive for 36th place. Jiaowu nodded approvingly. That's more like it. If you give it your all, you can definitely achieve it. Ling Yi, nibbling on a slice of watermelon, smiled. Senior brother's acting skills are truly unmatched. Changsho suggested, entering the arena now might make me a target. If junior sister Xianya doesn't mind, perhaps we could train together for a few days, starting tomorrow. Jiaowu declared loudly, Changsho, don't lose face for me. Give it your all. Xianya quickly supported Jiaowu. Uncle Master, you're drunk. Let me help you back. Changsho breathed a sigh of relief. Xianya had already reached the 6th level of the Return to Path realm, only 3 realms away from her heavenly tribulation. She was, after all, something of a friend. Tomorrow morning, he'd prepare things for Ling Yi's tribulation, and he might as well prepare a set for Xianya as well. Moreover, Xianya was a crucial witness to prove his absence from the scene, and he should repay the favor. How dare he write a fake letter to deceive my master? Kuai Si, just you wait. The next day, Changsho and Xianya practiced together. Changsho said, Junior sister, please attack. Xianya raised her sword. Then I won't hold back, senior brother. Changsho chuckled. But I must conserve my strength today. With that, the two began to spar. Jiaowu watched from the side, clicking her tongue in admiration. Oh, little Shosho's skills are quite impressive. My reluctant guidance has clearly borne fruit. Ling, munching on a slice of watermelon, piped up, Uncle Master, you were clearly bribed with 100 black beans and 10 jars of fine wine. Jiaowu was the second witness Changsho had secured, using the pretense of seeking guidance as a cover for bribery. Jiaowu retorted, do you have a problem with my dedication? If so, I suppose I'll just have to demonstrate my true abilities. Come, little Ling Yi, let's have a few rounds. Ling Yi exclaimed in mock horror, Uncle Master, I was wrong. Over there, Changsho had been sent flying by Xianya. I've lost again, Changsho conceded, offering a compliment. Junior sister, you're truly formidable. Xianya extended a hand. Don't be discouraged, senior brother. You are indeed improving steadily. Here, take my hand. Xianya suddenly felt a flicker of concern. Just now, why did it feel like senior brother lost focus for a moment? Are you injured somewhere? Changsho offered a reassuring smile. Perhaps I'm just a little tired. A short rest will mend me. Meanwhile, Kuai Si, whose real name was Lin Feng. The one who had sent the letter attempting to frame Qi Yuan was out alone. Changsho thought to himself, I finally managed to track Kuai Si while he's alone. Such a perfect opportunity to eliminate him. How could I not be so happy as to lose my focus? Kuai Si took out a jade bracelet. Shopkeeper, how much for this protective bracelet with inscribed wards? He held the bracelet up, examining it closely. The shopkeeper eagerly began his sales pitch. This immortal has a keen eye. This bracelet is currently on sale for only 98 spirit stones. It used to be 198. While inspecting the bracelet, Kuai Si suddenly noticed a strange figure, their face completely obscured by a wide-brimmed hat. The figure looked exactly like him. The audacity to impersonate me here. He must be tired of living. The figure was, in fact, a paper doppelganger transformed by Changsho. He thought, he's taken the bait. What followed was a chase between Kuai Si and Changsho's doppelganger. Kuai Si shouted as he pursued, stop, don't run. The imposter Kuai Si was, of course, Li Changsho's Taoist paper doppelganger. I thought the one who dared to plot against my master would be more cautious, but it seems he's only this much. The doppelganger stopped running and turned, making a clasped hands gesture towards Kuai Si. Fellow Taoist, a moment. Fellow Taoist Xian, please don't blame me. I'm only doing this for convenience, not to offend. Kuai Si, seeing Changsho turn around, immediately launched a sneak attack. Changsho thought warily, this bastard is trying to ambush me again, just like he did to Master all those years ago. Changsho didn't show any weakness, counterattacking fiercely. Seeing that he was about to be defeated, Kuai Si swiftly turned and fled. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there's no need to worry about firewood. But Changsho had no intention of letting him escape. Even though it's just a scheme to ensnare a true immortal, I still take my performance and script very seriously, calculating the opponent's reactions, showcasing perfect maneuvering techniques. Dark clouds gathered, and bolts of lightning crashed down from the heavens. Witnessing this scene, Changsho thought to himself, the destruction of your Tao foundation, the taste of defying heavenly tribulation. You must have experienced it now. He then took out the soul-catching pearl and collected Kuai Si's fragmented soul. In this era, although cultivators understood the righteous path of seeking longevity and pursuing the Tao fruit, they still shared a strange commonality, the search for a Tao companion. Those who sacrificed themselves for this prevailing trend of Tao companionship were like worthless resources. Ling Yi said to Changsho, senior brother, the word love is truly tormenting. Changsho refuted, no, what you see now isn't what you think it is. What truly torments people isn't this word love. What truly torments people is someone doing things in the shadows. He suddenly fell silent, then added, forget it. It's not something to discuss at length. Ling Yi didn't understand what was happening. Changsho looked into the distance. It's too early to talk about it now. Wait until your cultivation level is higher and you come into contact with the scripture of non-action. Then you'll understand. A loud shout came from afar. It turned out to be the drunken immortal, frantically running towards Changsho. Changsho raised his hand and waved. Drunken immortal, good morning. The drunken immortal was incredibly excited. Good news. Changsho, a great opportunity has fallen right into your lap. Changsho was puzzled. A great opportunity is seeking me out. The drunken immortal quickly pulled Changsho away. Little Ling, you shouldn't hear us talk about this. Ling, he stood in the distance, watching the two of them whispering. What are they talking about? The drunken immortal leaned close to Changsho's ear and whispered, Changsho, do you still have any bold heart pills? Changsho replied, shouldn't you have an endless supply of those pills? If you could use them all up, it wouldn't be a matter of abundant vigor, but rather complete exhaustion. The drunken immortal chuckled. No, it's not for me. Remember when I was paralyzed after looking at that painting of the 100-year-old beauty? It was this pill that saved me. A few elders found out about this, and they all sang its praises, saying they wanted to trade many good things for it. Kid, this is your chance to shine. Hurry up and take them out. I'll go exchange them for good stuff for you. But Changsho firmly replied, they're all gone. That kind of pill is very difficult to refine. I really don't have any more. The drunken immortal sighed a few times. Really? The two elders in charge of teaching had promised to reward you with the right to peruse the scripture of non-action after your ascension. Changsho's eyes lit up at the mention of the scripture of non-action. He began to feign hesitation. Am I really someone so easily swayed by external objects? Inwardly, he admitted that he absolutely was. He led the drunken immortal back to his dwelling to fetch the pills, then cheerfully saw him off. Many thanks for your concern. Come again next time. The drunken immortal, his hands full of spiritual pills, turned to leave. You clearly said you didn't have any more, and yet you produced 6 whole bottles. I'm certain this isn't all of them either. A year later, the sect's grand meet officially began. The host declared grandly, behold, these young cultivators brimming with vitality. The burning passion of the disciples of the Immortal Ascension sect propels us forward. Their steady steps demonstrate their unwavering resolve. Their bright smiles reflect the fervor of youth. It is this collective spirit that allows them to shine on the arena, forged through sweat, tears, and unwavering effort. With clear-eyed determination, they embrace the glory of victory. A portly cultivator from the Immortal Ascension sect let out a booming laugh. Ha! Senior brother, look at little Cheong Peak. He continued to chuckle. Not only is their banner wrinkled and pathetic, but their entire peak only has 2 disciples. Their leading disciple, currently holding their banner, is also their only instructor. The other is that insignificant nobody, Li Changsho. Changsho, hearing himself referred to as an insignificant nobody, secretly rejoiced. His senior brother, Jiu Wu, rapped him on the head. You fool. Do you really think the little Cheong Peak banner is just a tattered piece of cloth? The other cultivator, Bu Fu, asked, then what is it? At that moment, Ling Yi appeared from behind them, and cheers erupted. Ling Yi has arrived. She's so adorable. The other cultivator, his face flushed, exclaimed, the true banner of Little Cheong Peak is Ling Yi, the goddess of our promotional team. Ling Yi, adorned with dazzling gold and silver jewelry, made a breathtaking entrance, waving to the crowd. Good morning, senior brothers and sisters. Murmurs of admiration rippled through the onlookers. So beautiful. Wow. Their master, witnessing this display, stammered, Ling Yi, why are you covered in so much glittering jewelry? It's rather blinding. Where did you get all of this? He turned to Changsho, suspicion in his voice. Changsho, have you been up to something heaven-defying again? Changsho laughed heartily. How could you even suggest such a thing? I would never harm a single person or animal. He delivered this line with remarkable composure, betraying no hint of guilt. Rest assured, master, these treasures were all fairly obtained. I traded pills with the elders for them. We're running a legitimate business here. Just then, the drunken immortal arrived with more pills, and the crowd cheered. Magnificent. Turning to his master, Changsho asked, but master, I thought you'd never leave your seclusion again. Have you reconsidered? His master sighed. The Grand Meet is a significant event. Elders from every peak must attend to demonstrate their respect. Although my cultivation is unstable, I cannot be absent. My absence would leave you two without support, vulnerable to the disdain of the other peaks. Changsho's face lit up with excitement. So you've moved past your heartbreak. You're almost back to your old self. His master hesitated. Well, after the Grand Meet concludes, he mumbled, I'll return to seclusion. Changsho fell silent, realizing his master's recovery was still far from complete. A voice suddenly called out, Brother Changsho. Changsho turned around. Who's there? It was AOE, communicating through voice transmission. Greetings, sect leader, ao transmitted. No need for formalities, sect leader, Changsho replied. Why the ceremony here? It became clear they were using a secret mental connection, their conversation inaudible to others. Changsho then spoke aloud. Brother AOE, it's been a while. AOE stepped forward and shook Changsho's hand. Thanks to your blessings, Brother Changsho, things have been going well lately. He continued mentally. The Sea God Sect's affairs have been running smoothly. You needn't worry too much, sect leader. Just focus on your cultivation. The appointed time for the Grand Meet arrived, and the announcer's voice boomed. Silence. The sect competition is about to begin. First, let us welcome elderly Wuyo, leader of the Immortal Ascension sect, to give the opening address. Applause erupted. Li Wuyo cleared his throat a few times. On this auspicious day, the young disciples our Immortal Ascension sect has gathered over the past 25 years are assembled here today. AOE continued his mental conversation. The cultivators of Golden Rock Island have come to the Immortal Ascension sect to renew our friendly relations. I tagged along, so I can't stay too long. Changsho waved his hand dismissively. Of course, go ahead. AOE replied, after the sect competition concludes, I'll catch up with you, sect leader. Li Wuyo, perched atop a crane, his voice resonating, declared, "Today's sect competition is not meant for you to determine superiority, but rather." Changsho looked up and murmured, "It seems the sect leader's health has improved considerably." As if on cue, a fit of coughing echoed from above. Changsho fell silent. Consider that unsaid. An organizer approached Changsho. "You're Li Changsho of Little Cheong Peak, correct? Here is your registration number." Changsho looked at the plaque bearing the number 0216. This registration number looks like a TV remote, he thought to himself. The jade slip was arranged according to each contestant's registration number, with 12 empty slots behind it. One slot would light up with each victory. Changsho was eager to test a theory. "I wonder if I can just snap this jade slip to instantly end the match." A booming voice interrupted his thoughts. "Attention, participating disciples. These jade slips are not easily crafted. Do not damage or destroy them. If lost or broken, your supply will be suspended for 6 months." The jade slip seemed to whisper, "Go ahead, try it." Li Changsho stared at the jade slip in his hand. "Fine, no breaking. I only need to reach the top 36 anyway. Competing is just a minor interruption to my cultivation." Li Wuyo, after another coughing spell, announced the rules of the competition. "In this grand meet, those ranked within the heavenly stems, the top 36, or those recommended by an elder, may accompany me to the middle divine continent." Upon hearing this, Changsho froze. The top 36 have to go to the 3 sects joint conference. The heavenly Tao really enjoys thwarting my plans. Stay calm. Aim for a rank between 37 and 40. Li Changsho's goal was to blend into the crowd. However, all eyes within the Purple Firmament sect were on him. Li Wuyo thought to himself, "I must pay special attention to that young lad skilled in talismans and formations." The drunken immortal asked Changsho, "Junior nephew, let me see how you perform under pressure." Master glared, "Changsho, strive for victory. If anyone dares to harm my son, I'll poison them to death." Changsho felt a headache coming on. "So many eyes on me that this is quite awkward. Better focus on improving the stable breath incantation. It seems my encounter with the 3 sects grand meet is inevitable. I must make ample preparations and proceed with caution." A wave of melancholy washed over Changsho. Ling approached gracefully. "It seems senior brother can hardly avoid this competition. Many elders are watching you intently." Changsho furrowed his brow. "Indeed, it's quite troublesome." Ling reached for a pastry. "I made some snacks. Have one to ease your mind. By the way, where's Master?" "I was just speaking with AOE, Changsho replied. Master went to gather with the other elders. Ling, he held up a pastry. "Senior brother, open wide. What if someone sees us?" Changsho asked, but Ling, he was unconcerned. "Don't worry, everyone's attention is on the sect leader's speech. No one will notice. I spent a long time making these. You must try one." Just then, the drunken immortal, drawn by the aroma, stumbled over. Seeing the scene, he thought, Ling Yi's homemade pastries. How delightful. He snatched the pastry and stuffed it in his mouth. Mine, hee, delicious. Disciples from other sects, witnessing the intimacy between Ling Yi and Changsho, cried out in indignation. "It's him again. He was close with Xinya earlier, too. How infuriating. Why do all the aloof beauties choose such ordinary cultivators?" Changsho sighed inwardly. "I miss my 7.8 5-point passerby days when I first joined the sect." Li Wuyo concluded his speech. "Disciples, that is all I have to say. I hope you will all strive for excellence. I now declare the Immortal Ascension Sect's inter-sect competition officially open." The crowd erupted in cheers. A man holding a scroll stepped forward. "I am surnamed Ge, and I will be presiding over this competition. I ask for your cooperation. For the first round, disciples with registration numbers Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding, and we will compete against disciples with registration numbers Ji, Gung, Exin, Ren, and Gue." He chuckled inwardly. The disciples are brimming with fighting spirit. Ha ha. The subsequent matches proceeded smoothly. Li Changsho discreetly observed the matches with his divine sense. Although these bouts held no practical value for him, he felt that watching them would allow him to feign normalcy later on. The announcer declared the next match, Lu Renjia versus Yuqin Xinya. Lu Renjia thought nervously, although I know I can't defeat Xinya. Being able to admire the beauty of the two fairest maidens of our sect at such close proximity for 15 minutes is worth it. Xinya raised her sword. "Please pardon my offense, junior sister." She then unleashed the myriad swords return to origin technique. Lu Ranjia's eyes widened, his jaw dropping at the sight. Not even 15 minutes, and the match is over. The crowd murmured in astonishment. Xianya had always been talented, but when had she become this strong? From the stands below, cheers erupted. Junior sister Xianya is mighty. Lu Renjia lay sprawled on the ground, defeated. The announcer's voice boomed. I declare the victor, Yuqin Xianya. Xianya thought to herself, senior brother Changsho took precious time to train with me. I feel like I've improved quite a bit. The young woman's thoughts were simple and pure. Li Changsho, however, had ulterior motives. He merely wanted her and Jiu Wu to be his alibi, proving he wasn't present at the scene of the immortal Lin Feng's assassination. The announcer continued. The next match, Li Changsho versus Qian Ling Yi, standing beside him, asked, Senior brother, are you going to throw the match? Changsho denied it. No, little Cheong Peak has a grudge against immortal Lin Feng. Why would I go easy on them? If Qianda isn't as despicable as his master, Kuai Si, I might consider letting him lose with some dignity. Qianda strode forward, brimming with self-importance. First time meeting. You are. Ali Changsho, right? Changsho thought to himself, if your memory is that bad, go home and eat some brain-boosting herbs. Qianda, the senior strategist of Immortal Lin Feng, ranked 19th among the second stage return to the Dao Realm disciples within the sect. He puffed out his chest. Senior brother Li, why don't we give it our all today? No holding back. How about this? Changsho countered, his eyes glinting. Li Changsho, the murderer of Qianda's master, Kuai Si. Changsho's confidence was unshakable. Good, very good. Your time is almost up. Don't blame me for crushing your pretty face with my Wolf Fawn Club. A shout signaled the start of the match. Qianda drew his sword, invoking a spell, guiding Thunderwood Sword. Lightning crackled, coalescing into a dark-headed phoenix. Witnessing his opponent's technique, Changsho adopted a strategy of stillness against motion, feigning a defensive posture before preparing to counterattack. Changsho launched his own attack. Myriad swords returned to origin. The two clashed in close-quarters combat. Continuing his performance, Changsho muttered, as if to himself, about his next move, burrowing into the earth. But then he noticed the ground beneath his feet had frozen solid. Kian da hevialid asugri. I've frozen the ground. Let's see how you burrow now. Changsho realized his tactic had been anticipated. It seems he studied my fighting style. You think that can stop me? I'll still show you my earth burrowing technique. He produced a talisman, switching it for a high-grade fire talisman. Kian da koterid by hetrieving a parpo orb. Protective orb. He watched as Changsho's flames intensified. The fire talisman's power is increasing. Am I doomed? Damn it, these flames are blinding me. But when his vision cleared, Li Changsho was gone. Qianda muttered to himself suspiciously, just how many talismans does this Li Changsho have stored up? And their power, it's actually increasing. My Thunder Sword art can't hold out any longer, he thought, his summoned Thunderbird dissipating into wisps of electric smoke. Even my lightning birds are gone. Damn it, he's hiding underground, and I can't hit him. Frustration gnawed at him, but his fire talismans, they keep finding me, sniping at me from below. He felt the protective barrier around him weakening under the constant barrage. At this rate, I'm going to lose. Desperation clawing at his pride, Qianda lashed out verbally. Senior brotherly, why hide underground like a coward? Oh wait, I forgot. That's typical little Cheong Peak behavior. Murmurs of disapproval rippled through the spectators. Such disrespect from a disciple of Immortal Grove Peak. He's losing his composure. He's cracking under the pressure. The flames intensified, pressing in on Qianda. A flicker of fear crossed his face. The power of this formation. He felt his spiritual energy draining away. I can't withstand this. The flames roared, growing ever fiercer. Finally, with a resounding crack, his protective barrier shattered. He cried out, I'm done for. My spiritual power, it's completely gone. At that moment, a hand emerged from the earth, clutching a wickedly spiked iron rod. It was Changsho. Secret technique, flower picking rod. The iron rod connected with Qianda's backside, drawing a yelp of pain and a spurt of blood. The judge's voice rang out, clear and decisive. The victor, Li Changsho. Changsho feigned concern. That was truly a close match. Junior brother, those seem to be just superficial wounds. Why has he fainted? The stretcher bearers, carrying Qianda away for treatment, chuckled amongst themselves. Superficial wounds. You really think so? You left him no dignity whatsoever. He'll probably have trouble facing anyone after this. Changsho walked over to Ling Yi. I'm back. Ling Yi rushed over, a bright smile on her face. Senior brother, you did great. Hee, I won my match too. It just finished on a different stage. Changsho ruffled her hair affectionately. Well done. Now, where's our little Cheong Peak banner? They both looked over at the drunken immortal, who was currently engaged in a lively transaction with another disciple. Uncle Master Gio is holding it for us. The drunken immortal's eyes gleamed. If you dare to play, you dare to pay. Now, hand over your winnings. The other disciple wailed. Wah, that's half a year's worth of my allowance. That nobody, Li Changsho, why did he suddenly become so strong? Changsho pointed at the drunken immortal and asked Ling Yi, what's Uncle Master doing? Ling Yi shrugged. Uncle Master Gio said the formations earlier cost a lot of money, so he's taking this opportunity to make some back. Changsho recalled the drunken immortal's tearful lament from years past. My life savings. He walked over, a grin spreading across his face. High-level formations at every corner. Truly the work of Uncle Master Gio's life savings. A beautiful sight indeed. A pang of guilt struck him. I think I might be the one who started Uncle Master Gio down this path of gambling. 2 hours later, the judge announced the next match. Li Changsho versus Xia Yichang. Xia Yichang blustered. Kid, watch how I avenge senior brother Qian. Changsho, however, didn't even glance at him. Another immortal Grove Peak darling looking for a lesson, I see. Xia Yichang gave a confident smirk. I've seen through your tricks. Just surrender. Changsho furrowed his brow. No one has ever claimed to see through my techniques before. The onlookers murmured in excitement. Is little Cheong Peak finally going to show their true skills? This feels like the prelude to an epic battle. The result, Changsho simply cast an Earth-done technique, leaving everyone speechless. That's it. A stick of incense burned. A cup of tea was drained. 2 hours passed. Stillness reigned. The exasperated judge finally spoke. Enough, you two. You're dragging down the average match time. As soon as the words left his mouth, both figures emerged from the ground. Finally, the other disciples averted their gazes. Changsho, true to form, jabbed his spiked wolf Fong club into his opponent's rear, drawing blood. The judge declared, Li Changsho wins. Changsho amused himself. The true Li Changsho, have become quite renowned after just 2 victories. Fingers pointed at him from the crowd. Look out, Li Changsho's coming. Protect your backsides. Changsho approached them with a wry smile. The spectators have even given me a rather peculiar nickname, Rear Blossom Assassin. He gave an awkward wave. Impressive. Good luck in your next match, junior brother. He Hao, visibly shaken, clutched his backside. Why yes, I'll do my best. Changsho sighed. I thought I wouldn't have much of an audience. Why are rumors so unreliable? Life is truly difficult. Ling Yi's eyes sparkled. Senior brother, besides gambling, Uncle Master Gio has started narrating your matches. So even if they call you Rear Blossom Assassin, I won't pay attention to such idle gossip. I still admire you, senior brother. Tears welled up in Changsho's eyes. Thank you, little sister. I should probably find Uncle Master Gio and stop him. Meanwhile, Gio was proclaiming to the crowd, oh, in the Western EC, there lies the East victorious divine continent. On this continent, there's a Taoist sect known as the Crossing Immortal Sect. Within the ranks of the Crossing Immortal Sect, on Little Cheong Peak, resides a disciple named Li Changsho, currently at the return to the Tao realm. He's skilled in pill refinement, adept in formations, proficient in escape techniques, and wields a divine staff. By chance, he's participating in the inter-sect competition. Li Changsho approached from behind, clutching the sect's banner, and snatched it from Gio's grasp. Uncle Master, you're not even from Little Cheong Peak. Perhaps you should return this banner to its rightful owner. Gio wailed, my money-making tool. Changsho produced a bag of sweets, offering them enticingly. You must be tired after all that storytelling. Have a spirit restoration pill. He said, go and get some rest. Gio's face lit up at the sight of the pill. Changsho covered his face with a hand. I won't be wasting my money on you anymore. The side effects are too much to handle. Time passed, and the first day of the competition concluded. Each disciple had undergone a round of matches. Changsho felt that no matter how fearsome the rumors, everyone would have mostly forgotten them by the second day. But when the second day arrived, the referee announced the second match. Li Changsho versus Han Qianqian. Begin. A hand shot up. Han Qianqian turned. Wait, I forfeit. Changsho looked bewildered. The referee turned to him. What did you do to this young lady? Why did she immediately forfeit? Changsho shook his head. I haven't done anything. The referee, noticing the spiked iron club in Changsho's hand, flinched. Oh dear, are you planning to use that against a female cultivator as well? Changsho was even more surprised than the referee. No, I'm not. Don't spread rumors. I just habitually took out my weapon. It's purely a reflex. Han Qianqian gave him a look of utter disdain. The referee announced, the victor, Li Changsho. Han Qianqian, fuming, raised her middle finger at him. Changsho gaped. This is so unfair. It's all right. There are still 7 matches left. Plenty of time to restore my reputation. I can do this. The third round, on the third day, saw Changsho competing at noon. His opponent was an elite disciple ranked within the top 100 of the inner sect, whose cultivation had reached the 9th stage of the return to Void Realm. But while Changsho was still pondering how to intentionally lose to his opponent, the other disciple raised his hand in surrender. I forfeit. This earth escape technique combined with the wood-severing spirit tooth. I can't counter it. Changsho looked embarrassed. Would you like to at least try? I'll let you win, he thought to himself. The surrounding crowd buzzed with whispers. That ruthless little Cheong Peak disciple has scared off 2 opponents already. They had no choice. His Earth Escape and Wolf Fawn Club are simply unbreakable. I hear it's a celestial treasure specifically designed to break through protective celestial light. To think such a powerful figure would suddenly emerge. We underestimated that vicious little Cheong Peak disciple. Quiet, he's coming. So ruthless. Lin Feng's junior brother was driven mad by him earlier. What are we going to do if we face him tomorrow? Just forfeit directly. There are so many matches. It's unlikely we'll be unlucky enough to encounter him twice. Stop talking about it. Loose lips sink ships. Changsho looked utterly dejected. Why are the rumors getting more and more outlandish? On the 5th day, the predicament surrounding Changsho's reputation finally took a turn for the better. You are about to face Du Lin Feng's favored disciple, the 6th-ranked inner sect disciple, Lu Xizha. Lu Xizha bowed respectfully. Greetings, senior brotherly. I am Lu Xizha of Du Lin Feng. Changsho's gloomy expression lifted slightly. Finally, he thought, a chance for a good, honest, evenly matched fight. Lu Xizha stared intently at him. Today, I must experience senior brother Li's techniques firsthand. I, Xizha, won't be like the others, retreating without a fight. Furthermore, Xizha continued, pointing at his protective armor. I've made some preparations. Immortal treasure grade armor. Changsho observed him, thinking this kid has a certain air about him, provided you ignore the diaper-like but protector. Aloud, he said, then let us have a fair and all-out battle. Xizha lunged forward. Please, senior brother, guide me. He leaped toward Changsho, sword raised. Changsho pondered, how can I break the legend of the undefeatable Wolf's Fawn Club? It's actually quite simple. Just intentionally lose a match using the Wolf's Fawn Club. His intention to lose was clear, yet his aura intensified. Indeed, junior brother Lu, if you win, I will present you with this reputation-ruining Wolf's Fawn Club as a reward. Xizha slashed at Changsho with his sword. Changsho parried with the Wolf's Fawn Club. Then he swiftly burrowed into the ground. Xizha was astonished. Li Changsho's Earth Escape is so fluid. No wonder he's the first among the younger generation of the Crossing Immortal sect to master such a technique. He's definitely going to use the Wolf's Fawn Club to sneak attack my rear. Xizha looked left and right. Where will he emerge from? At that moment, Changsho burst from the earth. He jabbed the Wolf's Fawn Club towards Xizha's backside, causing the protective armor to crack. Xizha yelped, "You scared me." The power of the Wolf's Fawn Club is terrifying. My protective treasure was almost pierced. Changsho was surprised. I clearly wasn't using much force, yet I almost pierced his protective treasure. Xizha fiercely swung his sword at Changsho. He dodged left and right. The surrounding disciples erupted in chatter. Senior brother Lu actually withstood a sneak attack from the rear. Li Changsho has escaped underground again. Senior brother Lu, persevere. Lure him out again and finish him. His total spiritual power is less than yours. Exhaust him. The match dragged on for 3 hours, yet the crowd remained enthusiastic. They were waiting for a hero to emerge, one who could defeat the rear-attacking flower assassin. But in reality, the fight was rather dull, consisting mainly of Li Changsho using Earth Escape to dodge and launch sneak attacks. Then, Lu Xizha's protective treasure would block the Wolf's Fawn Club strikes. Li Changsho's spiritual power steadily depleted. Finally, Xizha used a clever tactic, luring Li Changsho out of the ground. This cycle repeated for 3 hours, until Li Changsho finally conceded. I lose. My spiritual power is exhausted. Though Lu Xizhi had won, it wasn't a glorious victory. The presiding judge raised his hand and declared, "The winner, Lu Xizhi." Changsho panted dramatically. This duel should help offset the oppressive image I unintentionally created earlier, he thought. In truth, the beads of sweat weren't real, but an illusion conjured by Changsho using a water attribute spell. He offered the Wolf's Fawn Club to Lu Xizhi. A promise is a promise. I'll give this Wolf's Fawn Club to junior brother Lu as a memento. Then he launched into a seemingly profound speech. Through this battle, junior brother Lu has shown me that a cultivator cannot rely on powerful artifacts, but must rely on their own unwavering will to achieve victory. Lu Xizhi responded with a non-committal grunt. Changsho turned and walked away a few steps, then looked back, affecting an air of Shaosa. Let us both strive for greater heights. Now, he thought, my magnificent image of acknowledging and correcting my mistakes has been firmly established. Lu Xizhi stood there dumbfounded, still muttering to himself. Cannot rely on artifacts, must rely on oneself to achieve victory. What nonsense, he thought. Not using a treasure of this caliber is idiotic. It's a waste. Let me take a closer look at my Wolf's Fawn Club. But just then, a hand clamped down on the club. It was Jiujio. She snatched the club. Disciple Changsho, you seem to have forgotten this treasure. Annie Jiu called dibs on it long ago. Sorry, junior brother Lu, this is mine. Lu Xizhi was devastated. I didn't even get to warm it up. Meanwhile, Changsho was laughing heartily. Wonderful. Finally rid of that reputation-ruining instrument. Jiujio came running from afar. Little Shosho, how could you give such a treasure to an outsider? I got it back for you, but you have to let me play with it for a couple of days. The Wolf's Fawn Club seemed to taunt Changsho. Didn't see that coming, did you? No matter what you do, I'm destined to return to your side. Changsho cried out, stay away from me. The matches continued, one after another. Most of the disciples fought with all their might. On the 6th and 7th days, the intersect competition continued, and the list of disciples who had passed the preliminary rounds gradually emerged. Li Changsho was securely within the top 360, but Ling Yi had lost a match and needed to win at least 3 more in the final 5 days. He out-tossed Changsho a water bottle. Li Changsho, you've worked hard. Changsho accepted it. Thank you. Yihao said, the competition schedule is so packed. I haven't even had time to chat with you, elder brother. Changsho replied, actually, it's because my matches last longer than the average duel. It's not their fault. Suddenly, both of them were startled by something. Li Changsho exclaimed, did you sense that too, junior brother? Yihao replied excitedly, yes, elder brother Changsho. A formidable figure has arrived at the Sea God Temple. In the southern Jambudvipa, at the Sea God Temple, Qi Yuan stealthily observed, fortunately, I left a paper effigy here to monitor. It turned out to be transformed by Changsho. A noteworthy individual seems to have appeared within my temple. Even his guards possess the cultivation level of heavenly immortals. A man with long white hair, followed by a retinue, turned and remarked, having inspected so many of the southern Jambudvipa's wild gods, if one disregards their devotion to the Tao sect, this place isn't too bad. An elderly figure behind him inquired, have you chosen this place then? The man snapped his fan shut. Let's observe further. The Dragon Clan is also involved here. They've always been arrogant, relying on their ancient heritage. I'm not inclined to associate with them. This temple guides mortals towards righteousness, protects their well-being, accumulates merit for the virtuous, and punishes evil thieves and bandits. However, brazenly taking merit from the underworld cycle of reincarnation feels somewhat improper. Suddenly, a mysterious hand picked up a book. It was Qi Yuan's paper effigy. He brushed the dust off the book. Fellow Taoist, did you drop this book? The man shook his head. I've never seen this book. How could I have dropped it? Qi Yuan presented him with the Sea God's teachings. Fellow Taoist, if you've never seen this book, how can you be certain you didn't drop it? The man flipped through the book and suddenly noticed a peculiar page. Isn't the content within this book precisely what I seek? He then turned and declared, this book is indeed fated to be with me. Fellow Taoist, your eagerness to gift it to me, could it be you recognize who I am? Qi Yuan replied, known in my heart, unseen by my eyes. Fellow Taoist, you should be residing in the 9 heavens void, yet you appear here. You must have come for the incense and offerings of our sect. The man chuckled. You've revealed yourself to meet me. Could it be you have a request? If so, why not come in your true form instead of sending a paper effigy? The figure behind him exclaimed in surprise. This Taoist priest is a paper effigy. To achieve such a level of transformation is truly unimaginable. Qi Yuan's paper effigy responded, I am also compelled by circumstances. I beg your majesty's forgiveness. So, the white-haired man was indeed his majesty. Gesturing to his attendant, he continued, It's somewhat unsuitable for us to converse here. Shall we find a more scenic location? The attendant hastily presented a scroll. It was the landscape painting scroll, a treasured secret realm. His Majesty suggested, Shall we continue our conversation within the painting? The paper effigy feigned enthusiasm. I must pique his curiosity and foster goodwill without incurring further karmic entanglement. I'll make a few calculated guesses and see how that plays out. With that, he stepped into the painting alongside His Majesty. The refreshing scenery within the painting elicited a sigh of admiration from Qi Yuan's paper effigy. His Majesty was already seated, awaiting him. Please be seated, he offered. His Majesty tapped the page he'd just read, asking, What does the venerable sage respects the Tao and magic, though of the human teachings mean? Changsho replied, It refers to the establishment of celebrations for the three Taoist sects, suggesting that the human teachings leader's celebration is the grandest, clinging to this support, a matter concerning the sage's face. His Majesty nodded. A similar interpretation. Establish heavenly rules, establish heavenly punishment, clarify heavenly principles. What does this signify? Changsho continued, perfecting the various heavenly court regulations, preparing to use the heavenly court's heavenly decrees to bind the three realms at any time. Finally, His Majesty declared, I and the esteemed sect leader truly regret meeting so late. Then, the two of them stepped out of the painting together. Changsho spoke respectfully. This humble Taoist dares not disturb your elegant pleasure any longer and begs leave to take his leave. His Majesty waved his fan, smiling invitingly. I hope you will carefully consider the matters we just discussed. I never imagined that someone who could understand my intentions would be a mere rustic god. If such a virtuous individual could remain by my side, the myriad years of difficulties facing the heavenly court could be resolved. An attendant beside him voiced his doubts. But Your Majesty, this old servant has considered carefully, and we are completely unable to ascertain any information about this person's identity. We only know he is the sect leader of the South Sea God sect, with some connections to the Dragon Clan and the Witch Clan. Beyond that, we know nothing. His Majesty chuckled. After some deliberation, I suspect he is most likely from the human teachings. Draft a memorial, I Ching, summoning the rustic gods of the southern continent to the heavens, and then subtly steer the matter towards the sea god sect. The old man immediately obeyed. This old servant obeys the decree. Your Majesty, do you intend to force his appearance with a holy decree? His Majesty shook his head. No, I will not do something so short-sighted. If he can offer another ingenious plan, how about bestowing upon him an incarnation as the Four Seas Sea God? Domu Gong, after I've given this more thought, you will go to the Sea God sect and meet with him. My heavenly court lacks people, lacks immortals, but the only thing we do not lack is heavenly merit. Meanwhile, Ling Na sat with Changsho. She said, Senior brother, I'm feeling a bit pressured. After all, the continent-wide competition is about to begin. Changsho, lost in thought, paid no attention to her words. Did I perhaps overstate things a bit in front of the Jade Emperor of the Heavenly Court today? Fortunately, upon further reflection, there were no flaws in my words. Panic, chaos, this old man is on top. It seems I've truly fooled this young emperor. Ling Na asked, Senior brother, what's wrong? Changsho coughed a few times. My cultivation has encountered a small bottleneck. It's nothing, don't worry. Ling Na continued. Choosing 108 people out of 360 is a lot of pressure, so could I use the excuse of an awakening and reveal a bit of my true cultivation? Changsho nodded. I agree, but you must pay attention to the details. If you do it perfectly. Later, Li Changsho would deeply regret this decision. The second day of the competition, Ling Na took a deep breath, carefully considering the details of her awakening. She subtly adjusted the second chapter of the Calm Chi formula, creating a state of unstable breathing. Those surrounding Ling Na watched in astonishment as she broke through her current cultivation realm. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. For junior sister Ling Na to break through right in the middle of the competition, truly a high-level immortal tactic. Changsho, observing from the sidelines, muttered under his breath, "This move of junior sister seems a bit excessive, doesn't it?" Then, a flicker of panic crossed his face. No, wait, she's actually breaking through right here, right now. At this critical moment, suddenly, a woman lunged at him, her sword flashing. He dodged swiftly. He'd been so preoccupied, he'd almost forgotten he was in the midst of a duel with this particular beauty. She snarled, "You dare to let your mind wander during our fight? Do you look down on me?" Changsho gritted his teeth. Damn it, he knew he had to act, even at the risk of exposing his true abilities. He had to protect Ling Na. Breaking through in such a chaotic environment was incredibly dangerous. Any disturbance at a crucial moment could lead to chi deviation and catastrophic consequences. I need to finish this quickly, he thought, and get to Ling Na's side. The woman fighting him recoiled slightly. His aura, it suddenly become so dangerous. Just then, a cry echoed from Ling Na. She had broken through. Astonishment rippled through the onlookers once more. A breakthrough mid-battle. Someone actually managed it. Junior sister Ling Na is truly remarkable. Changsho breathed a sigh of relief. That girl, she really gives me a scare. Thankfully, the breakthrough went smoothly. I won't need to reveal myself after all. But Changsho's relief was premature. Ling Na smiled to herself. Hee, I'm quite the genius, aren't I? Managing a breakthrough even in this situation. Around her, the praises continued, breaking through 6 levels, one step at a time, and now she's entered the 5th stage of the return to Void Realm. What kind of heavenly talent is this? It seems our Duosian sect is about to have another cultivation prodigy. Ling Na blinked, confused. What? 5th stage of the return to Void Realm. Panic flooded her features. It's over. The Calm Chi formula. Because I broke through just now, its effects have worn off. My true cultivation has been revealed. What am I going to do? Despair washed over her. Elder brother's 100-year plan, ruined again, all because of this breakthrough. Why did I have to achieve enlightenment at this moment? 2 hours later, Changsho's match concluded. The announcer's voice boomed. The victor, Li Changsho. Ling Na, seeing him approach, rushed towards him, anxiety etched on her face. Elder brother, you've worked so hard. Let me explain. Changsho adopted a stern expression. Don't worry, I'm a very forgiving person. When we return, you simply need to copy the scriptures 3,600 times. And be more careful next time. Ling Na's eyes widened. I was wrong. She hurried after him, calling out, Elder brother, wait for me. Changsho continued walking, his voice even. 3 rules. Keep your distance. Tears welled in Ling Na's eyes. What am I going to do? Elder brother is truly angry this time. Well, he will even care about me anymore. An elder approached her. Lan Ling Na, disciple of Little Cheong Peak. I am Elder Chu of the main peak. I witnessed your breakthrough during the competition. With your talent, you deserve to be nurtured with better resources. Ling Na turned, startled, trying to decipher the meaning behind the stranger's words. Elder Chu continued, what I mean is I want you to join the main peak. The main peak will certainly provide you with resources and opportunities that Little Cheong Peak cannot match. Watching this scene unfold, Changsho thought to himself, as expected, little sister has caught the eye of those in the higher echelons. The conditions offered by the main peak are indeed incomparable to what Little Cheong Peak can offer. Could little sister actually? He then muttered under his breath. Ling Na, I shouldn't have been so harsh with her just now. Ling Na suren vefu so vitli suit outer ju. What? Do you know what you're giving up? Ling Na spoke resolutely. I do, but this disciple does not yearn for longevity nor crave worldly possessions. I only wish to remain by one person's side. I harbor no resentment and have no regrets. If the sect forbids it, I, Ling Na, am willing to descend to the mortal realm with no regrets in my heart. Elder Chu said awkwardly, all right, I understand your resolve. I was merely inquiring and had no intention of forcing you. It's good to be young. Then, she chuckled softly. Also, your senior brother has been staring in this direction the whole time. Ling Na turned to look. Changsho exclaimed in surprise, I've been discovered. She then hurried after her senior brother. Changsho asked, what's the matter? Ling Na teased playfully, were you worried just now? Changsho feigned nonchalance. Not at all. The Immortal Dew sect arranged accommodations for the Golden Rock Island cultivators. The leader of the Golden Rock Island's 10 heavenly generals, Qin Huan, was speaking with Ao. I feel that mere meetings aren't enough to re-establish our relationship with the Immortal Du sect. I've prepared some gifts, which I'll present to the top 3 disciples of the sect later. Oh, and there's some extra gifts. Take them and give them to your friend. What was his name again? Li something. Aoe replied, Uncle Master Qin. His name is Li Changsho. Qin Huan pondered, Li Changsho. Why does that name sound familiar? Last time, little E, you were at the Immortal Du sect sparring with someone and were forced to concede defeat. Who was that? Aoye's face lit up with excitement. That was Brother Changsho. His escape techniques are unparalleled. Qin Huan chuckled. So, the two of you really did become friends after fighting. I thought you'd be upset after being defeated. Aoe said proudly, Brother Changsho not only possesses unmatched escape techniques, but his accomplishments in talismans and formations have also reached a divine level. Qin Huan was astonished. Oh, the Immortal Du sect has such a hidden talent. Aoe began to recount. Previously, Hanji, another junior sister, and I stubbornly charged into Little Cheong Peak's interlocking formations, and we all ended up trapped inside. Even Hanji's master was later trapped in a small interlocking formation that Brother Changsho set up. Qin Huan gasped, what? Even junior Brother Yuan Zhe was trapped to set up a formation capable of trapping a heavenly immortal before even achieving immortality. It seems I must personally see what kind of person this Li Changsho is. Changsho, using the wind speech incantation, said, Great Immortal Qin, I've heard everything you said. The 10 heavenly lords have quite the reputation. Surely, they must have some unique skills. Ling Na, watching him from behind, thought elder brother looks so handsome holding that fan. Sensing her gaze, Changsho turned and said, Focus on your copying. Ling Na was diligently copying scriptures as punishment for revealing her true cultivation level. He mused to himself, why would a high-ranking golden immortal of the primordial world bother arguing with a junior like me today? Could there be some scheme afoot? Uncle Jiu rushed over. Changsho, my good boy, come with me quickly. A group of senior experts are heading towards your formation array. This could be your chance to make a name for yourself. He gripped Changsho's hand tightly. There are several golden immortals and a whole host of heavenly immortals. We can't keep them waiting. Changsho feigned a troubled expression. I wouldn't want to disgrace the Immortal Du sect. Inwardly, he thought, let me stay here and think a way to get out of this. I really don't want to go. Uncle Jiu said excitedly, not going would be the real disgrace. He pulled Changsho along. I still need to supervise Ling, not copying the scriptures. Changsho stammered, desperately searching for an excuse. I really don't want to go. Jiu chuckled. Little Ling Na is very self-disciplined. She doesn't need you watching over her. Changsho quickly grasped at another excuse. Uncle, I still have 2 matches left in the Tao Discourse. He calculated internally, if my composite great formation is revealed because of this, then I'll have karmic ties with the 10 heavenly lords. Jiu nodded. Ah, that's right, you still have matches. I'm getting old and forgetful. He continued, I forgot to tell you, you've already been declared the victor in your next 2 matches. No need to worry about missing the 3 sects grand meet. He beamed. Excellent. Changsho's jaw dropped in surprise. In the Lingxiao treasure hall at the heart of the 8th heaven, His Majesty, the Jade Emperor, addressed his court. My esteemed ministers, he began, as Domu Gong has stated, within the 5 continents, rogue shrines are being erected and sacrifices are being made to wild deities. This goes against the heavenly laws. However, our heavenly troops are currently depleted. We cannot rashly launch a punitive expedition. Do any of you have a solution? Murmurs rippled through the assembled officials. Why take this so seriously? Just let it slide. One official, eager to avoid responsibility, thought, don't call on me, don't call on me, don't call on me. Another sat calmly, thinking I'll just stay quiet and let them figure it out. His Majesty continued, recruiting these wild deities into the heavenly court as official gods. I feel it's somewhat inappropriate. I fear it would undermine the court's authority. The officials hastily responded with a chorus of, Your Majesty is wise. His Majesty smiled faintly. It just so happens that during my recent travels in the mortal realm, I noticed a talented individual who might be able to assist us. Elsewhere, at Little Cheong Peak's formation array area, the assembled immortals had gathered. Qin Huan looked at the sign before him. To place this here and still call it one. He muttered to himself, the same familiar scenery. Am I lost again? The same familiar aroma. Sect leader Wuyo addressed Qin Huan. This is our Immortal Du sect disciple, Li Changsho, the creator of this formation array. What do you think, fellow Immortal Qin? Qin Huan, busy taking notes, murmured in admiration. Remarkable. He looked left and right, muttering to himself, using interconnected mechanisms within the formation arrays to shift and alter the tactical layout. Ingenious. Truly ingenious. A single thought echoed in Qin Huan's mind. I must have this. I must have this. If I were to refine such formation mechanisms, he mused, and deploy formations in this manner, I could likely even trap a golden immortal. Turning to sect leader Wu Yo, Qin Huan declared, Sect leader Wu Yo, I wish to trade treasures for the method of deploying these interconnected formations. Is that acceptable? Sect leader Wu Yo considered this. Trading these treasures for the secrets of these minor formation mechanisms is indeed a tempting offer. However, if we disseminate this knowledge before our sect has fully mastered it, and given that Qin Huan is a formation grandmaster, what if he comprehends it first? Wouldn't that pose a threat? Meanwhile, Chansho was in a state of internal panic. Don't agree. Tell him it's a secret of the human teachings, not to be shared outside. Sect leader, please. If this heavenly monarch Qin uses my formation deployments as a foundation to improve his 10 absolute formations, what if it somehow creates karmic ties to the suppression of the 12 golden immortals during the great God-conferring tribulation? I really don't want to be entangled in such massive karmic repercussions. Uncle Jiawu spoke respectfully to the sect leader. Chansho has already offered the method of these interconnected formation mechanisms to the sect, so you can rest assured in making this exchange. We have already thoroughly researched it. The sect leader turned to Qin Huan with a smile. Then let Chansho copy the method for you. Qin Huan thought to himself, crafty old fox. He's only willing to part with this because he knows he has something even better. Jiawu looked at Chansho. Well then, nephew Chansho, I've secured you quite the benefit. Chansho trembled slightly. Thank you, Uncle Master. A benefit I'd rather not have. Qin Huan spoke as he retrieved something from his pouch. I can't simply accept this without offering something in return. I would feel too indebted. He then presented Chansho with a flute. Chansho hesitated. This is too precious. Is this a treasure? Qin Huan explained, please, young friend, don't refuse. He continued, your research into my formations has been invaluable. This small token is hardly enough to express my gratitude. It is a postnatal spirit treasure, a white jade flute. Chansho felt a surge of gratitude. Comrade Qin Huan truly understands a man's heart. Just a small benefit to soothe my wounded soul. With this white jade flute, I estimate the replanting of Little Cheong Peak's grand formation can be completed approximately 0.03% faster. Uncle Jiawu clapped him on the shoulder. Chansho not only has a unique style in formations, but also in alchemy. But sect leader Wu Yo interrupted. Little 5, take Chansho to the lunar palace for 300 years. Considered a reward. From now on, regarding formations, let Chansho have free reign. If he lacks any materials or treasures, inform Baifan for allocation. Sect leader Wu Yo thought to himself, there are others present. I can't get carried away and speak carelessly. Shortly after, sect leader Wu Yo and several elder immortals rode the clouds back to the Jade Terrace. Another day passed, and the sex competition reached the most anticipated Heavenly Stems Championship round. This also marked the conclusion of this competition. Li Changsho had won several matches in a row. The Heavenly Stem battle had just begun, and Li Changsho, with his Tao realm cultivation, had expended a bit of energy. But in the end, relying on his earth technique, he gave it his all and managed to win 3 matches in a row. Changsho made up his mind. Finally, it's time to draw a period on my legend. I have to give an Oscar-worthy performance. This is Best Actor Li Changsho's farewell performance at this competition. I hope I can meet an opponent worthy of my acting skills. The host announced the next match. Below, someone expressed absolute confidence in Changsho's victory. Li Changsho's win is certain. I've wagered half a year's worth of tribute. Li Changsho is a dark horse. High risk, but high reward. Next, Li Changsho will face Yuqin Shuanya. Changsho said solemnly, I forfeit. Inwardly, he rejoiced. As expected, the heavens are helping me. Meeting Yuqin Shuanya for this little play. I don't even need to put up a fight before forfeiting. No one will suspect my true strength. The host announced with surprise, the winner is Yuqin Shuanya. Those who had bet on Li Changsho were dumbfounded. Which scoundrel opened this gambling ring? That's our money. Pay up. Why did you forfeit without even fighting? Coward. Pay up. I suspect Li Changsho is faking it. I want to report this to the 100 Fan Hall. The anonymous individual who had raked in a fortune running the gambling ring was, in fact, Li Changsho. Someone spoke up in Changsho's defense. I've sparred with Senior Brotherly before. I deeply admire his fighting spirit. You can't slander him like this. Besides, do you think he could have won against Yuqin Shuanya? Impossible. It would have been incredibly difficult. Let's not blame Senior Brotherly. We should just stay away from gambling. Shuanya called Changsho over, extending her hand and saying, "Little sister apologizes." Changsho was utterly perplexed. What does junior sister Shuanya's apology mean? Forget it. I've never really understood junior sister Shuanya's behavior. Because Li Changsho couldn't defeat Yuqin Shuanya, he was eliminated from the competition. 3 days later, the bustling inter-sect competition officially concluded. Sect leader Wuyo made the closing gesture. Thank you all for your hard work over the past month. Every drop of sweat you shed today will become nourishment for the immortal Ascension platform. I declare, the Duxian sect's inter-sect competition officially closed. Their master's eyes glistened with tears. Jiangshou, Lang Na, you two are my pride. You did well. You've worked hard. Lan Lang Na, Zenke Ba Muitin Dehat. Li Changsho, ranked 18th. Their master was overjoyed. Why get back? I must light incense for our ancestors and offer them a proper bow. The conclusion of the Duxian sect's competition also meant that the people from Golden Rock Island had to return. Aoe spoke earnestly. Brother Changsho, focus on your cultivation within the sect. Leave everything else to me. Changsho, reaching into his sleeve, said, yes, I have something for you. Inside are a few paintings, some of my recent masterpieces. There's also a silk pouch, which might be of some help with your troubles. Aoe, brimming with anticipation, accepted the 2 pouches Changsho offered. Many thanks, Brother Changsho, he replied, his mind already racing with curiosity about their contents. Changsho turned to leave. Misty clouds, towering mountains, long rivers. We part ways today, Brother E, but may our paths cross again. Aoe echoed the sentiment. May your journey be peaceful and swift before falling silent. Meanwhile, at the Sea God Temple in the southern Jambudvipa continent, the Sea God's avatar, crafted by Li Changsho himself, was meeting with Duke Dongmu. Duke Dongmu, you've returned, the avatar greeted. Duke Dongmu bowed respectfully. My last visit, when His Majesty the Jade Emperor spoke with the Sea God, proved most fruitful. A few days ago, during the Assembly of Immortals in the Hall of Treasures, His Majesty decreed that the Sea God of the South Sea shall be officially appointed. The official edict should arrive within the next few days. Changsho inquired, a few days can be short or long. Could you be more specific, honored friend, about when this edict might arrive? Duke Dongmu furrowed his brow. At best, 100 years. At worst, 2 or 300. There's no precise time frame, but your position is assured. Most of the Heavenly Court's official god positions remain vacant. The workings of the Heavenly Tao rely solely on His Majesty's maintenance. A single edict can take a century to receive a response from the Heavenly Tao. Changsho maintained a calm facade. There's no rush. Even 1,000 years would be acceptable. Inwardly, however, he rejoiced. A Heavenly Court god position. Such stability. The stable life of a civil servant. Here I come. Duke Dongmu humbly sought advice. Honored friend, your wisdom and resourcefulness are renowned. Might you illuminate the path for this humble servant? A word or 2 of guidance would be greatly appreciated, and I would certainly repay your kindness. Changsho approached and clapped him on the shoulder. I'm afraid I can't offer much assistance in this matter. It primarily depends on how far you are willing to step back. Duke Dongmu replied, if I could be free from worry for my life and secure my immortal Tao fruit, I would ask for nothing more. Changsho offered counsel. Don't be hasty in anything. 3 steps back will reveal opportunity. Release the anxieties within your heart. Above all, do not rush. Duke Dongmu inquired, might I ask which 3 steps? But Changsho had already turned to depart. Heavenly secrets cannot be revealed. At Golden Rock Island, the onlookers whispered their encouragement to Aoe. Go for it, second prince. Handsome and wealthy you are. Junior sister Han Ji is sure to agree. Aoe presented a bouquet of fresh flowers. Han Ji, I like you. Hanji responded shyly. Uncle Master Aoe likes me. But then she shook her head. I'm flattered, but I'm sorry. I've always seen you as a younger brother. You're a good person, Aoe. I hope you find someone even better. Aoe was stunned. See, friend-zoned. The others dispersed in disappointment. It's over. Let's get out of here. It's done. Aoe despaired at being relegated to the role of a younger brother. I just look young. Why don't I grow any bigger, even after shedding my dragon scales? That's right. I still have the silk pouch Brother Changsho gave me. I wonder if there's some kind of height-increasing secret inside. This is a silk pouch that Brother Changsho has tested 100 times over. The card inside reads, "Forced affection cannot last." Aoe read this line and burst into tears. Perhaps I am destined to be alone. Perhaps I should just focus on my cultivation. That day, after his heartbreak, Aoe temporarily put aside the matters of love. Changsho walked along, lost in thought. The sea god's faith is flourishing, and I've also obtained a heavenly court divine position. Lately, everything's been going so smoothly, haha. I should go check on the harvest for my little pets. But as he began to count, he grew suspicious. Something isn't right. Why are there so few of my little pets? 1, 2. Why do my precious spirit beasts all wear such sorrowful expressions? Unless someone stole my spirit beasts, why would there be so many missing? The scene shifts. Drunk, Ju asked Ling Na, "Little, you finally came by today. Were there any adorable spirit beasts that offered themselves up?" Ling Na shook her head. "No, Uncle Master, but this one definitely seems to have inner demons. We must help it find liberation soon." It turned out that these two were the culprits who stole Changsho's spirit beasts. Would steaming or roasting be tastier? Ju suddenly exclaimed, pointing behind him. "Little Ling Na, behind you." Ling Na asked, puzzled, "What's behind me?" Changsho suddenly appeared behind her, yelling, "Lon Ling Na." Ling Na cried, "We're done for. We've been discovered. Senior brother, we were wrong." Xianyu stepped forward. "Wait, senior brother Changsho. I was the one who fancied those spirit beasts. I deliberately urged junior sister Ling Na to find ways to turn them into delicacies." Changsho thought to himself, as expected of Xianyu, she has a hand in everything. Xianyu said sheepishly, "I'm willing to accept any punishment, senior brother. Don't blame Uncle Master and Ling Na. It's all my fault." Changsho sighed helplessly. With a tasty, "Swandenadiv, yes." Ju offered a suggestion. "Little Changsho, it's just a few spirit beasts. Your Uncle Master can compensate you with precious spirit stones. I'm a wealthy Uncle Master, you know." Changsho shook his head. "Uncle Master, your precious spirit stones are already by your side, just in a different form. Your wallet has been thoroughly emptied." Ju said angrily, "Then I'll repay you with my body. I'll risk it all." Changsho looked Ju up and down. "I've always been very respectful towards you, with no thoughts that cross any lines." Ju quickly covered herself. Ba. I meant helping you refine pills and formations." Changsho flicked her forehead. "Just teasing you. They've already been eaten. Can I really make you all throw them up? The three of you can help me build a 3-story pavilion here, and we'll call it even. Everyone needs to work hard to pay off their debts." A few days later, Ling Na and Ju toiled away, building the pavilion to repay their debt to Changsho. Ju grumbled, "Damn it, I suspect the three of us have been tricked into being laborers again." Changsho, directing from a short distance away, beckoned Lan Ling over. "Junior sister," he called, "come and give me a hand. Let Uncle Ju handle this pavilion." Lan Ling, having just released her grip on a hefty piece of timber, narrowly avoided crushing Ju beneath it. Right, she stammered, flustered. "How can I help, senior brother?" Li Changsho, with the meticulousness of an alchemist refining a potent elixir, imbued a heart-burning pill with a sliver of the profound essence devouring insect from the Xiong Exine pill. He laced it further with a touch of worldly allure. "Look at me," he instructed, a subtle glint in his eyes, "and you will be captivated. A fire will ignite within you." He presented the pill to her. "Help me test its potency." Then, he produced a portrait of a remarkably handsome figure. "Do unpleasant images arise in your mind?" Lan Ling tilted her head, puzzled. "It's just a portrait. What kind of images should appear?" Changsho murmured to himself, "This pill seems ineffective on those who are already attached." But the moment he lowered the portrait, Lan Ling's gaze fell upon Changsho's face. A blush instantly bloomed across her cheeks. "Senior brother," she stammered, her voice barely a whisper. "What's happening? You look even more handsome than usual. I want to devour you." Changsho frantically rummaged through his pouch. Clear heart pill. Moments later, Lan Ling fanned herself, feeling a flush of heat. "Senior brother," she breathed, "what did you just do?" If you wanted to dual cultivate, you needn't have gone to such lengths. Just say the word. Changsho quickly clarified. Focus on your cultivation, junior sister. Don't let your mind wander. I was merely testing a pill for master. Lan Lingyi offered, perhaps I should test that pill with my divine sense. One must experience it firsthand to truly understand its effects. Changsho deftly sidestepped the suggestion. You should get back to work. Lan Lingyi huffed. I knew you wouldn't dare. I'll talk. Several days later, at the bustling Linhai town market, stalls were overflowing with goods for the end-of-year sales. Two figures entered the throng. One, clad in white, nudged the other. Master, look, that female cultivator just gave you the eye. The pair were Changsho and his rejuvenated master, Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan rubbed his face, a flicker of vanity in his eyes. Stop this charade, Changsho. Tell me, what's the real reason you've insisted I maintain this youthful appearance? Did a female cultivator truly give me the eye? Can it be my charm hasn't diminished with age? Changsho chuckled. Naturally, I'm seeking a bit of romantic fortune for you, master, to help you forget the past and venture out more. But outwardly, he waved his hand dismissively. Nonsense, master. Then, adopting a serious tone, he added, I use your likeness when I exorcise demons with Aunt Jiwu. It's possible we inadvertently planted some seeds of trouble. I brought you along to neutralize them. A woman hurried towards them. Fellow Taoist, she called, her voice carrying a hint of urgency. Might I have a word? Could we perhaps find a more secluded spot to speak? I have something I wish to discuss with you. Qi Yuan, however, looked at her with bewilderment. I'm afraid I have nothing to discuss with you, fellow Taoist. Undeterred, more women began to flock around Qi Yuan. Fellow Taoist, one called, I too have something to say to you. Another chimed in, perhaps we could share a pot of tea at the tea house down the street. A third inquired, fellow Taoist, from whence do you come? And where are you bound? And yet another pleaded, fellow Taoist, please wait a moment. Master Qi Yuan's jaw dropped. What in the world? I haven't been out in a while. Has life in the East Victory, divine continent become this open? Changsho, holding the heartburning pill, mused to himself. It seems the effects of the heartburning pill are truly potent. Suddenly, the pill in his hand crumbled. Why did it suddenly crumble? It was fine just a moment ago. Could it be because I've opened the restrictions too many times? The medicinal properties haven't stabilized, causing it to crumble directly. After a pill crumbles, the medicinal properties tend to become somewhat volatile. A burly arm continued to shove aside the throng of admirers as a large, muscular woman with lovesick eyes rushed forward. I yearn for you. Come with me to my cave dwelling and be my Tao companion. Master Qi Yuan wailed, I don't want to. The surrounding people scattered in a panic. Everyone, be careful. A spirit beast. On the loose. The spirit beast has gone berserk. Run. Changsho couldn't believe his eyes. Damn it. The heart-burning pill also affects spirit beasts and demonic beasts. He quickly grabbed his master. Run, master. Little Cheong foamed. We're doomed. Lying on his bed, Li Changsho felt like he was on the verge of death. Oh, my backside is about to be pulverized by master. One must endure a certain amount of chastisement in order to cultivate independently between heaven and earth, to contend with the sun and moon, and to calmly pursue longevity. Listening to the incessant nagging, Ling Na asked, is that why Senior Brother was beaten by Master for 4 hours straight? Senior Brother, what did you do? Changsho recalled the scene of his punishment. Master Qi Yuan had roared furiously, you dare use your own master as a test subject for your pills. Are you tired of living? Ling Na looked at Changsho with concern. Senior Brother, do you need me to massage you a bit? It'll heal quickly. Changsho quickly waved his hand. No need, no need. These minor injuries will heal on their own. I was a bit out of line this time. I'll be more careful in the future. Go to Uncle Master. Don't let him come here, or I'll definitely be injured again. Ling Na bid farewell. Then I'll be going. As soon as Ling Na closed the door, Changsho transformed into a paper effigy. I was prepared for this beating. Why would I use my true body? Despite some unexpected developments, Master Spirits should be lifted now. Knowing this, I probably should have used the 3-revolution heartburning pill instead of the one refined from byproducts to take the blame. My true body has been in the pill refining room, watching the show all along. That's sneaky Li Changsho. Half a month later, Wine Lord Jiwu rushed over to Changsho. Quick, heart-enhancing pills. Changsho looked puzzled. You just took 2 bottles half a month ago. It's not delivery day yet. Jiwu anxiously shook his shoulders. It's not about the delivery. There's a problem with the heart-enhancing pills. A heavenly, immortal immortal elder, after taking the heart-enhancing pill, has become foolish. His behavior is erratic. That heavenly immortal elder seems to be experiencing hallucinations. He keeps saying, I am a bird. I want to fly higher. Jiwoo asked, this matter has alarmed the Grand Elder. What should we do now? Changsho replied suspiciously, Uncle Master, are you certain that it was because they used our heart-burning pill that they became like this? Jiwoo scratched his head. Well, listening to what that elder said, it does seem to be the case. Changsho's eyes sharpened. Let's go and see. Trying to shift the blame onto me. You're courting death. Li Changsho immediately rushed to the scene to investigate the situation regarding the heart-burning pill. Arriving at the elder's residence, Changsho found the surrounding crowd buzzing with discussion. Is the elder all right? Why does Li Changsho's expression look so grave? Although I've never used the heart-burning pill, it's always been stable. Why has this calamity occurred? Everyone quiet down. Changsho analyzed the situation rationally. I found the cause. Within 3 days of using the heart-burning pill, Elder Qiao also used another type of medicinal pill with similar properties. The excessive potency led to his derangement. Elder One angrily ordered his disciples, quickly, go and find Elder Qiao's storage pouch. Clear Changsho's name. The disciples, weeping in fear, replied, yes, we'll go right away. Elder One found the storage pouch, but aside from the heart-burning pill, there were no other medicinal pills inside. Elder One took out a silver bottle and poured out a few black pills, declaring, these are not ordinary heart-burning pills and certainly not refined by Changsho. They may look like heart-burning pills, but the ones refined by disciple Changsho have stable and balanced properties. Why do these 2 pills exude a sinister aura? Then, Elder One grabbed Elder Qiao by the throat. Were you trying to frame our Changsho? Do you believe I'll poison you to death? Elder Qiao cried out in protest. This is a grave injustice. I don't know anything. Sect leader Wuyo sighed several times. Elder Wan, please calm down. Changsho's suspicion has been cleared. Let Elder Qiao go. He hasn't died from the poison, but he's about to be choked to death by you. Changsho spoke calmly. Sect leader, please don't make a big deal out of this. The person who refined this medicine must be a senior within the sect. It's because my cultivation level is still low and the output of heart-burning pills is too small that this senior took it upon themselves to analyze and refine it. Therefore, the root of this matter still lies with me. Elder One became even angrier. Lying in bed and falsely accusing good people. Living for 10,000 years is not as good as being an honest junior. Jiwoo, seeing Elder One's fury, thought to himself, he's overdoing it. Changsho stood to the side and said seriously, I will immediately offer the heart-burning pill to the 100 Refinements Hall. From now on, it will be allocated by the sect to avoid any further unfortunate consequences. If anything happens again in the future, I won't have to bear the blame. Changsho transmitted his voice to Jiwoo. Uncle Master, please find an excuse to leave later. I have something to discuss with you. Changsho waved his hand. Uncle Master, over here. Jiwoo rode his cloud and flew over. Changsho, what do you want to say to me? Changsho explained, Uncle Master, do you remember that intersect attendant at the pill refinement peak named Lu Feixian? I suspect this matter can't be completely unrelated to him. Lu Feixian, the intersect attendant of the pill refinement peak, is usually responsible for handling the materials of the pill refinement peak. Uncle Jiwoo exclaimed in astonishment. How could such a thing happen within our sect? Changsho, you must think this through carefully. Junior brother Changsho, do you have any basis for this speculation? Changsho affirmed, of course I do. He recalled his conversation with Elder One. Elder One had burst into Changsho's room, a heart-burning pill clutched in his hand. Changsho, you truly are a genius. No wonder the pill refinement peak is so proud of you. Changsho turned to look at him. Oh, but I belong to Little Cheong Peak, right? I don't recall giving Uncle One any heart-burning pills. Elder One explained, indeed, you haven't. I obtained this from our Lu Feixian. He remembered Lu Feixian giving him the heart-burning pill. At the time, Elder One had been restless, eager to study the pill. However, Changsho had been preoccupied with the strange events unfolding within the sect and hadn't wanted to be disturbed. Lu Feixian had smiled, saying, I happen to have one, so I'm gifting it to you, Elder. I do ask that Elder One keep it a secret that I possess heart-burning pills. It would be rather embarrassing if others knew I use such things. Changsho sighed. but you still told me. Elder One puffed out his chest. The creator of a pill is its father. That doesn't count as an outsider. Uncle Jiwoo asked, and this is your basis. What connection does it have? Changsho reasoned. Uncle, think about it. The heart-burning pills I refined clearly exceeded the quota, and they were all intended for the elders. But I never gave Lu Feixian this type of pill. He's not even an elder. Where did his pill come from? The only one who can see through the truth is a detective, disguised as an ordinary passerby, yet possessing extraordinary wisdom. That's me. Jiwoo exclaimed. So that's it. This Lu Feixian is indeed suspicious. Changsho asked, what do you plan to do next, Uncle? Jiwoo gritted his teeth. Naturally, I'll immediately send someone trustworthy to apprehend Lu Feixian and interrogate him. Changsho didn't believe in anyone being trustworthy coming from Jiwoo. Even you aren't trustworthy, who could you possibly send? At that moment, Jujio was holding Changsho's Wolf Fawn Club. He received Jiwoo's signal. My senior brother has summoned me to patrol. Go and apprehend that Lu Feixian. Jujio transmitted his voice. Fifth senior brother, I've dealt with Lu Feixian. Jiwoo received a paper crane from Jujio and said to Changsho, Changsho, the counterfeit heart-burning pills were indeed made by that Lu Feixian. His pill refinement wasn't going well, and he somehow learned about the love stone. He then tried to refine it based on his own analysis of the formula, but ended up creating poison pills. Jiwoo was now furious. Changsho quickly soothed him. Uncle, don't be angry. This is a good opportunity for us to clear our names in the heart-burning pill incident. Did you injure Lu Feixian? Jiwoo patted his shoulder. I have a 1,000-year friendship with him. Of course, I wouldn't hurt him. I just let Jujio teach him a little lesson. On one side, Jujio, wielding Changsho's Wolf's Fawn Club, gave Lu Feixian a thorough thrashing. He cried out, mercy, I'll confess everything. Jujio barked, listen well. Swear a heavy oath that you will never do this again, and you will go to the sect leader and clear Changsho's name. Lu Feixian sobbed and hastily agreed. Yes, yes, I swear I will do as you say. Changsho frowned. Clearing my name is fine, but now there's no way to share those 55 heart-burning pills with Uncle Master Jiwoo. I've already given the recipe to the 100 Refinements Hall. Jiwoo chuckled. Thanks to your blessings these past few years, I made quite a tidy profit. He then asked, Changsho, you speak of rectifying the sex atmosphere. It sounds simple enough, but how exactly should we go about it? And what benefit will it bring us? Changsho replied, Uncle Master, the Immortal Du sect came first, then Little Cheong Peak. Therefore, if the Immortal Du sect prospers, Little Cheong Peak will naturally prosper as well. Jiwoo nodded. Indeed, I was looking at things too narrowly. Changsho sighed. The current state of affairs within the sect has become almost ingrained, a burden we carry on a long journey. I find myself worrying about the things that worry the sect leader, and gradually, I've begun to worry about things he doesn't. Several days later, the fortune-telling money box is, in essence, a strategy box. It will provide suggestions based on your query. Before use, please place valuables such as spirit stones, magical treasures, or medicinal pills inside the money box. The strategy will appear on a bamboo slip dispensed from the slot below. Note, use of this box signifies agreement to the related terms of service. Little Cheong Peak does not currently accept refund requests. Respectfully submitted by Chi Yuan, Peak Master of Little Cheong Peak. Of course, this was all Changsho's handiwork. Changsho looked at his fortune-telling money box, his heart brimming with pride. Not bad, not bad. If there's no income from the heart-burning pills, this will have to do. Ling Na said doubtfully, Senior brother, this thing looks like a waste of money at first glance. Will anyone really fall for it? Changsho replied confidently, don't worry. The advice inside isn't too bad. It's all rather vague. This vagueness will give people the illusion of accuracy. As long as one person tries it, more and more people will follow suit. Ling Na clapped her hands in admiration. Senior brother is getting better and better at tricking people. Jujio poked her head out, looking at the fortune-telling money box. She scoffed. Tricking people. Isn't this just a scheme to swindle their spirit stones? Only a fool would fall for this, but it does seem rather interesting. No harm in trying it out. She then placed a gemstone inside. She began to pray, oh, great hairy immortal, I have a Tao companion. She owes a great many favors to a junior disciple, much younger and of lower status than herself, so many that she doesn't know how to repay them. What should she do? The box dispensed a bamboo slip. Jujio picked up the bamboo slip and thought, this thing is actually quite accurate. So the person she's talking about is Changsho. Written on the slip were the words, "Supremely auspicious, unfettered and carefree, without obstacles, without worries. Having embarked on the path of immortality, why fret over an unclear Tao?" Jujo grew even more excited. "In that case, I'll try again. Let's try again, one last time, just one more time. This truly is the last time." A few days later, Changsho and Ling Na went to check on the fortune-telling money box, only to be stunned into speechless awe. "Good heavens," Changsho murmured, "are there really so many people who throw money around like it's nothing?" A long queue snaked its way forward, each person eager for their turn. One individual prayed aloud, "Oh, fortune-telling money box, I have a Tao companion in mind." A voice from behind grumbled impatiently, "What's that guy muttering about up there? Hurry up, hurry up. I've been queuing since midnight. Why isn't it my turn yet? Can't they make a few more of these boxes? There simply aren't enough to meet the demand." Meanwhile, within a secret cave near the saint in the spiritual mountain dojo of the Western Oxajo, the demon empress sent a voice transmission. "Rest assured, two esteemed patriarchs, the demon empress will certainly lend her full support." She thought to herself, though the dragon clan is in decline, they are not to be underestimated. Asking me to suppress the Western sect's advance on the spiritual mountain, they're practically sending my descendants to their deaths to handle this mess. My previous scheme against the Ascension Immortal sect nearly backfired in front of the human sect's eldest senior brother. This time, I must plan more carefully. This scheme against the Dragon Clan likely has nothing to do with the three sects and the Taoists. The Dragons and the Taoists don't interact much. I shouldn't encounter that eldest senior brother, should I? A saint's disciple who can keep this queen intimidated for so long is truly a rare find. As for those who have angered me, their names are all recorded in the Southern Dipper's book. And that one who dared to use puppets to destroy my puppets. You have piqued this queen's interest. Back at the Immortal Dew sect, Changsho and Jiwu were observing Yuqin Xuanya from afar. She, too, was praying before the fortune-telling money box. "Oh, great immortal Mao, I have a Tao companion in mind." Lately, for reasons unknown to her, the image of a senior brother from her cultivation days kept appearing in her mind, filling her with a longing to be near him. Changsho mused, "Why is Xuanya here drawing fortunes too?" Xuanya, with utmost sincerity, sought guidance from Box. She held deep admiration for this senior brother, seeing him as a role model. But her master had warned her that these feelings might be romantic, leaving her unsure how to proceed. "Great immortal Mao," she prayed, "what should I do?" The box dispensed a bamboo slip. Xuanya picked it up and read aloud, "Supreme good fortune. The immortal path holds much that is good. Why be bound by formalities? Tomorrow brings opportunity. Smile and watch the great Tao unfold." Xuanya bowed her head in gratitude for the immortal's guidance. Jiwu's eyes lit up. Changsho remarked, "Creating this thing really wasn't a bad idea. It can help those in the sect gain self-awareness. It's a good thing, not a waste of that cunning, clever mind." He then added, "Uncle Master, they heard us." Hearing the commotion, the two fell silent. A figure covered in bruises approached the box and prayed, "Great immortal Mao, I have a Tao companion in mind. He did something foolish before. Now, whenever he walks down the street, he occasionally gets beaten up. Those who beat him are quite furious. I hear he suggested to the sect leader that romantic relationships between men and women should be forbidden. It was because of Li Changsho that he was forced to make counterfeit heart-burning pills." The bruised figure continued his prayer. Those who beat him said that once, while cultivating, he somehow fell asleep, and when he woke up, he was naked and tied to a tree. He clutched the fortune-telling money box, wailing, "This Tao companion of mine knows his wrongs and has truly repented. But because of this sin, his cultivation is constantly disturbed. What should he do now?" Changsho and Jujio quickly covered the man's mouth. "Uncle Master, please restrain yourself. Don't laugh," Changsho pleaded. Jujio struggled to contain herself. "I'm about to suffer internal injuries from holding it in." In the Dragon Palace, the Dragon King praised, "My son, recently you became one of the two sect leaders of the South Sea Divine Sect, earning a great deal of merit for the Dragon Palace. This is truly a great achievement." Ayo, he cupped his hands in thanks. "Thank you for your praise, Father." The Dragon King beamed. "My son, have you come to ask for a further reward? I will grant it. I'll yide mohid." "That's not it, Father. Earning merit for the Dragon Clan and contributing to its strength is my duty. I've come to request something else. A matter of requesting troops to protect the South Sea Divine Sect. Meanwhile, in a valley shielded by a secret formation deep within the forests of Western Oxajo, The demon empress stood before her assembled subordinates and commanded, "In 1 month, I want you all to simultaneously incite 7 mortals to disrupt and plunder the South Sea divine sect. I will deploy some puppets to assist you. Your objective is to lure out the Dragon Clan protectors of the South Sea divine sect, kill half of them, and capture the other half. Then, try your best to draw out even more Dragon Clan experts. At that point, your task will be to continue inciting the mortals to obstruct these Dragon Clan members. If anyone objects to what I've just said, take half a step forward." An old woman hesitantly stepped forward. "Your Majesty, this old woman is somewhat worried about whether this plan will succeed. Perhaps we shouldn't. Perhaps we shouldn't." Before she could finish her sentence, a beam of light shot through her eye, sending her flying backward, dead before she hit the ground. The demon empress spoke haughtily. "Now, who agrees and who objects?" Trembling with fear, the remaining subordinates chorused, "We all agree. We are willing to serve your Majesty with all our hearts and minds, until death." The demon empress chuckled coldly. "Those Dragon Clan fools won't expect me to suddenly launch an attack and capture them all in one fell swoop." But the demon empress's plan was too perfect. How could Li Changsho not anticipate an invasion? At that moment, a phone rang within his seashell. Changsho answered. "Hello, Brother E." Ao Yi's voice boomed with excitement. "Brother Sect Leader, you asked me to request troops from the Dragon Palace, and I've accomplished it splendidly. When shall we set out to capture those invaders?" The Dragon King's expression was stern. "My son requested to borrow 20,000 immortal-level soldiers from the Dragon Clan to protect the Sea God Temple." Ao Yi trembled ligel. "Yes, father." Unease gnawed at him. Did I ask for too much? He wondered. After all, 20,000 immortal-level soldiers is no small number. The Dragon King boomed. "AOE, as the crown prince of the Dragon Clan, how can you be so hesitant? I grant you 30,000 immortal-level soldiers, over 600 golden immortal realm experts, and 20 heavenly immortal realm experts for this campaign." AOE was stunned. "But, didn't you say I asked for too much?" Changsho's jaw dropped. "That's a lot of troops. What if they don't send that many people? We'll lose face." On the other end of the line, AOE was still calling out, "Sect Leader Brother." "Hello, Sect Leader Brother." The only sound that came through was a recorded message. "We're sorry. The number you have dialed has been disconnected due to Li Changsho experiencing an overwhelming amount of shock." Aoi soldid puzzlet. Why did Sect Leader Brother hang up after just one word? Speaking of reinforcements, he declared grandly, "I understand. It must be that the forces I've prepared are still insufficient. I'll go and contact the elders of my clan to join the battle as well." Changsho hurriedly interrupted. "That's enough. Enough. This force could wipe out an entire major immortal sect. Besides," Changsho continued, "Brother E, your cultivation is still low. It wouldn't be wise for you to participate in this campaign." Aoi soldid confused. "I'm the Grand Protector of the South Sea Divine Sect. How can I be absent from this battle? We've already accumulated so much merit. I can't let my clan members risk their lives for me. My father has ordered me to be the commander, and this time I must attack the enemy with all my might." Seeing this, Changsho could only agree. All right. If you want to go, then go. Why is this young fellow so headstrong?" He sighed. "In that case, Brother E, you must protect yourself. Don't push yourself too hard. Do you remember the blue cloth bag I gave you before? Inside are strategies you can use in this battle to repel the enemy. Just follow what's written inside. The Dragon Clan can advance or retreat. As long as no truly powerful experts intervene, there shouldn't be too many casualties." Aoyi nodded. Thank you, Sect Leader Brother." A few days later, a group of fierce-looking individuals arrived at the Sea God Temple in the South Sea. The South Sea God is a false god, deceiving the hearts of the people. Destroy this place and let more people believe in our Thunder Horse God. They charged forward aggressively, intent on causing destruction. The leader roared, "False gods! Imposters!" From within, a welcoming voice called out, "Welcome to the Sea God Temple. We're all fellow countrymen. We just have a small request. There are statues of gods inside. Feel free to smash them, but please don't hurt anyone or anyone's feelings." The thug stared dumbfounded. "What's going on here?" The same voice continued, "The main gate is 2 zhang wide. Please don't crowd. Smash the front door first, then break down the walls, and then smash the statues. Take your time, everyone. Every little bit helps. Don't worry, everyone. Every little bit helps. Smash the statues, then take a break. We have other locations to visit later. The scarred man exclaimed in bewilderment, "Haha, we're not here to listen to a concert." A drummer called out from above, "The statues aren't worth much. You could lose your life in the crush. My brother and I need to leave soon. After you're done smashing things, take a rest. We have other places to be." The man with the scar on his left side asked, "What are we doing here?" The man with the scar on his right stammered, We're here to destroy the sea god temple." But a moment later, all of them were staring, mesmerized. "Play another song." The demon empress gritted her teeth. "Do we come here to listen to music?" Chansho smiled calmly. "As long as we don't increase the karmic debt, it's fine. The damage to the temple is just a small financial loss for the sea god sect." The demon empress's voice echoed in their minds. "You fools. Have you forgotten your purpose?" The thug with the scar on his left side suddenly came to his senses. "That's right. We're here to cause chaos. If we don't complete the mission, the queen will kill us." Their morale returned. "Brothers, snap out of it. Don't fall for their tricks. Smash everything." And so, they resumed their rampage. Anonymortakviki roaret in fury. Despicable invaders. Destroying property is one thing, but you dare to shatter the statue of my adorable and respected brother, the sect leader. Unforgivable. Ao-e transformed into 4 colossal dragons, commanding them to take flight. Let them taste the consequences of their actions. Screams erupted as people fled, engulfed by the dragon's fiery breath. Then, they quickly fell to their knees, begging for mercy. "We surrender. Spare us. We'll convert to the sea god sect right now." While his mouth pleaded for forgiveness, the scarred thug thought to himself, "Queen, please reveal yourself." Hidden within the sea god temple, Chansho's paper effigy witnessed everything. The burly figure beside him reported, "These people are truly spineless. But it's a good thing we can win so easily." Chansho, however, had a feeling things wouldn't be so simple. The demon empress's mosquito had landed on one of the golden dragons. Its eyes began to glow red, and it fell completely under her control. The azure dragon beside it asked, "Are you all right?" The golden dragon turned and snapped at the azure dragon. Aoe bellowed, "What are you doing? Stop." On the other side, the enemy thought, "Why is our vanguard azure dragon squad fighting amongst themselves?" A subordinate reported, "Your Highness, more than half of the vanguard azure dragon squad has lost their minds and are attacking each other." Aoe roared, "What? Damn it. The enemy must have some kind of mind control technique." The scarred thug commanded, "Brothers, charge. They're killing each other. Sacrifice yourselves for the queen. Kill them." And so, not only were Aoe's forces in disarray, attacking each other due to the mind control, but they were also being attacked by their own mind control comrades. Aoi Shote, Hetriat. Just as Brother Chansho predicted, there's a mastermind behind this. Aoe's forces began their retreat. Chansho pondered, "What grudge does that mosquito Taoist have against me to deliberately provoke me like this? This karmic debt. If I can protect myself in the primordial world, I will definitely eliminate this mosquito Taoist." Several dozen dragon protectors barely managed to escape into the vast wilderness of the mountains, with the blood pattern puppets relentlessly pursuing them. The dragon protectors fled, and the blood pattern puppets pursued relentlessly. Even if they sprouted wings, escape would be difficult. Aoe, however, wore a look of exhilaration. "Excellent. They've taken a bait." He then ordered his forces to halt. The blood pattern puppets cackled. "Have they given up struggling? Prepare to offer your heads." Aoe scoffed, "I admit defeat. Laughable. Your offensive capabilities are limited. Escape death today, you shall not." The puppets taunted, "Your dragon forces number less than a third of ours. What hope do you have of victory?" Aoe's bro fuhovid. "Is that so? Are you certain that the extent of our forces?" Then, the Dragon Clan's protectors began to emerge. Each radiated a powerful aura. Panic seized the puppets. "We've been tricked. A Dragon Clan ambush. How could they have anticipated us? Flee." They scattered in chaotic retreat. Soon after, the entire mosquito army was annihilated. Aoe laughed heartily. No wonder the human race triumphed over the mighty Wu clan. The intellect of a human strategist is truly formidable. The demon empress gnashed her teeth. Damnable. How did the Dragon Clan suddenly become so clever? But when it comes to escape routes, you can't possibly outmaneuver me. A subordinate offered counsel. Your Majesty, let our black-winged blood patterns teach them a lesson. In terms of individual cultivation, a single black-winged blood pattern surpasses a human cultivator at the true immortal realm. Among them are many even more formidable experts. Our greatest strength lies in our combined might. The demon empress grinned. Go, slaughter these little dragons. They hastily obeyed. As you command, Your Majesty. Aoe watched their approach with a flicker of apprehension. Their reinforcements arrive swiftly and with considerable force. The black-winged blood patterns surged forward like a vast, roiling black cloud. Aoe looked up, the sky already beginning to darken beneath their shadow. A clever cicada shedding its skin, a sparrow waiting to strike. But these developments are also within our calculations. Changsho lit 3 sticks of incense. The mosquito Taoist wants to play the cicada and the sparrow, but he's still too green. Great sage of a human sect, your disciple Li Changsho sincerely beseeches your protection. A sparrow waiting to strike. Unaware, a hawk circles above. The commander of the Black Pattern Army roared, attack. Burn these dragons to ashes. The mosquito horde surged forward, sending a wave of fear through the dragon ranks. Aoe conjured an ice spear, hurling it towards the black patterns. The commander, caught off guard, couldn't react. Frozen in place, he let out a single, desperate cry before swiftly dissolving into nothingness. Aoe casually flicked his wrist, obliterating dozens of black-winged blood-pattern soldiers with his signature technique, the ice release. He goaded them, come down here. Hiding in the sky, are you afraid of me? If you have the guts, come down and face me. His strategic taunting, clearly learned from Changsho, was a perfect 10. The enemy commander roared in fury, you'll regret this. Then, with a bellow of submit to your deaths, he charged towards Aoe. Aoe smirked. You're far too weak. At that moment, the dragon forces launched their counterattack, sending the commander flying. Waves of immortal Jiao soldiers erupted from the earth, soaring into the sky, filling the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The commander gritted his teeth. Damn it, not only ambushes in the surrounding mountains, but Dragon Clan soldiers beneath the earth as well. 2 layers of traps. We underestimated the Dragon Clan. Oh, ye scoffed. 2 layers. Is that all you think we're capable of? He pointed skyward. Look up. A colossal barrier, seemingly materialized from thin air, shimmered above them. Terror gripped the invaders. A ceiling formation. They're cutting off our escape route. Oh, ye Helija frog. Not quite finished yet. I'd like to invite you mosquitoes to visit my frog's 5 viscera temple. The frog rapidly expanded into a gigantic behemoth, adding another layer of grandeur to the already epic battle. These were creatures forged in the fires of countless battles since time immemorial. The Dragon Clan, eternal overlords, would not be cowed by these buzzing pests. As the aerial battle raged, 300 burly figures emerged from the riverside within the mountains. Activating their Wu clan bloodlines, they radiated 4 streams of light, which coalesced into longbows. Divine archers, they loosed their arrows at the mosquito-like invaders. Seizing the opportunity, Aoe commanded his troops to unleash their full might, aiming to annihilate the enemy before them, and then immediately form a defensive formation. Victory for the Dragon Clan seemed imminent. Meanwhile, Changsho, having just pleaded with the sage for assistance, received a response. Why was it so easy, so effortless? Tears welled in Changsho's eyes. Finally, I've grown closer to the sage. Elsewhere, the sage, calculating with his fingers, muttered, Master pushes these troublesome karmic matters onto me again. To disturb Master, it must be something significant. Interesting. The one who called for help is concealing their heavenly secrets. Let me see who this disciple is. The result, Li Changsho, a young disciple of the intercepting immortal sect, not even 200 years old. He said, puzzled, that's it. I borrowed the power of the Taiji diagram and couldn't even fully discern the background of a small disciple. This is a bit much. It seems our master has taken action to conceal something, to obscure the heavenly secrets for this little disciple. It appears to be a recent event. This mission seems rather unique. How intriguing. Master hasn't acted in years, yet now he's actively shielding the heavenly secrets for a distant lineage disciple. The hint Master gave me was Dragon Clan ascends to heaven. Master said, can't you just directly transmit a message to the disciple? Doing it this way, letting the disciple directly attain enlightenment, will make the disciple feel their own Tao is meaningless. Stop playing with words and just tell me what to do. Next time, I definitely won't tell him. Changsho, by now completely numb, thought, my legs are asleep from kneeling, and the sage still hasn't given any instructions. Has the sage gotten lost? Suddenly, Xuandu transmitted a message. I am the Grand Supreme Elder of the human sect. You are offering sacrifices before Master's statue, so you must have some difficulty. I will come and see what's the matter. The location is 3,000 miles southwest of the intercepting immortal sect. See you later. Changsho, suspicious, replied, this disciple is skeptical. I request Senior to verify your identity. Xuandu, puzzled, thought, do I need to prove that I am me? To prove his identity, the Grand Supreme Elder Xuandu recited a passage from the scripture of non-action through voice transmission. Then, he revealed the secret of the Dragon Clan ascending to heaven to further confirm his identity. A stick of incense later, Xuandu, sweating profusely, thought, how can there be such a cautious person in this world? Excessively cautious. All right, do you believe me now? Changsho nodded. I think it's still better to call out my sect leader. Better to be safe than sorry. Xuandu said exasperatedly, I've been cultivating for many years, and I've truly never met such a troublesome disciple. Stop being so difficult. Changsho laughed heartily. Just kidding, just kidding. I'm coming right away. A moment later, Changsho arrived where Xuandu was. Disciple of the intercepting immortal sect, Li Changsho greets Senior. Xuandu remarked, your cultivation concealment technique is quite impressive. I didn't look closely before and truly misjudged you. Changsho feigned ignorance of his meaning. Xuandu inquired, with your cultivation level, why are you still just a young disciple of the intercepting immortal sect? Why haven't they given you an elder position yet? Changsho carefully considered his response. This person saw through a part of me with a single glance. The first impression he gives is one of utter ordinariness. But sensing him more carefully, he feels like a towering mountain, yet without any sense of oppression, completely unfathomable. Now I can be certain, this is definitely the Grand Supreme Elder Xuandu, the second in command of the human sect. Changsho explained, this disciple only ascended a few decades ago after undergoing tribulation. I was fortunate enough to encounter an opportunity during my tribulation, which led to my current cultivation level. However, before my tribulation, I was quite ordinary within the sect. If I were to suddenly reveal such cultivation, I fear I would be seen as an anomaly by my fellow disciples. That is why I use a technique to conceal it. This disciple absolutely does not intend to deceive and holds no ill will towards my sect's lineage. Xuandu waved his hand dismissively. Those are minor matters. Come and sit. There's no need for formalities. Changsho chuckled. Don't treat someone else's territory like your own backyard. No one is perfect, not even immortals. Smoke billowed from the makeshift fire pit. Even a cultivator as accomplished as Xuandu, the Grand Supreme Elder, could have moments of clumsiness. It turned out they were grilling fish. Xuandu sampled a piece, then promptly spat it out. What kind of fish is this? Changsho offered. I think the problem isn't the fish itself. He then picked up a fish. Perhaps allow this disciple to grill it. Inwardly, he lamented, now I understand why immortals practice fasting. Eating this would surely set my cultivation back 200 years. Xuandu coughed awkwardly. Right about that. I messed up your destined relationship last time. So, I'll tie a karmic thread of cultivation for you. I asked Taoist Dewey to give you something before. Did you use it? How was it? Changsho handed him a fragrantly grilled fish. I haven't used it. This disciple's body hasn't experienced any irregularities. I gave that spiritual pill to Master to use when he instructs the Earth Immortals. Xuandu's eyes lit up. Savoring the delicious fish, he praised, you're quite thoughtful. Changsho inquired, Grand Supreme Elder, this disciple dares to ask, is it true that those who cultivate in Buddhism can only reach the true immortal realm? Xuandu nodded. Buddhism is originally a cultivation path for Earth Immortals, only allowing one to cultivate to true immortal. Don't be too disheartened. Changsho gripped his skewer tightly. So, there's no other way. He resolved silently, no, I must defy the heavens and change my fate. I must forge a new path. Xuandu asked, puzzled. Tell me, what troubles are you facing? Master sent me down here to find you. I will certainly help you out of your predicament. Also, what's your connection with the Dragon Clan? Changsho countered with a question. Does the Grand Supreme Elder know of the South Sea Divine Sect? Xuandu nodded. Of course. Changsho puffed out his chest. This disciple is the sect leader of the South Sea Divine Sect. Xuandu was startled. What? You're not even 200 years old. How did you become the sect leader of the South Sea Divine Sect? Oh, this is even more intriguing. Tell me how this came to be. He now held 4 skewers of grilled fish. Changsho thought to himself, this Grand Supreme Elder Xuandu seems to enjoy a good story. After finishing the fish, Xuandu listened to Changsho's tale and burst into laughter. So that's how it happened. Forced by those little brats from the Wu clan, promoted to sea god. Ha, that's hilarious. Those Wu clan members, relying on their bloodline and jade-like physique, became money-making envoys, and in the end, the Dragon Clan got involved. Truly marvelous. The affairs of the world are indeed full of twists and turns. Changsho said, the task Master gave us is to guide the Dragon Clan into the various heavenly realms. Do you have any suggestions? Xuandu replied, all right, since you're already involved, continue with it. But you must remember, this matter is not simple. Changsho nodded. This disciple understands. Currently, the 2 saints of the Western sect wish to subdue the Dragon Clan and are secretly pressuring them. Xuandu exclaimed in surprise, oh, how do you know this so clearly? That's not right. Being here, how could you know so much? Unless you possess clairvoyance and clairaudience. Changsho began his demonstration. Disciple has a simple divine power called paper cutting into humans. I've modified it slightly, transforming it into an external body manifestation. Xuandu's voice boomed. Even so, you cannot underestimate your enemies. The primordial world isn't as carefree and fortunate as you perceive. It's rife with schemes and machinations. Changsho remained silent for a long while. Xuandu stared at him. What's wrong? Frightened by my warning. But Changsho was suddenly moved. Inwardly, he was practically jumping for joy. He'd finally found his organization. Finally, their conversation drew to a close. Xuandu spoke. Let's end our discussion here for today. If Master hadn't forbidden me from taking disciples, I would truly want to bring you back to the Grand Pure One's palace. Oh, right. What kind of divine power do you wish to learn? I can impart one to you. Changsho's eyes widened in surprise. Truly, I wish to learn escape techniques. Xuandu conjured 2 jade-green slips. I have an escape technique, but your current cultivation level is too low to practice it. So, as compensation, I'll give you another divine power. Cultivating ordinary escape techniques is, in essence, a form of external body manifestation. You can comprehend this and perfect your paper person divine power. The other slip contains scriptures compiled by Master. They should provide some insights into the Tao. Changsho's eyes gleamed as he looked at the 2 slips in his hands. Many thanks, Grand Supreme Elder. These are my life-saving treasures. Xuandu thought to himself, this child clearly has a high cultivation level, so why is he always so obsessed with escaping? Changsho hesitated, then asked, Grand Supreme Elder, disciple has a question, and I'm unsure if I should ask it. Regarding the inheritance of the Tao lineage, the matter of finding Tao companions. Disciple understands this is for the prosperity of the human sect, but the problem is they don't bear children. Xuandu was taken aback. Impossible. Why would that be? Logically, after marriage, a single kiss should be enough for a soul to be born. Changsho sighed. Just getting married without, while exercising. How can they have children? Elsewhere, the great battle in the southwest of the southern Jambudvipa continent was reaching its conclusion. The Dragon Clan had achieved a decisive victory. Next, following the instructions of the esteemed expert advising our sect leader's elder brother, burn the bodies and seize their souls. Everyone, work together to bury this dragon. If it weren't for that expert strategy, the Dragon Clan might have won this battle, but our casualties would have been many times greater. We truly owe Brother Changsho a great debt of gratitude. Xuandu mused. Changsho has truly lived up to Master's and my expectations. He's done very well. Xuandu's voice resonated from above. Listen well, everyone. Punishing the wicked is permissible, but harming mortals is not. Ayo, he exclaimed in astonishment. That's Grand Supreme Elder Xuandu of the human sect. He's personally come to aid the Sea God sect. Xuandu thought to himself, my appearance here can be considered direct assistance to the Sea God sect leader. Next, I can make things a bit grander, Li Changsho. When Jing trembled, why would Grand Supreme Elder Xuandu appear there? Damn it, that man is untouchable. I'll have to steer clear of the South Sea Human Clan and the Sea God sect for now. The human sect's involvement is clear as day. She withdrew her hand, recalling the mosquito she had been nurturing for years. Wait a minute. A few years back, some Jiao Dragon soldiers grew discontent with the Dragon Clan and staged a few rebellions. Perhaps I can exploit that. Meanwhile, Duke Dongmu reported to the Jade Emperor, Your Majesty, I am incompetent. I haven't been able to identify the mastermind behind the plot against the Dragon Clan. However, the blood-winged black mosquitoes that appeared are ancient assassins. Currently, only 2 factions possess the ability to release such a large swarm. The Jade Emperor remained deep in thought, unhurried. Let's wait for our enemy to make the first move. Also, prepare some gifts for this individual. A moment later, the Jade Emperor asked with a hint of awkwardness, how should we address the sect leader of the Sea God sect? Gazing at the mountain of gold, silver, and jewels before him, Changsho was ecstatic. Haha, I've struck it rich. I don't even know how I'll spend it all. The countless treasures offered by the Dragon Clan as tokens of gratitude were graciously accepted, and Changsho, in turn, bestowed upon them numerous favors. Clutching the treasures, Changsho wept tears of joy. With Little Cheong Peak's integrated defenses breached and my getting lost plan in motion, I can finally make some real progress. Duke Dongmu's voice echoed in his mind. Esteemed sect leader of the Sea God sect, I am Duke Dongmu. By the Jade Emperor's decree, I bring you these gifts. Please come to the Sea God Palace at your earliest convenience. Changsho immediately responded through a paper effigy. My, what an auspicious day. So many gifts. You're all too kind. Duke Dongmu spoke respectfully. Greetings, Sea God. His Majesty fondly remembers your last meeting. Changsho replied, I am well, thank you for His Majesty's concern. Dongmu thought to himself, has the Sea God sect leader consumed some miraculous elixir? He seems to be positively glowing. Aloud, he said, please accept these gifts. Changsho laughed heartily, extending a jade bottle overflowing with treasures. My, His Majesty is far too generous. I'm sure I owe this generous reward to your kind words, Duke Dongmu. Please, accept a small token of my appreciation. I would feel terrible otherwise. Inwardly, he chuckled, a little grease for the wheels. Dongmu looked surprised. What are you doing? We are both immortals. By the way, what is your Taoist title, sect leader? I need to inform His Majesty. Changsho paused and thought. A Taoist title, right? I suppose I should choose one now. My Taoist title is Chongqing. You may address me as Taoist Chongqing to His Majesty. A long journey had begun. Dongmu was astonished. He's only just now choosing a Taoist title. A patrolling disciple grumbled as he walked. Being a patrolling disciple is such a drag. I even have to deliver a letter to a backwater place like Little Cheong Peak, a place even Lien Jun ignores. Then he spotted 3 figures ahead, Jiao, Ling Yi, and Xuanya, laughing and talking amongst themselves. He was instantly captivated. The 3 great beauties of the Immortal Dew sect, all in one place. I could die happy now. Suddenly, a saber flew straight towards him, narrowly missing his body. He flinched, his heart pounding, discovered. I've been discovered. In an instant, a sword was pressed against his throat. He dropped to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Mercy, junior sister. I didn't see the painted turtle on your face. I surrender. Don't kill me. Xinya pressed her advantage, her voice sharp. Who are you? What are you doing at Little Cheong Peak? You don't belong here, do you? He scrambled to produce a jade pendant. I'm just a patrolling disciple, delivering a letter to Elder Chi Yuan. Xinya extended her hand. Let me see the letter. Ling Na spoke up. It is indeed Master's handwriting, and the jade talisman matches the ones from previous deliveries. He really is a messenger. Xinya remained wary. From whom did you receive this letter? Where is this person? Ling Na calmly replied. The patrolling disciple who gave it to him ran off after we scared him. That day, the goddess fantasy of certain patrolling disciple from the Duxian sect shattered into a million pieces. He sobbed uncontrollably, his nose running. Women were terrifying. To ensure her master's safety, Ling Na decided to inspect the letter's contents first. The jade talisman seal was secure, with no trace of curses or dark arts. Watching Ling Na meticulously examine the jade talisman, Xinya rolled her eyes. Junior sister Ling Na has been inspecting it for 4 hours now. Jiu chimed in, truly someone raised by little Shou. Finally, Ling Na announced, the inspection is complete. I will now officially examine the contents of the letter. Changshou's voice echoed in her mind. You didn't use all the heavenly immortals at your disposal to confirm the jade talisman's safety. One step missed. Copy the heart-calming sutra 40 times as punishment. Ling Na gasped. How did senior brother know? It wasn't carelessness, senior brother. You're just overly cautious. The next day, their master held Ling Na's copied sutras, tears welling in his eyes. It's good that master is still alive. The letter read, Disciple Jiangyu, to my dear Qi Yuan, your master, in search of the opportunity to break through to the heavenly immortal realm, has been traveling the world and has gained some insights. A few days ago, I successfully reached the heavenly immortal realm. After consolidating my realm, I'm unsure when I'll be able to return to the sect. It has been nearly 1,000 years since we last met, and I feel deeply remorseful, but my actions back then were unavoidable, truly out of my hands. We'll discuss other matters when I return to the mountain. Overjoyed by my breakthrough, I entrusted a true immortal friend with this letter for my 2 disciples. Changshou was skeptical. This suddenly appearing grandmaster doesn't give me a good impression. Abandoning 2 disciples who haven't yet ascended, it's a bit irresponsible. But Qi Yuan was overjoyed, leaving Changshou speechless. Of course, as long as Master doesn't blame Grandmaster, I'll show him some respect. A few days later, Qi Yuan was instructing Changshou and Ling Na to hang banners welcoming their Grandmaster's return. Stretch the banner out a bit more, he said, beaming. Smile. Remember to smile. For the sake of welcoming this Grandmaster, Changshou endured. His master had become like this. Surely this Grandmaster would be a wizened old man with white hair and a wrinkled face. Qi Yuan, spotting someone approaching, exclaimed, Your Grandmaster is here. Hurry and give him a warm welcome. Changshou and Ling Na stared, mouths agape. This is Grandmaster. Ling Na Dam. Welcome back, Grandmaster. The figure before them was undeniably a young woman, a striking beauty. This was Jiang Liner, the Linjiang scattered immortal, Qi Yuan's master, and Little Qiong Peak's newest heavenly immortal. Changshou's confusion deepened. And why? He wondered, did she radiate such a potent aura of killing intent? Qi Yuan, overcome with emotion, bowed deeply. Disciple Qi Yuan greets master. Changshou and Ling Na exchanged wide-eyed glances. She really is Grandmaster. Jiang Linea Luokitzo Peist, your second senior brother. Why haven't you undergone your tribulation yet? Did something go wrong? And why are you bald like this? Where's eldest senior brother? Why hasn't he come to greet me? Qi Yuan hurriedly explained, Master, this disciple is unworthy. My Tao foundation was crippled. I can only rely on the demonic arts of the Yaozhu to temporarily survive. Qi Yuan recounted the events that had transpired in the outside world during Lin Jiang's scattered immortal's absence. Jiang Liner's fury was barely contained. So that's what happened. Immortal Lin Peak. I'll go settle the score with them right now. With that, she shot off with astonishing speed. Her voice echoed back. Peak Master of Immortal Lin Peak, prepare to die. Changshou raised a hand to shield his eyes from the dust kicked up by her departure. Why is my Grandmaster so aggressive? Directly challenging the Peak Master of an entire mountain. I'm suddenly rather fond of this Grandmaster. Despite his words, Changshou hastily dispatched a paper effigy to seek help from well-connected elders. Uncle Master Jiu Wu, please help me dissuade her. He then went to see Elder Wan. Changshou's matters are the matters of our pill, Tripod Peak. Elder Wan declared, let me go help Changshou dissuade her. He then corrected himself. He's from Little Qiong Peak. Elsewhere, Lin Jiang's scattered immortal had already clashed with Master Kuai Si, a single palm strike sending tremors through his opponent's internal organs. Master Kuai Si, whose name was Lin Feng, clutched his bleeding shoulder and frowned. Jiang Liner, what are you doing? Jiang Liner's voice dripped with fury. What am I doing? I'm here to demand justice. With that, she drew her sword and attacked. Your disciple crippled mine. Crippling you in return is only fair. Immortal Lin Feng closed his eyes, accepting his fate. It's over. This is where my life ends. Just then, Elder Wan stepped forward to intervene. Stop. Fighting within the sect is forbidden. Jiang Liner roared, get out of my way, or I'll kill you too. At this moment, the great elder of passionless heaven spoke in a calm voice. Stop, Jiang Liner. Don't let things go too far. Jiang Liner fell silent. Changsho frantically pleaded, "Great elder of passionless heaven, don't. My grandmaster is a fierce one. She's liable to kill someone at the drop of a hat. Will reasoning with her really work?" Contrary to Changsho's expectations, Jiang Liner immediately agreed to a compromise. All right, Changsho's jaw dropped. He actually managed to talk them down. Could they be in cahoots? Jiang Liner turned to Changsho and asked, "That's right, disciple of Old Second. Your name is Li Changsho, isn't it? Speak with me privately later. I have a few things I want to discuss with you, and I also want to understand more about the current situation at Little Cheong Peak." Changsho, trailing behind Jiang Liner on his cloud balancing pennant, replied, "Grandmaster, please forgive my impertinence, but I feel that the feud between Little Cheong Peak and Immortal Lin Peak requires long-term planning and discreet execution. Such a blatant approach isn't appropriate." Jiang Liner nodded approvingly. "You're quite cautious." Changsho continued, "Moreover, in a dream I had previously, I saw Kuai Si being killed in the future. He died a tragic death, and his demise was confirmed by the sect." Jiang Liner let out a hearty laugh. "Good, very good. It's just a pity that Old Second didn't do it himself. Tell me, what has happened at Little Cheong Peak during my absence?" Li Changsho slowly began to recount the events to the Lin Jiang's scattered immortal, starting with the time Master Qi Yuan gave him a junior sister. He pictured Qi Yuan gently nudging a young Ling Na forward, saying to Changsho with a smile, "Changsho, cultivating alone must be quite lonely. I've found you a little junior sister." Little Ling Na offered a polite greeting, "Greetings, senior brother." After junior sister grew up, Changsho continued, "We participated in the sex trials together. For master, I ventured into the poisonous forests of North Ju Lu continent, slaying 6 sword immortals to gather medicinal herbs. Though my efforts were ultimately rewarded, and I successfully obtained the herbs, I also forged an enduring enmity with the poison immortal Xianya. Master Qi Yuan helped me dispel the turbid head curse. After that, I accepted an invitation from the Dragon Palace and inadvertently clashed with my future good brother, Ao He, putting on a bit of a show. The two of us, both worthy of the title Shadow Emperor, truly displayed our acting skills. Not long after, I overcame the heavenly tribulation and unexpectedly became the sect leader of the Sea God sect. Of course, he thought to himself, I can't tell Grandmaster about ascending and becoming the sect leader. Aloud, he said, when a mosquito blood puppet attacked the immortal Du sect, the entire sect united to repel the enemy. Shortly after the great battle concluded, the sect's competition was held earlier than scheduled. I ranked 18th, and Ling Na ranked 39th. After that, Little Cheong Peak rose in prominence, achieving its best results in history. Jiang Liner clapped Changsho on the shoulder. Your master is stubborn and unguarded. I can see you're more prudent than he is. From now on, Little Cheong Peak is entrusted to you. Changsho clenched his fists. Entrust Little Cheong Peak to me. Although I've always been secretly protecting Cheong Peak, hearing Grandmaster say it personally, the responsibility suddenly feels quite heavy. Grandmaster, rest assured,